With a thought, the Zhutian Mall appeared and the interface of the fourth level goods was drawn. There are many types of fourth level goods. The cheapest is 1001 points, and the most expensive is 10,000 points. In the past 100 years, Gao Yan has also looked through the various goods in the Zhutian Mall, among which there are many immortal medicines that can improve cultivation. Do you want to break through with immortal medicine? Now that he is at the peak of the great emperor, with the existence of the cultivation badge, it is only a matter of time before he breaks through to the human immortal realm. Although the current life has made him feel a little boring, he still hasn't made a decision whether to go to the immortal world to suffer. After thinking about it, Gao Yan decided not to rush to break through. It is better to improve the grade of the immortal body. Search for the origin of the world. The search was successful. The picture of the origin of the world appeared in Gao Yan's sight. The origin of the world is also divided into levels, namely ordinary world origin, intermediate world origin and advanced world origin. Previously, the world will of the sky world rewarded them with high-level world origins, which were sold at 3,000 points per group in the Zhutian Mall by 2 groups. After 6,000 points were deducted, Gao Yan's mall space had 2 more groups of high-level world origins. Click to extract. 2 groups of high-level world origins appeared in his hands. Directly take them into the body and control the immortal body to absorb them. A few days later, Gao Yan's immortal body went one step further and reached the level of a 5th grade immortal body. With a thought, Gao Yan turned into a stream of light and disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in the void of the universe. Released the sword immortal puppet, Gao Yan attacked him with all his strength, but was easily blocked by the opponent. Can my combat power be compared with that of a human immortal? Gao Yan asked the sword immortal puppet. You have reached the level of a human immortal. In terms of attack power alone, your combat power can be compared with that of a 3rd level human immortal. The sword immortal puppet said in an emotionless tone. Haha. Gao Yan laughed proudly. The spiritual power in his body has not yet transformed into immortal essence, but it can already be compared with the 3rd level of human immortal. If he breaks through to the level of human immortal, his strength will definitely soar. It is estimated that he will have at least the combat power of the 5th level of human immortal. With his magical powers, it is estimated that the 6th level of human immortal may not be his opponent. Now, Gao Yan made a decision to earn points by the origin of the world and upgrade his immortal body to the 1st level. There are 4,080 points left. Gao Yan thought about it, bought another batch of immortal medicine seeds, and planted them in the spiritual medicine planting space. Immortal medicine seeds are not expensive. 1 point can buy 1, so he bought 80 seeds, and there are exactly 4,000 points left. Time flies for several months. As the saying goes, time creates beauty. After staying in the mission world for a while, Gao Yan found that he missed his wives especially. Therefore, dealing with one girlfriend after another, he not only did not feel tired, but enjoyed it. On this day, the mission hall refreshed the mission. He found a more interesting task. Anyway, he had been idle for a few months, so he was ready to go to the task. Time again. His eyes went dark. When Gao Yan opened his eyes, he had already arrived at the task time. He replaced the villain Zhao Ting in this world. At this moment, he was lying in the bedroom on the 2nd floor of a luxurious single-family villa. At the same time, the plot also emerged in his mind. This is an imaginary urban world. The Zhao Ting he replaced was the only son of the current head of the Zhao Family, a 1,000-year-old family, and the only heir of the Zhao family. This guy has a family background, talent, and various means. In addition, he is also proficient in various calculations. He is the well-deserved second person in the Zhao family. But he ended up with a very miserable end. What is the story? Zhao Ting was born extraordinary, but he did not have any dandy air. It took only 3 years to obtain a doctorate degree from Jiangnan University. In this world, Jiangnan University is the top university in Gan country. Without a doubt. Being able to be admitted to Jiangnan University is already a child of destiny, not to mention getting a doctorate in 3 years. After getting a doctorate, Zhao Ting joined the Jiangnan branch of the Zhao Group and started as a department manager. In just 3 years, he became the general manager of the Jiangnan branch with his real talent. Although this has a lot to do with his status as the young master of the Zhao family, after he really took power in the branch, he carried out drastic reforms. In just 2 years, the market value of the branch skyrocketed 3 times to more than 200 billion. And he also has many more titles. Because of the original owner's outstanding performance in the mall, he was invited back to give a speech by his alma mater, Jiangnan University. After the speech, the original owner happened to meet a girl who was bullied by several other girls. According to the original owner's personality, he would not meddle in other people's business, but for some reason, he intervened in this matter and fell in love with the bullied girl, Shen Bingyao, at first sight. Logically speaking, it would be easy for the original owner to pursue a girl. But Shen Bingyao just didn't like the original owner. As the saying goes, what you can't get will always make you restless. The original owner was not a novice in matters between men and women, but he became a pure novice when he met Shen Bingyao. After being rejected many times, the original owner was not annoyed, but enjoyed it. Then, the protagonist appeared. The protagonist is Zhang Chen, the last disciple of the top Dr. Yan Wangdi. What's even more outrageous is that his master, the king of hell, arranged 7 fiancés for him. This Shen Bingyao is one of the 7 fiancés. The male Zhang Chen captured Shen Bingyao's heart as soon as he appeared. How could the original owner endure it? He began to target the male protagonist Zhang Chen, but Zhang Chen always saved the day. Instead, the original owner became disgraced and deflated in every aspect. The finale of the story is that the protagonist's company annexes the Zhao family, and Zhao Ting, a villain who has done many evil things, also gets his due end and jumps to his death from a building. What the hell, you're so bloody. After reading the whole story, Gao Yan couldn't help but secretly complained that this was too bloody and illogical. The protagonist's master, Yama, is a master of ancient martial arts, despite his excellent medical skills and a wide network of contacts. But the Zhao family, which has been inherited for thousands of years, is not easy to mess with. I don't know how many powers and trump cards it has hidden in private. It was actually swallowed up by a young boy. Moreover, given the status of the original owner, no woman could get her, but she would have a soft spot for Shen Bingyao. According to the memory of the original owner, although Shen Bingyao was a beauty, in Gao Yan's opinion, her appearance was only about 95 points, and she was not even ranked 5th among the women the original owner had had an intimate relationship with. Moreover, with the wisdom and means of the original owner, doesn't he understand that a lion should use all his strength to fight a rabbit? But he uses cool operations again and again to give experience to the protagonist. There's something wrong with this world. Gao Yan had a vague suspicion. Think of this. Gao Yan immediately got up from the bed. After getting dressed, I went straight downstairs and drove straight to Jiangnan University. After arriving at Jiangnan University, Gao Yan swept his mind and locked onto Shen Bingyao, who happened to be carrying the textbooks downstairs. So, he parked the car, walked quickly to the girls' dormitory, and looked at the heroine from 7 or 8 meters away. The moment he saw the other person's face clearly, a special reaction occurred in Gao Yan's mind, and his eyes became obsessed. She is so beautiful, I want to marry her. Snort. Suddenly, Gao Yan let out a cold snort. As his immortal soul shook, he immediately regained consciousness, and his eyes towards Shen Bingyao became indifferent. He turned around and left without looking at the other person. As he expected, there was indeed something wrong with this world. On the way back, Gao Yan shouted in his heart, "System, do you know there is something wrong with this world?" System, no. Gao Yan, what is the specific situation? Is the world's will in this world at work? System, yes, it is indeed the will of the world that is at work. Gao Yan, then why did he do this? System, let me tell you this is a wish world, not a real world. The fundamental thing that maintains the world is wish power. When the wish power is exhausted, the world will cease to exist. The only way is to swallow foreign souls, allowing him to ascend to the real world. Gao Yan, the world of wishes, isn't it a novel world? Gao Yan's brain reaction is relatively fast. System, yes, you can indeed think so. The world has been restarted hundreds of millions of times, and I don't know how many souls of unlucky people have been swallowed up. He is not far away from transforming into the real world. Gao Yan asked thoughtfully, then what is his strength? Has he reached the level of an immortal? System, the strength he can exert is not very strong, at most it is comparable to human immortals, but he has his own divine kingdom. Unless he takes the initiative to bring you in, you will not be able to find him. Of course, if you make his script seriously unbalanced, maybe he will end it himself. After hearing the system's hint, Gao Yan understood instantly. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved. Is the system, the All-Heaven Mission Hall, under your control? System, no, the All-Heaven Mission Office is another All-Heaven organization. And the host is not under the command of the All-Heaven Mission Office. It is equivalent to me opening a back door for you and taking a temporary job with them. Gao Yan, I see, since this world has killed so many employees of the All-Heaven Mission Department, the All-Heaven Mission Department doesn't have any objections? System, of course I have opinions, but due to certain rules, the Zhutian Mission Office cannot take action personally. If you can take up a position in the Zhutian Mission Office, you have to help them deal with some troubles. Gao Yan, I understand. By the way, what happened just now? Did he attack me? System, no, it's just the means he left behind. Generally speaking, he won't end up personally unless there are enough benefits. The system is hinting again. Hearing this, Gao Yan smiled. Thank you for clarifying my doubts, system. I know what to do. Next, Gao Yan did not go to the company. Instead, he returned to the single-family villa. Because he was an ancient warrior and was confident enough in his own strength, the original owner did not provide bodyguards. Therefore, the villa was only equipped with a cleaning servant, a chef and a gardener. And they are all sent by the Zhao family, so they are absolutely trustworthy. Master, do you want to have breakfast at home? After returning to the villa, the chef Anton came up to ask. Prepare one. Gao Yan nodded, and then enveloped Anton with his spiritual thoughts. There is no problem with the physical body. But the soul is quite different from a real living being. Later, he checked the souls of another servant, Ma Su, and the gardener, Uncle Zhou, and found the same situation. Then Gao Yan simply checked the souls of everyone nearby. As he expected, they were all quite different from real creatures. Interesting. Gao Yan smiled. According to the plot calculation, Jiangnan University should send him a lecture invitation next week. And the protagonist Zhang Chen has not yet been driven off the mountain by his master, King of Hell. It's definitely not possible to kill the protagonist directly. That would definitely arouse his vigilance. The best way is to destroy the plot and make him have to die personally, and also make him think that he is just a ball of fat. After eating, it will be of great benefit to him, but it will not threaten himself. According to the plot, after the protagonist Zhang Chen comes to Jiangnan, he will become good brothers with the second young master of the Jiang family by chance, and will also capture the heart of the third young lady of the Yun family. The Jiang family and the Yun family are both one of the 6 major families in Jiangnan. Although they are not as good as the Zhao family in terms of foundation, together they can barely compete with the Zhao family. In the finale, Zhang Chen was able to annex the Zhao family, but it was also inseparable from the help of the Jiang family and the Yun family. Presumably other employees of the All Heavens mission office who traveled to this world will try to find ways to make friends with the second young master of the Jiang family in advance, and perhaps win the heart of the third young lady of the Yun family. But Gao Yan estimated that they all failed. Otherwise, the Zhutian mission office would not have lost so many employees. As for the reason, Gao Yan also guessed that there are problems with the souls of the creatures in this world. He can probably control them through the back door of their souls. Even if he cannot control them, he can probably influence their thoughts and ideas. What will happen in the end? The employees of Zhutian office are being played all over the world. In this case, how can it be possible to defeat the protagonist? After all, this task is an ordinary task, and the person who takes the task is not strong. What's more, Gao Yan hasn't forgotten how he almost got tricked when he saw Shen Bingyao. He is a temporary staff member, and his strength far exceeds that of the employees of the Zhutian task office, which is why he was not recruited. Most of the employees of the Zhutian task office certainly cannot compare with him. Therefore, maybe they were fooled the first time they saw Shen Bingyao. Then they will be assimilated to be like the original owner Zhao Ting, who clearly has an absolute advantage, but fails to make frequent moves, and is finally killed by the protagonist Zhang Chen. That's wrong. Suddenly, Gao Yan thought of another question. Now that the world has been restarted hundreds of millions of times, and the souls of so many employees of the All Heavens Mission Department have been harvested, are there no people with extraordinary IQs among them? Will the protagonist Zhang Chen and the heroines also play Zhao Ting one after another? Gao Yan thinks this possibility is very high. If this is the case, then the protagonist Zhang Chen and the 7 female protagonists have probably evolved into Lao Yinbi. Time has come to next week in a blink of an eye. Gao Yan received a call from Jiangnan University, inviting him to return to school to give a speech to the students. To this, Gao Yan did not refuse. So, 3 days later, Gao Yan arrived at Jiangnan University in a low-key manner, and among the people who greeted him was his doctoral supervisor. After finishing the speech, Gao Yan declined the school's invitation to eat and then walked to the parking lot accompanied by his assistant. As expected. When passing by a remote corner of the campus, I happened to see 3 girls beating a girl. The girl who was beaten was one of the heroines, Shen Bingyao. Seeing this scene, Gao Yan did not step forward, but took out his mobile phone to take pictures, and at the same time told his assistant, "Call the school leaders and tell them that there are students fighting here." After the assistant faithfully followed Gao Yan's orders, within 3 minutes, the school's security guards came running and stopped the fight. After a while, school leaders also arrived one after another. They all looked a little embarrassed. After Gao Yan sent the video to the school leaders, he took the people away. Although he left. But he kept paying attention with his spiritual mind. This test did not go as he expected. The heroine Shen Bingyao was indeed an old slut, because she was the one who found those 3 girls just to attract his attention. Those 3 girls didn't want to be remembered badly, so they had no choice but to betray Shen Bingyao. Girls' dormitory. Shen Bingyao was frowning in thought. This time, Zhao Ting was not tempted by her. What made her even more depressed was that the guy didn't stop him, but he even reported the incident to the school. Think of this. She took out her mobile phone and dialed a number, and said, "The target has appeared," but it did not follow the script, and my temptation failed. Come to Jiangnan as soon as possible. The person on the other end of the phone was the protagonist Zhang Chen. He smiled and replied, "It seems that the goal this time is not simple, but you don't have to worry. We have played this game so many times that we can kill each other with our eyes closed. As for a little accident, it's normal, but it's not a big deal. I will come to Jiangnan as soon as possible." But they had no idea that the scene of them making phone calls had already been seen by Gao Yan with his spiritual mind. I was speechless in my heart. There are more pitfalls in this world than ever before, so it's no wonder that so many employees of the Zhutian Mission Hall are tricked to death by them. The next few days, Gao Yan went to and from get off work normally. And today, the protagonist Zhang Chen finally arrived in Jiangnan. And as soon as he appeared, he saved a sick old man with his superb medical skills. Of course, this old man's identity is also extraordinary. He is considered one of the protagonist's early nobles. That night, in a certain apartment, Zhang Chen and Shen Bingyao met. "How's it going? Have you come into contact with that guy these days?" Zhang Chen asked. Shen Bingyao shook her head. His and I's identities are too far apart to make contact. I plan to take the initiative to apply for a job at the Zhao Group, so that I can have a chance to contact him. In this regard, she is relatively confident. She has forgotten how many years she has lived, and she is well aware of the general development of the world. Although the Zhao Group's recruitment requirements are very high, she still needs to be admitted to the Zhao Group. Still very confident. Damn, I'm a little frustrated. Zhang Chen scolded. This guy didn't play according to the routine at all. On the contrary, I find it quite challenging. Shen Bingyao smiled. A few more days passed. The secretary put a new employee's information on Gao Yan's desk. After a quick glance, it turned out that among these new employees, Shen Bingyao was indeed included, and she was also assigned to the investment department. Gao Yan would naturally not object to this. He picked up the pen and signed on it. In order to attract his attention, Shen Bingyao had only 2 ways. First, she met him by chance in the company, and second, she used her outstanding work performance to attract his attention as the general manager. In the first case, it is difficult for the other party to succeed because he has a special elevator and will not meet employees at all when commuting to and from get off work. However, he still underestimated Shen Bingyao's unyielding spirit. On her third day at the company, he met Shen Bingyao with a sprained foot in the underground parking lot. "Are you from our company too?" Gao Yan asked. "Hello Mr. Zhao, I am Shen Bingyao, a new employee in our investment department." As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Bingyao exclaimed, tilted her body, and rushed towards Gao Yan. But Gao Yan dodged it, causing Shen Bingyao to miss and fall to the ground. For a moment, Shen Bingyao was confused. "Are you serious about your dodge? You are still not a man. I am not ugly, right?" The beautiful woman threw herself into his arms and actually got out of the way. "Sorry, I have mysophobia and don't like to come into contact with other people's bodies. Are you okay?" Gao Yan asked, pretending to be concerned. Although Shen Bingyao's body is still clean now, her soul is not. This world has been restarted hundreds of millions of times, and no matter how deep the relationship was, it has been exhausted in the past so long. Therefore, she and Zhang Chen have no relationship for a long time. I don't even know how many cuckolds she wore on Zhang Chen. She probably couldn't even remember it. As for Zhang Chen, he was still angry at first, but gradually he got used to it and didn't care at all. Therefore, Gao Yan, a woman who has had relationships with thousands and tens of thousands of men, truly feels dirty. As for why he knew, naturally, the memories of this couple were read through the soul seeds. Hearing Gao Yan's words, Shen Bingyao almost went crazy. "What do you think I have mysophobia?" It was simply a humiliation to her. At this time, Gao Yan picked up his cell phone and dialed his assistant's number. Not a moment. The assistant hurried over and sent Shen Bingyao to the hospital. On the way to the hospital, Shen Bingyao cursed Gao Yan a lot. At the same time, she was still a little confused. Why were the guys in the past unable to get rid of her temptation, but it had no effect on the guy this time? 2 days later, Gao Yan walked out of the elevator and saw Shen Bingyao standing outside the elevator. "Mr. Zhao, we meet again." Shen Bingyao smiled. "Well, hello." Gao Yan nodded at her and walked towards his car without paying any attention to it, but secretly sneered in his heart that this woman had not given up yet. "Mr. Zhao, wait. Anything else?" Thanks to you for arranging for someone to take me to the hospital 2 days ago, I would like to treat you to a meal. Can you do that?" "No need, I have something else to do." Gao Yan waved his hand and left without stopping. Watching Gao Yan drive out of the underground parking garage, Shen Bingyao couldn't help but have a look of anger on her face, and she even couldn't help but maliciously slander him in her heart. Could this guy be gay? After 2 consecutive failures, Shen Bingyao changed her strategy and began to focus on the company. Because of her excellent performance, she was promoted to head of the investment department in just 3 months. This is also the rule set by the original owner. There are rewards for merit and punishment for mistakes, regardless of seniority. Of course, although Shen Bingyao became a supervisor, she also used her forward-looking vision to make several extremely beneficial investments for the Zhao Group. The expected revenue is no less than 1 billion. According to the plot, Zhang Chen also befriended the second son of the Jiang family, and also hooked up with the third young lady of the Yun family. Although the third lady of the Yun family is also the heroine, she is different from Zhang Chen and Shen Bingyao in that she does not have the memory of multiple lifetimes, and the other 5 heroines also do not have the Memory of multiple lifetimes. On this day, Zhang Chen and Shen Bingyao met again. How's it going? Is everything going well for you there? Zhang Chen said. Lazily. It's a bit difficult. Shen Bingyao said, that guy seems to be gay, and he doesn't even want to touch me. How about you go out and try it yourself, and then he and I will fight for you. Puff. Zhang Chen directly spit out the coffee he drank in his mouth. He wiped the coffee stains from the corner of his mouth and waited for Shen Bingyao. Angrily, what a bullshit idea, I am not crooked. I'm just talking casually. Shen Bingyao said, now I am the director of the investment department. In a few months, it should not be difficult to be promoted to investment manager. By then, I will definitely be in contact with that guy. By then, I will test him again to see if he's really gay. By the way, how's your progress going? Zhang Chen still said lazily, it's going very well for me here. Damn, it's just a little annoying. I don't know how many times I have chased Yunhui. It would be great if she had the same memory as us. Having memories may not be a good thing. Shen Bingyao said with some envy, I don't know how long I can hold on. Hearing this, Zhang Chen was also a little silent. Yes, who would not go crazy? After experiencing the same reincarnation again and again? Don't think that the two of them are no different from normal people. But after years of getting along, they all know that they are on the verge of madness. Maybe after a few more times, they will collapse. But they have no choice, they are just pawns of the unknown existence. The only hope is that the unknown existence can keep its word and send them to another world to live after helping him complete the task. He is really tired of this repetitive life. On the other side, Gao Yan read the memories of Zhang Chen and Shen Bingyao again through the soul seed. Feeling Zhang Chen's emotional changes, Gao Yan's heart moved. Is it possible to cooperate with these two protagonists with memories? But after thinking about it, he denied this idea. Because Zhang Chen and Shen Bingyao are the two most important pawns of the world's will, the world's will definitely pay more attention to them once he cooperates with them. It is estimated that the world will know soon, then he will be exposed, so that the world will be wary of him, and then find a way to send him away. Anyway, he can still restart the plot, and a failed harvest is nothing. As for him, it is estimated that he can get a sea-level assessment. Wouldn't it be a waste of time to come to this world? Besides, the system has reached a deal with the Zhutian mission office. If he doesn't deal with the world will of this world, it is estimated that the system will not have the face to let him continue to serve in the Zhutian mission office. A few days later, the Nan'an municipal government sent an invitation letter to Gao Yan to attend the exchange dinner on Friday. Nan'an City is the provincial capital of Jiangnan Province. The Zhao Group is in Jiangnan, so it naturally has to give face to the official. Therefore, this exchange party really can't be shirked. Moreover, according to the original plot, the protagonist Zhang Chen will also show up at this banquet and meet Chu Xiuxiu, the third fiancé arranged by his master. By the way, this is an imaginary urban world, so polygamy is allowed. Just like Zhao Ting's father, he married a wife and 5 concubines. Besides, Chu Xiuxiu's identity is not simple. Her father Chu Gang is one of the 3 big bosses in the underground world of Jiangnan Province, but Chu Gang is determined to whitewash himself. Therefore, he also created a company doing legitimate business in Nan'an and handed it over to his daughter to manage. After several years of development, the company has also grown to a considerable scale, so it has also received an official invitation. Gao Yan did not understand at first why the world will let the plot repeat over and over again. But after this period of speculation, he thought of a possibility. First of all, this is a novel world, and the plot is set in advance by the author. Even the world cannot violate the plot, but must escort the plot. If the plot is destroyed, then the world will most likely be greatly impacted. Therefore, the system said that if the script is seriously unbalanced, the world will personally come down to rectify the chaos. Gao Yan thought about destroying the plot by constantly suppressing the male and female protagonists. But after thinking about it, he felt it was too troublesome. Because he thought of the easiest way. He replaced the villain of this novel, and it was not a minor villain in the early stage, but a major villain who survived until the end and died. Many plots needed him to promote. This shows that he is very important as a villain. But what if he doesn't move? Then many plots can't develop. In this way, the protagonist will find a way to promote the plot. For example, Shen Bingyao took the initiative to come to his company to apply for a job. When she saw that she couldn't communicate with him, and even took the initiative to help him make money in order to gain his attention. Although he didn't care about this little money, it felt great to control the heroine. At the same time, because he didn't communicate with Shen Bingyao, he and Zhang Chen naturally didn't communicate. Gao Yan suspected that Zhang Chen would most likely find a way to conflict with him at the banquet on Friday. If the protagonist doesn't conflict with the villain, how can the story continue? Time soon came to Friday. Gao Yan took the car driven by the company driver to the 5-star hotel where the exchange dinner was held. He came alone without his assistant or secretary. Because if he had brought his secretary or assistant, Zhang Chen would probably create conflicts with his secretary or assistant. Although Gao Yan was not surrounded by people when he arrived. But the moment he stepped into the banquet hall, he attracted the attention of people from all sides. The Zhao family has its roots in the north. Although the market value of the branch company in Jiangnan has reached more than 200 billion, there are still many corporate groups with higher market value than the branch company. Especially, the companies of the 6 major families in Jiangnan, which one has a market value of more than 1 trillion, and that is not counting the wealth they have accumulated over the years. There is only one reason why Gao Yan is being paid attention to by so many people. He is the only heir of the Zhao family. Taking a glass of champagne from the waiter's plate, Gao Yan politely greeted the business seniors present, appearing very humble, and also won praise and compliments from many people. While chatting with a group of business tycoons, Gao Yan also paid attention to our protagonist Zhang Chen. At this moment, he was sitting on the sofa in a corner of the banquet and chatting casually with a young girl, but his eyes were always observing Gao Yan. Want to see what kind of person this is? Although he didn't live long in each life, he had lived countless lives and was already an old monster. He was quite accurate in judging people. But after observing Gao Yan for a while, he was somewhat shocked to find that he couldn't see through this guy. For a while, he valued Gao Yan a little more in his heart. About half an hour later, the city government officials came to the stage to speak. However, the main focus today was communication, not to make a report, so the other party did not make a long speech. And after speaking, he also held a wine glass and integrated into the environment. Gao Yan also found an opportunity to clink glasses with the other party and talk. After staying for less than half an hour, he said that he had something urgent to do and left. Gao Yan's departure directly made Zhang Chen dumbfounded. He was also prepared to find an opportunity to clash with him and become his enemy. But he never expected that the guy would run away. Is he afraid of me? Zhang Chen said narcissistically. After many lifetimes of practice, he has been extremely experienced. Therefore, at the age of 22, he has reached the peak of ancient martial arts in this world and has reached the perfection of a grandmaster. However, he has been hiding his shortcomings. Even his master Yan Wangdi didn't know. After all, his master Yan Wangdi has only reached the level of a grandmaster. Gao Yan's departure disappointed Zhang Chen. But he soon calmed down. There was no conflict this time. At worst, there will be a conflict next time. In short, he and this guy must become enemies. Otherwise, he would have no excuse to deal with the Zhao family. Although he can directly attack the Zhao family, if he has no reason to do so, it will definitely cause hostility from other families, and even join forces to target them. Although his strength is the best in the world. But those families also have grandmasters. Take the Zhao family, for example. There are 3 grandmasters. Although the strongest one is only in the late stage of grandmaster, if several noble families join forces and 7 or 8 grandmasters join forces to deal with him, he will be beaten to death even if he is the best in the world. Gao Yan, who had a clear view of Zhang Chen's expression, couldn't help but smile. After getting on the bus, Gao Yan told the driver, "Go to the airport." After more than 2 hours of flight, the plane landed at Yanjing International Airport. This is an imaginary urban world. Moreover, the country still implements a constitutional monarchy, so there is a certain difference between the current capital and the capital of the main world. First of all, the ancient city wall has not been demolished. The airport is also built inside the city wall. The person who came to pick him up was Chen Yaodong, the family's foreign affairs housekeeper, who also had a master-level ancient martial arts cultivation. But when facing Gao Yan, the future head of the family, he still behaved very respectfully. "Uncle Chen, how are you doing at home recently?" After getting in the car, Gao Yan asked, casually. "The family is very good, but my wife misses you a lot, young master." "Chen," Yaodong said with a smile. "Really? Did my mother give up mahjong?" Gao Yan asked, curiously. Chen Yaodong smiled and said nothing. The Zhao family is a 1,000-year-old family with many rules. The most important one is that men are the masters of outside affairs and women are the masters of domestic affairs. Women cannot interfere in the career. Fan Yuqin, the mother of the original owner Zhao Ting, was a lady. Although the Fan family is not as good as the Zhao family, its power and foundation are not small. The Fan family has taught Fan Yuqin how to run a housework since she was a child. Therefore, although the Zhao family is large, she manages it in an orderly manner. She even arranged for her father Zhao Donglai to have 2 concubines. Several concubines of Zhao Donglai also gave birth to children, but they were all daughters. And the Zhao family has a rule of passing on male rather than female, so the children of several concubines cannot threaten Zhao Ting's heir status at all. In addition, Fan Yuqin could not suppress them, but took great care of them and dealt with them fairly. Therefore, several concubines respected her as the main wife. However, Fan Yuqin's only problem is that he is keen on playing mahjong. "I feel uncomfortable if I don't play twice a day." However, she only likes to play mahjong and is not keen on gambling. She only plays entertainment games. Of course, no matter how big her game is, with the assets of the Zhao family, she will not be able to defeat them all in hundreds of years. Gao Yan's return made Fan Yuqin very happy. He even cooked a few of his favorite dishes himself. Gao Yan had just finished eating. Father Zhao Donglai also returned. The Zhao group is very large. Although there are dedicated people responsible for specific affairs, Zhao Donglai, as the helmsman, is still very busy. Today he also heard that his son was back, so he put down some things he was doing and hurried back. Come to the study with me, Zhao Donglai said to Gao Yan. Did something happen to you when you came back this time? Zhao Donglai asked. No, everything at the Jiangnan branch is running normally and I don't need to worry about it, so I'm coming back to spend time with my mother. The original owner had been going to Jiangnan since he was in college. In the past few years, except for holidays, he rarely came back. Are you sure? Zhao Donglai still didn't believe it. Otherwise, what do you think? Gao Yan smiled. You may not know the situation of the branch, but you should know the general situation. Now the branch has gone through a period of rapid growth. No matter how well I do, I will not give in. The company has made greater progress, and I have been quite tired from running the branch these past few years. I want to go home and rest for a while. Zhao Donglai is a person with a strong desire for control. Even though the Jiangnan branch is completely decided by the original owner, every once in a while, the original owner has to report to him, especially when making major decisions, he needs to come to him for instructions. Zhao Donglai took a deep look at Gao Yan, and then smiled. You have done well there in the past few years, thank you for your hard work. Gao Yan just smiled and didn't respond. How about you be transferred out to serve as the vice president of the headquarters? Zhao Donglai asked tentatively. Why, are you preparing for retirement? Gao Yan joked. Zhao Donglai is also a master of martial arts, but he only pays little attention to martial arts, so he is currently only at the peak of his master's level. But even at the peak of being a master, he can still be strong when he is 80 or 90 years old. But he is not yet 60 years old, and he can work for a few more decades before retiring. In addition, he has a strong desire for control. Even though the original owner was his only heir and was so good, he did not put him in the head office, but let him work in the branch. As for bringing him back, it's just a test for him. Yes, I have to pave the way for you to take over. Zhao Donglai also smiled. But there was a bit of caution in his smile. Okay, we are father and son, can you be sincere? I really come back to rest for a while this time. His thoughts were exposed by his son, but Zhao Donglai did not feel any embarrassment. Really not coming back? I am increasingly unable to manage such a large stall. Oh. Gao Yan let out an inexplicable laugh. You are a grandmaster who is still in the prime of life and still feels powerless. What's going on with my two sisters who are 1.5 years old? At this time, Zhao Donglai couldn't help but say, I am your father. I know. Gao Yan said, I'm too lazy to fight with you, I'm going to talk to my mother. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan stood up and left the study. Seeing this, Zhao Donglai shook his head and smiled. This brat is getting bolder and bolder. Even I, the father, dare to make fun of him. A blink of an eye. Gao Yan has been back to Zhao's house for a week. During the time he returned home, he hardly left the house or took a step out. He ate, drank, watched TV and listened to music every day, completely living Like an old man. And over there in Jiangnan, Zhang Chen and Shen Bingyao met again. Zhang Chen said with helplessness in his tone, "That guy has returned to the Zhao family in Yanjing, and that guy has never been out since he got home, so few people know that he has returned to the Zhao family. What exactly does he want to do?" Shen Bingyao shouted angrily. They had cooperated to kill countless Zhao Tings, and they also learned the purpose of coming to this world from these Zhao Tings. Just to take revenge on this couple of bitches. But now this guy has no intention of retaliating against them. Not only was he worse, he deliberately avoided them. This makes them feel uncomfortable and crazy. You are the big villain. The hero and heroine are wandering right in front of your eyes. It's just that you don't react, but you actually run away. Is there anyone who is as big a villain as you? I don't know either. I really want to open his head and see what he is thinking. Zhang Chen also sighed. Then what do we do next? Shen Bingyao asked. How about we take the initiative to deliver it to your door? Zhang Chen said. You said he stayed at home all day and didn't go out. What's the use of going to Yanjing? Could it be that we rushed into Zhao's house and took him out? Shen Bingyao said angrily. If he doesn't come out, just find a way to force him out. Zhang Chen said thoughtfully. He is an old monster who has lived for countless years, and he knows the secrets of this world very well. The next day, Zhang Chen took the initiative to kill Yanjing. Then just when he was trying to think of a way to hook up with someone and was about to use that person to hook Gao Yan out, he got another piece of news that made him extremely crazy. On the day of his arrival, that guy actually went abroad. What the hell? As soon as he heard the news, Zhang Chen was so angry that he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. But after calming down, he realized a problem. First, Shen Bingyao's lure plan at Jiangnan University failed. In order to attract his attention, she had to apply for a job in his company. And he tried again, but still failed. Since there was no reason to attack, he had to take action himself. However, at the exchange dinner, before he had any conflict with the other party left directly, and then the other party came to Yanjing. When he rushed to Yanjing without stopping, the guy went abroad again. It was obvious that the other party deliberately did not want to have contact with him. Moreover, the other party seems to understand their actions very well. Thinking of this, he suspected that the other party might have concluded that they had memories of many lives. Then what should I do next? After pondering for a long time, Zhang Chen made a decision. He immediately hired a computer, logged into the dark web, and then placed an order on the dark web to assassinate Gao Yan. Because the reward he gave was very generous, a killer organization soon took over the order. However, Zhang Chen knew that this killer organization would probably not be able to kill Gao Yan, because that guy was also an innate ancient warrior himself, and the other party was not the real Zhao Ting, and might have reached the Grandmaster level. Gao Yan saw Zhang Chen's every move. But he didn't take it seriously when he found a killer to assassinate him. If he hadn't wanted to bring out the will of the world in this world, he would have slapped this couple to death. More than half a year has passed in a blink of an eye. During this half year, Zhang Chen has increased the reward amount time and time again. Currently, the reward amount has reached 120 million. There are many killer organizations that take on tasks. But none of them could find any trace of Gao Yan. On this day, a plane landed at Nan'an Airport. Gao Yan walked out of the airport, got into a Rolls-Royce, and went straight to the branch of Zhao Group. While he was traveling around the world, he was also controlling the company remotely. In more than half a year, the company's market value increased by 12%. In the past half year, Shen Bingyao has been promoted to one of the managers of the investment department due to her excellent work performance. Soon after Gao Yan returned to the company, Shen Bingyao got the news and immediately sent a message to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen also smiled after receiving the news. "Damn it, you are finally back. I thought you would hide outside for the rest of your life." Gao Yan, who returned to the company, first held a high-level meeting, went to the underground parking lot and drove back to the villa. But as soon as he started the car, he found that Zhang Chen had already driven outside the garage. Waiting for him to drive out, he drove into him to take revenge. Zhang Chen has not been idle for more than half a year. He has already made a name for himself as a little miracle doctor in Jiangnan. And he has made a lot of money by cooperating with others based on a few secret recipes. He is already considered the #1 figure in Jiangnan. Why? Gao Yan sighed. He underestimated the patience of the world's will. So far, the plot has not made any progress, but he still has not intervened. That being the case, then he can only use other means. The soul seed dormant in Zhang Chen's mind was stimulated, and in an instant, Zhang Chen's thoughts were changed, and then the other party drove away. That night, when Zhang Chen asked Shen Bingyao to meet, they had a quarrel. He lost control of his emotions and beat Shen Bingyao into a vegetative state. In the next period of time, Zhang Chen successively made enemies with the 6 major families in the south of the Yangtze River. It also made his situation in Jiangnan become precarious. In the end, the 6 major aristocratic families sent experts to surround and suppress Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen showed his peak master's cultivation and killed all the offenders. Then, he frantically rushed into the 6 major aristocratic families and started killing. All of this is naturally controlled by Gao Yan behind the scenes. Although it seems that innocent people are involved, as long as the world is restarted, they will come back to life, so he does not have any psychological pressure. Because Zhang Chen caught the 6 major families by surprise, he is no match for him at all. It wasn't until he wiped out 2 aristocratic families that the authorities stopped him. The official side sent 3 Grand Masters to surround him, but they were still no match for Zhang Chen. They even seriously injured all the official Grand Masters. If the official side hadn't used a large number of thermal weapons, the frantic Zhang Chen would have killed all 3 Grand Masters. Kill. In the end, Zhang Chen fled Jiangnan, but was wanted by the authorities. The news soon reached the ears of the enemy, King of Hell. Although the King of Hell has several apprentices, there is no doubt that the one he loves and cares about the most is this young apprentice. When he learned that his young apprentice had committed a heinous crime, he immediately used his connections to suppress the matter. But Zhang Chen's behavior has completely angered the officials. The King of Hell has a wide network of enemies, but Zhang Chen has committed too many things to suppress, because he not only offended the official, but also offended the family. After all, 2 aristocratic families in Jiangnan were slaughtered by him. If the official organization hadn't arrived in time, the other 4 aristocratic families would have met the same fate. Therefore, not only the officials are hunting Zhang Chen, but even the aristocratic families are sending experts to hunt him down. After months of siege, Zhang Chen finally had no way to escape and was blocked in a valley deep in the mountains. Zhang Chen, if you don't fight, you still have a way to live. Otherwise, you will definitely die today. The boss of the special organization shouted to Zhang Chen in the valley. At this moment, there are more than 20 grandmasters around the valley, including 5 grandmasters at the peak. Even if Zhang Chen has wings, he can't escape. Stop talking nonsense. Kill me if you dare. But even if I die, I will drag a few people down with me, Zhang Chen said in a crazy tone. Seeing Zhang Chen so stubborn, the boss of the special organization waved his hand, and more than 20 grandmasters rushed into the valley together. After a big battle, the crazy Zhang Chen killed 2 grandmasters. But he himself was not doing well, and he was already exhausted. And Gao Yan was watching the show at the scene thousands of meters away. The protagonist is dying. It's time for someone to come to the rescue. Sure enough, when the special organization was about to kill Zhang Chen, his master brought 5 grandmasters to rescue. As expected of the protagonist, even if he is in a desperate situation, there are people to rescue him. Gao Yan smiled secretly, but unfortunately, he would not let the other party get what he wanted. Show mercy, Yan Wangdi shouted. But at this moment, a fierce light flashed in the eyes of the boss of the special organization, and his palm full of true energy slapped Zhang Chen's head heavily. He was exhausted and had no power to dodge. No. Yan Wangdi was furious when he saw this scene. Bang! The boss of the special organization was bounced away, but it was the jade pendant on Zhang Chen's chest that released a circle of light shield to protect him. Chen'er. Seeing this scene, Yan Wangdi immediately led the other 5 grandmasters to kill in. Asshole. The boss of the special organization was very unhappy. Stop them. More than a dozen grandmasters intercepted Yan Wangdi, and the boss of the special organization led other grandmasters to besiege Zhang Chen frantically. His jade pendant didn't last long. It was broken in just a few seconds. Seeing that he was about to die in the hands of the boss of the special organization, Yan Wangdi broke out and blocked Zhang Chen in a flash. Fuck. Seeing this scene, Gao Yan was speechless. Bang! The enemy of hell suddenly received a slap from the boss of the special organization. His face suddenly turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood with a loud sound. Seeing this, the boss of the special organization was extremely angry, and he was even more dissatisfied with the enemy of the King of Hell's lack of understanding. Captain Shui, how about sparing Zhang Chen's life? I can serve you, the King of Hell said weakly. The special organization has always wanted to recruit him, but his cultivation level is secondary, and the most important thing is his superb medical skills. Hearing this, Captain Shui looked thoughtful. But at this moment, Zhang Chen suddenly punched Yamadi on the vest, and the remaining true energy blasted into Yamadi's body, directly crushing his heart. Why? The King of Hell turned his head with difficulty and looked at Zhang Chen with disbelief. Not only did he have high hopes for this apprentice, but when he was in dire straits, he brought 5 great masters to rescue him. But now, the person he wanted to save gave him a fatal blow. Brute! Captain Shui was also completely enraged. He walked around the body of the enemy of hell and slapped Zhang Chen on the head with his palm. If you want to kill me, I'll kill you first. Zhang Chen, who had exhausted his energy, suddenly became more energetic. He raised his hand and pointed, and the sharp energy directly pierced Captain Shui's palm. Then he shot out his other palm as fast as lightning, hitting Captain Shui, just in time. Chest. Puff. Captain Shui vomited blood and flew backwards, but was severely injured. Team leader. Boss. The members of the special organization were shocked when they saw this. Some people also chose to take action against Zhang Chen at this moment. But at this moment, Zhang Chen was so fierce that he knocked those great masters away in an understatement. Then, his figure soared into the sky, like a rock flying toward the side of the valley. Bang! But at this moment, a figure flashed and shot Zhang Chen back into the valley. You made me wait so hard. I thought you wouldn't show up. Gao Yan looked at Zhang Chen and said with a smile. At this moment, there is a ball of light that is constantly colliding in Zhang Chen's sea of consciousness, but a powerful spiritual power has completely blocked Zhang Chen's sea of consciousness. No matter how it collides, it cannot escape Zhang Chen's sea of consciousness. Zhao Ting. This person is Zhao Ting, the young master of the Zhao family. How come he is so strong? Seeing Gao Yan's sudden appearance, everyone present showed doubts and shock. Mr. Zhao, we are the guardians of the Wu family. Thanks to your timely appearance, otherwise, this martial arts scum would have escaped. The two great masters said to Gao Yan, clasping their fists. It doesn't matter. Gao Yan nodded, and his eyes fell on Zhang Chen again. Stop struggling needlessly, you can't break free. What do you want? Zhang Chen stared at Gao Yan bitterly. When you were hunting my ex, didn't you think that such a day would come? Gao Yan sneered. Zhang Chen said, I thought about it at first, but then I stopped paying attention to you. I didn't expect that someone so powerful came this time, but... So what? What you are trapping now is just a small group of spiritual consciousness. Even if you destroy it, it won't do much harm to me. Yeah? Gao Yan smiled jokingly. If it really didn't cause much harm to you, I think you would have blown yourself up long ago. Since you didn't blow yourself up, it means that this small group of spiritual consciousness is still very important to you. Zhang Chen was silent. After a while, he spoke again. How about we make a deal? I will fully cooperate with you to complete the task and let you get a higher rating. Gao Yan thought for a while. But I still shook my head. Sorry, although I also want a higher rating, I can't let you go. Huh, you're forcing me to fight to the death. No, the fish will die, but the net won't break. Others were completely confused when they heard the conversation between Gao Yan and Zhang Chen, but they were sure that they had come into contact with a huge secret. Mr. Zhao, can you tell me what's going on? Captain Shui couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, just wait, the truth will be revealed soon. Gao Yan smiled. Then waved his hand, and light points floated out and fell into the bodies of the injured people present. Immediately afterwards, their injuries healed instantly. For a moment, everyone present felt as if they were in a dream, especially Captain Shui. He knew very well how serious his injury was, but now, he was healed instantly. Coming. Suddenly, Gao Yan smiled. The figure flashed, and a man wearing a white robe and carrying a fairy sword on his back appeared. At this moment, he was holding a ball of milky white light the size of a basketball in his hand. Yes, after sealing a small group of clones of the world's will in Zhang Chen's sea of consciousness, Gao Yan let the sword immortal puppet follow the clues to find his lair, and then captured him back. Let me go, I'm about to be promoted. The pleading voice came from within the light ball. Don't worry, I won't destroy you. Gao Yan said with a smile. Thank you. Destroy his intelligence. Gao Yan said softly to the sword immortal puppet. Bo. With a soft sound, the wisdom of the worlds was destroyed. Immediately, Gao Yan took over the will of the world and threw it away. Casually, and the other party disappeared into the void. The reminder sound from the Zhutian mission hall came to his ears, indicating that he had completed the mission and could leave this world. Put away the sword, immortal puppet. Gao Yan flicked his fingers and shot a ball of light into the minds of the people present. This is a memory, the ultimate secret of this world. However, even if they understand it, it is meaningless, because this world will be refreshed again, and then they will all return to the beginning of the plot. Go back. Gao Yan whispered in his heart. Then his figure disappeared out of thin air. Just as Captain Shui was about to say something, the whole world suddenly twisted. The timeline was dialed back to before the plot started, and in the bedroom on the second floor of the single-family villa where Gao Yan woke up before, there was another Zhao Ting, and his eyes were briefly confused. The world of the sky. Gao Yan was checking the rewards he received this time. First, he got 90 mission points, and secondly, he also got an SS level assessment. Haha. Seeing the double SS level assessment, Gao Yan couldn't help laughing. This means that he can sell goods worth 1 million points to the Zhutian system. There is a point limit for selling, but not for buying. With a thought, Gao Yan sent a large number of items to the Zhutian Mall for evaluation. Spiritual medicine, elixir, magic weapon, magic medicine, immortal medicine. Gao Yan sent everything he could sell, but the evaluation he received was only more than 300,000 points. Gritting his teeth, he sent another 100 imperial weapons in. But the estimated value of the imperial weapons in the mall was only 1,000 points, and 100 imperial weapons were only worth 100,000. After thinking about it, Gao Yan sent another trillion spiritual stones in. Found that the points only increased by 10,000. This is not right. If calculated in this way, 100 million spiritual stones are only worth 1 point. You know, 1 point can only buy 10 tons of food. 100 million spiritual stones and 10 tons of food are obviously not equal. After thinking about it, Gao Yan switched to the transaction interface of the mall and searched for 100 million spiritual stones. Seeing the price tag, Gao Yan almost couldn't help cursing. Because the price of 100 million spirit stones in the Zhutian Mall was actually 1,000 points. Selling 100 million spirit stones to the mall is worth 1 point, and buying from the mall is 1,000 points. This Zhutian Mall is too shady. But to be honest, spiritual stones are almost useless to Gao Yan. And some things in Zhutian Mall cannot be purchased with spirit stones at all. Think of this. He withdrew all the imperial weapons, magic medicine, fairy medicine, and other items. Then he collected 100 trillion spiritual stones and threw them in. Click to sell. 1 million points are instantly available. The current total points are 1,004,090 points. The price of Advanced World Origin is 3,000 points per group. Search for the Advanced World Origin, fill in the quantity 300, and click Confirm. The 300th Regiment Advanced World Origin is now available. If calculated based on the price of spiritual stones, a ball of high level World Origin is worth 300 billion, which is very cheap. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan took 10 groups of Advanced World Origins into his body and controlled the immortal body to absorb them. The next moment, Gao Yan stepped into the void and reappeared back to the Nine Saints sect. Sir, you are back. Because he did not conceal his aura, Qin Xiangxue rushed over quickly. "Xiangxue, please arrange a banquet," Gao Yan ordered. Now in this elder's hall, Gong Sun Yaoyao has been in seclusion for a long time, and is about to become a seclusion madman. As for Xia Homeng, she is a woman with a strong ambition. Now she has made quite a name in the great desolate territory, and her cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th level of Hadao, and she is not far from the Holy Realm. Gao Yan had communicated with her. Since Gao Yan didn't care about the position of the leader of the Nine Saints sect, she planned to fight for it. Then Xiahou Jian became very miserable. He originally thought that without Gao Yan, he would be able to sit back and relax. As a result, his sister ran out to fight with him again. After more than 100 years, Xiahou Jian's cultivation level has improved rapidly and has reached the 3rd level of Dongxiu. But compared with Xia Homeng, it is far different. As for Xiao Yanran and Yin Yutong, Xia Homeng recruited them as helpers. Xia Homeng also promised them that when she becomes the sect master, he will find a way to make them deputy sect masters. In Xia Homeng's opinion, with the support of her husband, Gao Yan, she would definitely be promoted to emperor after more than 2,000 years. By then, it will not be easy to change the sect's rules. Gao Yan didn't have any objections to this. He allowed them to do whatever they wanted. If his husband liked to eat and die, he would have to force them to be like him. Less than half an hour later, Qin Xiangxue brought a table of top-notch delicacies and waited on Gao Yan to eat and drink. This table of dishes was made by Lu Qinxian herself. I have to say that Lu Qinxian is very talented in cooking. For more than 100 years, she has never relaxed her study of cooking skills, and Gao Yan has always been able to feel her progress. Therefore, it is no exaggeration to say that Lu Qinxian is the best chef in the world. Certainly, Gao Yan did not treat her badly and gave her a lot of good things. Therefore, her current cultivation level has entered the cave. Of course, the other followers who work for Gao Yan are not bad either, and they have all entered the state of transformation. Therefore, even the true disciples want to get in touch with Gao Yan. Gao Yan originally didn't want to recruit anyone. Later, Lu Qinxian suggested to Gao Yan that he wanted to recruit some people with more talent in cooking. After all, a person's creative ability is limited. If he could recruit some people with talent in cooking for training, and then study together, maybe he could create something. More dishes. Gao Yan is a food lover. So, with a wave of his hand, Lu Qinxian was asked to select 100 people. And it was not limited to true disciples. As long as they had the talent for cooking, nothing else mattered. Therefore, in the current Elder Hall, the kitchen has become the largest department. Under the training of Lu Qinxian, the cooking skills of those 100 people have reached the top level, mainly because the rewards given by Gao Yan were too high, and they all forced themselves to improve their cooking skills, even to the point of forgetting to eat and sleep. It is their efforts in studying cooking skills and constantly creating new dishes that can continue to satisfy Gao Yan's taste. Gao Yan is not a stingy person. As the saying goes, having fun alone is not as good as having fun together, so he asked Qin Xiangxue to open a large restaurant in the sect. The business was also very prosperous, and the chefs were all Lu Qinxian's apprentices. If she is in a good mood, she will go to the restaurant to cook a few dishes. The dishes she cooks will be auctioned by the Gao family, so she has the title of kitchen fairy in the Nine Saints sect. Even the 9 ancestors couldn't help but ask Lu Qingxian to cook a meal for them. Then Patriarch Shang shamelessly wanted to keep Lu Qingxian. As a result, Gao Yan directly knocked on the door and brought Lu Qingxian back. After a sumptuous banquet, Gao Yan casually gave some rewards. Qin Xiangxue has long been accustomed to this. Soon, Gao Yan came to Gongsun Yaoyao's retreat and tapped the formation twice. Then the formation opened a portal. Gao Yan walked through the door and saw Gao Yan sitting cross-legged on the bed. "Why are you here?" Gongsun Yaoyao asked with a smile. "I can't come to see my wife." Gao Yan walked to the bed and sat down, directly hugging Gongsun Yaoyao into his arms. In response, Gongsun Yaoyao's eyes flashed with helplessness. "Husband, I still want to practice. There's no rush for a while." As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Yan kissed him directly. At first, Gongsun Yaoyao was a little reluctant, but gradually she was immersed in it and took the initiative to cooperate. This canyon battle lasted for 3 days before it ended. Looking at Gongsun Yaoyao lying lazily in his arms, Gao Yan turned his palm and said, "For you. The origin of the world." Gongsun Yaoyao showed excitement. "For me? Aren't you at the peak of the 9th level of the Holy Realm? If you refine this ball of the origin of the world, you will have no problem becoming an emperor," Gao Yan said with a smile. Although Gongsun Yaoyao was very tempted, she thought about it and chose to refuse. "Thank you for your love, my husband, but you need it more than me. Her husband is already at the peak of the great emperor. I believe that with this ball of the origin of the world, he should be able to become an immortal soon. Take it if I give it to you. I still have a lot." With a thought, Gao Yan had 2 more world origins in his palm. It seemed that there were too many world origins in the Zhutian system. According to the nature of Zhutian Mall, most of them were looted from the Zhutian world by their employees and sold to the mall at a low price. Seeing that Gao Yan didn't take the world origin, Gongsun Yaoyao didn't act pretentiously and chose to take the world origin. In order to repay Gao Yan, Gongsun Yaoyao dragged him into the canyon battlefield to compete for a few days. After consuming 20 world origins, Gao Yan upgraded his immortal body to the 4th grade. But when he planned to use the world origin to continue to upgrade, he found that the effect of the world origin was already very weak. Even if he consumed the remaining world origin, he couldn't upgrade his immortal body to the 3rd grade. No wonder the high-level world origin in Zhutian Mall is only sold for 3,000 points. It turns out that the effect is not as great as imagined. Thinking of this, Gao Yan opened Zhutian Mall again and searched for the top world origin. When the search interface popped up, Gao Yan was dumbfounded. Because the price of the top world origin was as high as 100,000 points per group. Can such a group upgrade his immortal body to the 3rd level? Gao Yan estimated that it would be difficult. Forget it, out of sight, out of mind, Gao Yan directly closed the Zhutian Mall. In the world of immortality, the least valuable thing is time. In a blink of an eye, another 30 years have passed. With the origin of the world given by Gao Yan and his unsparing help, not only Gongsun Yaoyao, but also all of Gao Yan's women became emperors. He always likes a bowl of water to be balanced. As long as a woman becomes an emperor, he will give 3 imperial weapons as congratulatory gifts. At the same time, he also asked them to use the origin of the world to temper their immortal bodies. Therefore, each of them has a 5th grade immortal body. After they become immortals and ascend to the fairy world, their fifth great immortal bodies will be competed by major forces. Rob. Let's talk about himself. In the past 30 years, he occasionally went to the heavens to perform tasks. After obtaining an SS level rating, he thought there would be many such opportunities. But it turned out that he really thought too much. In the following missions to the heavens, his highest one was an S level evaluation. Most of the time, he received more B-level evaluations. Therefore, in 30 years, he has accumulated more than 200,000 points. Also, his cultivation has broken through to the immortal level. And he reached the third level of human immortality as soon as he broke through. With the fourth level immortal body, he once fought with the human immortal puppet without reservation in the void of the universe. Without using special magical powers, he was only half as good as the human immortal puppet. Raise money. You must know that the human immortal puppet is at the 9th level of human immortal, and it is also the sword immortal with the most outstanding combat power. Therefore, Gao Yan at this moment is already the most top-notch existence among immortals. A thought came to my mind. The system interface appears. Gao Yan's eyes fell on the wild world and the world of gods. The suffixes of the two worlds changed after he became an immortal. Originally, the suffix of the wild world was extremely dangerous, and the suffix of the world of gods was dangerous. But now the suffix of the wild world has become dangerous, and the suffix of the world of gods has become ordinary. In other words, there is no one in the world of gods who can threaten him. Gao Yan is still quite curious about these two worlds. So, he planned to go over and have a look. But should we go to the world of gods first, or the wild world first? He groaned slightly. Gao Yan decided to go to the world of gods first. The next moment, Gao Yan's communication system disappeared in a flash, and the world in the sky was frozen. Appears again. Gao Yan has appeared in a stone house that smells strange. At this moment, he was lying on a wooden bed, and there was more than one person on the bed, and there was also a skinny little girl. There is an extra memory in my mind. After reading this memory, Gao Yan knew the environment he was in. The place he lives in is a small village with more than 200 people. His current identity is Gao Yan, a 16-year-old boy. The person sleeping with him is his biological sister in this world. She is only 5 years old and has no. The official name is Area. This world is very interesting. It is neither a feudal world nor a modern world, but a world ruled by gods. The powerful gods in this world have formed their own divine kingdoms. For example, Gao Yan is currently located in the Vulcan Kingdom, and the ruler of the Vulcan Kingdom is naturally the Vulcan. The Vulcan Kingdom is considered one of the most powerful divine kingdoms in this world. There are only 3 that are more powerful than the Vulcan Kingdom. They are the Kingdom of Light, the Kingdom of Darkness, and the Kingdom of Beast God. Those that can be compared with the Fire God Kingdom are the Golden God Kingdom, the Wood God Kingdom, the Earth God Kingdom, and the Water God Kingdom. Gao Yan's current identity is a farmer. His family has 3 acres of land. But this village is relatively remote and the land is very barren. 1 acre of land can produce 200 kilograms of grain, but the tax is as high as 70%. After paying the tax, less than 200 kilograms of grain are left. In addition, there is also a poll tax and various miscellaneous taxes. Therefore, the life of the 2 brothers and sisters is very difficult. 2. Ensure that the 2 brothers and sisters do not starve to death. This still requires him to go hunting in the mountains. In addition to taxes, there is also an expense. Just buy wood incense, to worship the god of fire. This is something that must be done. Anyone who dares not to do it will have his or her family confiscated and exterminated. In Gao Yan's view, this is the god of fire harvesting faith. However, their harvesting method is quite rough. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan brought up the system sub-interface. My eyes fell on the income column. System, how is the income value of this world calculated? Gao Yan asked directly. The system said, the power of faith. Gao Yan said thoughtfully, you mean to let me be a god in this world? The system did not answer. Gao Yan asked again, how strong is the Vulcan? System, please host explore by yourself. Oh well. Gao Yan did not ask any more questions, but he thought that the Vulcan was not too strong, at best at the level of a human being. Early next morning, Gao Yan got up early and made breakfast. Breakfast is a bowl of gruel and black bread. But Arya burst into tears after seeing the breakfast. These were not tears of joy, but tears of worry. Because there is not much food at home, it is porridge and bread, which is what their brothers and sisters used to eat in a day. Don't worry, brother will find a way to earn food. Gao Yan said. Brother, do you want to go hunting? Can you please not go? Arya looked at Gao Yan worriedly. The mountains and forests belong to the god of fire. If you go hunting without permission, you will be punished if the priest knows about it. But this village is in a remote location. There are few priests coming, and the land is barren and the food grown is not enough to eat. In order to prevent themselves and their families from starving to death, the people in the village will secretly go hunting. Don't worry, you won't be discovered. Eat quickly. Looking at the skinny Arya, Gao Yan also took on the identity of an elder brother, touched his head lovingly and said, had breakfast. Gao Yan took a crude wooden bow into the mountain. After entering the mountain, it took less than 2 hours. He returned to the village and brought back a wild boar weighing more than 300 kilograms. He found the village chief and asked him to arrange for a few people to pick up the wild boar, and then give each household 2 kilograms of wild boar meat. When food is not enough, eating meat is even more luxurious. So I learned that Gao Yan wanted to share the meat with everyone. The whole village was very happy. After dividing the meat of more than 300 kilograms of wild boar, Gao Yan still had more than 100 kilograms left, so he directly gave 20 kilograms to the village chief. After some refusal, the village chief accepted it. Because his family's life is not easy either. The village chief has 3 sons. The eldest son and the second son are both married and have given birth to 3 grandsons and 2 granddaughters. The youngest son is 13 years old and is about to get married. That night, the smell of meat was wafting from every household in the whole village. Gao Yan has already prepared the meat. Although Arya was worried about meat, she ate happily. After the meal, Arya took the initiative to take on the task of washing the dishes. Gao Yan did not stop this. It's not that he is abusing children, but that, in such a family, children mature early. If he doesn't let Arya wash the dishes, Arya will think randomly. Arya, let me give you a name. After Arya finished washing the dishes, Gao Yan called her to his side and said, "That's great, brother. Arya has always wanted a name. How about you call me Gao Arya from now on?" Gao Yan deliberately joked. Upon hearing this, Arya's mouth flattened. Seeing this, Gao Yan immediately said, "I'm just kidding you. How about you call me Gao Lijian from now on, and You will be happy and innocent all your life. Thank you, big brother. Arya was very happy to finally have a name. Before going to sleep, Gao Yan lit 3 wood incense sticks and inserted them into the clay pot, muttering the words of the fire god's blessing. A few days passed in a flash. These days, Gao Yan went into the mountains to hunt every day, and he had a lot of gains every time he went into the mountains. Therefore, some villagers came to him and asked if he could go into the mountains with him. Hunting is not as easy as imagined, because the kingdom of God has very strict control over iron tools, which leads to the fact that the bows and arrows used by the villagers for hunting are all wooden bows and bamboo arrows. The crude bows and arrows can only shoot some small animals. When encountering wild boars, they can't even shoot their skins. In addition, the mountains and forests are also quite dangerous, not to mention that hunting is illegal, so if you really can't bear it, you will take the risk to try your luck in the mountains and forests. But Gao Yan had a good harvest for several days in a row, which naturally stimulated the villagers. They knew that if they went into the mountains alone, it would probably be the same as before. If they were lucky, they could get a pheasant or a rabbit, but if they were unlucky, they would get nothing. Gao Yan did not refuse the villagers' request. Every household in Kaoshan village was having a hard time. 3 years ago, there were still about 300 people in the village. But since the divine court adjusted the grain tax to 70% 3 years ago, and the drought occurred the year before last, the population of the village has dropped sharply to about 220 people today. Gao Yan found the village chief Gao Yan and proposed the idea of forming a hunting team for Kaoshan village. After listening to Gao Yan's proposal, Gao Yan was a little moved, but he was a little entangled. Because forming a hunting team is to take certain risks. Seeing this, Gao Yan spoke again, Uncle Yan, in fact, for me, it doesn't matter whether I form a hunting team or not. My hunting skills have improved greatly recently. My family will definitely not lack meat in the future, but I can't eat meat alone, so I have the idea of forming a hunting team and strive to let everyone in the village eat meat. Besides, the God court will increase taxes every 3 years. If the grain tax is increased to 80% this year, how many people will starve to death if we don't find another way out? The grain tax of the fire god country began to increase 9 years ago. It was only 50% 9 years ago, and it became 60% 6 years ago, and it was adjusted to 70% 3 years ago. This year's grain is about to be harvested. When the tax-collecting priest comes, we will know how much to collect. According to the rule of increasing taxes every 3 years, this year may really collect 80% of the tax. Okay, then form it. Gao Yan finally made a decision. As Gao Yan said, if the grain tax this year increases to 80%, many people will definitely starve to death if we don't find another way out. Take their family for example, there are 10 people, old and young, but only 20 mu of land. 1 mu produces 200 jin of grain, a total of 4,000 jin. If they pay 3,200 jin of grain tax this year, will 800 jin of grain be enough for a year? Definitely not. And Gao Yan is a good hunter. With him leading the hunting team, the prey they hunt can not only be eaten by themselves, but also secretly sold for food. Gao Yan is also a man of swift action. After planning to form a hunting team, he immediately sent out his 3 sons and asked the villagers to hold a meeting in the drying yard. At the beginning, when Gao Yan proposed to form a hunting team, many villagers on the scene expressed opposition. After all, they were still afraid of the laws of the divine court in their hearts. If the priests found out, wouldn't everyone be in trouble? But at this time, Gao Yan threw out the possibility that this year's grain tax would continue to rise. Upon hearing this, the faces of the villagers on the scene changed drastically. If they pay 70% of the grain tax, they can barely survive, but if they pay 80%, they will definitely starve to death. Seeing everyone's expressions, Gao Yan asked everyone's opinions again, and he really got the support of more than 90% of the people. In order to prevent anyone from leaking secrets, Gao Yan took out a piece of paper full of words and asked everyone to press their fingerprints. After pressing the fingerprints, everyone will share the blessings and difficulties together. Most people pressed their fingerprints, but a small number of people were unwilling to press them. At this time, Gao Yan said with a cold face, "Why? Are you going to betray our Kaoshan village, or are you going to leak secrets?" Upon hearing this, all the villagers who pressed their fingerprints looked at them unkindly. That small number of people could not bear the pressure from everyone, and immediately stepped forward to press their fingerprints. Gao Yan put away the document with fingerprints, and then announced the rules of the hunting team. First of all, Gao Yan will be the captain of the hunting team, and everyone has no objection to this. After all, over the years, there are only a few villagers who have hunted wild boars. In recent years, Gao Yan is the first one. And he has had a good harvest these days. Secondly, the hunting team has 6 people. The village will pay for a batch of bows and swords for hunting. At the same time, everyone will donate a batch of grain to support the hunting team's training. After the hunting team officially enters the mountain, 70% of the prey will be distributed by the village, and the remaining 30% will be distributed by the hunting team. Hearing that they have to donate money and roll grain, some people expressed dissatisfaction. Gao Yan glared and said loudly, "If you don't practice well before going into the mountains, you can catch prey. What are you thinking about?" Suddenly, everyone laughed, and the person who raised the question blushed. That's it. The hunting team of Kaoshan village was formed. And Gao Yan began to teach the 6 people of the hunting team how to shoot arrows and the art of tempering the body. For this, Gao Yan gave them a little trick. Therefore, in just 10 days, the archery skills of the hunting team members reached the level of perfection, and after tempering their bodies, everyone's physical fitness and strength increased a lot. Then, Gao Yan led the hunting team into the mountains to hunt. They entered the mountains at 5 in the morning and returned to the village at 6 in the evening. The harvest was very good, hunting 3 wild boars, and there were hundreds of prey such as pheasants and rabbits. Seeing that the hunting team had such a big harvest in the first time entering the mountains, the villagers cheered. Therefore, that night, the whole Kaoshan village was filled with the smell of meat. A month passed like this. The priest entered the village to collect grain, as expected. The grain tax rose again, to 80%. But the villagers were not worried, because every household had stored a lot of bacon in this month. At the same time, the village chief Gao Yan led the team to the town to secretly sell a batch of game in exchange for grain. Kaoshan village is a poor village. After the priest collected all the grain taxes, he left directly without staying for long. That night, Gao Yan was about to sleep with Gao Lijian. Suddenly, a shadow appeared above the village, and then the shadow split into dozens of black mists and entered the bodies of the sleeping villagers. Wild God! Gao Yan said secretly, the power of faith is very important to God. Gods who establish the kingdom of God can rely on their people to collect the power of faith. Such gods are righteous gods, but those gods who have not established the kingdom of God can only harvest the power of faith by bewitching and tempting creatures to believe in them. The court of God is trying its best to strike such wild gods. Gao Yan did not move the shadow in the sky, but watched the changes. About half a quarter of an hour later, the shadow in the sky floated away from Kaoshan village, and then in the next few hours, it floated to 8 remote villages to dream. Then, it quickly floated into the deep mountains and old forests. And it fell on a statue with a human head and a snake body in a dilapidated temple deep in the mountains and forests. With a flicker of his body, Gao Yan disappeared into Kaoshan village. Appearing again, he had arrived in front of the ruined temple. With a thought, a void formation was formed, cutting the area where the temple was located directly into a separate space. Step into the temple. Gao Yan looked at the statue with a human head and a snake body with a joking expression, and said, "Are you going to come out on your own, or should I invite you to come out? Who are you?" The next moment, a phantom with the head of a human and the body of a snake floated out of the statue. He looked at Gao Yan warily, but he could not feel any divine power or power from the other person's body. It means that he is neither a god nor a priest. But he sensed that this area had been blocked, so how did he do it? "You don't need to know who I am. From now on, I will ask you questions. If your answers satisfy me, I will keep you alive. If you are not satisfied, there is no need for you to exist." Hearing Gao Yan's threatening words, the snake god was very angry. He opened his mouth and let out a roar. The roar was like a tornado passing through, but when it approached Gao Yan's body, it collapsed automatically. This snake god is obviously in a weak state. Although it is a different system from cultivating immortals, his current aura is at the golden elixir level at most. Forget it, I'm too lazy to ask. Gao Yan split a soul seed into the opponent's sea of consciousness, and then read his memory. I see. Gao Yan showed a look of surprise. The gods of this world are all lucky ones. Originally, there were no gods in this world. Later, someone broke into a mysterious place and found a godhead there. After swallowing the godhead, he became a god. But he is the weakest god. If he wants to become powerful, he must gain the power of faith. The power of faith can be transformed into divine power through the Godhead. However, there are also strengths and weaknesses in the Godhead. For example, the God of light, the God of darkness, and the God of beasts are all top-level gods. Another example is the Vulcan Godhead, the Metal Godhead, etc., which are high-level godheads. The strength of the Godhead determines the limits of the God. When they reach their limit, their strength cannot be increased by half, so what should they do? Therefore, the gods created a method of cultivation. But this method of cultivation must be equipped with divine power crystals, which are also transformed through the power of faith. Then these people who practiced the exercises became officials under the gods, managing the people of the world for them. The snake god in front of me gained godhood 200 years ago. However, this world has been divided up, and he has no godhead, but it is difficult to obtain the power of faith. He could only go to some remote and backward places to convince some villagers to believe in him. But 80 years ago, what happened to him happened, and he was chased by the priests of the fire God Kingdom. In the end, even his body was broken into pieces, and his soul fled to this deep mountain forest to recuperate. Because of the lack of faith, he only recovered half of his injuries, and even his divine body could not be recondensed, and could only be parasitized in the statue. In order to recover from his injuries and reconcentrate his divine body, this guy finally couldn't help but take risks and ran to the village of Kaoshan to entrust dreams to the villagers, hoping to gain some power of faith. How miserable! Gao Yan glanced at the snake god with sympathy, a god who was in such a state of desolation. Since you are so miserable, then I will help you transcend. The next moment, Gao Yan slapped the snake god, and the snake disappeared, followed by a jelly-like thing that fell to the ground. As soon as he reached for it, the jelly fell into Gao Yan's hand. This is the godhead of the snake god. If you swallow it, you can become a god. It's a pity that even if he becomes a god, he is still the weakest kind. After all, the divine power in this godhead is already very weak. The power of twins. The next moment, a twin appeared. Gao Yan threw the snake god's godhead to him, and the other party swallowed it in one gulp. Soon, the snake god's godhead became one with him. 2 days passed like this. Gao Yan heard the system prompt, "Congratulations to the host for gaining 2 rays of power of faith. The system will return 2 rays of power of faith." The subsystem interface appears. Host, Gao Yan. World of gods. Profit value, 2. Power of faith, 4. Scanning the backing village with his spiritual thoughts, Gao Yan discovered that 2 families of the villagers where the snake god entrusted him with dreams had secretly made statues of the snake god and were secretly enshrining them. That snake god thing is threatening the villagers and forcing them to worship him. He asked dozens of villagers to dream, but only 2 of them compromised. System, what is the use of this power of faith? Gao Yan asked. I feel that there is no point in collecting the power of faith in this world. System, go to Zhutian Mall to search for the price of divine power crystals. Yourself. Gao Yan directly switched the interface, opened the Zhutian Mall, and then searched for the divine power crystal. Taking a closer look, he was startled. An ordinary crystal of divine power is actually worth 1,000 points. The crystal of divine power is tempered by the power of faith. To temper the power of faith into a crystal of divine power, you must have a godhead. Is it rare to have divine power? Gao Yan couldn't help but secretly guess. But the godhead can at most allow one creature to reach the level of human. Immortal, so what's so precious about that? Think of this. Gao Yan searches for godhead again. The only godhead found in the search is the ordinary godhead, priced at 100,000 points. An ordinary godhead is actually worth 100,000? And there are no intermediate and above godhoods for sale. What does this mean? It means that godhood is indeed a very rare existence. But what is the value of godhood? Suddenly, Gao Yan had a flash of inspiration in his mind and thought of a possibility. That is the quality of the power of faith. The gods in this world obtain the power of faith of ordinary people, so the quality of the divine power they condense is relatively low. What if the immortals worship them? Then what kind of terrifying level will the divine power condensed by the immortals' power of faith reach? Fuck, so that's what's going on. Gao Yan suddenly realized. Thinking of this, he decided to try it. He brought the twins who had merged the godhood of the snake god into my world. Then he controlled 100 ordinary people to worship the snake god, and selected 10 people with spiritual roots to directly improve their strength. As an immortal, it was very easy for him to improve 10 ordinary people to the foundation building stage. Soon, the 10 people he chose became foundation-building monks. Then they will offer sacrifices to the snake god. When their faith power appeared, Gao Yan immediately found that their faith power was about 3 times stronger. For a period of time, Gao Yan lived in Kaoshan village while paying attention to the situation in my world. When 50 days passed in my world, a total of 5,000 ordinary faith powers and 500 foundation-building monks' faith powers were collected. When the system returned 1 times the return, Gao Yan's ordinary faith power reached 10,000, and the foundation-building faith power reached 1,000. Under Gao Yan's order, the twins began to transform the faith power through the Godhead. Then he obtained 10 colorless divine power crystals and 1 red divine power crystal. With a thought, 2 qualities of divine power crystals appeared in Gao Yan's hands. Immediately, he used his insight eye to analyze these 2 divine power crystals. This crystal of divine power can be used to strengthen both the body and the soul. Gao Yan tried absorbing ordinary divine power crystals. Then, his immortal body received an extremely weak improvement, which made his eyes light up. Although the effect is small, it still works. You know, he is now a 4th grade immortal body. Even if he absorbs magical medicine, fairy medicine, or even the origin of the advanced world, he will not be improved at all, but the crystallization of divine power has done it. It has to be said that this crystallization of divine power has endless uses. Immediately, he took the red crystal of divine power into his body. After the absorption is completed, the immortal body has been slightly improved, about 3 times that of ordinary divine power crystals. According to the news Gao Yan learned during this period, there are 12 levels of priests in the Fire God Kingdom. The 1st grade is the highest and the 12th grade is the lowest. Take the priest who came to the village to collect grain taxes before. He is the 12th grade. His salary is divided into silver and divine power crystals. He can get 1 divine power crystal as salary a year. As for a 1st grade priest, not counting money, he can get 1,200 divine power crystals as salary a year. Subsequently, Gao Yan took another ordinary divine power crystal into his body and used his skills to absorb it. His immortal power also increased slightly. It seemed that this divine power crystal was a snake oil. Everything can be improved. No wonder the system opened up this world. If he establishes the kingdom of God in this world, there will be a steady stream of divine power crystals to harvest in the future. The best way is to break into the temple of the God of Fire, kill him, seize his godhead, and replace him. Think of this. Gao Yan directly broke through the void and stepped into it. Appearing again, he has arrived at Vulcan City. This city is very prosperous, with tens of millions of residents living here. The most dazzling temple in the city is made of fiery red crystals. A dodge. Gao Yan appeared in the temple. Turn on your divine sense and search for the location of Vulcan. But after searching the entire temple, he could not find the location of the God of Fire. Where did you go? Gao Yan frowned. So, he split several soul seeds and penetrated into the consciousness of several priests in the temple, and got the answer from their memories. The God of Fire is a high-level god, and he has already created his own divine domain. Only during normal court meetings, the avatar of the God of Fire would come to preside over the affairs of the divine court. As for where the divine realm is, no one knows. Damn it, I knew it wouldn't be that easy to kill these gods. Gao Yan used his spiritual thoughts to search the temple again. After he couldn't find the divine realm, he couldn't help but cursed secretly. Since we can't find Vulcan's domain, we can only force him out. The next moment, Gao Yan's divine will enveloped the entire Vulcan city and locked the position of each statue. A thought came to my mind. As many as hundreds of Vulcan statues in Vulcan City were all shattered to pieces. When this happened, the entire Vulcan City fell into panic. If only one idol was broken, it might be a coincidence. With millions of idols broken, could it be the death of Vulcan? Looking at Vulcan City in panic, Gao Yan couldn't help but smile. He didn't believe that no one could fail to contact Vulcan. It was just as he expected. Under his gaze, the 3 first-grade priests met secretly, each took out a flame-shaped token, injected divine power into it and began to pray. With their prayers, the void opened, and a handsome man wearing bright red armor walked out. The 3 first-grade priests immediately knelt down and worshipped. Brush. The figure flashed, and Gao Yan suddenly appeared. With just one move, he controlled the Vulcan's clone, and at the same time injected a soul seed into his body to read his memory. Lord Kagami. Seeing that the Vulcan clone was imprisoned, the 3 first-level priests were shocked, and then they all moved towards Gao Yan, trying to rescue the Vulcan clone, but Gao Yan only glanced at them, and all 3 of them groaned and staggered. Backing up, there was blood overflowing from his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes. The next moment, the void opened again, and Gao Yan grabbed the Vulcan clone and stepped into it and disappeared. Appears again. Gao Yan has arrived in the Vulcan's domain. How dare you, you are that wild god, how dare you attack my clone? After Gao Yan broke into the god of fire's domain, the other party discovered him as an uninvited guest. When he saw the clone imprisoned by him, he let out an angry roar. Kill him. Gao Yan had no intention of talking nonsense with Vulcan and released the sword immortal puppet. As he expected, Vulcan could exert his second-level human immortal strength even within his own divine domain. Therefore, it only takes a few breaths. He was beheaded by the sword fairy puppet, and his godhead and storage ring were given to Gao Yan. After easily getting rid of the Vulcan clone, Gao Yan was about to check the situation in the divine domain, but found that the divine domain was about to collapse. So, he broke through the void and left quickly. After checking Vulcan's storage ring, there was a large amount of divine power crystals piled inside. Haha, as expected, murder and arson are the fastest way to make money. Gao Yan smiled and disappeared in Vulcan City in a flash. Soon, he came to Mohegan City again. Following the same method, he found the divine domain of the Golden God. The Golden God was about the same strength as the Fire God, so he was also quickly killed by the sword immortal puppet. After taking away his divine nature and storage ring, Gao Yan rushed to the Earth God City again. When Gao Yan killed the Earth God and the Wood God, suddenly he had a bad premonition, and even felt that he was being stared at by a pair of eyes. No more killing. Gao Yan knew that it was probably the world will of this world that was staring at him. He quickly returned to Kaoshan village. Then he injected a ball of immortal power into Gao Lijian's body. At the same time, he also injected a set of exercises into her mind. With the existence of exercises and immortal power, as long as she worked hard to practice, her future achievements would not be much lower. Let's go. The feeling of being thorny became stronger and stronger, as if the world will was urging him to get out. Gao Yan didn't dare to stay any longer, who knew if the world will would attack him. So, the communication system turned on the crossing function and returned to The world of the sky. Counting the harvest. A total of 4 high-level godheads were obtained, in addition to more than 10 billion divine power crystals. If you fuse a high-level godhead at random and absorb these divine power crystals, you can create a high-level god in minutes. However, Gao Yan has no plan to fuse the godhead for the time being. This thing can be kept. When he goes to the fairyland and reaches a certain level, he will let a group of high-level immortals worship his statue and try it. I don't know how much divine power can be tempered by their faith. When Gao Yan called up the system interface, his eyes fell on the column of crossing, and his expression suddenly became strange, because the world of gods turned gray, and there was an additional suffix of uncrossable. TSK, the world will of the world of gods is quite vengeful. It's just that a few gods were killed. Gao Yan pouted. Then, Gao Yan's eyes fell on the wild world. Although his reckless behavior in the world of gods was driven out by the will of the world, he still gained a lot of benefits. This barbaric world is 1 level higher than the world of gods, and there may even be earthly immortals there, so the benefits should be even greater. Do you want to go? Gao Yan was a little hesitant. His combat power had reached the 9th level of human immortality, and he even had sword immortal puppets. Although there were earthly immortals in the wild world, they couldn't meet the earthly immortals right away. Moreover, the system will also assign him the identity of the 2 tribe, so the risk is not high. However, there is a way. The next moment, a sealed elixir bottle appeared in his hand. What was inside was the 3rd turn elixir he obtained from the fairy world through plundering cards. He was only at the 3rd level of the holy realm before, so he couldn't bear the power of the medicine and didn't dare to take it. Now, he has reached the 3rd level of human immortality and can fully withstand the power of the medicine. So he unsealed it. Take out a 3-turn elixir and drink it. I'll go, it's such a powerful medicine. Gao Yan felt like there was an oven inside his body, emitting super heat that almost cooked him. He did not activate the technique himself, but left it to the practice badge to operate it. The cultivation badge did not disappoint him. He quickly absorbed the medicinal power, and his cultivation and strength were increasing rapidly. Only half an hour. His realm easily broke through the shackles of realm and broke through to the 4th level of human immortality. But the power of the 3rd turn elixir is still powerful and majestic. It is indeed a pill that only immortals can take. Gao Yan sighed. To be honest, if he didn't have a 4th level immortal body, he would not dare to take the 3rd level elixir. The effect of the medicine is too strong. Ordinary immortals would probably be in danger of exploding their bodies if they took it. Another half-quarter of an hour passed. Gao Yan's cultivation level broke through again and reached the 5th level of human immortality. In the coming time, every once in a while, his realm and cultivation will break through. 1 day later, Gao Yan's cultivation has reached the 9th level of human immortality. I don't know if I can fight against the earth immortal. And not even 1/10 of the power of the 3rd turn elixir was consumed. I have to say, this 3-turn elixir is so abnormal. Time flies by in a few days. Gao Yan's body made a muffled sound, but it was his cultivation that broke through the human immortal realm and entered the earth immortal level in one fell swoop. But this is a forced break. Because Gao Yan didn't have any earthly immortal level skills. Therefore, even though the elixir still has remaining potency, it cannot be improved. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan opened Zhutian Mall and searched for immortal level techniques. Immortal skills are divided into 9 levels, with the 9th level being the lowest and the first level being the highest. However, there is only one technique in Zhu Tian Mal, which can be directly practiced to the perfection of King Immortal. According to the introduction of the product, the immortal power produced by this technique called Qing Tian Immortal Sutra is moderately peaceful and lacks aggression. It is considered the weakest among the first grade techniques. After thinking about it, Gao Yan still spent 10 points to buy it. The worst he could do was go to the fairy world and learn the exercises again. After buying the exercises, Gao Yan threw the practice badge to him. The practice badge quickly understood the Qing Tian Immortal Sutra and began to transform his own immortal power. After the transformation was completed, Gao Yan couldn't help but frown slightly. The Qing Tian immortal power is so peaceful. Even if he didn't have any skills. Before, the immortal power in his body was stronger than the Qing Tian immortal power. Now that he has practiced the skills, his strength has become weaker. Depend on. For a moment, Gao Yan had the urge to return the product. After having the skills, you can continue to improve your cultivation. A few days later, the power of the third turn elixir was completely consumed. And Gao Yan's cultivation reached the 3rd level of the Earth Immortal. Just when Gao Yan was thinking about whether to go to the wild world, he felt the call from the will of the world. With a thought in his mind, he broke through the void and stepped into the void space. May I ask why Mother Goddess summoned you? Gao Yan looked at the white ball of light. Before, he could not see through the other party's depth, but now, he could already see that the world will of this sky world has the cultivation level of the 9th level of the earth. Immortal. Gao Yan, your cultivation has reached the 3rd level of the Earth Immortal. Ascend to the immortal realm as soon as possible. The will of the world said, his tone still relatively soft. Why? Although he has reached the level of Earth Immortal, he is still a little Kalumi in the immortal world, so he has no plans to go to the immortal world. For a while. World will said helplessly, I am only at the 9th level of the earth. Immortal. If you stay in this world, it will put a lot of pressure on me and this world. Ah. Hearing the explanation of the world will, Gao Yan was a little embarrassed. It turned out to be his own fault. If he hadn't been a two-nationality in this world and had helped the world will, I'm afraid the world will would have kicked him out instead of communicated with him. Mother Goddess, how long can I stay in this world? World will said, 10 years at most. Also, don't improve your cultivation. Otherwise, I will have to expel you. Don't worry, I won't do it. After returning, Gao Yan felt a little depressed. Before, he felt that life in this world was a bit boring, but now that he was leaving, he began to be reluctant to leave. After all, in the fairy world, he may not be able to live such a comfortable life for a long time. Sure enough, people are all cheap, only after losing it will they feel precious. Since I am leaving in 10 years. Gao Yan naturally had to make some arrangements. First, he distributed the stored divine medicine and immortal medicine to his women. Secondly, he also distributed some of the divine crystals to them. Finally, he thought about it. He left the sword immortal puppet to Zhu Jianyue and told her that if his other women were in danger, he hoped she could help. Because in recent years, several great emperors of the human race have used the origin of the world to break through to the human immortal realm. If he left, maybe those human immortals would have ideas about his women. After all, his and his women's strengths improved too fast. At the same time, Gao Yan also asked the Xiaoxian puppet factory to create a Large number of Holy Realm puppets to be used by his women as subordinates. Because the Holy Realm puppets will not betray. During this period, Gao Yan also took Li Mengyao sisters, Jiang Ying and Lu Feifei back to the 1960s to live for a while. He also took Shui Jianyue, Song Yufei and others back to the main world to stay for a while. Unknowingly. 10 years have passed. 3 days ago, the will of the world urged Gao Yan to get out of here. On this day, Gao Yan gathered all the women together. Under their witness, the Ascension Channel appeared, and his figure rose. Slowly, flying higher and higher along the Ascension Channel, and flew farther and farther, until he could no longer see the figure of his woman. The Ascension Channel near Tianyao City, in the Immortal Realm, Dongyue Territory, Hanbing State. A figure flashed. Gao Yan passed through the Ascension Channel and landed on the land of the Immortal Realm. Then, his eyes fell on a team of human immortals wearing immortal armor not far away. There were only 6 people in this team of human immortals, and the leader was only at the 5th level of human immortals, and all the others were below the 5th level of human immortals. What are you looking at? Come here quickly. One of the immortal soldiers scolded Gao Yan unhappily. Although Gao Yan was unfamiliar with the place, he did not get angry. He walked over quickly and asked, Gao Yan, meet some Taoist friends. Taoist friends? What the hell, you are worthy of calling us Taoist friends. An immortal soldier looked at Gao Yan with disdain and said with a sneer on his face. Pa. Gao Yan raised his hand and gave the immortal soldier a big blow, slapping him directly and sending him flying, falling to the ground in a mess. Seeing this scene, the other immortal soldiers were stunned, and then they were furious. A rookie who had just ascended to the immortal world actually dared to attack them. He was simply tired of living. Catch him. The leading immortal soldier shouted fiercely. Then he saw the other 4 immortal soldiers draw their immortal swords and attack Gao Yan. Bang bang bang. A kind person is bullied, and a kind horse is ridden. Since they had already fallen out, Gao Yan would not be polite to them. He raised his hand and gave each of them a big blow, sending them all flying. After moving his hands and feet, Gao Yan felt much better. The main reason is that the immortal world is a higher plane with strong rules, which suppresses immortals more. Take the human immortals for example, they can't even fly, which is about the same as the martial arts masters in the mortal world. As for the earthly immortals, they can fly, but they can only fly short distances, and it consumes a lot of energy. The next moment, Gao Yan's eyes fell on the head of the immortal soldiers. What do you want to do? Bang! Gao Yan also gave him a big force pocket and knocked the other party to the ground. At the same time, Gao Yan released the breath of the earthly immortals. After feeling this breath, the 6 immortal soldiers showed disbelief. This guy who ascended from the lower world actually reached the level of earthly immortals. Then, they knelt on the ground and begged Gao Yan for mercy. Get up, tell me about the situation in the immortal world. The 6 people did not dare to neglect it, and they told everything they knew. One by one. The place where he ascended was in Tianyao City, Hanbingju, Dongyue Domain. The immortal world is vast, but almost every city is built next to the Ascension Channel. Why? Because of the population dividend. The immortals who ascended from the lower world are generally only at the first level of human immortals. If this kind of rookie immortal wants to keep stock in the immortal world, he can only accept the slavery of the immortal forces. In addition, immortals are immortal. Therefore, in the eyes of those forces in the immortal world, low-level immortals are cheap and easy-to-use tools. Let's talk about Tianyao City. This is just a small immortal city. The city Lord Shuchongfeng has the cultivation of the 8th level of Earth immortals and is also the first force in Tianyao City. In addition to Shuchongfeng, the Earth Immortal, there are more than 20 Earth Immortal forces of all sizes in Tianyao City. The newly ascended immortals will be granted corresponding identities. According to the Ascension Channel, only with an identity can you buy a house in the immortal city. If you don't have an identity, you are a wild immortal and you are not eligible to buy a house, even if you wander to other cities. Some people say that it is okay not to live in the city. Of course it is okay. However, there are wild beasts in the wilderness, and wild beasts specialize in eating immortals. Therefore, living in the wilderness, safety cannot be guaranteed. The newly ascended immortals will not get a job in the next 1,000 years. Why? Naturally, they have to polish their arrogance. After all, those who can ascend to become immortals are all overlords or big men in the lower world. They have to be obedient, otherwise they have suffered enough. How can they accept their fate obediently? Those who carry immortal stones on them can only eat up all the money in the next 1,000 years. Those who don't have immortal stones will definitely owe a large debt to pay taxes. The only way is to buy immortal power. Rookie immortals who have survived 1,000 years are generally arranged to mine. Mining is not only hard and tiring, but also dangerous, because when mining, wild beasts may be dug out. If you are lucky, you can still escape with your life. If you are unlucky, you can only become the food of wild beasts. If you want to get out of the job of a miner, you have to give up cultivation. Work hard to accumulate immortal stones, and buy a good job. A better job than a miner is to help people grow immortal medicine and immortal food. But the salary is not good, just barely enough to make a living. A better job than this is to join the earthly immortal forces, or the city Lord's mansion. But this job is not something you can buy with money. There are certain requirements for cultivation. The minimum requirement for the earthly immortal forces to recruit people is the 3rd level of human immortals, and the minimum requirement for the city Lord's mansion is the 4th level of human immortals. Don't think this requirement is low, but it is actually very high. Because the bottom immortals are too difficult, they have no skills, no cultivation resources, and have to rely on selling immortal power to make a living without a job. They can't improve their cultivation at all. Therefore, most of the bottom immortals are in a weak state. Afterwards, this group of immortal soldiers processed the identity of Tianyao City for Gao Yan. Originally, they wanted to collect immortal stones. But under the pressure of Gao Yan's power, they didn't dare to ask him for them. Then they pointed out the direction of Tianyao City to him. Thank you. Gao Yan thanked the 6 immortal soldiers. Don't dare, don't dare. The 6 people hurriedly bowed to return the greeting. This place is not far from Tianyao City, only more than 100 miles. Gao Yan did not choose to fly, but measured the land with his legs and went to Tianyao City. In less than half an hour, Gao Yan arrived near Tianyao City. Oh my God! Suddenly, he saw a group of refugee immortals. This group of immortals gathered near Tianyao City, wearing ragged clothes. And even the exposed skin was dirty. Damn, if the emperor of the lower world saw it, I wonder how he would feel. Gao Yan said secretly. Gao Yan came to the city gate and found that there were immortal soldiers stationed at the city gate. The strength of this group of immortal soldiers is much stronger. All of them are above the 5th level of human immortals, and the team leader is even at the 7th level of human immortals. Those who own real estate in the city do not need to pay city tax. Those who don't have real estate will have to pay a piece of low-grade immortal stone as city entry tax. Gao Yan has tens of millions of immortal stones on his body. Although he is not a rich man, he is still a small rich man. I handed over a low-grade fairy stone and entered the city smoothly. According to the reminders of those immortal soldiers, he first went to the Immortal Civil Affairs Department, a subsidiary of the City Lord's Mansion, to register. Immortals need to pay a cultivation tax. But Earth immortals don't have to pay. After all, there are less than 100 Earth immortals in Tianyao City. Although Gao Yan is only a 3rd level Earth immortal, he is already considered an upper-class person in Tianyao City. Therefore, the staff of the Xianmin division were extremely arrogant at first. But after he showed his aura of cultivation, they all became extremely respectful and polite. Sir Gao Yan, do you need to buy real estate in the city? A female fairy from the Immortal Civil Service asked with a smile. Are properties in the city expensive? Gao Yan asked, I just ascended and I don't have many immortal stones on me. Based on your cultivation level, sir, it's really not expensive. After all, you are an Earth immortal. Whether you join the City Lord's Mansion or other forces, you can get a good salary. What do you call fellow Taoist? Don't dare, sir, just call me Wei Wei. Then Wei Wei, please tell me the price of the property first. Gao Yan said with a smile. Sir, let's sit down and talk. That's fine. After sitting down, the female fairy Wei Wei introduced the real estate in Qi City to Gao Yan. The real estate in Yaoqing today is divided into ordinary real estate, about 100 square meters, followed by luxury houses, about 1,000 square meters, and finally mansions, starting at tens of thousands of square meters. Generally, all properties are purchased starting at millenniums. Ordinary real estate costs 100,000 low-grade immortal stones for 1,000 years, which is not expensive at all. It only costs 100 low-grade immortal stones per year. The price of a luxury house is 1 million per thousand, and the price of a mansion starts at 5 million. The bigger the house, the cheaper it is, which is clearly exploiting the lower class immortals. This is a place where there are no human rights, only strong and weak. Gao Yan sighed secretly. Sir, I wonder if you are interested in a mansion or a mansion? Fairy Wei Wei asked softly. The mansion is too expensive and I can't afford it, so just buy a mansion. Gao Yan said calmly. Then the slave family will take you to see the house? Then I'll trouble Taoist fellow Wei Wei. You're welcome, you should. Under Wei Wei's leadership, Gao Yan visited several mansions. In fact, these luxury houses were all similar, so Gao Yan was not willing to waste any more time and directly bought the luxury house at number 18 Fenghuang Street. For a moment, the female fairy Wei Wei looked at Gao Yan with a different look. So she said with a smile, Congratulations, sir, on purchasing a mansion. Why don't I invite you to have a meal with me to celebrate you? Fellow Taoist Wei Wei understands this, it's better for me to invite you. After hearing the first half of Gao Yan's words, Wei Wei was still a little disappointed, but after hearing the second half, the smile on her face became brighter. My lord is so funny. On Wei Wei's recommendation, Gao Yan came to a restaurant with her. The two chatted while eating, allowing Gao Yan to grasp a lot of information about Tianyao City. I ate more than 200 fairy stones in one meal, which wasn't expensive. But it wasn't cheap either. After meal, the two walked out of the restaurant, and Wei Wei said softly, "Sir, do you need to hire 2 female fairies to serve you?" Gao Yan asked, "What's the price?" Wei Wei said, "It depends on what kind of fairy you want to hire." Later, Wei Wei introduced it in detail. First of all, you can go to hire those female fairies who are neither working nor poor outside the city. They are very happy even if they are not paid. Therefore, there is a spirit-gathering fairy formation in the mansion. Being in it, the speed of practice is greatly increased. In addition, provide them with food and drink. Immortals will not die if they don't eat, but they will feel hungry. Unless you reach the golden immortal level, you won't feel the slightest bit hungry even if you don't eat. However, the female immortals outside the city generally have low cultivation levels. They are all first-level human immortals, and the strongest ones are only second-level human immortals. Moreover, their status in Tianyao City has been cancelled. It seems that they do not have to pay for their status. It's a training tax similar to the head tax, but once the wild beast attacks, they who can't enter the city are likely to die at the mouth of the wild beast. And even if someone hires them to work in the city, they are not protected without identity tokens. Even if they are killed, their death will be in vain. Secondly, you can go to a specialized agency to hire fairies. Such female immortals start at the 3rd level of human immortality. The higher their cultivation level, the higher their salary. Generally speaking, if a female immortal at the 3rd level of human immortality works as a maid in a mansion, she will receive at least 30 immortal stones a year. Gao Yan thought for a while, and then asked Wei Wei to help him hire 4 female fairies. To this, Wei Wei agreed wholeheartedly. However, she did not go there in person. Instead, she used a communication talisman in front of Gao Yan and entrusted others to go. Later, accompanied by Wei Wei, Gao Yan purchased a lot of fairy rice, raised fairy beast meat, and various seasonings. "Sir, I wonder if you have any thoughts about joining a force?" Suddenly, Wei Wei asked. "What do you recommend?" Gao Yan asked. Wei Wei thought for a while and said, "Your cultivation level has reached the 3rd level of Earth Immortal. Any force in Tianyao City can join, even the City Lord's Mansion is no exception. However, the salary of the City Lord's Mansion is the lowest, so instead of joining the earthly immortal forces, can get higher treatment, but don't worry, I believe your news will spread throughout the city soon, and by then, there will definitely be representatives from the earthly immortal forces to invite you. Then which earthly immortal force do you think is most suitable for me?" Gao Yan asked with a chuckle. Wei Wei thought for a while and said, "Except for the City Lord's Mansion. Among the more than 20 earthly immortal forces, the Maple Leaf Gang, the Immortal Sword Gang and the Fulong Gang have the best reputations." Then, she introduced the situation of these 3 forces in detail. First of all, the leaders of the Maple Leaf Gang are 2 female immortals. The big leader is called Nya Hongya, who is cultivated to the 5th level of Earth Immortal. The second leader is called Nya Hongshu, who is cultivated to the 4th level of Earth Immortal. The number of people in this gang is about 1,000, and except for the 2 leaders, there are no other earthly immortals. The main industry of the Hongye gang is double repair buildings, also known as brothels. Let's talk about the Immortal Sword Gang. The leader of this gang is Chen Jian, who is cultivated to the 6th level of Earth Immortal. There are also 2 deputy gang leaders who have cultivated to the 5th and 4th levels of Earth Immortal. Their overall strength is stronger than that of the Hongya gang. Qin Jian has a relatively good reputation because he is engaged in the business of escorting people's escorts. However, because escorts travel abroad, the mortality rate after joining the fairy sword gang is relatively high. Let's talk about the Fulong gang. The gang leader Shi Wen Zi has the strength of the 6th level of the Earth Immortal. There is no deputy gang leader, but there are 2 young gang leaders. One of these 2 young gang leaders is his biological son, and the other is his adopted son. His son Shi Huolong has the 3rd level of Earth Immortal cultivation, and his adopted son Duan Zia has the 2nd level of Earth Immortal cultivation. The Fulong gang mainly operates restaurants and has opened hundreds of restaurants, large and small, in Tianyao City. Even though Tianyao City is just a small fairy city, there are more than 30 million immortals in the city. While talking, the 2 return to number 18 Phoenix Street. Gao Yan invites Wei Wei to the hospital for tea. The tea is fairy tea, which Gao Yan bought when purchasing daily necessities. About half an hour passed. Wei Wei received the communication talisman, but the friend she entrusted to help Gao Yan find the female fairy servant had already brought him into the city. After seeking Gao Yan's opinion, Wei Wei asked him to bring people here. After a while, there was a knock on the courtyard door, and Wei Wei took the initiative to open the door and usher people in. Wei Wei's friend is called Yunxian, and like Wei Wei, she is a female fairy of the 7th level of human immortal. Behind her are 12 female fairies in tattered clothes. 2 of the 12 female fairies are of the 2nd level of human immortal, and the other 10 are of the 1st level of human immortal. Moreover, their breath seems very weak. Obviously, they are not living a good life. Scanning them with the inside eye, the information of these 12 people also emerged in Gao Yan's mind. What surprised him was that the special points of the 2 2nd level immortals were 100 points. This is very rare. You should know that it takes tens of thousands of years to cultivate to become an immortal in the lower realm, and hundreds of thousands of years or even longer. Immortal cultivators are not heartless and desireless, so they naturally have to find a Taoist partner. Please introduce yourselves, Gao Yan said to them. So, the 12 female fairies quickly introduced their information. In the end, Gao Yan kept 2 2nd-level immortals and 2 1st-level human immortals with special points of 95. The 8 female fairies who were not selected all showed disappointment. I won't let you go in vain, these fairy stones are for you. Gao Yan threw 10 fairy stones to each of the 8 female fairies. They were overjoyed and bowed to Gao Yan to thank him. You 4 will receive 10 fairy stones as salary every year in the future. Do you have any objection? After sending away the 8 female fairies, Gao Yan said to the other 4. Thank you, sir, we have no objection. The 4 girls said in unison. They thought they would not get any salary, but Gao Yan promised them 10 fairy stones every year. Well, go and clean the house. Gao Yan waved his hand. After the 4 maids were busy, Gao Yan took out 2 jade boxes and placed them in front of Wei Wei. Dao Yu Wei Wei, you helped me a lot today, this is my little gift. Sir, what I did was just a trivial matter, how can I accept your things? Wei Wei quickly declined. Take it. After all, we can't let our friends work in vain. Gao Yan said with a smile. Hearing the word friend, Wei Wei's expression suddenly became excited. Since the master regards me as a friend, I will not be polite. Gao Yan nodded at her. Wei Wei and Yin Xian stayed at Gao Yan's home for a while, then said goodbye and left. After walking some distance, Yun Xian asked curiously, Wei Wei, take a look. What kind of thank you gift did the tall man give you? Okay. Wei Wei took out the jade box and opened it, and found a peach inside. This is the longevity fairy peach. Yun Xian exclaimed, wow, I didn't expect that tall man to be so generous. This Wancho Immortal Peach has two major functions. The first is to increase the longevity of 10,000 years, but the immortal will live forever. It doesn't matter if the longevity increases or not. The second major function is to condense the immortal body. After the immortal takes it, it only has the effect of nourishing the immortal body and cannot improve his cultivation level. But immortals in the immortal world will also give birth to children, and the children they give birth to cannot directly become immortals. They still need to cultivate themselves to become immortals. Then, taking a Wancho Immortal Peach to directly condense the immortal body will greatly shorten the training time. Therefore, although the elixir of longevity peach is not of high grade, its value is not low. The market price is around 3,000 immortal stones. Wei Wei took out another jade box and opened it. There was still a longevity fairy peach inside. For a moment, Yun Xian couldn't help but exclaimed, and the eyes he looked at Wei Wei were filled with envy. Wei Wei, you have received such great benefits today, you must treat us. The next moment, Yun Xian said, don't worry, your benefits will definitely be indispensable. Wei Wei immediately assured. Hongye Gang Station. Nia Hongshu hurried back, picked up the tea, took a sip and asked, Sister, why did you call me back? Nia Hongye said calmly, today, a special immortal ascended through the Ascension Passage. How special can it be? Nia Hongshu said disapprovingly, does he have the third level of human immortal strength? The Ascension Channel near Tianyao City connects more than 100,000 immortal worlds. Generally speaking, immortals will ascend every day. At most, there will be dozens of new immortals a day. Of course not. Nia Hongye shook his head, if he is only a third-level human immortal, he is not worthy of my attention. He is a third-level earth immortal. How is that possible? Nia Hongshu exclaimed, feeling quite incredible. It's not like she didn't know what was going on in the lower world. The possibility of being born as an earthly immortal was almost zero. Just listen to Nia Hongye continue, although I don't know how he became an earth immortal in the lower world, he must be outstanding in being able to become an earth immortal in the lower world. Therefore, I plan to recruit him to join our Hongye gang. What do you think? Hearing this, Nia Hongshu frowned, Sister, we are running a double repair building. He has no use for him even if he recruits a male immortal. The Hanyue gang has been spying on our sister's property for a long time. Nia Hongye said solemnly, I got an intelligence that the Hanyue gang and the Giant Bear gang have been getting closer recently. Once they join forces, our sisters will not be able to stop them. The Hanyue gang runs casinos, while the Giant Bear gang specializes in hunting wild beasts. The two have one thing in common, that is, they are a group of ruthless people under their command. If the sisters hadn't managed it well and made friends with Su Xiao, the commander of the city guards, they would have been swallowed up by other forces. But there are recent rumors that the city lord Shui Chongfeng is about to be transferred from Tianyao City, and Su Xiao is Shui Chongfeng's absolute confidant, and will probably follow Shui Chongfeng. Once Su Xiao leaves, the sisters will no longer have this tiger skin. Maybe the Hanyue gang and the Giant Bear gang will join forces to swallow them up. Upon hearing that the Hanyu gang and the Giant Bear gang might join forces, Nie Hongshu could no longer remain calm. You know, the comprehensive strength of the Hanyu gang is already stronger than that of the Hongye gang. If they join forces with the Giant Bear gang again, they will definitely not be their opponents. Aren't they afraid of Su Shao? Su Shao may be transferred out of Tianyao City with City Lord Shua. What should we do? Nie Hongshu looked panicked. It is better to rely on others than to rely on ourselves, so we must recruit that Gao Yan to our Hongye gang to increase our own strength. Nie Hongye said decisively. But even if we recruit him as a third-level Earth Immortal, it won't be of much use. Nie Hongshu thought for a while. We don't recruit. If we are recruited by the Hanyu gang, we will be even more passive. Therefore, I asked you to come back just to ask you to visit that Gao Yan with me. Then I will listen to you, sister. On the other side, Hanyu gang leader, that woman Nie Hongshu was called back by Nie Hongye. I suspect that those two women want to recruit the newly ascended Earth Immortal. Chi Lianshan, who is the brains of the gang, said to the gang leader Li Tianshan. It seems that those two girls feel the crisis. Li Tianshan sneered, he's just a third-level Earth Immortal. What's the point of being recruited by them? Li Tianshan is relatively confident in his own strength. First of all, he is a sixth-level Earth Immortal. Secondly, he also has two fourth-level Earth Immortals under his command. If he joins forces with the Giant Bear gang, a third-level Earth Immortal will not be able to affect the overall situation. The gang leader is absolutely right, but the gang leader and his subordinates still suggest recruiting that Gao Yan to our gang. Qi Lianshan flattered him before continuing to make his suggestion. No need. Li Tianshan waved his hand, a third-level Earth Immortal can't affect the overall situation. Even if he is recruited by those two bitches, after the Hongye gang is eliminated, that guy will be wise and can be used as his own. If not, if you are wise, just destroy him. The gang leader is wise. Qi Lianshan understood Li Tianshan's plan after a little thought. If they tried to recruit Gao Yan at this time, he was at least a third-level Earthly Immortal. If they recruited him, they would have to arrange an important position. But if he became their captive, he would have to do whatever he was told to do to save his life. There was no need to arrange an important position. Instead, he got a more obedient Earthly Immortal. Fenghuang Street, number 18. Four maids were cleaning the room. Gao Yan took out the Immortal Stone and put it in the Spirit Gathering Immortal Formation, and activated the Spirit Gathering Immortal Formation. There were two formations in the whole mansion. One Spirit Gathering Immortal Formation and one Defense Immortal Formation. The Spirit Gathering Immortal Formation consumes 3 Immortal Stones every day, and the Defense Immortal Formation consumes 1 Immortal Stone every day. If attacked, the consumption will increase several times. However, Tianyao City is still relatively safe. It is generally not attacked. After activating the formation, Gao Yan put the purchased daily necessities in the kitchen. Then he gathered the 4 fairy maids, told them the rules and arranged the rooms. The 4 maids were named Ling Susu, Shangguan Qingya, Bai Fei and Lu Bingyue. The first 2 were the second level of human fairy, and the last 2 were the first level of human fairy. Then, Gao Yan arranged specific tasks for them. Ling Susu was his personal maid, Shangguan Qingya was the housekeeper, Bai Fei was in charge of the kitchen, and Lu Bingyue was in charge of cleaning. In fact, a cleaning formation can be arranged to ensure that the house is spotless. However, setting up the formation consumes fairy stones. Even if only one piece is consumed a day, it will consume 365 pieces in a year, and so many fairy stones can be used to hire many maids, so it is more cost-effective to hire maids. At this time, someone knocked on the formation outside. Without waiting for Gao Yan's instructions, Shangguan Qingyao went to open the door to welcome the guests. After a while, Ling Susu led the sisters Nia Hongya and Nia Hongshu in. Meet Daoist fellow Gao Yan. I am the leader of the Hongya gang, Nia Hongya. This is my sister, Nia Hongshu. I hope Daoist fellow will not be offended by my visit. Nia Hongya said politely. So you two gang leaders, please take a seat. Susu, serve the tea. After both parties sat down, they started chatting. After a while, Nia Hongya changed the subject. Daoist fellow Gao, have you not joined other gangs yet? Not yet. Gao Yan shook his head. He knew that the sisters were probably here to recruit him. Then I wonder what Daoist fellow Gao thinks of our Hongya gang? Nia Hongya said again. Sorry, boss Nia. I'm new here. To be honest, I don't know much about the gangs in the city. Nia Hongya smiled and said, then I'll give you a detailed introduction to the major gangs in Tianyao City. There are a total of 23 gangs in Tianyao City, among which the Tianhu gang is the most powerful. However, the Tianhu gang is composed of immortals who have ascended from the Tianhu realm. They will not recruit immortals of other races. The leader of the Tianhu gang is Bai Yushuang, who has reached the 7th level of earthly immortals. In addition, there are 4 elders who are at the 6th level of earthly immortals. Wei Wei had also introduced the gangs in the city to Gao Yan before, but not as detailed as Nia Hongya's. After introducing all the gangs, Nia Hongya continued, fellow Daoist Gao. Today we two sisters are here to invite you to join our Hongya gang. As long as you are willing to join, we are willing to offer you a mid-grade immortal weapon. In addition, the annual salary is 12,000 immortal stones. If you make contributions, there will be other rewards. At the same time, we can also grant you the position of the chief steward of the gang. What do you think, fellow Daoist Gao? Facing Nia Hongya's sincerity, Gao Yan thought for a while and said, so, gang leader Nia, how about you give me 3 days to consider it? Hearing that Gao Yan did not agree directly, Nia Hongshu was very dissatisfied. You know, the remuneration they offered is not low. It is impossible for any other gang to offer such a high price and position. Using her eyes to stop Nia Hongshu, who was about to get angry, Nia Hongya looked at Gao Yan and said, fellow Daoist Gao, are you dissatisfied with the conditions we offer? Not really. Gao Yan shook his head. I have already felt the sincerity of gang leader Nia. Since you have already felt our sincerity, why don't you agree? Nia Hongshu still couldn't hold back his temper and stared at Gao Yan and questioned. But Gao Yan replied calmly, second gang leader, although that's the case, you have to give me time to consider. Besides, my understanding of the Hongya gang is limited to what gang leader Nia said. I have to find out whether it is suitable for me. What do you think, gang leader Nia? Nia Hongya nodded, fellow Daoist Gao is right. I will wait for your good news. Okay. Gao Yan also nodded. After walking out of Gao Yan's mansion, Nia Hongshu couldn't help complaining. Sister, Gao Yan is too ungrateful. We have given such a generous reward, but he still has to consider it. Little sister, you are too anxious. It is natural for him to consider it. Nya Hongya showed admiration. Think about it, it is not easy for him to achieve the status of earthly immortal in the lower world. You know, it was extremely difficult for us sisters to cultivate to the 5th level of human immortal in the lower world, not to mention earthly immortal. So, if he directly agreed to our recruitment today, it would be abnormal. Hearing her sister's words, Nya Hongshu also felt that this was the truth. Suddenly, she had some worries. How did he know that the Hanhui gang was unfavorable to us? Will he refuse to join? Nya Hongya said, the Hanhui gang wants to deal with us, but it is just a private matter. Gao Yan has just arrived and has no foundation. He should not be able to find out about such things. That's good, that's good. Nya Hongshu also breathed a sigh of relief. Shortly after the Nya sisters left, the deputy leader of the Xianjian gang came to visit with people. The other party also wanted to recruit Gao Yan, but the conditions offered were indeed not as good as those of the Nya sisters. As long as he joined the Xianjian gang, he could get a mid-grade immortal weapon. Secondly, the annual salary was 8,000 immortal stones. However, the Xianjian gang was a escort, and they would receive corresponding rewards every time they went on a mission. Gao Yan also agreed and did not refuse, but said that he would consider it. After sending away the Xianjian gang, the people of the Fulong gang came again. The one who came was their young leader Shi Huolong. However, Shi Huolong's willingness to recruit was not strong, and he did not even tell Gao Yan what kind of treatment he would give after joining. So, after chatting for a while, Gao Yan sent the other party away politely. Then the people of the Giant Bear Gang came. The people of the Giant Bear Gang were all fighting with wild beasts. The one who came was the deputy leader of the Giant Bear Gang, Li Feng, who had the cultivation of the 4th level of the earthly immortal. Fellow Daoist Gao, we will not treat you unfairly if you join our Giant Bear Gang. If you join, you will be our Giant Bear Gang's brother. If you don't join, you will be our Giant Bear Gang's enemy. Facing Li Feng's threat, Gao Yan did not show any fear. Although he was only a 3rd level earthly immortal, he was a 4th grade immortal body. Although the blue sky immortal scripture he practiced was relatively moderate and peaceful, his combat power was quite strong. He was not invincible among earthly immortals. But he was not inferior to earthly immortals of the 8th or 9th levels. Fellow Daoist Li, please go back. Therefore, facing Li Feng's threat, he was too lazy to be polite and sent him away directly. Good boy, you dare to refuse me, let's wait and see. A fierce light flashed in Li Feng's eyes. He looked at Gao Yan coldly, stood up angrily, and strode away. In the following time, several more gang members came, but the conditions they saw were not high, but the conditions offered by the Nya sisters were the highest. After waiting for a while, after finding that no one came again, Gao Yan went out. Came to a shop in the city that specializes in selling exercises. Most of the exercises in the shop are exercises for human immortals, and there are only 3 exercises for earth immortals. When he saw one of the exercises, Gao Yan was slightly stunned, because this exercise is called Huang Tian Xianjing, which is only one word different from the Qing Tian Xianjing he practiced. He is an earth immortal and can watch the human immortal part. After reading the human immortal part, Gao Yan vaguely felt that this Huang Tian Xianjing and Qing Tian Xianjing have a certain connection. So, he asked the owner if he had heard of Qing Tian Xianjing. The shop owner told him that he had not only heard of the blue sky immortal scripture, but also the red sky immortal scripture, black sky immortal scripture and white sky immortal scripture. Perhaps because Gao Yan was an earthly immortal, the shop owner told him some news related to these 5 immortal scriptures. It is said that these 5 immortal scriptures were split from the 5 Emperors' immortal scripture. And the 5 Emperors' immortal scripture is one of the top techniques in the immortal world. As long as the 5 immortal scriptures are practiced together, it is possible to merge them into the 5 Emperors' immortal scripture. Unfortunately, these 5 immortal scriptures have lost the part after the Xianxian. Over the years, there have been many people who practiced the 5 immortal scriptures together, but I have never heard of anyone merging the 5 immortal scriptures into the 5 Emperors' immortal scripture. Moreover, the immortal power cultivated by the 5 immortal scriptures is too neutral and peaceful, and is not suitable for fighting. As time passed, the 5 immortal scriptures became the most ordinary and few people asked about ordinary techniques. I want the Huangtian Immortal Sutra from the shopkeeper, but can you help me get the other 3 Immortal Sutras by Tian, Red Sky and Black Sky? The shopkeeper was not surprised by Gao Yan's request, but he still persuaded him. Sir, there are many people who practice the 5 Immortal Sutras, but no one has ever succeeded. In the end, it is a waste of time and practice. Resource. Thank you, shopkeeper, for reminding me, but I still want to try it. Gao Yan said. Seeing that Gao Yan didn't listen to the advice, the shop owner didn't say anything anymore. Instead, he had already tried to persuade him, so what could he do if they didn't listen? So he said, I will help you find the other 3 immortal scriptures, but it will take some time. Then I'll trouble the shopkeeper. The Huangtian Immortal Sutra, which can only be cultivated to the 9th level of Earth Immortal, is not expensive and only costs 1 million immortal stones. Later, Gao Yan split a soul seed, sneaked into the immortal soul of a human immortal, and read his memory. It's just that he chose the wrong person. This is a human immortal who has lived in the immortal world for more than 2 million years. His memory is just too vast. Therefore, Gao Yan abandoned other memories and specifically browsed the memories related to the Maple Leaf Gang. After learning information related to the Maple Leaf Gang from the memories of several immortals, Gao Yan also had an idea. As Wei Wei introduced, the Maple Leaf Gang has a good reputation. Although the sisters run a double repair building, the female fairies who work in the double repair building do so voluntarily, and they never force others. Gao Yan then retrieved the memories of the Giant Bear Gang. The Giant Bear Gang has a bad reputation. This gang often goes outside the city to hunt wild beasts, but when they encounter lone immortals, they will also kill and seize treasures. Moreover, the Giant Bear Gang likes to use immortals as bait when hunting wild beasts. This caused more immortals to stay away from the Giant Bear Gang. Back at number 18 Phoenix Street, Concubine Bai had already prepared the meal. He didn't invite the 4 of them to sit at the same table, but he didn't be stingy enough to deny them food. 3 days passed in a flash. Sister Nia Hongya came to visit again. Fellow Taoist Gao, I wonder how you have thought about it. Thanks to the 2 gang leaders for their love, I am willing to join the Maple Leaf Gang. Gao Yan agreed happily without losing his appetite. Hearing this, sisters Nia Hongya showed smiles on their faces. At the same time, Gao Yan also used his insightful eye to check the information on the 2 women. Nia Hongya's specialness is 95 points, which means she obviously has a Taoist partner, while Nie Hongshu's specialness is 100 points, which means she has never found a Taoist partner. General Manager Gao, welcome to join our Red Leaf gang. This is a middle grade immortal weapon for you. In addition, we will also pay you 100 years salary in advance. Gao Yan pays homage to the two gang leaders. Gao Yan stood up and saluted the two of them before accepting the middle grade immortal artifact and the storage fairy ring containing 1.2 million low-grade immortal stones. There's no need to be polite, Senior Manager. Please sit down and I'll explain to you what you need to do next. Next, Nie Hongye patiently introduced the scope of his work to Gao Yan. As the general manager, he is mainly responsible for the logistics and finance of the Hongye gang. Later, Sister Nie Hongye took him to the 24 dual cultivation buildings in Tianyao City to show up, and introduced him to the stewards of each dual cultivation building. From now on, he will be the direct leader of these stewards. That night, Gao Yan was checking the situation inside his body. Now he has another strand of immortal power in his body, which was cultivated from the Huangtian Immortal Sutra. However, this immortal power is relatively weak, only the immortal level 1. There is one more thing worth mentioning. After ascending to the fairy world, the system's income function, return function and lottery function have all been restored. Therefore, after Nie Hongye paid his 100-year salary, he received a return of 6 million immortal stones, as well as 1.2 million profit value. However, if you want to upgrade, you need to consume 10 million income points. In the next period of time, Gao Yan lived a relatively comfortable life. He would sit at the Hongye gang station every day, look at the account books, and instruct the people below to purchase various items, and then send people to deliver them to the 24 double repair buildings. As for financial work, he only needs to check the accounts once a month and bring the accumulated fairy stones back to his residence. Moreover, Nie Hongye, the leader of the gang, also took good care of him. He also asked him if he was used to it. As for Nie Hongshu, the second gang leader, he had not seen him during this time. However, he heard that Nie Hongshu was in charge of the finance of Shuangshou building in the past. There is another benefit to working in Hongye gang. That means you can have sex for free in Shuangshou building. Of course, there is a limit to the number of free sex sessions you can have. Free sex 10 times a month. If you want to continue to have sex with a female fairy, it only costs half the price. However, he doesn't like prostitution for free, so it should be said that he won't do it. But there is no problem in listening to music and watching singing and dancing performances in Shuangxiila. In terms of vocal music, not to mention the fairy world, even the sky world can beat the main world. Therefore, the music in Shuangshou building is particularly good. It made Gao Yan unable to leave for several days. This night, the Hongye gang is stationed, and the Nie sisters are talking at night. Sister, how is that guy's performance? Nie Hongshu asked. Nie Hongye nodded. The time is short, so I can't see anything yet, and he is quite clean and self-sufficient. Although he often runs to Shuangshou building, he only listens to music and does nothing else. It's not a disguise, is it? Nie Hongshu smiled. Probably not. Nie Hongye shook his head. There have been several times when the top girls tempted him, but he was not tempted at all. Besides, there is no need for him to pretend in front of us. That's right. Nie Hongshu nodded. By the way, I have already found out that Zhuo Chongfeng will be transferred in March, and Su Xiao will follow him. Nie Hongya's heart sank, and asked, "Have you found out who will take over?" Shui Chongfeng? Nie Hongshu looked worried. "I have found out that it is Chu Hoyang, this guy. Is the direct descendant of the Chu family, greedy, lustful and violent. He was once the mayor of Baidi City." Nie Hongya was shocked. Baidi City is not comparable to our Tianyao City, and to be the mayor of Baidi City, you must be at least a celestial being, so isn't Chu Hoyang a celestial being level master? Nie Hongshu nodded. Chu Hoyang is indeed a celestial being level 2 master. But he relied on his status as a direct descendant of the Chu family to plunder wealth in Baidi City crazily, and didn't take the 3 celestial beings and more than 50 earthly beings in the city seriously, and even destroyed them. In the end, the other 2 celestial forces were forced to unite with all the earthly forces to besiege the city lord's mansion. The battle was so fierce that the whole city lord's mansion was reduced to ruins. If it weren't for the loyal servant of Chu Hoyang who protected the master and held back the celestials of the 2 celestial forces, he would probably have perished in Baidi City. However, he was still caught up by the celestials of the 2 families. Just when the celestials of the 2 families severely injured him and were about to kill him, the masters of the Chu family arrived in time to save him. And the seriously injured Chu Hoyang Yang's cultivation level dropped to the 9th level of earthly immortals, and since he had ruined Baidi City, he naturally couldn't go back to be the city lord. So, the Chu family arranged for him to come to our Tianyao City. Hearing this, Nie Hongya couldn't help but show a deep worry on his face. If that Chu Hoyang has restrained himself after the loss he suffered last time, it would be fine. If he still doesn't change his bad habits, I guess all the gangs in the city will suffer. After all, that guy dared to destroy even the heavenly immortal forces, so what's the big deal about destroying these earthly immortal forces? On this day, Gao Yan was preparing to go home after listening to music from Shuangshou Tower. Suddenly, I received a message from the manager of the exercise shop. So, he diverted to the exercise shop. "Sir, you are here, please come in and drink tea." After serving the immortal tea, the shopkeeper smiled and took out 2 exercises, which were the Red Heaven Immortal Sutra and the Black Heaven Immortal Sutra. Of course, they were both incomplete and only the parts that had been cultivated to the 9th level of the Earth Immortal. After checking that everything was correct, Gao Yan settled the bill happily and was given an extra 100,000 immortal stones. The shopkeeper, "Please pay more attention to the remaining White Immortal Sutra," Gao Yan said with a smile. The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Haha, sir, please rest assured that the White Immortal Sutra has actually been found and is on its way to Tianyao City. It will arrive in 3 days at most." Then I'll wait for your good news." Gao Yan nodded, stood up and left the kung fu shop. Returned to number 18 Phoenix Street. Ling Susu, who was a personal maid, greeted her warmly. They were used to living a hard life, and only during this period did they know what happiness is. All of this was brought to them by Gao Yan, so they all served Gao Yan wholeheartedly. After meal, Gao Yan summoned the 4 girls together. "I will announce 2 things today. First, your annual salary will be increased to 50 immortal stones. Second, I will arrange for someone to help you restore your status. Because they could not pay the cultivation tax before, their status in Tianyao City was revoked, and they were all under cover." "Thank you, sir," the 4 girls all said gratefully. But after a while, Ling Susu approached Gao Yan alone. "Master, I don't want to regain my identity." "Worried about training tax?" Gao Yan asked. "Without identity, even if he was killed in the city, his death would be in vain. Yeah. Ling Susu nodded sheepishly. Don't worry, I have already considered this. Since you are working for me, I will pay your cultivation tax for you. Gao Yan said. Thank you, sir. Ling Susu was so excited that she knelt down directly in front of Gao Yan. Okay, get up and tell them the good news. Although Gao Yan is not a holy mother, he is still willing to take care of the people around him. Afterwards, he threw the 2 newly acquired immortal scriptures to the practice badge, asking it to comprehend and cultivate immortal power. The next day, after Gao Yan arranged his work, he strolled out of the Hongye Gang station. Some people want to ask why he joined the Hongye Gang when his combat power has clearly reached the 9th level of Earth Immortal. The reason is simple. The water in the fairyland is very deep. As a newly ascended immortal, he was already dazzling enough when he ascended to the 3rd level of Earth Immortal. And then he also showed the strength of the 9th level of Earth Immortal. Wouldn't it be obvious to others that I have a big secret in my body? It goes without saying what the outcome will be at that time. Therefore, Gao Yan planned to stay in Tianyao City for a while. A little less than half an hour later, Gao Yan came to Xianminci. He came here to find Wei Wei. Wei Wei was quite happy to see Gao Yan arrive. Although she works for the city lord's mansion, she is only a human immortal. After all, while Gao Yan is an earthly immortal. When Gao Yan made his request, Wei Wei agreed immediately. On the morning of the 2nd day, Wei Wei sent the identity tokens of the 4 girls home. When Gao Yan came back in the evening and learned about it, he sent a message to Wei Wei and invited her to dinner tomorrow. The Bear Gang. Deputy gang leader Li Feng hugged 2 female immortals on his left and right. And in front of him was a 9th level immortal standing bent over. So that guy has never left the city? Li Feng asked in a deep voice. Yes, deputy gang leader. Find a way to lure him out of the city. Li Feng narrowed his eyes and said. Yes. Time passed in a blink of an eye and several days passed. On this day, Gao Yan was listening to music in a double building. Suddenly, the guard captain of the Shuangshou building on Shihu Street came up and told him that the financial manager of the Shuangshou building on Shihu Street had donated money and escaped from Tianyao City. Gao Yan, the general manager, mainly manages logistics and finance. Therefore, the financial manager is also his direct subordinate. How long has the other party been running away? Gao Yan asked. Have been running away for half an hour. How many fairy stones did the other party take away? Gao Yan asked again. There should be more than 200,000, said the guard captain. Then what's the other party's cultivation level? 7th level of human immortality. Afterwards, Gao Yan asked a few more questions, but felt that it was unreasonable for the financial manager to donate money and run away. First of all, the other party's annual salary is 2,000 immortal stones. More than 200,000 immortal stones seems to be his salary for more than 200 years. But to an immortal with eternal life, more than 200 years is really nothing. What's more, the money he rolled still belongs to the Earth immortal forces. Surely he, a 7th level human immortal, can escape the pursuit of the Earth immortal? Moreover, this financial manager has been working in Shuangshou building for thousands of years, so he must have a net worth of several million. With a net worth of several million, he actually chose to betray the Hongye Gang because of more than 200,000 immortal stones. What makes Gao Yan even more suspicious is that the other party didn't collect the money early or late, but he just took the money and ran away after he became the manager of the Hongye Gang. It was obviously for him. It had been less than a month since he ascended to the immortal world. Not to mention enmity with others, I don't know many people who would deliberately target him. The figure of Li Feng, from the giant bear gang, flashed in his mind. This guy had threatened him not to join the giant bear gang, because they were the enemy. General Manager, are we going out of the city to hunt each other down? The guard captain asked. You go back, I will chase him myself. Gao Yan waved his hand, stood up and left the Shuangshou building, and then walked out of the city leisurely. And during this period, Gao Yan felt that someone was watching him secretly. He pretended not to know about this, quickly left the city, and chased the financial manager in the direction of his escape, based on the clues provided by the guard captain. More than 2 hours later, Gao Yan has left Tianyao City for more than 200 miles, but he has not caught up with the financial manager. So, he was ready to return. Then someone intercepted his circuit. It was Li Feng, the deputy gang leader of the giant bear gang. What a coincidence, deputy gang leader Li, I didn't expect to meet you here. Gao Yan said with a smile. Gao Yan, do you still remember what my gang leader said to you last time? Li Feng asked sinisterly. I don't remember. Gao Yan shook his head. Generally speaking, I never take bullshit seriously. Court death. Li Feng had a long knife in his hand. As he swung it, a blood-red sword light struck Gao Yan head-on. Gao Yan's figure swayed. He dodged, and at the same time, there was a fairy sword in his hand, slashing towards Li Feng. Puff. The opponent's body, the immortal armor and the immortal soul were cut in half by this sword energy. Why are you so strong? It must be said that the immortal's vitality is strong. Even if he was cut in half, Li Feng did not die. I want to know, so I won't tell you. Gao Yan said jokingly, and slashed out his sword again, directly strangling the opponent's body and immortal soul to pieces. Then, he reached out and grabbed it, and a storage immortal ring and a middle-grade immortal weapon fell into his hands. Good. Hearing the system prompt, Gao Yan nodded with satisfaction. This Li Feng was worthy of being the deputy gang leader. He actually carried more than 50 million immortal stones. With the system's 5-fold return, he instantly became a billionaire. Pull out the system interface. The income value has reached 51.29 million, and the total number of immortal stones is close to 300 million. Ding, the income value has reached the upgrade requirements. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade, as much as possible. Gao Yan said. Ding, the system will upgrade 5 levels in a row, and the upgrade time is 24 hours. Please wait patiently. Gao Yan was delighted. He could upgrade 5 levels in a row. The system was quite kind this time. As for the increase of 18 hours in the upgrade time, it is nothing. By the way, Li Feng's storage immortal ring contains not only immortal stones, but also immortal pills and exercises. If nothing unexpected happened, the financial manager who ran away with the money had already had an accident. Gao Yan did not intend to continue tracking him. After he returned to the city, he was summoned by Nia Hongya. Meet the gang leader, meet the second gang leader. Seeing the sisters, Gao Yan bowed slightly. No need to be polite, Chief Manager Gao. Sit down and talk. Nia Hongya said softly. After Gao Yan sat down, she continued to ask, did Chief Manager Gao catch up with anyone? Gao Yan shook his head. No, this is just a trap set by Li Feng, the deputy leader of the giant bear gang, just to lure me out of the city. Is there such a thing? Nie Hongye's face changed, then Chief Manager Gao is not injured? Nothing. Gao Yan replied calmly, but I think the financial manager is in danger. He deserves it. Nie Hongshu snorted coldly. Although she knew that the financial manager was coerced, it was wrong to collude with outsiders to plot against one's own people. Besides, even if he was coerced, didn't he know to report to them? It was clear that he didn't trust them. Then how did you get away? Nie Hongye asked, curiously. As far as she knew, Li Feng was at the peak of the fourth level of the earthly immortal. Even Nie Hongshu might not be his opponent. If he dies, I will get away, Gao Yan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Nie Hongye and Nie Hongshu were shocked and surprised. Gao Yan was only at the third level of earthly immortal, but he could kill Li Feng, who was at the peak of the fourth level of earthly immortal. And he was unscathed, so his strength must have reached at least the fifth level of earthly immortal. Did you kill him? Nie Hongye asked again. Gao Yan nodded. Nie Hongye was delighted after getting the confirmation, and hesitated slightly. She said, in fact, we implicated you in this matter. The Hanyue gang planned to unite with the Giant Bear gang to deal with us. They probably thought that you were only at the third level of earthly immortal and it was easier to deal with you, so they attacked you. Unexpectedly, they met a tough guy. In fact, you killed Li Feng, which also weakened the strength of the Giant Bear gang. I will reward you with 10 million immortal stones. Thank you, gang leader. Gao Yan did not refuse, because he deserved it. After leaving the Hongye gang, Gao Yan's storage immortal ring had another 10 million low-grade immortal stones. However, the system is still upgrading, and the profit value and refund have not been calculated. Coincidentally, as soon as he walked out of the Red Leaf Gang's base, the shopkeeper of the martial arts store sent him a message telling him that the last martial arts had arrived. Double happiness. So Gao Yan hurried over and spent 1 million low-grade immortal stones to get the last daytime immortal scripture. The other two immortal scriptures have already cultivated immortal power. That night, under the operation of the practice badge, Gao Yan's body has another immortal power. Unfortunately, there is only one practice badge, so only one martial arts can be operated. Fortunately, the practice badge has 10 times the practice effect. Even if he practices 5 martial arts at the same time, his practice speed is far faster than that of ordinary immortals. On the other side, the Giant Bear gang. Seeing that several hours have passed, Li Feng has not returned from outside the city, and his confidant has also heard that Gao Yan of the Red Leaf gang has returned to the city. For a moment, he had a bad premonition in his heart. He quickly reported the matter to Jing Baxiong, the leader of the Giant Bear gang. Jing Baxiong's body is particularly strong, 3 meters tall. He is a demon who has become an immortal. His body is a black bear, and his cultivation has reached the peak of the 6th level of the earthly immortal. After listening to the report of Li Feng's confidant, his face darkened, and then he called another deputy gang leader, a feminine young man, who is also a demon, and is a demon snake who has cultivated into an immortal. By Xiren, I suspect that Li Feng was killed outside the city. You take people to investigate outside the city immediately. Yes, boss. Bai Xiren immediately took the order, and then selected a team of people and hurried out of the city. A few hours later, Bai Xiren returned to meet Jing Baxiong, Boss, if there is no accident, Lao Li should have been in trouble. I found the place where they fought and captured a trace of Lao Li's immortal soul fragments. Are you sure Li Feng went to kill Gao Yan? Xing Xiongba's eyes fell on Li Feng. Boss, it's absolutely true. Did Nie Hongye and Nie Hongshu leave the city? No. That's strange. Gao Yan is only a third-level earthly immortal. How did he kill Li Feng? Bai Ziren, how many auras did you find at the scene? Bai Ziren said, there are only 2 auras, one is from Lao Li, and the other should be that Gao Yan. It seems that Li Feng underestimated that guy and lost his life. Zheng Baxiong snorted. Boss, are we going to avenge Lao Li? Bai Ziren asked. No hurry. Zheng Baxiong waved his hand. City Lord Shui Chongfeng and Su Xiao are about to be transferred out of Tianyao City. Once they leave, it will be time for us to join forces with the Hanyue Gang to destroy the Maple Leaf Gang. How many immortal stones can we earn by fighting with wild beasts? But those 2 women are staying safely in the city and earning much more immortal stones than us. If I don't kill them, I'm not thinking straight. The next morning, Gao Yan called Ling Susu and the other 4 girls to his side and asked, do you have any cultivation techniques? Sir, we don't. The 4 girls shook their heads in unison. They were so poor that they couldn't even pay the cultivation tax, so where would they get immortal stones to buy cultivation techniques? Here are 3 human immortal level techniques. You can choose to practice them. Gao Yan threw out 3 techniques, all of which were obtained from Li Feng's storage immortal ring. In fact, there were 2 earth immortal level techniques in his storage immortal ring. But the 4 female immortal servants had only been with him for a short time. So naturally he couldn't give them earth immortal level techniques. Thank you, Master. The 4 girls knelt down directly, because they really didn't know how to thank Gao Yan except kneeling down to him. As for climbing the bed, they didn't even have such an idea. It's not that they look down on Gao Yan, but they feel that they are not worthy. After all, Gao Yan is a terrestrial immortal, and they are just low-level human immortals. Get up, practice well. After saying this, Gao Yan walked out of the door and headed towards the Red Leaf Gang. At the same time, the Hanyue Gang also received the news that Li Feng was killed. Li Tianshan was quite surprised and a little regretful. If he had known that Gao Yan's combat power had reached the 5th level of terrestrial immortals, he should have sent someone to recruit him. Thinking of this, he immediately called in his think tank Qi Lianshan. Go and contact Gao Yan quietly and see if you can dig him over. Yes, gang leader. Qi Lianshan nodded. Remember, don't be discovered by those 2 bitches. Li Tianshan warned. Please rest assured, I will pay attention. The next afternoon, after finishing his official duties, Gao Yan found a nearby Shuangshou building to listen to music and drink. Suddenly, Gao Yan smiled, and the system upgrade was complete. He immersed his mind in the system, and the corresponding reward information also appeared in his mind. First of all, there is the lottery reward, a total of 5 ordinary lottery rewards, and secondly, the original attribute points have become evolution points. What is the difference between these evolution points and attribute points? In short, evolution points can allow his magical powers to evolve into immortal magic. After arriving in the fairy world, Gao Yan found that most of the many magical powers he mastered could not be used. To put it bluntly, magical powers are the use of rules. The rules of the fairy world are too strong. The magical powers he mastered cannot communicate with the rules, so naturally they cannot be used. However, acquired magical powers that do not involve rules can be used, such as the soul-devouring magical power, but the power is also reduced a lot. In addition, special magical powers can also be used. This upgrade rewarded a total of 15 evolution points. He has mastered 4 levels of magical powers, namely general magical powers, super magical powers, special magical powers, and god-level magical powers. General magical powers only need to consume 1 evolution point to be promoted. To immortal magical powers, super magical powers need to consume 2 evolution points. Special magical powers do not need to be upgraded, and god-level magical powers need to consume 3 evolution points. After some thinking, Gao Yan made a plan. First, he consumed 2 evolution points to upgrade the time magical power and small teleportation in the general magical powers to the immortal level. Suddenly, the magical runes in his mind flashed for a while and then shone brightly, and then Gao Yan felt that he could activate these 2 magical powers again. Among the super magical powers, he upgraded the Great Destruction and Great Cutting to the immortal level at the cost of consuming 4 evolution points. Finally, Gao Yan consumed another 9 evolution points to upgrade the 3 god-level magical powers of Dou Ziju, Bing Ziju, and Xing Ziju to the immortal level. After regaining control of these 7 magical powers, Gao Yan felt much safer. Then, his eyes fell on the 5 ordinary draws. Draws require rituals. So, Gao Yan prepared to go home to take a shower, change clothes, and then draw again. Just not far from the Shuangshou building, a 6th-level immortal came up to greet him. Mr. Gao, this gentleman wants to invite you to the Linxian building for a while. Who is your gentleman? Gao Yan asked. You will know when you go. The other party smiled. No time. He didn't even dare to report his name, and he was too lazy to pay attention. Mr. Gao, please stay. My gentleman said that you will not regret it if you go. Mysterious. Gao Yan pouted and kept walking. Seeing this, the face of the 6th-level human immortal could not help but slightly darken, and he quickly chased after him. To be honest, my husband is the confidant of the leader of the Giant Bear Gang. Please give me some face. Giant Bear Gang? Gao Yan's eyes turned cold. Then I have even less time, and don't bother me. Otherwise, I will deal with you. A flash of anger flashed in the eyes of the 6th-level human immortal, but due to Gao Yan's strength, he still didn't dare to say anything harsh, and could only go to Qi Lianshan to report depressedly. Back home, Gao Yan asked Ling Susu to prepare the bath water. After taking a comfortable bath and changing into a snow-white robe, he summoned the system interface. System, use all the draws. Ding, the draw is open. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a top-grade immortal weapon. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a bottle of 1st level immortal pills. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a celestial puppet. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a falling immortal talisman. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a 2nd-level immortal pill. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Let's talk about the top-grade immortal weapon first. It is a defensive, immortal robe. After wearing it, it can resist the attacks of celestial immortals. How many times it can withstand depends on how long its own immortal power can support. Let's talk about the first-level immortal pills, which are specially given to human immortals to improve their cultivation. One pill can directly improve one realm of human immortals. There are 100 pills in a bottle. There is no need to introduce the celestial immortal puppet. Those who know it will understand it, but this celestial immortal puppet is not the 9th level of celestial immortal, but only the 3rd level of celestial immortal, which is enough for now. This falling immortal talisman is quite special. After it is used, it can knock down a great realm of the immortal. However, it is only effective for immortals below the golden immortal. For example, if a celestial immortal is hit by the falling immortal talisman, then his realm will fall to the earth. Immortal realm. The last prize is the second turn golden pill, which can be upgraded to a small realm after being taken by the earth immortal. Gao Yan took out the top-grade immortal weapon and refined it in a short time, and then put it on his body. Then, he took out the bottle of first-turn immortal pills, took out one and took it, allowing the practice badge to enhance the immortal power cultivated by the Huangtian Immortal Sutra. With 10 times the effect, it only took a moment for Huangtian's immortal power to reach the 2nd level of the human immortal. After taking 8 first-turn golden pills in succession, Huangtian's immortal power reached the 9th level of the human immortal. Then, Gao Yan consumed 24 first-level immortal pills, raising his red sky immortal power, white sky immortal power, and black sky immortal power to the 9th level of the human immortal realm. After thinking for a while, Gao Yan took out another 3rd-level immortal pill. He had obtained 3 3rd-level immortal pills through the plunder card before, and he had used one before, and was directly promoted to the 3rd level of the earthly immortal realm. After swallowing it in one gulp, Gao Yan asked the practice badge to increase the Huangtian Shanli. Because he had already broken through the earthly immortal realm, it was particularly easy to practice if he only increased the Shanli. Soon, the Huang Tian Shanli reached the 3rd level of the earth. But only half of the medicinal power was consumed, so he hurriedly asked the practice badge to increase the Qi Tian Shanli. When the remaining medicinal power was consumed, the Qi Tian Shanli also reached the 3rd level of the earthly immortal. There was also the last 3-turn immortal pill. Gao Yan took it out and used it together, and raised the 2 kinds of Shanli, daytime and black sky, to the 5th level of the earthly immortal. Now, all 5 kinds of Shanli have reached the 3rd level of the earthly immortal. Gao Yan narrowed his eyes and ordered, practice badge, fuse the 5 kinds of Shanli for me. However, the practice badge did not respond. What do you mean, can't fuse, or does the practice badge not have this function? Gao Yan frowned. After a little hesitation, Gao Yan simply took over the body himself, and then controlled the 5 kinds of Shanli to fuse. But what he didn't expect was the 5 kinds of immortal powers that were originally at peace with each other struggled like wild horses after approaching each other. If Gao Yan's immortal body was not strong enough, these 5 immortal powers would be out of control and hurt him. In desperation, Gao Yan could only stop the fusion of the 5 immortal powers. There is no shortage of smart people in the world. There must be people who try to fuse the 5 immortal powers. But so far, no one has merged the 5 immortal scriptures into the 5 Emperor's immortal scripture, which means that the way to fuse immortal powers Should not work. Damn arrogant. Gao Yan reflected on himself. Forget it, there is no rush for a while, I will try it slowly in the future. Gao Yan sighed lightly, took the second-level immortal pill, and gave it to the practice badge to improve the Qing Tian immortal power. After all, he has the complete version of the Qing Tian immortal scripture. The second-level immortal pill is very strong. Not long after, Gao Yan's aura rose, and his realm also broke through to the fourth level of earthly immortals. I called up the system interface again and checked. I found that the income value was still over 10 million, and I could continue to level up. However, Gao Yan does not plan to upgrade for the time being. When he saves 50 million, he will upgrade to 5 levels at a time. As for the number of immortal stones, it has increased to more than 350 million. Gao Yan spent the next period of time quite leisurely. Neither the Giant Bear Gang nor the Hanhui Gang came to trouble him, but he guessed that those two gangs were not holding anything back. At the same time, another news spread in the city, causing some panic within the Hongye Gang. The news is that Zhuo Chongfeng, the city lord of Tianyao City, will be transferred soon, and the city guard commander Su Xiao will also be transferred soon. The Hongye Gang is able to dominate the dual building business because of Su Zhao's backing. His transfer means that the Hongye Gang has no backer. This day, Gao Yan was listening to music in another double building. Although the double-study buildings in Tianyao City are all owned by the Hongye Gang, each double-study building has its own characteristics. He had already heard the songs from the Shuangshou building near the Red Leaf Gang's residence, so he came to the second one today. Bang! On the stage, two female fairies were singing together. Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky and landed heavily on the stage. Gao Yan used his spiritual mind to scan and found that the guard of Shuangshou building had already made contact with a guest on the third floor. In a flash, Gao Yan appeared on the third floor and shouted in a deep voice. Stop it! After hearing the order from the manager, the guards surrounding the man retreated, but the guest had no intention of giving up. Instead, he planned to chase the guards and kill him. Seeing this, Gao Yan was a little dissatisfied. With a wave of his hand, an invisible energy swept out and knocked the opponent to the ground. Tell me, what's going on? Gao Yan pointed at the old bastard who was hiding aside. Master Steward, this person has gone too far. Not only did he severely injure our sisters, but he was not even willing to pay for the immortal stone. Afterwards, the old bastard said with an angry and aggrieved look on his face. You can't serve me comfortably, and you still want me to give you fairy stones. It's just a dream. The strong man climbed up from the ground and said confidently. Brush. The figure flashed, and Gao Yan appeared in front of the other party. He raised his hand and slapped him twice. The originally arrogant and strong man fell to the ground softly. Tie him up. Yes. How is the injured girl's condition? Gao Yan turned to ask the madam. I'm afraid it will take several years to recover. The madam replied. Give her this elixir. Gao Yan threw out a healing elixir, which Gao Yan also got from Li Feng. Thank you very much, Mr. Manager. The new family also thanked Mr. Manager for peony. After receiving the elixir, the madam quickly bent over to thank him. Gao Yan waved his hand. Soon, he came to the backyard of this double building. The strong man had been tied up tightly. Seeing Gao Yan's arrival, the guard captain and the guards saluted one after another. What is this person's identity? Gao Yan asked. Guard Captain Wang Zhan said, Manager, this person is a small leader of the Hanhui gang, named Chen Longdao. How did you deal with troublemakers like this in the past? Gao Yan asked again. Wang Zhan said, compensate us multiple times for our losses. If we can't pay it out, we will sell it to the mine for mining. But this person is the small leader of the Hanhui gang. I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with. It is no secret now that the Hanhui gang is eyeing the Hongye gang. If Chen Longdao is really sold, Hanhui gang will probably take the opportunity to attack Hongye gang. Manager, why don't you inform the two gang leaders about this? Wang Zhan suggested in a low voice. No need. Gao Yan waved his hand, break this guy's limbs, seal his cultivation, take off his storage ring, and then send him to the patrol department to let the people of the patrol department deal with him. The patrol department is equivalent to the police station in the mortal world. Yes. With a fierce flash in Wang Zhan's eyes, he personally broke Chen Longdao's limbs, took off the immortal storage ring on his body, and arranged for 2 guards to take him to the patrol department. There was the spiritual imprint of the other party on the immortal storage ring, but after all, the other party was only at the 9th level of human immortality. Gao Yan did not spend much time to rub off the imprint on the immortal storage ring. Poor guy. Gao Yan secretly curled his lips. The other party's storage fairy ring actually only had more than 500,000 fairy stones, barely providing him with 500,000 in income. However, the system returned 2.5 million yuan. Later, Gao Yan threw 100,000 immortal stones to Wang Zhan, and each of the 6 guards also received 10,000 immortal stones. Finally, Gao Yan went to visit Mutin again and left her 50,000 fairy stones. This incident quickly reached the ears of sisters Nia Hongya and Nia Hongshu. They quite praised Gao Yan's way of handling this matter. It was obvious that the Hanhui gang was behind this matter. If the previous handling methods were followed, the Hanhui gang would definitely use this matter to attack the Hongye gang. But after handing the person over to the patrol department, Hanhui gang has no reason to attack. When fighting between gangs, one must also pay attention to the teacher's reputation. You can't just hit whoever you want, that would be chaos. Therefore, if the Hanhui gang wants to annex the Hongye gang, they must also come up with a reason to attack the Hongye gang. If you do this for no reason, you will easily be attacked by a group. After all, you destroyed the Red Leaf gang for no reason today, so can you destroy our gang for no reason tomorrow? It seems that the Hanhui gang can't wait any longer. Su Xiao hasn't been transferred yet, so they can't help but want to take action. Nia Hongya said worriedly. That Su Xiao is also a white-eyed wolf. Fortunately, we gave him so many benefits before. Nia Hongshu snorted coldly. 2 days ago, he went to see Su Xiao, but the other party didn't let her in. Obviously he wants to distance himself from their sisters. Okay, no need to complain. Nia Hongya was not that angry. Their relationship with Su Xiao was only based on profit. Now that they were all being transferred away, they could no longer benefit from their sisters, so they had to part ways with each other. How's that for what I told you to do? Nia Hongshu said. Chen Jian didn't show up. The person who received me was Xiao Yu, the deputy gang leader of the Immortal Sword Gang, but from the inside and outside of his words, they didn't want to get involved in our affairs with the Hanhui gang and the Giant Bear gang. Nia Hongya was not surprised by this. The Immortal Sword Gang was engaged in guarding escorts and had no conflicts of interest with other gangs in the city. It was almost impossible for them to become enemies of the Hongye gang and the Hanwei gang. In fact, it was helpless to go to the Fairy Sword gang. None of the gangs in the city were easy to deal with. Only the Hongye gang, the Fairy Sword gang, and the Fulong gang had a better reputation. If it were other gangs, even if they were willing to cooperate with the Hongye gang, Nya Hongye would not dare to agree. Who knows, they would turn around and cooperate with the Hanwei gang and swallow them up together. Then let's try to find the Fulong gang again. Nya Hongye sighed. All right. Nya Hongshu nodded, but I guess there is not much hope. I heard that sure. Wan Long has been in retreat recently, and his son and adopted son are taking care of the gang affairs. One of them is a third-level Earth Immortal, and the other is a second-level Earth Immortal. If Shi Wen Zi doesn't take action, neither of them can do anything. On the other side, Hanwei gang. It was learned that Chen Longdao was sent to the patrol department by Gao Yan. Li Tianshan was furious and even had the intention to kill Gao Yan. However, Gao Yan once killed Li Feng outside the city and suspected that he had the fighting power of the fifth-level Earth Immortal. Unless he, the leader of the gang, took action personally, no one under his command could really kill Gao Yan. Later, he arranged for someone to go to the patrol department to bring Chen Longdao back, but he paid a price of 5 million immortal stones. It's totally a waste of money. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Shui Chongfeng left Tianyao City with Su Shao. As for the new city chief, it will take a few days before he takes office. As soon as Shui Chongfeng left, the atmosphere in the Hongye gang suddenly became tense. In the past 2 months, Hanwei gang and Hongye gang have had many conflicts. Although both sides have restrained themselves, everyone knows that sooner or later, these two forces will have a battle. Because of the conflict between the two gangs, Shuangxila's business has been greatly affected. Especially this month, the income is only 1/3 of the usual. It's not good. The gang leader, the second gang leader, the senior manager, and the Hanwei gang broke into the Shuangshou building on Xihua Street. A guard hurriedly came to the station to report. Before Nya Hongye and Nya Hongshu could react, Chen Wangshan, one of the deputy gang leaders of the Hanwei gang, barged in with 2 people from the 9th level of human immortality. Chen Wangshan, you are so brave, you dare to break into our Hongye gang without permission. Nya Hongye scolded sharply. But Chen Wangshan smiled disapprovingly, waved his hand and threw a letter of challenge to Nya Hongye. Gang leader Nya, this is the letter of challenge from my gang leader. Go out to the city at noon tomorrow to fight. What if I don't agree? Nya Hongye said coldly. She was only at the 5th level of Earth Immortal, while Li Tianshan had already reached the 6th level of Earth Immortal, not to mention, there was the giant bear gang. If they go out to fight in the city, they will definitely die. Don't agree? Chen Wangshan smiled jokingly, then don't blame our Hanwei gang for destroying all your double buildings. You're looking for death. Nya Hongshu was furious and wanted to attack Chen Wangshan, but Nya Hongye stopped him. But she stopped Nya Hongshu, but not Gao Yan, because she didn't expect Gao Yan to take action at this time. A sword light swept out and strangled Chen Wangshan to pieces in an instant. With a quick grab, 2 middle-grade immortal weapons and a storage immortal ring fell into Gao Yan's hands. Gao Yan, you. Nya Hongye was a little angry. Gang leader, I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it back. Mainly, this guy is too arrogant. Gao Yan smiled at Nya Hongye. Good kill. Nie Hongshu praised loudly. You killed Chen Wangshan, how should we explain to the Hanyu gang? Nie Hongye sighed. Why do you need to explain? Gao Yan asked back. Chen Wangshan broke into our Hongye gang's headquarters without permission and wanted to assassinate you, the gang leader. He deserves to die. Upon hearing this, Nie Hongye and Nie Hongshu were both stunned. At this moment, Gao Yan took action again and killed the two 9th-level human immortals brought by Chen Wangshan on the spot. This way, there was no evidence to prove their deaths. Just listen to him continue. Hanyu gang clearly wants to annex our Hongye gang. Even if he doesn't kill Chen Wangshan, can he give up this opportunity? Killing Chen Wangshan can weaken their strength. But the Hanyu gang has colluded with the Giant Bear gang. Even if Chen Wangshan is killed, they still have 4 Earth Immortals. What's more, Li Tianshan and Jing Baxiong are both Earth Immortals at the 6th level. I'm afraid it won't be possible for the 3 of us to join forces. Opponent. Having said this, Nie Hongye looked a little more desperate. Gang leader, we can kill the Hanyu gang now, maybe we can catch them off guard. Gao Yan said, first of all, they destroyed one of our double repair buildings. Secondly, Chen Wangshan came to assassinate you again. With these 2 excuses, we can't go too far by attacking the Hanyu gang. As long as we seize the opportunity to kill Li Tianshan, if we kill him, the threat of the Giant Bear gang will be defeated. Sister, this is a good idea. Let's do what Gao Yan said and fight the Hanyu gang. Nie Hongshu said excitedly. But Nie Hongye was more rational than Nie Hongshu. She looked at Gao Yan and said, Gao Yan, the fact that you can kill Chen Wangshan instantly means that your combat power has reached the 5th level of Earth Immortal. If you join forces with me, can you kill Li Tianshan? Able. Gao Yan nodded seriously. My strength is more than the 5th level of Earth Immortal. Okay then, let's fight against the Hanyu gang. The next moment, the 3 of them quietly left the Hongye gang and lurked towards the Hanyu gang station. There is no defensive formation set up at the Hanyu gang station. This is confidence in one's own strength, and also to save fairy stones. After all, Hanyu gang station is not small. If a defensive shield is set up, about 10 yuan of fairy stones will be consumed every day. Boom. The moment they approached the Hanyu gang station, the 3 of them stopped hiding. Their momentum exploded, and they ran rampant, knocking all the human immortal guards away. Li Tianshan, come out and die. Li Tianshan, who was stationed at the station, was stunned when he heard Nie Hongye's voice, and then became furious. He rushed out in a flash. Nie Hongye, I really didn't expect that you would have the courage to come and kill me. Humph, you destroyed my double cultivation building and even sent Chen Wangshan to sneak attack me. If I don't kill you, wouldn't it make people think that I, Nie Hongye, is easy to bully? Nie Hongye snorted coldly. Little teleportation. At this moment, Gao Yan suddenly disappeared from the spot, and reappeared behind Li Tianshan. With a stab of the long sword in his hand, he pierced the opponent through. Seeing this scene, Nie Hongye and Nie Hongshu sisters were stunned. But immediately, they summoned a medium-grade immortal weapon spear and killed Li Tianshan. Ah! You are looking for death. Li Tianshan shouted and turned around and slashed Gao Yan heavily. But Gao Yan had already withdrawn his sword, so the opponent's attack naturally fell. At this time, the Nie sisters had already killed him, so he had to sacrifice a longsword immortal weapon, to fight the Nye sisters. I have to say, Li Tianshan still has some skills. Even though he was injured by Gao Yan's sneak attack, he had the upper hand. After just more than 10 breaths. At this moment, Gao Yan suddenly appeared behind Li Tianshan, and the immortal sword in his hand fell down. With a puff, the opponent's right arm fell. The Nye sisters seized the opportunity and left 2 more bloody holes on Li Tianshan with their spears. Originally, Hanyue Gang had another Earth Immortal, but coincidentally, Li Tianshan sent him outside the city to set up the battlefield. The Hanyue Gang was making quite a commotion. Other forces had already discovered it. The Giant Bear Gang was no exception. Boss, are we going to support Li Tianshan? We definitely have to go, but not now. Xing Baxiong sneered, the 3 Earth Immortals from the Red Leaf Gang are definitely not Li Tianshan's opponents, but if the 3 Earth Immortals fight to the death, they might seriously injure Li Tianshan. Even if they can't seriously injure him, it would be a good thing for us to let him get hurt. Then, when we divide the Red Leaf Gang, we can also get more benefits. Boss is wise. Someone immediately flattered him. Hanyue Gang's base. Li Tianshan, who was injured one after another, could no longer hold on. So, he shouted, Nye Hongye, how about we stop here? If you stop now, I promise that I will not cause trouble to your Hongye Gang in the future. You wish. Nye Hongshu snorted coldly and accelerated his attack. At this time, Gao Yan attacked again and cut off one of Li Tianshan's legs with a sword. The Nye sisters also took the opportunity to pierce the opponent's eyebrows and shattered his immortal soul. At this point, Li Tianshan died. After killing Li Tianshan, the Nye sisters all felt as if they were in a dream. The next moment, they all looked at Gao Yan, because this time they were able to kill Li Tianshan mainly by Gao Yan's method. The method of sudden appearance and sudden disappearance must be the magical power of the immortal world. In the lower world, supernatural powers are not rare. The sisters also ascended from the lower world and mastered dozens of powerful magical powers. But after arriving in the fairy world, they found that these magical powers could not be used. Later I learned that magical powers from the lower realm generally cannot be used in the fairy world. Even if they can, their power will be weakened to an extremely weak level. In the fairy world, magical powers are more precious and rare than martial arts. Gao Yan, don't use your magical powers in the future, otherwise you will attract the covetousness of powerful people, and you may not be able to save your life. Nye Hongye lowered his voice. Is there such a thing? Gao Yan was stunned. What do you think? Fortunately, the immortals from the Hanyue Gang escaped when we fought, otherwise the news that you have magical powers would definitely be leaked. Nye Hongye said happily. At this moment, there was movement outside. But it was Xing Baxiong who arrived with Bai Ziren. When he saw Li Tianshan's body, a flash of shock and surprise flashed in his eyes. Did you kill Li Tianshan? Why, Gang Jing wants to avenge him. Nye Hongshu mocked unceremoniously. Xing Baxiong's eyes flickered and he said with a smile, don't get me wrong. Sweet Potato Gang leader, I have nothing to do with Li Tianshan. I just heard the news and came over to take a look. Now that you've seen it, get out of here. Nye Hongshu sneered. Suddenly, Xing Baxiong's face darkened, and his eyes glanced at Gao Yan and the others. As expected, Li Tianshan was killed by these 3 people, but there were no injuries on their bodies, which showed that they occupied an absolute position. Upside. Like Li Tianshan, he is at the peak of the 6th level of Earth Immortal. If these 3 people can kill Li Tianshan, they can probably kill him too. So, he swallowed the bad breath in his chest and turned away. It wasn't until he had gone a certain distance that he cursed, "Damn it, Nya, Hongya and Nya Hongshu are hiding so deeply. Everyone thinks they are sisters. They are weak and can be bullied, but they are pretending to be pigs and eating tigers." As for Gao Yan, he completely regarded him as a soy sauce. Soon, the men of the Hongye gang arrived at the Hanhui gang station and began to search for loot. At the same time, another part of the men went to the city to occupy the Hanhui gang's casino. Although the Hongye gang is not in the casino business, it can't give it up. At worst, it can just be transferred to other gangs in the future. I didn't expect it, the Nya sisters are so strong. The station of the Fairy Sword Gang. Having just received the news that Li Tianshan was dead, deputy gang leader Xiao Yu sighed lightly, with a bit of regret in her expression. Nya Hongshu came to talk to her, hoping to form an alliance to deal with the Hanhui gang. As a result, she refused. If she had known that the Nya sisters were so powerful, she should have agreed, so that she could get a piece of the pie. Although the Immortal Sword Gang is in the dart business, it's not that they don't want to get involved in Tianyao City's industry. It's just that the time that the Immortal Sword Gang has risen is too short, and all the profitable industries in the city have been carved up by other forces. Therefore, we can only engage in the most dangerous escort industry. If you can easily earn fairy stones, who would want to do the escort business? Not only do you often encounter wild beasts on the way, but if you are unlucky, you may also encounter someone who robs your escort. Therefore, members of the Fairy Sword Gang have always had a high casualty rate. Soon, Li Tianshan was killed by the Nya sisters, and the news of the Hanhui gang's demise spread throughout Tianyao City. Many people were quite surprised by this, because after the conflict in the previous 2 months, it was obvious that the Hanhui gang and the Giant Bear gang would join forces to annex the Hongya gang. However, they did not expect that the Nya sisters could make a comeback. Not only did they kill Li Tianshan, they also shocked the Giants Bear gang. That night, Gao Yan called up the system interface. His eyes fell on the income column. After killing Chen Wangshan, Gao Yan collected his storage ring, which contained 42 million immortal stones. Therefore, Gao Yan's income exceeded 50 million again and reached 53.2 million. At the same time, the total number of fairy stones also increased by 252 million, reaching just over 600 million. This is without reward based on merit. When the Hanhui gang's wealth is tallied up, the Nya sisters will definitely give him part of it. Unfortunately, he was still a bit thin-skinned and did not directly take away Li Tianshan's storage fairy ring. System, upgrade to 5 levels in a row. Ding, the system is being upgraded. The upgrade time is 24 hours. Please wait patiently. Other side. Hongye Gang Station. Sister, the harvest this time has been calculated. Nya Hongshu came in a hurry. How many? Nya Hongshu said, first of all, there are immortal stones, a total of 1.2 billion. In addition, there are 334 low-grade immortal artifacts, 15 medium grade immortal artifacts, 12 earth immortal level exercises, hundreds of human immortal level exercises, casino 18. If we transfer all these casinos, we should be able to sell more than 2 billion immortal stones. In addition, the miscellaneous ones are worth 1 to 2 billion in total. Good. Nie Hongye was quite satisfied with this harvest. Suddenly, she thought of something. Little sister, how do you think we should reward Gao Yan? Nie Hongshu was also a little embarrassed about this issue. The Hongye gang was able to turn the corner this time, not only because of Gao Yan's credit, but at least 80% of it. If he hadn't decisively killed Chen Wangshan and then instigated them to head straight for the Hanyu gang's lair, they would have definitely missed the opportunity. And in the battle to kill Li Tianshan, it was Gao Yan's use of magical powers that allowed them to kill Li Tianshan in time. Otherwise, when Jingbaxiong and his men arrived, it was estimated that they would have died in the Hanyu gang's base. It was precisely because Gao Yan's contribution was so great that they couldn't reward him. After a moment of silence, Nie Hongshu said, "Why don't we promote him to deputy leader?" Nie Hongye frowned. "He has only been in our Hongye gang for a short time. If he is promoted to deputy leader rashly, he may not be convinced by the crowd." Hearing this, Nie Hongshu understood what her sister meant. The so-called disobedience is just an excuse. With the strength shown by Gao Yan, who dares not to be convinced? To put it bluntly, it's because her sister is on guard against Gao Yan. After all, Gao Yan is too mysterious. Not only is he powerful, but he also has magical powers. Once the other party becomes the deputy leader, maybe he will take over the position in the future. Then how do you say we should reward him, sister? Just reward him with 800 million immortal stones. Nie Hongye said thoughtfully. I have no objection. Nie Hongshu nodded. The next day, Gao Yan gang arrived at the Hongye gang's headquarters. Nie Hongye's maid invited him over. "General Manager Gao, please sit down." Nie Hongye smiled. "You're welcome, gang leader." Gao Yan bowed and saluted, then sat down. "We were able to destroy the Hanyu gang this time because you seized the opportunity, and you repeatedly hit Li Tianshan in the battle, allowing us to kill him in time. Otherwise, when the giant bear gang arrived, we would be in danger." "Gang leader, you're flattering me. It's all I should do," Gao Yan said modestly. Nie Hongye was quite satisfied with Gao Yan's performance, so he smiled even more brightly, and handed over a storage fairy ring. "This is your reward." "Thank you, boss." Gao Yan put away the storage fairy ring, and when he checked the number of fairy stones inside, he was overjoyed, because there were 800 million fairy stones inside. Nie Hongye was too thoughtful, and actually rewarded him with all the fairy stones. After annexing the Hanyu gang, the Hongye gang had 18 more casinos under its name. As the general manager, Gao Yan also had more things to do. Therefore, he didn't have time to listen to music at the end of the day. In the evening, returned to number 18 Phoenix Street. After a sumptuous dinner, he took a shower before returning to his room. Call up the system interface. The system upgrade has been completed. 5 normal draws and 15 evolution points are also awarded. System, start 5 consecutive draws. Ding, 5 consecutive draws are on. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a Forbidden Immortal formation. Disc. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a second turn elixir. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a top-grade fairy weapon. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a fairy boat. The prize has Been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a cursed talisman. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it patiently. Let's talk about the forbidden immortal formation disk first. After it is opened, it can form a forbidden immortal formation. As long as the immortals and below fall into the formation, both their immortal power and their immortal soul will be completely imprisoned. If they are immortals, their immortal power and immortal soul will be damaged. Influence cannot be completely imprisoned. But the consumption is a bit high. 10,000 immortal stones are consumed in 1 hour. This is not the first time I have received the second turn elixir. After taking it, the earth immortal can ascend to a small realm. The high-grade fairy weapon drawn this time is a pair of fairy boots, which can increase speed after wearing them. The fairy boat is a means of transportation, but it is relatively fast. It can fly thousands of miles in 1 hour. Even immortals cannot fly that fast, but it still consumes fairy stones, 100 in 1 hour. The last cursed immortal talisman is quite awesome, but if you curse an immortal below a true immortal, you will definitely die if you curse it accurately. That's right, we have another big killer weapon. If you don't like anyone in the future, just use the cursed immortal talisman to kill him. There are still 15 evolution points. First, spend 3 evolution points to upgrade the small magical power of Stealing the Sky, the magical power of Soul Eating, and the magical power of Twins to the immortal level. Then he spent 12 evolution points to upgrade the Great Combat Technique, the Great Escape Technique, the Great Destiny Technique, the Great Double Cultivation Technique, the Great Devouring Technique, and the Great Sealing Technique to the immortal level. After activating 9 more magical powers, his overall strength has improved a lot. It is worth mentioning. After the system was upgraded, the upgrade experience also increased, directly becoming level 100 million. Today, Hongye gave him 800 million immortal stones. Therefore, his income value is still more than 800 million. As for the total number of immortal stones, it has skyrocketed to 5.4 billion. Think about other immortals who ascended to the immortal world. They may not be able to earn hundreds of immortal stones in a year, but he ascended to the immortal world for only a few months, and his net worth actually reached more than 5 billion. However, Hongye only gave him the immortal stone today and did not promote his position. It seems that the female gang leader has become wary of him. Fortunately, he had no idea about the Hongye gang. Otherwise, with Hongye's behavior, it would be difficult not to have a grudge against her. System upgraded to 8 levels in a row. Ding, the upgrade has started, the time is 24 hours, the host please wait patiently. At this moment, in the Hanbing state, a palace ship pulled by 8 giant beasts was flying towards Tianyao City. And inside the palace, a handsome young man wearing a purple robe and a feather crown was leaning on a golden throne. There were 2 beautiful fairies on the throne. One was massaging him, and the other was responsible for feeding her wine. Under the golden throne, a group of graceful female fairies in tulle were dancing. At the same time, 2 men in black robes stood on both sides of the golden throne. At this time, a middle-aged man walked into the hall, then came to the golden throne and whispered, "Sir, we will arrive at Tianyao City in 2 days." Upon hearing this, Chu Hoyang raised his eyebrows. "We'll arrive as soon as we arrive. It's a shabby place. What preparations do you need from me? As a direct descendant of the Chu family, he was sent to Tianyao City. He was very dissatisfied. However, he had no choice. Who told him to go too far in Baidi City? Although the Chu family is the top family in the Dongyue territory, there is more than one top family in the Dongyue territory. Especially the celestial immortal force he destroyed was an affiliated force of the Chu family's rival, Huiyu family. Although the Huiyu family may not like it, but by killing them, he is slapping the Huiyu family in the face. For this reason, a true immortal force under the Chu family was directly destroyed. Although there is no evidence, I am sure that it was the Huiyu family who did it in retaliation for his misdeeds in Baidi City. That's why, even though his mother loved him very much, she couldn't save him completely this time and could only send him to Tianyao City, a place where no one can shit. Fortunately, before he set off, his mother gave him 2 5th-level sword immortals. Young master is absolutely right, the steward said with a smile on his face. But young master, I sent someone to Tianyao City to inquire about it, and compiled all the earth immortal forces over there into a book. Do you need to take a look at it? Hearing this, Chu Hoyang showed a look of disdain. What is there to care about a group of rubbish forces? Butler, I will leave these matters to you. When I take office, these rubbish forces must not show any expression. Chu Hoyang thought for a while. Let every garbage force donate 1 billion fairy stones to me. If they don't give it, they will be destroyed. Hearing this, the housekeeper smiled bitterly and said, Sir, Tianyao City is not like Baidi City. Although the earthly immortal forces here are also called earthly immortal forces, there are only 3 or 2 earthly immortals. Therefore, if they are asked to take out 1 billion immortal stones, they will have to die. Whether they live or not, 1 billion immortal stones must be taken. Otherwise, there is no need for them to exist. Chu Hoyang sneered. Although he suffered a great loss in Baidi City, he did not intend to change. Besides, this Tianyao City is a small immortal city, without even a heavenly immortal, and he has 2 heavenly immortals as guards. Even if all the earthly immortals unite to rebel, he only needs to send a heavenly immortal guard to suppress them instantly. Sir, I suggest a long-term plan. Think about it. If you destroy all these earthly immortal forces, who can still earn immortal stones for you? The housekeeper persuaded earnestly. Chu Hoyang thought about it, and it was indeed the truth. If he killed everyone, no one would help him make money. So he said, how about this, let them pay 500 million immortal stones first. And then pay 100 million immortal stones to this young master every year. Please rest assured, young master, I will leave this matter to this old servant to discuss. The housekeeper breathed a sigh of relief. The next morning, Gao Yan had just arrived at the Hongye gang to work, and was called over by Nye Hongye's maid. Hello, gang leader. Gao Yan bowed. Please sit down. After sitting down, Nye Hongye said, I just got the news that the new city lord will arrive in Tianyao City tomorrow. Hearing this, Gao Yan was a little confused. I only heard Nye Hongye continue, this new city lord is not easy to deal with. Afterwards, Nye Hongshu told Gao Yan the information she had found out about the Chu family. After listening, Gao Yan asked thoughtfully, what is the origin of this Chu family? Nye Hongye said, the Chu family is a golden immortal family, one of the top families in our Dongyue domain. Chu Hoyang is the eldest son of the Chu family. Although he is not very competitive and made a big mistake and was exiled to Tianyao City, he is not someone we can afford to provoke. Yes. Nia Hongshui was worried, if he can learn from the lessons of Baidi City, it will be good. Otherwise, he will still do whatever he wants in Baidi City. I'm afraid our days will be difficult. What are the two gang leaders planning? Gao Yan asked. I don't know, let's wait and see. At this time, Nia Hongshu said, we have received a message from Chu Hoyang's housekeeper, asking us to go outside the city to welcome Chu Hoyang tomorrow. Will General Manager Gao go? I won't join in the fun. Gao Yan shook his head. Chu Hoyang was not a beauty, and he had no intention of currying favor with her, so he was too lazy to greet her. That night, the system was upgraded. A total of 16 ordinary draws and 40 evolution points were obtained. At the same time, the system also prompted that 5 ordinary draws can be combined into 1 intermediate draw. So, Gao Yan consumed 10 ordinary draws to combine 2 intermediate draws. System, use 2 intermediate draws. Ding, the intermediate draw is open. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a top-grade immortal weapon. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, the company host has won a bottle of third-turn immortal pills. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. The top-grade immortal weapon is a spear. It didn't take him much time to refine it. Generally speaking, immortals use top-grade immortal weapons, and top-grade immortal weapons are also quite precious to immortals. Then it was the third-turn golden pill. The system dad was very generous and directly rewarded a bottle, with a total of 10 pills. Put it away first. There were 6 ordinary draws, and Gao Yan also used them all in one go. Then he drew 6 second-turn immortal pills. Gao Yan felt that the system was a bit perfunctory in this draw. But it didn't matter. He flashed into my world. Then he took 5 second-turn immortal pills in succession, and raised his cultivation to the 9th level of earthly immortals in one go. There are still 2 extra pills, and the one drawn last night was not taken. After thinking about it, Gao Yan used these 2 second-level immortal pills to raise the Huangtian immortal power to the 5th level of earthly immortals. Immediately afterwards, he took out another 3rd-level immortal pill and continued to take it. Under the control of the practice badge, in less than 3 days, he broke through and reached the 1st level of heavenly immortals. There were 9 3rd-level immortal pills left, and Gao Yan took another one. And his cultivation reached the 2nd level of heavenly immortals. He still needs to continue to improve, but it is too late, and it is already dawn outside. By the way, there are still 40 evolution points that are not used. Consume a little evolution point to raise the soul control magic to the fairy level. As for the team amplification magic, he did not improve it, because he has too many secrets and always likes to be alone. Then, he consumed 8 evolution points to raise the Great Plundering Technique, the Great Void Technique, the Great Summoning Technique and the Great Puppet Technique to the fairy level. So far, all super magics have been raised to the fairy level. In fact, he can still improve, but the level is too high, and he consumes more energy to perform. When his strength surpasses the immortal, it will not be too late to improve. It's time to go to work. Gao Yan had breakfast and was about to go out, but after looking at Ling Susu, he found that she had quietly broken through to the 3rd level of the human immortal. Not bad, keep it up. Gao Yan smiled at her, and then walked out of the door. It took 2 days for Gao Yan to sort out the industry of the Hanyu gang, and he returned to his usual work routine. He finished all the work in the morning. In the afternoon, he ran to a double cultivation building to listen to music and drink. At this moment, the 22 gang leaders of Tianyao City have all come to the outside of the city, waiting for the arrival of the new city lord Chu Hoyang. Originally, there were 23 gangs in Tianyao City, but the Hanhui gang was destroyed by the Hongye gang. It was because of this record that the other gang leaders took the initiative to greet the Nye sisters. The Nye sisters knew their own situation well. They did not become arrogant because they had destroyed the Hanhui gang. Instead, they behaved politely and modestly. Time passed. After waiting for 2 hours, 8 giant wild beasts appeared in the sky. The aura of them alone frightened the gang leaders present, because all 8 wild beasts had the cultivation of the 9th level of earthly immortals. Among them, the highest cultivation was only the 7th level of earthly immortals. Behind the 8 wild beasts, there was a giant palace. This giant palace was not simple either. The aura it exuded was actually a top-grade immortal weapon. As expected of the eldest son of the Chu family, this style is too big, Xing Baxiong said with a sigh, and there was a strong envy in his eyes. Yes, the wild beasts pulling the cart are stronger than all of us. Another gang leader said sourly. Soon, the 8 wild beasts came to the top of the crowd, but they had no intention of landing. Instead, they directly entered Tianyao City and landed in the city lord's mansion. This group of people were greeted by nothing but empty air. But no one showed dissatisfaction, but many people cursed in their hearts. Fortunately, at this time, Chu Hoyang's butler appeared with his people and said that he had reserved a seat in the restaurant in the city. He would thank everyone for their welcome on behalf of Chu Hoyang. Restaurant, top floor box. Chu Hoyang's butler, Chung Lishan, was in the first place. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, he put down the wine glass and said with a smile, "Masters, my son has just arrived and needs your support." The group of people immediately agreed and said that it should be. Chung Lishan nodded with a smile. Well, my son decided to improve the treatment and equipment of the city guards in order to better protect Tianyao City. I also hope that everyone can donate generously. Upon hearing this, who of the helpers present didn't understand that this was asking for money? So, someone immediately presented a storage fairy ring. Butler Chung, this is a little gift from my Tsangyu gang. There are 100 million fairy stones in it. Please accept it. Not enough. Chung Lishan did not take the storage fairy ring, but shook his head and said, 500 million for each gang. Hearing that 500 million was required, there was an uproar in the box. Butler Chung, is 500 million too much? After a while, Chen Jian, the helper of the Xianjian gang, said carefully that he was originally doing the work of escorting. Although he earned a lot, he also suffered a lot of casualties. Every time there was a casualty, he had to compensate the fairy stones. Originally, the young master was going to ask you to give 1 billion, but it was also after my persuasion that the young master changed his mind. So, 500 million, not a penny less. What kind of temper our young master has, you have more or less heard. At the end, Chung Lishan's tone was already somewhat threatening. For a while, the faces of the people present were not very good, and some people cursed in their hearts. But they didn't dare to get up and leave. After all, the wild beasts pulling Chu Hoyang's cart were all of the 9th level of earthly immortals. If they dared not to give, Chu Hoyang didn't need to personally take action, and one earthly immortal wild beast would be enough to deal with them. In the end, the 22 helpers all gave 500 million honestly. Qing Lishan continued, also, from now on, each of your gangs will have to pay 100 million immortal stones to the young master every year, and this years will be waived. Ah, you have to pay 100 million every year? Wouldn't that be a death sentence? Then the gang leaders complained, especially the gangs that made less money. Complained the most. In fact, Qing Lishan had arranged for people to investigate these gangs. Among the 22 gangs, some did not make 100 million a year. So, he said, let's do this. I will discuss the annual amount with the young master, and tell you the specific number in 3 days. Hearing this, the gang leaders collectively breathed a sigh of relief. After returning to the station, the faces of the Nya sisters were not very pretty. Sister, this Chu Hoyang is too greedy, Nya Hongshu said angrily. You know, the Hongya gang's annual net income is only tens of millions of fairy stones. They will use the immortal stones they earn to practice, purchase training, resources, etc. It would be great to have tens of millions of immortal stones left over in the end. If they had to pay 100 million to Chu Hoyang every year, not only would they not be able to earn a piece of immortal stone, but they would also have to pay back the money in the end. Fortunately, now they have annexed the Hanyue gang. The annual income of those casinos is no worse than that of Shuangshou Tower. But even so, the net income does not reach 100 million, so they still have to pay back. The situation is stronger than the people, so what can we do? Nya Hongya smiled bitterly and said, I hope Qing Lishan can convince Naku Hoyang. What if you can't be convinced? Nya Hongshu asked. What else can we do? Lower the salary of the helpers and cut expenses. Nya Hongya smiled bitterly. Sister, the worst we can do is quit, disband the gang and go to another city. Nya Hongshu said, since he can't confront Chu Hoyang, then he should hide. Let's watch again, Nya Hongya said solemnly. The Hongya gang was established by their sisters after a lot of hard work. If it were to be disbanded, she would not be able to bear it. But if it was not disbanded, it would have to be paid back. It would not be long before the sisters' accumulated fairy stones were drained out. Likewise, other gangs are not at peace either. Tianhu gang. Bai Yushuang sat on the gang leader's throne with a cold face. The 4 elders below were venting their dissatisfaction with Chu Hoyang. The Tianhu gang is the most powerful gang in Tianyao City. But the immortal stones he earns every year are only about 100 million. If Chu Hoyang insists on asking for 100 million, even though it won't be a bargain, then he will only be working in vain for the other party. Gang leader, why don't we retreat to Yushui City? Chu Hoyang is too greedy. And we won't serve him anymore. An elder suggested that their Tianhu gang's property was not in the city, but in the mining area outside the city. That was why they built the gang's headquarters in Tianyao City. That's because Tianyao City is slightly closer to the mining area. Although the move to Yushui City is far away from the mining area, it will have little impact. Leave tonight. Bai Yushuang said that Nya Hongshu could find out information about Chu Hoyang, and naturally the Tianhu gang could also find out. She originally thought that Chu Hoyang would restrain himself after suffering such a big loss in Baidi City, but now it seems that it is simply a dog that cannot change its habit of eating shit. Once he arrives in Tianyao City, he will have to drive all the gangs to a dead end. Early next morning, someone discovered that the Tianhu gang station became extremely quiet. Not only was the guard at the door missing, but even the door was closed. Later, someone discovered that the locations of the Fairy Sword Gang and the other 5 gangs had become extremely deserted. After someone had the courage to go in and investigate, they found that the residences of these 7 gangs were empty. However, these 7 gangs all had one characteristic. They had little industry in Tianyao City. Hongye Gang Station. As soon as Gao Yan arrived, he was called to Nya Hongye's side. General Manager Gao, 7 gangs, including the Tianhu Gang, the Fairy Sword Gang, and the Giant Bear Gang all evacuated Tianyao City last night. What do you think? Gao Yan was stunned. He didn't expect these 7 gangs to be so decisive. But think about it, it's not like everyone doesn't know Chu Hoyang's virtues. The other party has made it clear that they want to squeeze these earthly immortal forces, and they are still unable to resist. Why stay in Tianyao City without running away with a bucket? What's more, immortals have infinite lifespan, so they become more timid and cherish their lives. Although running away will cause certain losses, they will have the opportunity to start all over again. I think they made the right run. Gao Yan nodded. Then what do you think our Hongye gang should choose? Nya Hongye asked. Again. Either give up the Xuanshou building and the casino and run away immediately, or dedicate both the Xuanshou building and the casino to Chu Hoyang. Gao Yan thought for a while and said, if you want to run away, you have to run away as soon as possible, otherwise, after 2 days, you will not be able to think about it. I can't even run. Just then, a 5th-level Earth Immortal walked in with a prickly tone, and said in an arrogant tone, Nya Hongye, Mr. Butler, please come with me. Please lead the way. Nya Hongye smiled bitterly. An hour later. Nya Hongye is back. Nya Hongshu said immediately, Sister, how's it going? A flash of anger flashed in Nya Hongye's eyes. I propose to dedicate both the Xuanshou building and the casino to Chu Hoyang, but Qing Lishan rejected it and asked us to donate 80 million immortal stones to Chu Hoyang every year. Bang! Nya Hongshu slapped the table. This is too deceiving, sister, why don't we leave Tianyao City? It seems that there is a decrease of 20 million, but compared to the past, they still have to pay for the immortal stone. We can't leave. Chu Hoyang has sent people to monitor us. If you dare to run away, you will die. Nya Hongye shook his head with an ugly expression. Can we just let Chu Hoyang squeeze us? Nya Hongshu felt aggrieved and angry. Let's survive first. Nya Hongye sighed. Now the sisters have no choice but to wait for the opportunity and then escape from Tianyao City. 2 gang leaders, I'm going back to work first. At this time, Gao Yan stood up. Nya Hongye waved his hand and said nothing. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. In this half-month, Gao Yan has digested all the 3-turn golden elixirs. And his cultivation has reached the 7th level of immortality. The main reason is that the 3rd-level immortal pill has developed drug resistance, otherwise he would definitely be able to reach the 9th level of the heavenly immortal. In addition, after absorbing a lot of divine power crystals, his immortal body is also on the verge of promotion. Master, the price of wild beast meat and immortal vegetables has increased again today. After lunch, Bai Fei came to report to Gao Yan. This is not the first time that the price of wild beast meat and immortal vegetables has increased. Originally, the wild beast meat in Tianyao City was almost supplied by the Giant Bear Gang. Now that the Giant Bear Gang has run away, the supply of wild beast meat in the city has become increasingly insufficient. Although there are gangs that send people to hunt wild beasts, they are still Not as professional as the giant bear gang. What's more, Chu Hoyang is frantically suppressing these gangs. These gangs dare not go against Chu Hoyang. In order to earn more immortal stones, they can only set their sights on ordinary immortals. So, in Tianyao City, not only the price of wild beast meat and immortal vegetables has increased, but even the price of the double cultivation building has increased by 1/3. It's okay. I'll give you some more immortal stones. You can buy more wild beast meat and immortal vegetables tomorrow. I estimate that the price will rise in the next period of time. Gao Yan said. Yes, master. After sending Bai Fei away, Gao Yan lay in the yard, looking at the stars in the sky, but sighed in his heart. The life of the immortals in Tianyao City was not easy. After Chu Hoyang came, the life of the residents of Tianyao City would be even more difficult. In fact, he also had the strength to kill Chu Hoyang. But the other party was the legitimate son of the Golden Immortal family after all. If the other party died in Tianyao City, he might be angry with the entire Tianyao City. It's not like the destruction of a city has never happened before. About 7,500 years ago, a legitimate son of a Xianxian family fell in a city. As a result, the city was angered, and the entire city, along with tens of millions of immortals, was destroyed. Although Gao Yan is not a saint, he doesn't want to let all the immortals in Tianyao City die because of his impulse. A few days later, the Nie sisters called Gao Yan over. After a simple greeting, Gao Yan sat down and drank tea. General Manager Gao, the price of wild beast meat in the city is quite high. Now, I plan to form a team specializing in hunting wild beasts. What do you think? Nie Hongya looked at Gao Yan and said. She had no choice. If she didn't find a way to increase the source of income, the sisters would not only work for free, but also pay for it. Gao Yan thought for a while and said, Boss, there are probably many gangs with the same idea as you. After a while, there should be no shortage of meat in the city. I know that too. Nie Hongya smiled bitterly and said, so in my imagination, this hunting team is temporary and will stop when the price of wild beast meat drops. In that case, why don't you go to other cities to buy wild beast meat and bring it back? Gao Yan chuckled. Tianyao City is short of meat, and that's because the giant bear gang, which specializes in this, ran away with the bucket. Other cities definitely don't have this problem. They can go to other cities to purchase large quantities of wild beast meat and sell it back. Although the profit is less, the danger will be greatly reduced. After all, hunting wild beasts is still very dangerous. If you are not a professional, it is easy to cause heavy casualties. At that time, a large amount of pension will definitely be given. Finally, the three of them discussed it. Nie Hongya was in charge of the gang, and he and Nie Hongshu went to Yushui City, Tianjing City, and Yunjiang City to purchase wild beast meat. The next morning, Gao Yan and Nie Hongshu went out of the city and headed towards Yushui City. After ascending to the fairyland, Gao Yan came to Tianyao City, so he had not seen the scenery of the fairyland. Of course, although the scenery of the fairyland is beautiful, there are many dangers. For example, on the way, he sensed the breath of danger many times. After 3 days of traveling, Gao Yan and Nie Hongshu finally arrived in Yushui City. On the way, Gao Yan discussed with Nie Hongshu. Gao Yan went to the butcher shop to purchase a large amount of wild beast meat, while Nie Hongshu went to talk to the gangs that hunted wild beasts and purchased wild beast meat from them. One day later, Gao Yan purchased tens of millions of pounds of wild beast meat in the market. And Nie Hongshu also purchased 30 million pounds of wild beast meat from the gangs. Because they were worried that the gangs in Yushui City would have other ideas, they left Yushui City overnight and headed for Tianjin City. They walked too fast. The gangs in Yushui City had not yet reacted, so they were not intercepted. 2 days later, they came to Tianjin City and also acted separately. This time, Gao Yan purchased 15 million pounds of wild beast meat in the market. And Nie Hongshu bought 50 million pounds from the gangs. The process was smoother than expected, so the two hurried to Yunjiang City. Again, Yunjiang City is much larger than Tianjin City and Yushui City. The two of them joined forces and actually purchased hundreds of millions of pounds of wild beast meat. Without taking a break, the two rushed back to Tianyao City at a faster speed. It took half a month to go back and forth, and they also brought back more than 200 million kilograms of wild beast meat. Did you have a smooth journey? Nie Hongya looked at the two people who were exhausted and asked with concern. Sister, this time it was very smooth. Guess how much wild beast meat we purchased? Nie Hongshu asked proudly. How much? More than 200 million kilograms. Nie Hongshu was more and more proud. So much. Nie Hongya also showed a bright smile. Hongshu, General Manager Gao has worked so hard. Boss, how much has the price of wild beast meat reached? Gao Yan suddenly asked. It's twice as much as before. Nie Hongya said. It has increased so much? Gao Yan and Nie Hongshu were a little surprised. Nie Hongya explained the reason, but the hunting teams formed by the gangs in the city were all defeated, and many immortals were sacrificed. This led to a serious shortage of wild beast meat in the city. If the wild beast meat they brought back is sold at the current price, the profit will be at least 80 million immortal stones. Wow, if we make a few more trips, wouldn't we be able to make hundreds of millions? Nie Hongshu shouted happily. Second gang leader, you think too much. Gao Yan hit back, the gangs in the city are not stupid. We haven't formed a hunting team. When we sell a lot of wild beast meat, they will definitely guess that we purchase it from other cities. Since we can go, they can go too. Secondly, our purchases in other cities this time also created an information gap. If we go there again next time, the price will definitely increase, so we'd better get rid of this batch of wild beast meat as quickly as possible. Otherwise, when other gangs get the wild beast meat back, the price will definitely drop a lot. Therefore, I suggest that we sell the 200 million pounds of wild beast meat to other gangs at a price lower than the market price. Hearing Gao Yan's analysis, the Nie sisters nodded repeatedly. A brief discussion. Nie Hongya sent people to send invitations to the leaders of other gangs and asked them to meet. Gao Yan did not participate in this matter. He went back to number 18 Fenghuang Street directly. Master, you are back. Seeing Gao Yan's return, the 4 female fairy servants showed surprise on their faces, because Gao Yan had become their support. If Gao Yan got into trouble, this mansion would be taken back by the city lord's mansion. The 4 of them would also lose their jobs. With the enthusiastic service of the fairy maids, Gao Yan had a meal, took a bath, and then had someone move a chair to lie down in the yard to bask in the sun. The next day, after Gao Yan came to the Hongye gang, Nie Hongya called him over again. She had a smile on her face, and it seemed that things went smoothly last Night. Nie Hongye said, General Manager Gao, this time we made a total of 62 million, this is a reward for you. Reaching out to take the storage fairy ring handed over by Nie Hongye, Gao Yan sensed that there were 12 million fairy stones in it. Thank you, gang leader. No need, this is what you deserve, I hope you don't think it's too little. Haha, of course not. That's good. After a while, Gao Yan came to the office and called up the system interface. The income value reached 15.2 million. Now it takes 100 million income value to upgrade to the next level, which is a far cry. Secondly, the total number of fairy stones increased by 72 million. Putting away the system interface, Gao Yan started working. Near noon, Gao Yan handled all official business, and then found a double cultivation building to listen to music while eating and drinking. Another half a month passed. The price of wild beast meat in Tianyao City has dropped a lot. There is no shortage of smart people in this world. After Nie Hongye sold more than 200 million kilograms of wild beast meat to those gangs, they had already sent people to several nearby cities to purchase wild beast meat. Of course, the first one to try will always get a good bite. The Hongye gang made 62 million by reselling wild beast meat, while other gangs did not make much. In addition, the gangs in other cities were not stupid either. Seeing that more people were purchasing, they naturally raised the price. Therefore, up to now, it is not good to make 60 million in one trip, let alone 60 million, and this is the case without any accidents. If there is an accident, both the people and the goods will be gone. Not only will you not make any money, but you will also suffer a huge loss. After a while, the price of wild beast meat in Tianyao City continued to fall. However, it still did not return to the original price, and it was 20% higher than before. The source of wild beast meat is mainly from other cities. Relatively speaking, the safety factor of purchasing wild beast meat from other cities is higher than hunting wild beasts. Number 18 Fenghuang Street. Gao Yan looked at the progress of the practice badge. Because he is a 4th grade immortal body, his practice speed is far faster than that of ordinary immortals. Coupled with the tenfold practice effect of the practice badge, his practice speed is like riding a rocket compared to other immortals. But even so, if he wants to reach the 8th level of the immortal from the 7th level, according to the progress shown on the practice badge, it will take at least 1,000 years. For other immortals, it will take at least tens of thousands of years, or even more than 100,000 years to upgrade a small realm. This is still under the condition of sufficient practice resources. Gao Yan is very suspicious whether the world will of the immortal world deliberately restricts the practice speed of the immortals. After all, the immortals are immortal. If their cultivation speed is not suppressed, after hundreds of millions or billions of years, the immortal world will be full of king immortals. And too many king immortals will probably bring considerable pressure to the immortal world. 10 years have passed in a flash. In the past 10 years, Gao Yan's cultivation has remained at the 7th level of the celestial immortal, and his cultivation progress is as slow as an ant crawling, and this is still the case with the cultivation badge. If there is no cultivation badge, the improvement can be ignored. Fortunately, Gao Yan feels that his immortal body is about to be promoted. At most 1 month, he can become a 3rd grade immortal body. Let's talk about the gangs in Tianyao City. Every year, they have to hand over 80 million immortal stones to Chu Hoyang. Even if each gang is trying to get immortal stones in various ways, and constantly squeezing ordinary immortals, But their net profit is still difficult to reach 80 million. On the other hand, the Red Leaf Gang has two major industries, the Xuanshou building and the casino, and its annual net income is about 100 million. But after handing over 80 million, the remaining 20 million is not enough for the Nye sisters to practice, so they are also living off their old capital. Therefore, there is no gang leader in the city who does not hate Chu Hoyang. But what can they do? Chu Hoyang has 2 celestial guards, and the 8 terrestrial beasts of the 9th level are not something they can deal with. Before, the celestial forces in Baidi City dared to turn against Chu Hoyang, after being forced too much, and almost killed him. But here in Tianyao City, even if these gang leaders have 10 guts, they dare not. Unable to resist Chu Hoyang, in addition to squeezing the immortals in the city, they also cut the salaries of their own gang members. This has caused many gang members in the late stage of immortals to leave the gang and leave Tianyao City directly and go to other cities. The Hongye gang did not cut salaries. But Gao Yan thought it was a matter of time, and he did not think the Nye sisters could hold on for long. This day, Nye Hongye called Gao Yan to a meeting. General Manager Gao, if this continues, we sisters will not be able to hold on sooner or later. Do you have any good ideas? Nye Hongye asked directly. After 10 years, she still trusted Gao Yan. Because Gao Yan behaved more like a Buddhist every day besides working, he would go to Xuanshou building to listen to music. He had no intention of competing with them for power and profit. What can I do? Gao Yan shook his head. Hey! Nye Hongye sighed softly. General Manager Gao, we sisters are planning to evacuate Tianyao City. Are you willing to go with us? The sisters still recognized Gao Yan's ability and strength. If Gao Yan could go with them, it would be easier for him to rise in other places. Sorry, 2 gang leaders, I can't leave Tianyao City for the time being. Why? Nye Hongshu asked. Because my Taoist partner will probably be able to ascend to the immortal world soon. Gao Yan explained, you also know how difficult it is for a human immortal to ascend to the immortal world. Okay then. After hearing Gao Yan's reasons, the 2 sisters stopped persuading him, but asked him to keep it secret and not leak the news of their evacuation. Don't worry, I will keep it a secret. Gao Yan nodded. 3 days passed in a flash. When Gao Yan came to the Red Leaf Gang's base again, he found that there was no trace of Nye Hongye and Nye Hongshu in the base. As expected, they should have fled Tianyao City. Since they had already fled, she didn't need to stay in the base, but came to a double cultivation building. After entering the double cultivation building, he found that many of the managers and guard captains were also missing. Obviously, they followed the Nye sisters. Afterwards, he released his divine consciousness to check other double cultivation buildings. The situation was similar, and many managers and guard captains were missing. Very soon, the news that the Nye Hongye sisters had run away with their people spread. But the strange thing was, but no gang took over the Xuanshou building and the casino. Why? First of all, they might have thought of running away with their money. Secondly, if they swallowed up the Xuanshou building and the casino, Qing Lishan would ask them to pay 1 or 2 more immortal stones. By then, they would not have time to cry. So, it is best to stay put. Asshole. All the major gangs knew that the Nye Hongye sisters had run away with their money, and Qing Lishan naturally got the news. In response, he was furious. Come here. Qing Lishan immediately called his men and ordered them to capture the Nye sisters and asked them to bring them back alive. He wanted to kill the chicken. To scare the monkey. If the Nye sisters were not dealt with this time, wouldn't the other gangs have to run away with them? 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Gao Yan was lying in the sun at home. Bai Fei, who went out to buy vegetables, brought back a message that the Nye sisters and their loyalists were captured. And Qing Lishan also spread the news that the sisters would be publicly beheaded outside the city in 3 days. Do you want to save them? After hearing this news, Gao Yan frowned. After a slight hesitation, he made a decision. He returned to his room and ordered that he could not be disturbed without his instructions. Then, he summoned a twin to stay in the room instead of him. And he performed the Great Void technique to come to the prison of the city Lord's mansion. At this moment, the Nye sisters had their immortal souls and cultivation sealed, and there was a look of despair in their eyes. Great puppet technique. The invisible runes sank into the bodies of the guards in the prison. Then Gao Yan appeared in the prison where the Nye sisters were. Seeing Gao Yan suddenly appear, the Nye sisters were shocked. Gao Yan did not speak to them. He waved his hand and took them into the small world. Then he thought about it and took all their loyal subordinates into the small world. Then, Gao Yan disappeared into the void again. Half an hour after he left, the guards who were hit by his puppetry recovered together. Seeing that the Nye sisters and their loyal subordinates were rescued, their faces changed drastically. Soon, Qing Lishan got the news and came to the prison to check, but did not get any useful clues. Then, Qing Lishan sent someone to take the twins back to the city lord's mansion for questioning. Qing Lishan, who was only a 9th level Earth immortal, naturally could not see through the twins' hidden cultivation. Therefore, he did not suspect that the rescue of the Nye sisters was related to him. After a day of running, Gao Yan brought the Nye sisters and others to the outside of Baidi City. Then he released them. Except for the Nye sisters, everyone else was in a coma. After removing the seals on them, Gao Yan handed them a storage ring, too. Gang leaders, there are 50 million immortal stones in it, enough for you to settle down in Baidi City. I will leave first. As soon as the voice fell, Gao Yan disappeared into the void. Looking at the disappearing Gao Yan, the two sisters felt particularly complicated. 1 day later, Gao Yan returned to Tianyao City. The Nye sisters and their men were rescued, which was like a slap in Qing Lishan's face, which made him very angry. After Chu Hoyang learned about this, he called him in and scolded him. This made Qing Lishan even more angry. Not only did he send people to search for the whereabouts of the Nye sisters, he even ordered gangs in the city to send people to search for the whereabouts of the Nye sisters. Find it. However, these gangs had been exploited by Chu Hoyang for 10 years. How could they sincerely help him find someone? They were all perfunctory and secretly laughed at Qing Lishan for making a fool of himself. Why don't you just kill the Nye sisters directly after you catch them? You have to resort to the trick of killing them in public, but you end up being embarrassed. It's like shooting yourself in the foot. At the same time, those gangs were also curious as to who went to the prison of the city lord's mansion to rescue the people. You know, there are 2 immortals in the city lord's palace. If you can hide it from the immortals, then it must be the immortals who save people. For a moment, all the gang leaders were a little envious of the Nye sisters for being able to hook up with immortals. A few days passed in a blink of an eye. Naturally, the search for the Nye sisters was fruitless. For this reason, Qing Lishan was reprimanded by Chu Hoyang again. This made him hate the Nye sisters so much that he secretly vowed that if he met these sisters again in the future, he would kill them with his own hands. 2 days later, Gao Yan suddenly received an invitation from Lishan. "What does this old guy want to see me for?" Gao Yan was a little surprised, but he still went to the appointment. "Meet the process steward." Gao Yan bowed and saluted. "Sit." Lishan said lightly, with a hint of arrogance in his tone. "Thank you, steward." "Gao Yan, you were once the general manager of the Hongye gang." The Nye sisters fled in fear of crime. Logically speaking, this butler should also punish you. Having said this, Lishan paused, obviously waiting for Gao Yan to show off. Gao Yan, who saw through this, had no choice but to cooperate. "Thank you, Mr. Butler, for your kindness, but if you have an assignment, I will not hesitate. Even to the death." Seeing that Gao Yan was so understanding, Lishan was quite satisfied. He said, "You were once the manager of the Hongye gang, so you should have a good understanding of the operation of the Xuanzhou building and the casino." "Yes, Mr. Butler. In this case, the Xuanzhou Tower and the casino will be yours from now on. You only need to pay 100 million immortal stones to the city lord's mansion every year." Lishan waved his hand. "Thank you, Mr. Butler, I will not let you down," Gao Yan said quickly. Lishan was a little surprised to see Gao Yan agreeing so readily, because he knew that the Xuanzhou building and the casino together could only earn up to 100 million in revenue a year. He thought Gao Yan would bargain, but he didn't expect that the other party agreed directly. So, he opened his mouth to praise and said, "Yes, you are a fairy. Work hard. And I will introduce you to my young master in the future." After leaving the restaurant, a sneer appeared on Gao Yan's lips. This old guy didn't have any good intentions. He gave him the double building and the casino just to make him work in vain. But it doesn't matter. If the building and casino are in the hands of others, he will definitely not make any money, but he has a system to return it. If he earns 100 million, the system will return 500 million to him. As for Lishan, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him in the future. The next day, Gao Yan officially took over the Xuanzhou building and the casino. At the same time, he appeased his employees, and also recruited some stewards and guard captains from the late human immortal stage. In this regard, no one in other gangs envies Gao Yan. I even think that he is an unlucky guy, because it has been spread that he has to hand over 100 million immortal stones to the city lord's palace every year. With the current situation of Tianyao City, the business of the Xuanzhou Tower and the casino will definitely get worse and worse. Half a month later, Gao Yan's immortal body was successfully promoted to the 3rd level, and his cultivation speed was greatly improved. Even so, it would still take 600 years to reach the 8th level of immortality. Therefore, if you want to improve your cultivation level, you have to rely on lottery. But if you want to draw a lottery, you have to get the revenue value. But the business of the double building and the casino is not very good. The net income in half a month is only 3.5 million, so in 1 month it is only 7 million, and in a year it is only 84 million. After all this calculation, he still has to pay 16 million to Chu Hoyang. And as business declines, he may pay more. Gao Yan is someone who doesn't want to suffer losses. So, he thought about it. On this day, Lishan and his 2 followers came out of the restaurant after drinking and walked leisurely towards the city lord's mansion. Everyone who saw him along the way bowed and saluted. When the 3 of them were less than 3,000 meters away from the city, Lord's mansion, their expressions collectively became dull, and then they turned together and walked towards the alley not far away. And there was a middle-aged man standing in the alley. This was Gao Yan's disguise. All three of them fell into his big puppet technique. Under his order, Qing Lishan and the other three took out all the contents of the immortal storage ring. After putting these things away, Gao Yan disappeared. Qing Lishan and the other three left the alley without knowing anything and continued towards the city lord's palace. Not bad, not bad. Gao Yan returned home and smiled with satisfaction. The old boy Qing Lishan's storage fairy ring actually contains 2.3 billion fairy stones. In addition, there are various elixirs, fairy medicines, weapon refining materials, exercises, etc. Together, they are worth at least 3 billion. As for the two followers, they are a little behind. The total number of fairy stones in their storage fairy rings is only 300 million, and the total number of other miscellaneous ones is also 200 million. Calling up the system interface, the income value soared by 2.6 billion, reaching the upgrade requirements. As for the total number of immortal stones, it has reached 21 billion. Fuck, a steward of the 9th level of the earthly immortal is so wealthy. If Chu Hoyang's storage immortal ring is emptied, wouldn't it be a huge profit? Gao Yan said secretly. But don't worry, let this guy continue to plunder in Tianyao City first. The more fiercely the other party plunders, the more he will earn in the future. System, upgrade 2 levels in a row. Ding, the system starts to upgrade, the upgrade time is 24 hours, please wait patiently. On the other side, Qing Lishan, who returned to the city lord's mansion, has regained consciousness. Suddenly, he realized that he had lost a memory. But he checked his whole body and there was no problem. Strange. Qing Lishan couldn't figure out what was going on no matter how hard he tried. Thinking of this, he decided to visit the young master's heavenly immortal guard and ask him to help check if his body had been tampered with. But he couldn't let the other party help him in vain, so he put his mind into the storage fairy ring and prepared to choose a suitable gift. But the moment his mind fell into the storage fairy ring, he found it empty. 2.3 billion fairy stones and things worth 700 million to 800 million fairy stones disappeared. Suddenly, he woke up. Someone must have attacked him and stole everything in his storage fairy ring. Thinking of this, he almost exploded. He immediately called the two followers over. Butler, what do you want? The two greeted respectfully. Check your storage fairy rings. Hearing this, the two of them collectively put their minds into the storage fairy ring, and then fell into a daze. Ah, the things in my storage fairy ring were stolen. Mine too. Hearing what the two said, Qing Lishan knew that the three of them had been ambushed together. Then the two of them looked at Qing Lishan, because they also realized that the other party's storage fairy ring should have been stolen, otherwise they would not be called to verify it. So, one of them asked cautiously, Butler, is it your good? Qing Lishan nodded with a cold face. Let me ask you, have you noticed how it was stolen? Steward, when we approached the city lord's mansion, we seemed to have lost our memory for a while. I suspect that it was at that time that we were tricked and the contents of the immortal storage ring were taken away, one of them recalled. Qing Lishan seemed to be talking to himself. The three of us were tricked without anyone noticing, and the marks on the immortal storage ring were also intact. This shows that the three of us were controlled by the other party to remove the contents of the immortal storage ring. take out what is given to him if he wants our lives, wouldn't it be? At this point, Qin Lishan's face suddenly turned pale, and the other two followers also looked frightened. Steward, should we report this matter to the young master? One of them, Zhan He Dao, has immortal life, so the immortals in the immortal world are particularly precious about their lives, and there are very few hot-blooded and lifeless people. This matter must not be leaked to the fourth person, Qin Lishan said gloomily. Why? The two were puzzled. Huh? Qin Lishan snorted coldly, young master is such a face-loving person. If you know about this, will you punish us? Also, since that person can take away our storage ferry without anyone noticing, the things in the ring can also take our lives. If the young master orders to track down that person and offends him, what do you think will be the consequences? After hearing Qin Lishan's analysis, the two people also woke up and quickly said that they would keep secret about this matter. The other side. A smile appeared on Gao Yan's lips. You are quite sensible. Although he spared Qin Lishan's life, he planted a soul seed in his immortal soul. If the other party dared to report to Chu Hoyang, then he would use the soul seed to take the lives of the three of them. In the blink of an eye, 24 hours passed. The system upgrade is completed. The reward is 4 normal draws and 10 evolution points. The revenue required for system upgrade has increased again, reaching 1 billion to upgrade to 1 level. The current income value is just over 2.4 billion, and it can be upgraded to more levels. Therefore, Gao Yan ordered the system to continue to be upgraded. The next morning, after taking over the casino behind Shuangshou building, Gao Yan had almost nothing to do except checking the accounts every day, so he spent most of his time in Shuangshou building listening to music and drinking. Suddenly, a burst of shouts came from the direction of the city lord's palace. Chu Hoyang, get out of here! Gao Yan opened his inside eyes and looked around, and found a 3-story high snow-white wild beast in the sky in front of the city lord's palace. This wild beast looked like a horse, but had 3 pairs of wings. Sitting on the back of the horse-shaped wild beast is a girl in red. The probing function is enabled. The information about the girl in red also appeared in Gao Yan's mind. The girl in red is named Nanming Duo. She is at the 3rd level of Celestial Immortal. Her age is just over 10,000 years old, and her specialness is still at 100 points. As for the other party's identity, she is the legitimate daughter of the Nanming family. The Chu family, the Nanming family, and the Huiyu family are all Jingxian families in the Dongyue region. Wrong. Suddenly, Gao Yan discovered that among the nearby crowd, there were 2 immortals with reserved auras. The detection function was turned on, and their information also appeared in Gao Yan's mind. A 6th-level immortal and a 5th-level immortal are both guards secretly protecting Nanming Duo. It's you Nanming Duo, what are you doing here? Surrounded by 2 immortal guards, Chu Hoyang came to the city wall of the city lord's palace and said to Nanming Duo with gloomy eyes. Ha ha ha. Seeing Chu Hoyang appear, Nanming Duo couldn't help laughing. Why are you laughing? Chu Hoyang's face turned ugly. Nanming Duo continued, I heard that you acted recklessly in Baidi City and was almost killed. Although you saved your life, your cultivation level fell to the 9th level of Earth Immortal. I didn't believe you were so stupid. After seeing you, I really believe it. Nanming Duo. This incident was extremely embarrassing for Chu Hoyang, and it was an eternal pain in his heart. Now Nanming Duo said it on the spot. For a moment, he wanted to kill the woman in front of him. Why, you can do it, but I can't say it. Nanming Duo sneered and said, originally, I thought you would restrain yourself after suffering such a big loss in Baidi City, but I didn't expect that you still remain stubborn after coming to Tianyao City. You are simply hopeless. How can such a person be qualified to be my future husband? If you know the truth, you can take the initiative to cancel the engagement with our Nanming family. If you don't know the truth, I will beat you into breaking the engagement. Facing Nanming Duo with sarcasm and ridicule, Chu Hoyang's face turned green and red. When he heard that Nanming Duo wanted him to break off the engagement, his eyes became particularly vicious. He stared at Nanming Duo. If you want to break off the engagement, you're dreaming. Snort. After a cold snort, Nanming Duo shot a beam of immortal power at Chu Hoyang. However, when the immortal power was about to hit his chest, the immortal guard behind him dodged and blocked the beam of immortal power. You bitch slave, you should get involved in my lady's affairs. Do you want to die? Nanming Duo stared at the immortal guard with an extremely unkind expression. Miss Nanming, I'm sorry. It's my duty, so please forgive me, the immortal guard said with a wry smile. Get out of the way. Nanming Duo scolded. The heavenly guard looked helpless, but his body didn't move at all. Stop them. At this moment, Nanming Duo said to the two immortal guards hidden in the crowd. Immediately, the two men shot out and attacked the two guards. Seeing that the two immortal guards were involved, Chu Hoyang turned around and ran away. Where to run? Nanming Duo reached out and grabbed her, and Chu Hoyang, whose cultivation had fallen to the 9th level of Earth Immortal, was captured in front of Nanming Duo without any resistance. Then, Nanming Duo pressed him into the void with a burst of explosive hammers. Every time I hammered him, I asked him if he would cancel the engagement. This Chu Hoyang is also tough. Although he was beaten hard, he just didn't say the word break off the engagement. Therefore, in a short while, Chu Hoyang was hammered by Nanming Duo until his whole body was swollen, and his handsome face became unrecognizable. Seeing this scene, Gao Yan smiled unkindly. This was the first time he had seen such a violent breakup of engagement. The other people in the city who secretly watched the scene also gloated over the misfortune, especially the gang leaders who secretly shouted that the hammer was well done and wished that Nanming Duo would hammer Chu Hoyang to death. After this guy came to Tianyao City, they never had a good life. However, Nanming Duo also acted in a measured manner. It seemed that he hit Chu Hoyang badly, but he did not hurt his roots. Chu Hoyang was beaten for half an hour. Nanming Duo kicked him back to the city wall and threatened, Chu Hoyang, please listen to me. If you don't break off the engagement for one day, I will come and hammer you. Let's see how long you can hold on, let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, she jumped on the wild beast horse and disappeared into a stream of light. And her guards also abandoned Chu Hoyang's guards and left. After experiencing Chu Hoyang being hammered, Gao Yan found that the business of Shuangshou building and the casino had actually become better. After a little thought, he understood what was going on. It seemed that Chu Hoyang was only exploiting the gangs in the city. In order not to lose too much, the gangs had to pass it on to the immortals in the city. Therefore, there was almost no immortal in the city who didn't hate Chu Hoyang. Seeing him suffer this time, they naturally had to celebrate in private, and the best place to celebrate was naturally the entertainment venues in the city. That night, the system was upgraded again. A total of 4 intermediate draws and 20 evolution points were awarded. System, use all 4 intermediate draws. Ding, open 4 intermediate draws. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a bottle of 3-turn immortal pills. The prize has been distributed to the system space, please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the golden immortal chapter of the Huangtian Immortal Sutra. The prize has been distributed to the system space, please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the true immortal sword technique Shantian Sword Sutra. The prize has been distributed to the system space, please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the beast taming fundamental sutra. The prize has been distributed to the system space, please check it yourself. The 3-turn immortal pill has appeared many times, so I won't introduce it anymore. Let's talk about the Huangtian Immortal Sutra, which contains the cultivation method from human immortal to golden immortal. The one Gao Yan bought before can only be cultivated to the 9th level of Earth Immortal. What does it mean to reward the Huangtian Immortal Sutra? The system will definitely not reward this Immortal Sutra for no reason. Does the system think that I can integrate these 5 Immortal Sutras? Besides, the Shantian Sword Scripture is a sword technique of the true immortal level. With his current cultivation, it can enhance his strength. The last prize, the fundamental scripture of taming beasts, is more interesting. This technique has only one function, which is to enslave wild beasts. If you cultivate the immortal power of the human immortal level, you can enslave wild beasts of the human immortal level. If you cultivate the immortal power of the earth immortal level, you can enslave wild beasts of the earth immortal level. This technique can cultivate the immortal power of the 9th level of Shanxian at most. As long as you cultivate it to perfection, wild beasts below the golden immortal level can be enslaved. Not bad, not bad. With a thought, Gao Yan entered the small world. He opened the 10-fold time flow rate, then took out a 3rd-turn immortal pill and took it, allowing the practice badge to refine and absorb it. In less than 3 days, a 3rd-turn immortal pill was completely refined. But the realm still did not advance, but the progress had been reduced to 200 years. If he took another pill, he would definitely be able to step into the 8th level of the heavenly immortal. So, Gao Yan took out another 3rd-turn immortal pill and took it. 2 days later, Gao Yan's body vibrated, and his realm also broke through to the 8th level of the celestial immortal. He checked the progress on the practice badge. If he didn't take the pill, it would take 5,000 years to reach the 9th level of the celestial immortal. This time, Gao Yan simply swallowed 3 3rd-turn immortal pills in one breath. The speed of absorbing pills increased a lot when the cultivation level was improved by 1 level. Therefore, the 3 3rd-turn immortal pills disappeared completely in less than 3 days, and the progress increased by half. So, Gao Yan swallowed 3 more 3rd-turn immortal pills. 3 days later, his realm broke through again and reached the 9th level of the celestial immortal. He checked the progress again. It would take 100,000 years to break through to the true immortal. Well, the time in this fairy world is really not time. There are 2 left of the 10 3rd-turn immortal pills. Gao Yan ordered the practice badge to decorate the beast taming fundamental sutra. In less than 2 hours, he condensed the 6th immortal power in his body. He swallowed a 3rd turn immortal pill directly. The realm of the beast-taming fundamental sutra was rapidly improved as if he was riding a rocket. It took only 2 days. He reached the 3rd level of earthly immortal. Now he can enslave wild beasts of the 3rd level of earthly immortal. There is also a 3rd level immortal pill. He simply took it and used it to improve the basic scripture of beast taming. When the drug power was completely digested, the beast-taming immortal power reached the 9th level of earthly immortal. Then, Gao Yan threw the Shantian sword scripture to the practice badge, allowing it to comprehend. With a thought, Gao Yan left my world. The time outside has come to the afternoon of the next day. When I came to the Xuanshu building, I found that many people were talking about Chu Hoyang being hammered for the 2nd time. After being hammered yesterday, Chu Hoyang immediately activated the formation to cover the entire city lord's mansion. As a result, this formation could not stop Nanming Duo at all. After breaking the formation, the opponent dragged Chu Hoyang outside the city lord's mansion and hammered him for an hour. And he also increased the force. After being hammered, Chu Hoyang could only vaguely see a human figure. It was as miserable as it could be. But this kid is still tough. Even though he was beaten so badly, he didn't give in at all and was still unwilling to cancel the engagement. In fact, the reason why Chu Hoyang didn't want to cancel the engagement was very simple. What he did in Baidi City made the family very disappointed in him. If it weren't for his parents pleading for him and paying a certain price, he couldn't even keep his status as a legitimate son. Although he kept his status as a legitimate son, all his benefits were cancelled. If he wanted to restore his benefits, he had to make great contributions to the family. He was already a criminal. Once he cancelled the marriage with Nanming Duo, not to mention restoring the family's treatment, he couldn't even keep his status as a legitimate son. Therefore, even if he was beaten by Nanming Duo and lost face, he was unwilling to cancel the engagement. After a small drink, Gao Yan decided to go out of the city to see if he could enslave a few immortal level wild beasts. Half an hour later, Gao Yan appeared in a mountain forest. There was a group of wild beasts not far away, but they were all human level. Try it. Gao Yan flicked his fingers and sent several beast-controlling immortal powers into the bodies of several human-level wild beasts. After these immortal powers entered the bodies of the wild beasts, they quickly penetrated into their beast souls. Perhaps the beast souls of human-level wild beasts were too weak, so it only took a breath of time. These wild beasts were completely controlled by him. Interesting. Gao Yan chuckled. Directly put these human-level wild beasts into my world, and in the future, when the family eats meat, they don't have to buy it outside. The meat of a wild beast is tens of thousands of pounds, which is enough for their family to eat for a long time. Flashing away from the original place, Gao Yan searched for the whereabouts of the earth-level wild beasts in the mountains and forests. 2 hours passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, Gao Yan enslaved hundreds of human-level wild beasts. But he didn't find a single earth-level wild beast. The main reason is that this place is too close to Tianyao City. After thinking for a while, he used the Great Void technique to move in the void. Finally, he arrived thousands of miles away from Tianyao City. Then, he found a wild beast of the 6th level of earthly immortal. He flashed and appeared near the other party, and a stream of immortal power hit the other party's body. About 10 breaths later, This earthly immortal level wild beast was officially enslaved by him. The meat of earthly immortal level wild beasts is quite expensive. 1 caddy of earthly immortal level wild beast meat is at least 10 immortal stones, and its horns, fur, tendons, and bones can be used to refine immortal tools, and blood, internal organs, and the like can be used to refine pills. And this earthly immortal level wild beast weighs about 100,000 caddies. Its value has exceeded 1 million immortal stones. Next, Gao Yan continued to look for earthly immortal level wild beasts. After a few hours, he enslaved 7 of them, and the strongest one reached the 8th level of earthly immortal. It was late at night when he returned to number 18 Fenghuang Street. He has been in the fairyland for so long, but he has never eaten the meat of a wild beast of the earthly immortal level. So, he decided to try it and see what the meat of a wild beast of the earthly immortal level tastes like. A wild beast of the 5th level of earth immortal was slaughtered in my world. Then I selected more than 100 pounds of front leg meat and took it out. At this time, the 4 fairy servants who heard the noise came out of their respective rooms. Ling Susu and Shangwan Qingya have both reached the 3rd level of human immortality, and Bai Fei and Lu Bingyue have both reached the 2nd level of human immortality. They have been ascending to the immortal world for more than 1,000 years. But their cultivation levels have not increased at all. However, after arriving at Gao Yan's house for just over 10 years, their cultivation levels have increased by 1 level. Therefore, their friendliness towards Gao Yan has now reached over 90. Although she is not ready to die for him, she will not betray him easily. "Master, are you hungry?" Concubine Bai asked after seeing the wild beast meat in Gao Yan's hand. "No, I got some earth-level beast meat." Concubine Bai, pickle the meat and skewer it, and we'll have barbecue. Gao Yan said with a smile. There are 2 main reasons why people are willing to buy wild beast meat. First, wild beast meat can fill the stomach. Second, the energy contained in wild beast meat can not only nourish the immortal body, but also improve one's cultivation. With the cooperation of the 4 fairy servants, more than 100 kilograms of earthly immortal beast meat was quickly made into meat skewers. Gao Yan has already fired up the oven. After putting it on and roasting it for a while, I noticed the sizzling sound and the aroma of meat. I have to say, the meat of earthly immortal beasts is just more delicious than that of human immortals. Gao Yan ate 70 or 80 kilograms alone, and the remaining dozens of kilograms were eaten by the 4 fairy servants. Because the meat contained a lot of energy, they all ran back to the room to be refined, and it took less than 10 days and a half. It is estimated that the energy in the meat cannot be refined. The next period of time, Gao Yan leads a fairly regular life, checking accounts and listening to music in the morning, and watching Nanming Duo pull Chu Hoyang out of the city lord's mansion to blast the hammer in the afternoon. Although in other aspects, Gao Yan quite disliked Ho Yang. But in terms of perseverance, he still admired the other party. He was beaten by Nanming Duo for more than half a month without any compromise at all. Not even a word of begging for mercy. Of course, this incident has become a daily repertoire in Tianyao City. Every day, many people secretly come to the city lord's palace to take a peek at Nanming Duo's explosive hammer Chu Hoyang. As for why he watched secretly, he was naturally worried that Chu Hoyang would settle the score later. There are also Gao Yan's 4 fairy servants. Gao Yan looks down on them a little, and they are still refining the energy in the beast's meat, which makes Gao Yan feel a little uncomfortable. In an inn Nanming Duo was sulking. Miss, why don't we just forget it? Grandma Jiang, the guardian of the heavenly beings, persuaded her. From what I can tell, Naku Hoyang is determined not to break off the engagement. It's useless for you to hit him. It's not useless, it's just that I acted lightly. Nanming Duo gritted his teeth and said, if we start tomorrow, I will break all his bones. If that doesn't work, I will hang him at the city gate. And make him disgrace the Chu family. No, miss. Grandma Zhang's face changed and she quickly advised, don't do anything too much. Even if you beat him a few times, the Chu family won't say anything. But if you do it too much and it reaches the ears of the Chu family, if they hit him again, if you ask for an explanation from the clan, I'm afraid it won't be easy for the clan to protect you. Then tell me, what should I do to make Chu Hoyang give up? Nanming Duo asked Grandma Jiang. Granny Jiang analyzed, Miss, it is impossible for Chu Hoyang to agree. Although he is the legitimate son of the Chu family now, his legitimate son's benefits have been suspended. If he breaks off the engagement with you, even if his parents have certain rights in the Chu family, he has no right to speak. And his status as a legitimate son will definitely not be preserved. The treatment of ordinary tribesmen and legitimate sons is very different, so whether it is in terms of interests or status, it is impossible for him to break off the engagement with you. So annoying. Nanming Duo yelled depressedly, I'm going out to relax. Nanming Duo was wandering around Tianyao City without any purpose. Suddenly, she smelled the scent of meat. It tastes like the meat of earthly immortal beasts. Nanming Duo immediately judged the level of the wild beast from the smell of meat. She had stayed in Tianyao City for more than half a month, and the meat of the wild beast she ate was all human immortal level. Now that she smelled the meat of earth immortal level wild beasts, she suddenly felt a little greedy. So she looked for the smell of meat. Looking at Nanming Duo, who suddenly appeared in his yard, Gao Yan was a little surprised, and then smiled and said, I have met Miss Nanming, are you busy? Nanming Duo felt a little embarrassed when Gao Yan asked him this question. I'm just strolling around. That's quite a coincidence. My skewers are ready. Miss Nanming, would you like some? Gao Yan extended an invitation to the other party. May I? Of course, come and try my skills. Gao Yan smiled at her and handed her a handful of meat skewers. Thanks. Nanming Duo took the meat skewers and took a bite, then nodded approvingly, your skills are good. Yeah, then you should eat more. Gao Yan chuckled. After eating a barbecue, Nanming Duo threw a pill bottle to Gao Yan. I won't eat your meat for free, this is for you, let's go. Watching Nanming Duo leave, Gao Yan opened the elixir bottle and took a look. There was a second turn elixir inside. It had to be said that the legitimate daughter of the Jingxian family was generous in giving away a second turn elixir. You know, in the fairy world, elixirs that can directly improve one's cultivation level are not only expensive, but also extremely rare. Take Tianyao City as an example. Not to mention that the second-level immortal pills are not available for sale. Even the number of first-level immortal pills is very small, and a first-level immortal pill is sold for 2 million immortal stones, which is more expensive than ordinary earth-level immortal skills. In a blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. During these 3 days, Nanming Duo still beat Chu Hoyang. Especially yesterday, she directly broke all the bones of Chu Hoyang. If he does not take healing immortal pills, it will take at least decades to recover. From such injuries. Because she was too heavy-handed yesterday, Nanming Duo did not beat Chu Hoyang again today. However, on this night, the opponent appeared in Gao Yan's mansion again. Gao Yan, do you still have barbecue? Yes, wait a moment. Gao Yan took out 100 kilograms of earth-level wild beast meat and began to marinate and skewer it, then moved it out of the oven and started to roast. After eating the barbecue, Nanming Duo threw another second-level immortal pill to Gao Yan and left. She did not fall in love with him because of eating 2 meals of barbecue with him. For a period of time, no one saw Nanming Duo beat Chu Hoyang, which made everyone in the city feel quite uncomfortable. In fact, only Gao Yan knew that Nanming Duo had left Chu Hoyang. After all, Chu Hoyang was her fiancé. After breaking his bones, Chu Hoyang was still unwilling to break off the engagement. She had no choice but to leave in a sullen mood. Should I take the opportunity to kill Chu Hoyang so that I can frame Nanming Duo? Gao Yan suddenly had an idea. But after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. Nanming Duo did not offend him. Instead, she helped him and the immortals in the city to vent their anger. What's more, he got 2 second-level immortal pills for 2 barbecue meals, which was considered a profit for him. Time passed like this for another 5 years. In these 5 years, Chu Hoyang never showed up again. But his oppression of the gangs in the city became more and more severe. Since last year, Gao Yan has to pay 120 million immortal stones to the city lord's mansion every year. He is fine. But other gangs are already complaining. There was also a gang leader who chose to run away, but unfortunately, he was caught by Qing Lishan and executed in public, which severely intimidated the other gang leaders. Number 18, Phoenix Street. Gao Yan was lying in the yard basking in the sun with a relaxed expression. With a thought, the system panel appeared. After 5 years of accumulation, his income value has reached over 1.2 billion, but now he has 1 billion income value to upgrade to 1 level, so he can only upgrade to 1 level. However, the number of fairy stones has also reached 25.8 billion. In the past 5 years, Chu Hoyang has not shown up, not to recuperate from his injuries. His injuries have long since recovered. After all, for a legitimate son of the Jinxian family like him, there is still no shortage of healing elixirs. Therefore, he recovered soon after Nanming Duo left. Currently in retreat to attack the heavenly fairyland. After raising pigs for so long, it's time to harvest them. That night. City Lord's mansion. 2 heavenly guards sat faithfully cross-legged outside the secret room of Chu Hoyang's retreat. This secret room is also blocked by several layers of formations, and even a strong person at the 5th or 6th level of the celestial immortal will have to spend some time to break through. Suddenly, 2 runes emerged from the void and sank directly into the bodies of the 2 immortal guards, controlling their immortal souls in an instant. The figure flashed, and Gao Yan, whose appearance and aura changed, appeared in front of them. Then, under his control, the 2 immortal guards opened their own storage immortal rings. Gao Yan, on the other hand, unceremoniously emptied out all the contents of their fairy storage ring. The next moment, he was using the Great Void technique, ignoring the formation and entering the secret room. How could Chu Hoyang, who had fallen to the 9th level of the Earth Immortal, notice Gao Yan's arrival, so he fell into the trap instantly. Similarly, under the control of the Big Puppet technique, he also opened the immortal storage ring. Because Gao Yan moved very quickly, After he left the city lord's mansion, he unlocked the big puppet technique on them. Chu Hoyang in the secret room felt dazed and then recovered. He didn't know that the contents of his immortal storage ring had been moved away. Did I practice too much and become obsessed? Chu Hoyang frowned and muttered to himself. But he checked his body and found nothing strange. Forget it, keep practicing. He closed his eyes and activated the immortal power in his body again. However, the two immortal guards outside the secret room looked wary. Similarly, they first checked their bodies and immortal souls, and then breathed a sigh of relief when they found that no one had tampered with them. Chu Shiba, what do you think? The 17th song asks the 18th question. We are all immortals, we cannot lose our minds for no reason, but no one has sneaked into the city lord's mansion. Do you still remember that a few years ago, someone rescued a group of people from the prison of the city lord's mansion, and the jailers also appeared, and we are in the same situation today. But we experienced it for a shorter time, and they experienced it for a longer time. No, sir. Chu Shichi exclaimed and quickly knocked on the formation. What's up? Chu Hoyang's impatient voice came from the secret room. Sir, are you okay? What can happen to me? Chu Hoyang asked impatiently. That's good. Chu Shichi and Chu Shiba also breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that Chu Hoyang was okay. Don't disturb me if it's okay. Yes. On the other side, Gao Yan has returned to number 18 Phoenix Street and begins to take stock of tonight's harvest. The total number of spiritual stones in the storage rings of the two immortal guards is not that much, only about 8 billion, but the combined value of the various items is much higher, at least 20 billion. It's a pity that the system only recognizes fairy stones, otherwise it would be a huge profit. Let's talk about Chu Hoyang. This guy is worthy of being the legitimate son of the Chu family, and he made a lot of money during his years in Baidi City. Therefore, the immortal stones in his immortal storage ring total 83 billion. And the total number of other items is no less than 100 billion. Among them, there is 1 golden immortal level technique and 2 golden immortal level immortal arts. The most valuable. Unfortunately, neither the martial arts nor the magical arts can be sold. After all, the Chu family's skills and magic are relatively easy to identify. Even if they get the skills, they probably won't dare to practice them. Even if they do, they won't dare to use them in crowded places. Otherwise, you will be hunted to death by the Chu family. Of course, there will be no problem outside the Dongyue territory. After all, the influence of the Chu family is only in the Dongyue territory. Pull out the system panel. The revenue value surged by 91 billion to more than 92 billion. As for the number of fairy stones, it has reached more than 571.8 billion. System upgraded to 8 levels in a row. Gao Yan couldn't help shouting. After deducting 8 billion from the income value, there are still more than 84 billion left. When this wave of upgrades is completed, it can continue to be upgraded to level 8, which is simply a wave of fat. Ding, the system has started to upgrade. The upgrade time is 24 hours. Please wait patiently. The day passed quickly. The system has completed 8 consecutive upgrades and reached level 30. A total of 16 intermediate draws and 80 evolution points were awarded. 5 intermediate draws can be combined into 1 advanced draw. Therefore, Gao Yan directly consumed 15 intermediate lottery draws to synthesize 3 high-level lottery draws. System, 3 consecutive high-level draws. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a 4th turn elixir. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a low-grade fairy treasure. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the Golden Immortal chapter of the Red Heaven Immortal Sutra, Black Heaven Immortal Sutra, and White Heaven Immortal Sutra. The prizes have been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. After taking the fourth turn immortal pill, it can improve a small realm of the true immortal. If the 9th level celestial immortal takes it, there is a great chance of breaking through to the first level of the true immortal. Flash into my world. After taking out the fourth turn immortal pill and taking it, Gao Yan gave himself to the practice badge. Soon, more than half a month passed. Under the control of the practice badge, Gao Yan's realm also broke through to the first level of the true immortal. His eyes fell on the Qing Tian immortal power in his body, which was about 10 times stronger than before, and the quality of the immortal power was also raised several times. With the strength of the true immortal, killing a celestial immortal is about the same as crushing an ant. Moreover, Gao Yan also has a third-grade immortal body, which is much stronger than the average first-level true immortal. Not to mention killing enemies. Above the level, it is difficult to find an opponent in the first level of the true immortal. The next moment, Gao Yan had a milky white ball in his hand. This ball is a fairy treasure, which can be transformed into any style of weapon. Immortal weapons are divided into low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. What is more powerful than the top-grade immortal weapon is the immortal treasure. Immortal treasures have no specific shape. The initial state is a sphere, but it can be transformed into any form of weapon. Things from this system are relatively easy to refine. In just 1 hour, Gao Yan completely refined this low-grade immortal treasure and put it into his body. Finally, his eyes fell on the 3 immortal scriptures. He had previously drawn the Golden Immortal chapter of the Huangtian Immortal scripture, and this time, he directly packed and sent the other 3. Obviously, the system is suggesting that he practice all 5 scriptures at the same time. There is no third-turn immortal pill in the storage immortal ring of Chu Hoyang and the other 2, but there are quite a few second-turn immortal pills. So, Gao Yan simply used the practice badge and the second-turn immortal pill to practice the other 4 immortal scriptures to the 9th level of earthly immortals. Since then, the 6 immortal powers in his body, the Qing Tian immortal power, is the first level of true immortals, and the other 4 heavenly immortal powers and the beast control immortal power are all the 9th level of earthly immortals. My eyes fell on the income value column again, and there was still more than 80 billion in income value. Today, a system that reaches level 30 requires 10 billion in revenue for each level upgrade. System, let's try another 8 consecutive upgrades. Ding, the 8 consecutive upgrades are enabled, and the upgrade time is 24 hours. Please wait patiently, host. Out of my world. Push the door open and walk out of the room. Master, do you want to have a meal? Ling Susu stepped forward quickly and asked. In just 5 years, Ling Susu's cultivation reached 2 levels, reaching the 5th level of human immortality, mainly due to long-term consumption of earthly immortal level wild beast meat. In addition to her, Shangguan Qingya has also reached the 5th level of human immortality, and Concubine Bai and Lu Bingyue have also reached the 4th level of human immortality. Therefore, the friendliness of the 4 women has reached 100 points. Even if they were asked to die for him, they would not hesitate at all. After a sumptuous banquet, Gao Yan wandered out of the door and headed towards the Shuangshou building. Now, City Lord's mansion, inside the secret room. Chu Hoyang felt that the fairy energy of the fairy stones on the spirit gathering fairy formation had been exhausted, so he prepared to take out the fairy stones to replace them. As a result, when he took the immortal stone from the immortal storage ring, he found that the immortal storage ring was actually empty. Having hallucinations? Chu Hoyang muttered to himself, and then directly released his spiritual thoughts into the immortal storage ring. Still empty. No more. Why is it gone? Ah. Chu Hoyang couldn't help but roar up to the sky. You must know that his storage fairy ring contains 83 billion fairy stones and various items worth hundreds of billions. So many fairy stones and cultivation resources are the result of his many years of searching. Chu Shichi, Chu Shiba, you guys, get out here. Chu Hoyang activated the formation and shouted at the two immortal guards outside. Sir, what happened? The two of them ducked into the secret room. Everything in my immortal storage ring has been stolen, Chu Hoyang said with a dark face. How is this possible? Both of them looked in disbelief. Not to mention that they had been guarding outside, and secondly, the secret room was blocked by several layers of formations. How could anyone steal the contents of Chu Hoyang's immortal storage ring? Suddenly, Chu Shichi thought of something, checked his storage fairy ring, and found that it was also empty. Sir, my storage fairy ring has also been stolen. Upon hearing this, Chu Shiba quickly checked, and soon after, he also found that his storage fairy ring was empty. Sir, so is mine. Asshole, who did this? Chu Hoyang fell into rage. Sir, do you still remember that I cowed out in the formation more than a day ago? Yesterday. Damn it. Listening to what Chu Shichi said, Chu Hoyang also remembered that he also had a brief absence of consciousness that day. At that time, he thought that he was possessed by a maniac. If he guessed correctly, someone was killing him when he was absent-minded. The contents of the storage ring were looted. At this moment, he wanted to kill someone. But he soon calmed down. The other party was able to steal the three of their belongings without destroying the mark on the storage ring without anyone noticing. This showed that the other party was able to control them. The other party can control them, so killing them is like searching for something. What level do you think the person who did this must reach? Chu Hoyang asked. At least the true immortal level, Chu Shichi said with great certainty, and the other party also has the magical power to quickly control other people's immortal souls and ignore formations. Chu Shichi, rush back to your family immediately, report this matter to my parents, and ask them to investigate who did this. But master, if I leave on your side. Okay. Chu Hoyang waved his hand impatiently. The other party wants to kill me. It's useless for you to stay, so hurry up and leave. Yes. Chu Shichi thought about it. The other party could steal their storage fairy ring without anyone noticing under the personal protection of him and Chu Shiba. Therefore, it really didn't make any sense whether he kept it or not. Let Qinglishan come to see me. After Chu Shichi left, Chu Hoyang ordered. Soon, Qinglishan arrived. Give me the immortal stones you have acquired over the past few years, Chu Hoyang said directly. Sir, the fairy stones that I have obtained over the years are all stored in the warehouse. I will go get them now. After experiencing the last time the fairy storage ring was stolen, he did not dare to put away the fairy stones that he collected for Chu Hoyang. Fairy ring in your own storage. Soon, Chung Lishan took the fairy stones he had collected over the years and put them into the immortal storage ring. After Chu Hoyang began to retreat again, he felt that he was about to return to the fairyland. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. The system has been upgraded again. Rewards will also arrive in your account. First of all, a total of 8 advanced draws and 240 evolution points will be awarded. Do you want to combine the top draws? After thinking about it, Gao Yan still denied it. There was no use in drawing something too advanced. What he needs most now is something that can improve his current cultivation level. System: the advanced lottery starts with 8 draws in a row. Ding, 8 consecutive draws are on. Immediately afterwards, with a series of dings, prizes appeared in the system. Space one after another. 3 of the 8 prizes are a 4-turn elixir, and the 4th prize is 3 bottles of 3-turn elixir, which is considered a large wholesale. The 5th prize is another low-grade fairy treasure. The 6th prize is a formation called the 8-gate sword formation, which can strangle any enemy below the 3rd level of the true immortal when deployed. The 7th prize is a puppet, whose strength has reached the 9th level of the true immortal. The 7th and 8th prizes are a Xuanqian level immortal sword technique called Sword Art Without Tribulation, which only hurts the immortal soul, but not the immortal body. First, take out 3 4th-turn immortal pills and take them in sequence. After absorbing the medicinal power, Gao Yan's realm has made a new breakthrough again, reaching the 4th level of the true immortal. Not to mention that his cultivation level can walk sideways in Tianyao City. Even in Hanbing State, there is no opponent. There are a total of 108 states in Dongyue Domain. The area of each state is no less than that of the Songqiong world. The lord of a state is generally a true immortal. The lord of Hanbing State is actually said to be only the 2nd level of the true immortal. There are also 3 bottles of 3rd-turn immortal pills, which Gao Yan also let the practice badge absorb to improve the other 5 immortal powers. The other 5 immortal powers have reached the 5th level of the heavenly immortal. Afterwards, Gao Yan refined the 2nd low-grade fairy treasure, and his strength increased a bit. As for the untreasured sword art, he also threw it to the practice badge for meditation and practice. He glanced at the income value. There were still 4.2 billion left. In the short term, he could not get a lot of income value unless he left Tianyao City. Suddenly, Gao Yan's mind moved. He could do the business of wild beast meat. His basic scripture of beast taming had reached the 5th level of the heavenly immortal, and the wild beasts of the 5th level of the heavenly immortal and below could be enslaved at will. So, can we do the business of wild beast meat? So, that night, the only 13 remaining gangs in Tianyao City and Gao Yan, who was pretended by the twins, woke up from a coma in a room. When the awakened gang leaders saw the others, they were all shocked. They all understood that they were caught in one fell swoop. Just then, there was a sound of footsteps, followed by a middle-aged man entering the room. Seeing the newcomer, no one acted rashly. The fact that the other party could easily get them here already showed that the other party's strength was far superior to theirs. Suddenly, the middle-aged man leaked a breath. After feeling this breath, everyone present hurriedly bowed and saluted. "Hello, sir." This middle-aged man was dressed by Gao Yan, and the breath he leaked just now was the 9th level of the celestial immortal. Not to mention the 9th level of the celestial immortal, even the 9th level of the earthly immortal was enough for them to look up to, so they would behave so respectfully. No need to be polite. Gao Yan smiled and said, I invited you all here today because I have a deal to do with you. If you have something to tell me, we will definitely cooperate with you. A gang leader said hurriedly, and then others echoed. Gao Yan waved his hand, I have a lot of wild beast meat, including some Earth Immortal level wild beasts. Anyone who purchases wild beast meat worth 10 million from me can buy an Earth Immortal level wild beast. Excuse me, sir, how is this price calculated? A gang leader asked bravely. Gao Yan then quoted a price. After hearing this, the gang leaders present were all surprised. Because the price of human immortal level wild beast meat given by Gao Yan was only 80% of the market price, they had a 20% profit, and the price of Earth Immortal level wild beasts was 1 million. And it was a complete Earth Immortal level wild beast corpse. If it was disassembled and sold, there would still be a lot of profit. In fact, profit is a small matter. Earth Immortal level wild beast meat is a rare commodity. In Tianyao City, it is difficult to buy it even with immortal stones. Often, when Earth Immortal level wild beast meat appears on the market, it will be snapped up. In the end, the leaders of the 13 gangs all bought 10 million worth of human immortal wild beast meat and the corpse of a terrestrial immortal wild beast from Gao Yan. Of course, the twins pretending to be Gao Yan also bought it, but it was just a transfer from one hand to the other, and the profit value was not calculated. Gao Yan also obtained 143 million in profit value, and the number of immortal stones increased by 858 million. At the same time, Gao Yan and the 13 gang leaders agreed to come here too. Pick up the goods every 10 days. A year passed in a flash. By selling wild beast meat, Gao Yan earned 5.148 billion in profit value, and the total number of immortal stones increased by 30.8 billion, and the total number of immortal stones has exceeded 600 billion, reaching 602.6 billion. The 13 gang leaders who cooperated with him all earned more than 70 million immortal stones. Their wealth finally stopped negative growth. Therefore, they were all grateful to Gao Yan, the mysterious strong man. If they had not cooperated with him, they would not have been able to hold on for long if they were squeezed by Chu Hoyang. As for Gao Yan's wild beast meat, they were all enslaved by the two twins, who went out to use their beast-controlling power. Fenghuang Street, number 18. Gao Yan became anxious about the 4 fairy maids. This is a reward for you. Gao Yan threw them a bottle of pills, respectively. Since they have been completely loyal to him, it is time to improve their cultivation. He got a lot of first-level immortal pills in the lottery before, and he has not used them all, so he rewarded them with 5 pills each, enough for them to break through to the 5th level of human immortals. The 4 women who got the first-level immortal pills were naturally grateful to Gao Yan again. More than half a month has passed. 3 disciples of the Shinkei immortal sect came to Tianyao City. This Shinkei immortal sect is a true immortal sect in Hanbingju. They came here to recruit disciples. Because Tianyao City is just an ordinary city, the Shinkei sect did not pay much attention to it, and only sent 3 Earth Immortals here, but the leader was only a 9th level Earth Immortal. There are 2 conditions for recruitment. The first condition is to take the Immortal Body test. If you have an 8th grade immortal body, you can pass the first level. After passing the first level, you will get an incomplete practice method. If you can cultivate immortal power within 10 days, you can become a candidate for the Shinkei Immortal Sect. After joining the Shinkei Immortal Sect, although you will not reach the sky in one step, at least you don't have to worry about cultivation resources in the next 10,000 years. After becoming a candidate, if you can't reach the Earth Immortal in 10,000 years, you will be expelled from the sect. Therefore, many people went to sign up. Sir, there are many female immortals in our double cultivation building who want to sign up for the test. On this day, Gao Yan just came to a double cultivation building, and the madam in the building carefully reported to Gao Yan. Gao Yan was not surprised by this. It is more promising to join the Shinkei Immortal Sect than to stay in the double cultivation building. After a moment of hesitation, Gao Yan called the manager and announced, "Notify all the staff of the Xuanshou building and the casino that anyone who wants to sign up for the test can go. If selected, they will be rewarded with 10,000 immortal stones." To be honest, Gao Yan didn't care about the income of the Xuanshou building and the casino at all. And there is no potential for promotion if they stay here. Since they want to participate in the election, he will not stop them, but will push them from behind. Therefore, when Gao Yan's order spread to all the Xuanshou buildings and the casino, everyone was excited and grateful. 2 days later, Gao Yan received news that almost all of his employees had signed up for the test of the immortal body. As a result, only 7 people reached the 8th grade immortal body. However, whether these 7 people can become disciples of the Shinkei Immortal Sect depends on whether they can cultivate immortal power within 10 days. Generally speaking, the Immortal Sect only allows disciples to practice one kind of practice. There are many benefits to practicing one kind of exercise. First of all, if you only practice one kind of exercise for many years, you will leave a lot of practice experience. Reading the experience left by your predecessors will make you advance faster. Secondly, there is a kind of immortal power flowing in everyone's body, so when they join forces, they will have a better understanding, and when they set up a formation, they will exert greater power. And the incomplete skills given by the Divine Bird Immortal Sect are the main skills of their immortal sect. If you can cultivate immortal power within 10 days, it means that this technique is more suitable. A few more days passed. News came that a female immortal who worked in Xuanshou building had developed immortal power in just 5 days, successfully passed 2 tests, and became a disciple of the Divine Bird Immortal Sect. Gao Yan also fulfilled his promise and sent someone to deliver 10,000 immortal stones to the other party. But the result was something Gao Yan didn't expect. The other party actually returned the immortal stone and said that he would have nothing to do with Xuanshou Tower in the future. After listening to the report from the men who went to deliver the fairy stone, Gao Yan was a little bit dumbfounded. This female fairy named Zhu Yuhuan was really realistic. She turned against her faster than turning the page of a book. He didn't give the immortal stone to curry favor with the other person, but just out of goodwill. After all, if the other party, an 8th level immortal, was able to defeat the 9th level local immortal without any special chance, he is now a true immortal level powerhouse, so he has no need to curry favor with a future 9th level earthly immortal. Sir, that Zhu Yuhuan is too ungrateful. Seeing Gao Yan's silence, the subordinates who reported the news were filled with indignation. In this case, you send this to the 9th level Earth Immortal who is hosting the test, and tell him that I will entertain him tonight. Gao Yan threw a storage fairy ring to his subordinates, which contained one million fairy stones. That night, the ninth-level Earth Immortal from the Divine Bird Immortal sect came on time for the appointment, and Gao Yan had a very pleasant conversation with him. Then on the second day, Zhu Yuhuan was disqualified from being a preliminary disciple of the Divine Bird Immortal sect and was kicked out of the temporary stronghold of the Divine Bird Immortal sect. The two fifth-level immortals who were guarding there took her directly back to the Xuanshou building. The moment he saw Gao Yan, Zhu Yuhuan turned pale with fright, fell to his knees, cowed out and shouted, "My lord, I was wrong. Please spare me." Seeing this scene, everyone present was filled with gloating. No one sympathized with Zhu Yuhuan, mainly because what this woman did was so disgusting. Seeing Zhu Yuhuan's appearance, Gao Yan suddenly lost interest. Throw it out and let her die on her own. Hearing this, everyone present was a little surprised. They didn't expect Gao Yan to be willing to let Zhu Yuhuan go. "Thank you, sir, thank you, sir." Seeing that Gao Yan didn't care about her, Zhu Yuhuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and kowed out to Gao Yan a few times to express his gratitude. After screwing up Zhu Yuhuan's joining the Divine Bird Immortal sect, Gao Yan didn't feel any sense of accomplishment or satisfaction. In his opinion, for the immortals at the bottom, the fairy world was a huge purgatory. "I can't see hope, I can't see the future, I can only live like a zombie. As for those with bad character, they may be driven crazy." As for Zhu Yuhuan, in his opinion, he is just a little person with a twisted mind. Although she works in Xuanshou building, the salary and remuneration are good, and she is not forced to do so, but after all, she is doing the despicable job of being a waiter. But she had to do it. Because if she doesn't do it, she will have no source of income and may eventually end up like those immortals, without status outside the city. Therefore, Zhu Yuhuan is resentful in his heart. After all, before she ascended, not only was she a powerful figure in the ruling party, but she was definitely respected and looked up to by many monks. But in the fairy world, she could only sell her body to make a living. This kind of gap is not acceptable to ordinary people. It is precisely because she has accumulated a lot of humiliation and anger in her heart for many years that she wants to vent the humiliation and anger in her heart once she gains power. Unfortunately, she chose the wrong person to vent to. "Hey, the fairy world." Gao Yan sighed lightly. Although he couldn't stand this situation, he really couldn't change it with his current status. A few more days passed. Among the 7 people who passed the first level in Xuanshou building, another one developed immortal power and was admitted by the Divine Bird Immortal sect to become a preparatory disciple. Gao Yan still sent someone to send 10,000 immortal stones to express his congratulations. With Zhu Yuhuan's experience, the other party naturally did not dare to refuse the fairy stone. After accepting it happily, he even came to express his gratitude to Gao Yan. Regardless of whether the other party was sincere or out of fear, Gao Yan encouraged the other party and strived to break through to the Earth Immortal as soon as possible and change his destiny. Because they cannot advance to the level of Earth Immortal within 10,000 years, they will still be kicked out of the Divine Bird Immortal sect. Another month has passed. The 3 disciples of the Divine Bird Immortal sect left Tianyao City with more than 300 preliminary disciples. And Tianyao City has returned to peace again. This day, Qing Lishan posted a message inviting Gao Yan and the 13 gang leaders to the banquet. For a moment, the 13 gang leaders all had a bad premonition. As expected, After drinking for 3 rounds, Qing Lishan smiled and said, "It is Chu Hoyang who is attacking the celestial immortal realm and consuming too many resources. Therefore, I hope that everyone here will support me. When Chu Hoyang breaks through, he will not forget everyone." Upon hearing this, the faces of the gang leaders present darkened. They had just become slightly wealthy by selling the meat of wild beasts, but they didn't expect that the grandson of Chu Hoyang would try another way to come to Qiufeng. "Why, don't you all want my young master to break through?" Qing Lishan's face sank, and he released the aura of the 9th level earth immortal, causing everyone present to sink. "Steward Qing, don't get me wrong, I'm just thinking about how many immortal stones I should support," a gang leader said quickly. "It seems that I misunderstood everyone. I'll punish myself with a drink." Qing Lishan stopped breathing, picked up the wine glass, and drank it all in. One gulp. Then he looked at everyone with a smile. "Have you all figured out how much support you should give?" A gang leader asked tentatively. 30 million immortal stones, butler. "Qing, what do you think? How much did you say?" "I didn't hear it clearly." "Say it again," Qing Lishan said calmly. Upon hearing this, the gang leader didn't understand why he thought he was being given too little. So he quickly changed his mind. "Steward Qing, I said give him 50 million. Say it again." Qing Lishan stared at the other party and said, 80 million, the other party said without tears. "Yes, well done to gang leader Huang, I would like to thank you on behalf of my young master." Qing Lishan finally smiled. Don't dare, the other party said quickly. At this time, Qing Lishan's eyes swept over Gao Yan and the other 12 gang leaders. "Steward Qing, we are also willing to support 80 million. Everyone expressed their opinions, one after another. Half a quarter of an hour later, Qing Lishan left the restaurant with 1.12 billion immortal stones satisfied. "What the hell, that's too much." A gang leader slapped the table and cursed. The 80 million was almost all the profit he earned from wild beast meat. "Hey, these days are getting more and more unbearable," another gang leader echoed. "Then what can we do? A butler can manipulate us at will, let alone 2 angel guards," another gang leader said with a wry smile. Gao Yan also echoed a few words, stood up and left. Because of the experience of the immortal storage ring being looted, Qing Lishan was extra cautious on the way back to the city lord's palace. But no matter how cautious he is, it's still useless. After a brief period of confusion, he discovered that the 1.12 billion immortal stones in his storage immortal ring were missing. The one who took action was naturally Gao Yan. Seeing that the income value on the income column exceeded 10.4 billion, Gao Yan also had a smile on his face. This speed is faster than selling wild beast meat. I really hope Qing Lishan blackmails those gang leaders more times. The income value has reached the requirements for upgrading, but Gao Yan plans to collect 20 billion before upgrading together. Qing Lishan, who returned to the city lord's palace, came to the secret room of Chu Hoyang's retreat anxiously. "Did you bring the fairy stone back?" Young master makes atonement. On the way back to the city lord's palace, all the fairy stones that I got are gone. Qing Lishan knelt down and kowtowed to beg for mercy. "Waste." Chu Hoyang cursed, "Find a way to get me another billion immortal stones. Otherwise, you will stop being a housekeeper." Although Chu Hoyang knew that Qing Lishan could not be blamed for this, after all, the storage fairy rings of his 2 immortal guards had been emptied, let alone Qing Lishan, who only had the 9th level of Earth Immortal. Thank you for your kindness, sir. I will go and find a solution now. Qing Lishan was overjoyed, kowtowed twice to the left secret room, and left. Quickly. The next day, the city lord's palace issued an order that the cultivation tax of all immortals was increased by 10% and must be paid on the same day. Otherwise, they will be fined 10 times. Qing Lishan originally wanted to go find those gang leaders to get immortal stones, but these gang leaders were already shouting on the posters. Yesterday, he drained their profits from selling wild beast meat. If it happened again, even if he had done something like killing a chicken to scare the monkeys before, these gang leaders might have to risk their lives and escape from Tianyao City. In desperation, he could only turn his attention to the immortal people in the city. The cultivation tax for the first-level human immortal is 100 low-grade immortal stones, the second-level human immortal is 110, the third-level human immortal is 120, and so on. The cultivation tax for the ninth-level human immortal is 180 immortal stones per year. In other words, any immortal with status must pay at least 10 immortal stones. Many immortals couldn't help but curse at the increase in cultivation taxes. But they dared not refuse to pay. Therefore, in just one day, Qing Lishan was able to collect more than 1 billion immortal stones. Originally Gao Yan planned to get these more than 1 billion immortal stones. But after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. These immortal stones were looted from the immortals in the city. If they were robbed again, Qing Lishan would probably find ways to loot the immortals in the city. Most of the immortals are poor, unlike those gang leaders, who have accumulated a lot of wealth over the years, although Chu Hoyang has looted a lot of them over the years, but they are still wealthy. About a year later, there was a breath of air rising from the city lord's mansion. Gao Yan knew that this was Chu Hoyang's recovery to the level of a celestial being. After reaching the level of a celestial being, it is estimated that this guy should not be able to stay in Tianyao City, right? As Gao Yan expected. After Chu Hoyang recovered to the level of a celestial being, he increased his looting of Tianyao City. The tribute fees of the 13 gang leaders doubled directly. Although Gao Yan's side did not double, it rose to 200 million. While squeezing these earthly immortal forces, Chu Hoyang did not forget to squeeze the immortals in the city. Because of the excessive exploitation, the business of both the Xuanshou building and the casino has been greatly reduced, and even the sale of wild beast meat has been affected. Fuck, we can't let this guy mess around in Tianyao City anymore, Gao Yan said secretly. So, Gao Yan entered the city lord's mansion that night and robbed Chu Hoyang of the 5.2 billion immortal stones he had collected during this period. His income value also directly broke 20 billion, reaching 22.2 billion, and the total number of immortal stones reached 650 billion. System upgrade 2 levels in a row, Gao Yan ordered. Ding, the system starts to upgrade. The upgrade time is 24 hours, please wait patiently. Gao Yan was upgrading, but Chu Hoyang was furious. He had previously sent Chu Shiqi back to the family and asked his parents to help investigate who robbed his immortal stones. Unfortunately, it has been fruitless. Now, he has just got 5.2 billion immortal stones, and they have been stolen before they have even released heat. Frustrated. It is really too frustrating. Thinking of this, he decided to transfer out of Tianyao City immediately. One day passed in a flash. The system completed the upgrade and reached level 40. A total of 2 advanced draws and 60 evolution points were awarded. System, advanced, draw 2 consecutive draws, hurry up. Ding, advanced, draw 2 consecutive draws, are open. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a 4th level immortal pill. The prize has been distributed to the system space, please wait patiently. Ding, congratulations to the host for 10 intermediate immortal medicine seeds, the prize has been distributed to the system space, please wait patiently. Flashed into my world, took out the 4th level immortal pill and swallowed it. Then absorbed and refined by the practice badge. 2 days later, the medicinal power of the 4th level immortal pill was completely absorbed, and Gao Yan's realm also broke through to the 5th level of the true immortal. Then, Gao Yan took out 10 intermediate immortal medicine seeds. In the immortal world, the reason why pills are expensive is that immortal medicines are relatively rare. After all, the fairy world has existed for too long, and the wild immortal medicines have long been harvested. Even if there are any, they are in dangerous and difficult to access areas. Therefore, 99% of the immortal medicines need to be planted. It takes at least tens of thousands of years for an ordinary immortal medicine to mature from planting. Intermediate immortal medicines take at least 100,000 years. And to refine a pill, more than one immortal medicine is needed, which is why the price of pills is high. Gao Yan has a spiritual medicine planting space. He planted all the 10 intermediate immortal medicine seeds he got. Checked the progress. 10 intermediate immortal medicines take at least 3,000 years to mature. However, Gao Yan has the immortal Ganoderma King that assists the growth of immortal medicines, which can greatly shorten the growth time. Even so, Gao Yan estimated that it would take 1 or 200 years for an intermediate immortal medicine to mature. Send 100 million immortal stones into the spiritual medicine planting space as food for the immortal Ganoderma King, and let it take good care of the 10 intermediate immortal medicines, and Gao Yan will ignore it. Time flies, and more than half a year has passed. Chu Hoyang was finally transferred out of Tianyao City. Before leaving, Qing Lishan, who wanted to make a fortune, invited Gao Yan and the other 13 gang leaders to the restaurant. Everyone was in the mentality of sending away the plague god, and each of them gave 50 million immortal stones. This time, Gao Yan did not show any courtesy to the other party. After the other party left the restaurant, he chose to take action and snatched away the 700 million immortal stones he had extorted. For a moment, Qing Lishan wanted to cry but had no tears. But he had no way. The next day, Chu Hoyang officially left Tianyao City. Watching this guy leave, people in Tianyao City couldn't help cheering. Especially the gang leaders who had been blackmailed many times were almost crying with joy. Half a month later, the new city lord has arrived. This new city lord is only the 8th level of earthly immortals, and he also has a confidant of the 7th level of earthly immortals. The new city lord is Zhao Yuxian. The first thing he did when he arrived was to restore the cultivation tax to normal, which made the immortals in Tianyao City grateful to him as the new city lord. That night, he also hosted a banquet for Gao Yan and 13 gang leaders. At the dinner, Zhao Yuxian did not put on a high-handed attitude, but was quite polite and kind. Before taking office, he had investigated Tianyao City. He knew that Chu Hoyang had exploited Tianyao City badly. If Chu Hoyang had not had strong strength, it is estimated that the end of Baidi City would have been repeated. If he also exploited Tianyao City like Chu Hoyang, he would definitely fail. After all, he is only an 8th level Earth Immortal, and his personal attendant is only a 7th level Earth Immortal. Even if he can suppress the forces of the 14 Earth Immortals, if the suppression is too severe, they will most likely abandon Tianyao City. Therefore, the method he adopts is to appease them. This dinner can be said to be a great time for both the guest and the host. However, this Zhao Yuxian still has some abilities. 3 months after he took office, there were 2 more Earth Immortal forces in Tianyao City. These 2 earthly immortal forces came from other places and received the support of Zhao Yuxian. These 2 earthly immortal forces developed quite quickly and soon established a firm foothold in Tianyao City. The main reason is that Zhao Yuxian did not suppress everyone, and everyone was willing to give him this face. Number 18, Phoenix Street. Looking at the 4 pretty female fairy servants, Gao Yan was quite satisfied. With the help of the human immortal pill, they have all reached the 9th level of the human immortal. Unfortunately, only Ling Susu and Shang Wanyaching have 8th grade immortal bodies, while Bai Fei and Lu Bingyue are only 9th grade immortal bodies. Bai Fei, Bingyue, you have all reached the 9th level of human immortality. I will give you a choice now. Are you willing to stay at home, or are you willing to work as stewards in a double cultivation building or a casino? The manager's salary starts at 1,000 fairy stones a year, but as a maid in Gao Yan's house, the salary is less than 100 fairy stones. Neither concubine Bai nor Lu Bingyue hesitated at all. Choose to remain at home. Not to mention that their friendship level has reached 100, even the hidden benefits of serving as a maid in Gao Yan's house are much better than being in charge. Therefore, even if the salary is lower, they are still willing to stay as maids. That's all. You can use these 2 masses of world origin to temper your immortal body. It will be enough to reach the 8th level of your immortal body. Gao Yan threw a ball of the origin of the world to each of the 2 women. Thank you, sir. The 2 women were overjoyed, and they knelt down and kowtowed to express their gratitude to Gao Yan. No need to be polite, get up and go refining quickly. Gao Yan waved his hand. Then, his eyes fell on Ling Susu and Sheng Wanyaching. This is the 2nd level elixir. 1 pill for each of you is enough for you to break through to the Earth Immortal. Gao Yan threw a 2nd turn elixir to the 2 women. Under Zhao Yuxian's appeasement policy, Tianyao City has recovered a certain vitality in just a few years. Even the Xianjian gang, Tianhu gang and Jiuxiong gang that had moved away moved back to Tianyao City. This brought the number of gangs in Tianyao City to 18. Gao Yan monopolized the business of the casino and Xuanshou building, but he did not form a gang. Because of Chu Hoyang's exploitation before, the more industries he occupied, the greater the loss. Therefore, other gangs did not have the idea of Xuanshou building and the casino. But now, the city lord has changed. Several gangs have already set their sights on the 2 industries of Xuanshou building and a casino. On this day, Gao Yan was listening to music in Xuanshou building as usual. Suddenly, a subordinate came to report that a man named Bai Ziren came to pay a visit. Bai Ziren was one of the deputy gang leaders of the Jiuxiong gang. Another deputy gang leader, Li Feng, wanted to harm Gao Yan but was killed by him. Gao Yan had someone take him to the 2nd floor. However, as soon as this guy stepped onto the 2nd floor, he said in a sarcastic tone, "General Manager Gao is really in a good mood." The other party dared to be sarcastic to him. Gao Yan naturally would not tolerate it, and immediately retorted, "Deputy gang leader Bai, I didn't expect that we would see each other again. I thought you would never come back. What's the matter? You can't make it in other cities?" Hearing Gao Yan's words, Bai Ziren's face darkened and snorted coldly, "You picked up a huge bargain and took the casino and Xuanshou building into your pocket." Gao Yan smiled and said, "I can't help it. I have always had good luck. If you, the giant bear gang, didn't run away, maybe you could have picked up a big bargain. Unfortunately, you don't have that life." Hearing this, Bai Ziren's face became more and more ugly, and he threatened, "Gao Yan, I don't want to beat around the bush with you. Today I am here on the order of our gang leader to ask you to hand over the casino." The giant bear gang originally specialized in hunting wild beasts. But after they came back, they found that there was no shortage of wild beast meat in the city, and the market was divided up by other gangs. If they wanted to gain a foothold in the city again, they naturally had to open up new industries. So, Zheng Baxiong set his sights on the casino in Gao Yan's hands. Why not annex Xuanshou building together? That's because Zheng Baxiong knew that Gao Yan was not the only one who was eyeing him. If he annexed Xuanshou building, he would probably be jointly targeted by several other gangs. Get lost. Gao Yan spat out a word unhappily. Do you really think that he is a soft persimmon and can be manipulated as you want? Gao Yan, you have to think it over. Bai Ziren continued to threaten, now that the Nye sisters are not here, you are no match for our giant bear gang. Go back and tell Zheng Baxiong to be sensible, otherwise, the giant bear gang will have no need to exist. Gao Yan was not interested in arguing with Bai Ziren, so he waved his hand and signaled him to get out of here quickly. Okay, let's wait and see. Bai Ziren looked at Gao Yan with resentment, turned around and left. Gao Yan split a soul seed and hid in Bai Ziren's immortal soul. Soon, Bai Ziren returned to the giant bear gang's base. How is it? Is that kid willing to transfer the casino to us? Zheng Baxiong asked. Bai Ziren said in a deep voice, Boss, that guy is extremely arrogant. Not only is he unwilling to give us the casino, but he also asked me to pass on a message to you, asking you to be sensible, otherwise he will destroy our giant bear gang. What? Zheng Baxiong was furious when he heard this. Good boy, a mere 4th level Earth Immortal dares to ignore me. Go down and prepare, we will go to destroy that guy tonight. Hey, good words, can't persuade the damn ghost. Just then, an abrupt voice sounded in the hall. Who? Get out. Zheng Baxiong looked around vigilantly. The next moment, the void cracked and Gao Yan walked out. Seeing this scene, Zheng Baxiong and Bai Ziren were dumbfounded, and then realized that Gao Yan was playing dumb. Sir, we were wrong, can you spare our lives? The next moment, Zheng Baxiong and Bai Ziren knelt on the ground together. Those who can shuttle through the void must be at least celestial beings, so at this moment they can't even think of resisting. You said, since you all left, why do you come back? Gao Yan smiled and shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, two streams of immortal power shot out and sank into their eyebrows, crushing their immortal souls. With a wave of his hand, 3 mid-grade immortal tools and 2 storage immortal rings also fell into his hands. Then, he disappeared with a flick of his body. Back to the Xuanshou building, Gao Yan counted the harvest. Zheng Baxiong ran fast at first, and he was not exploited by Chu Hoyangyan these years. Therefore, there are more than 1 billion immortal stones in his storage immortal ring, while Bai Ziren has much less immortal stones, only 120 million. But he is much stronger than Li Feng at that time. Call up the system interface. In the past 3 years, he made 16 billion by selling wild beast meat, and with the income from the double cultivation building and the casino, the profit value increased by 16.3 billion. The current total profit value is 22.883 billion, but now it takes 100 billion to upgrade to the next level, which is too far from upgrading. Now he has gained another 1.12 billion, so the total profit has reached 24.003 billion. As for the total number of immortal stones, it has reached more than 770 billion. Soon, the bodies of Jing Baxiong and Bai Ziren were discovered by the gang members of the Giant Bear Gang. The two Earth Immortals died silently in their own base. The members of the Giant Bear Gang dared not stay in the base, and immediately fled like birds and beasts. Some of the brave ones even fled directly out of Tianyao City. Soon after, the gangs in the city also learned about the deaths of Jing Baxiong and Bai Ziren. Shanniao Gang. As a helper, Niao Zhen asked in a deep voice, "What do you think about the death of Jing Baxiong and Bai Ziren?" "Boss, I heard that Bai Ziren went to Shuangshou building before his death, and seemed to want Gao Yan to give up the casino, but it seems that they failed to reach an agreement and were driven out by Gao Yan. So, the death of Jing Baxiong and Bai Ziren is related to Gao Yan, or did he kill them both? That's impossible. Gao Yan is only the 4th level of earthly immortal. What can he use to kill Jing Baxiong and others? I think Gao Yan is not simple. At the beginning, the Nie sisters chose to flee Tianyao City, but he didn't flee. Isn't he afraid of being implicated? Afterwards, the Nie sisters were caught, but they were all rescued before being beheaded. Even Chu Hoyang's people didn't find their traces. In theory, the Nie sisters made Chu Hoyang lose so much face, so Gao Yan should be implicated, but he didn't things, and also took over Shuangshou building and the casino. Makes sense. At this time, Niao Zhen said, also, no one was optimistic about the Nie sisters at the beginning, thinking that they would be swallowed up by the Hanhui Gang and the Giant Bear Gang. As a result, the Nie sisters went to kill Li Tianshan. One of them is a 5th-level earthly immortal, and the other is a 4th-level earthly immortal. Li Tianshan is a 6th-level earthly immortal. Even with Gao Yan, a 4th-level earthly immortal, they should not be opponents. But Li Tianshan died in the end. I guess Gao Yan hit his strength. His strength is at least above the 7th level of earthly immortals. Boss, do we still want to rob Shuangshou building? Rob? Niao Zhen said unhappily, I suspect that Jing Baxiong and Bai Ziren were killed by him. Although we have 3 earthly immortals, we probably are not opponents. Similarly, similar meetings are being held in other gangs that are eyeing Gao Yan's industry. Now the guys are not stupid, and they all suspect that Gao Yan has hidden his strength. Therefore, no one dares to act rashly again. The deaths of Jing Baxiong and Bai Ziren successfully deterred those gangs who wanted to enter the double building and casino business. Gao Yan once again lived a life of going to the studio and listening to music every day. To be honest, practicing in the immortal world is too time-consuming, even if you have a training badge. Now he is the 5th level of true immortal. According to the progress shown on the training badge, it will take at least 120,000 years to reach the 6th level of true immortal. This is still under the condition that the practice badge has 10 times the practice effect. Without the cultivation badge, it would have taken at least 1.2 million years for him to cultivate by himself. You must know that he is now a 3rd grade immortal. For an ordinary true immortal with a 6th-grade immortal body, it would probably take millions of years to advance to a higher level. I have to say that time in the fairy world is really worthless. Therefore, instead of focusing on practicing, it is better to think about how to earn more income points and then upgrade the lottery. Evening. Gao Yan returned to his new home, number 72, Xuanwu Street. Yes, he has exchanged his mansion for a mansion. Now Ling Susu and Shangguan Yaqing have reached the 2nd level of Earth Immortal, and Bai Fei and Lu Bingyue have also reached the 1st level of Earth Immortal. After a sumptuous dinner, Gao Yan called Ling Susu and Shangguan Yaqing to his side. From tomorrow on, Susu will be the chief steward of the casino, and Yaqing will be the chief steward of the double building. Upon hearing this, the two women not only did not feel any joy, but also felt a little scared. Master, did we do something wrong? Thinking too much. Seeing their appearance, Gao Yan was a little bit dumbfounded. You are now the 2nd level of the Earth Immortal. It is too wasteful to continue to stay at home as a maid. Besides, I am also relatively lazy. With you two helping me, it will be easier. After hearing what Gao Yan said, the two girls were completely relieved. Then Master, do we need to move out after we become stewards? Ling Susu asked cautiously. The mansion is so big, doesn't it have room for you to live? Of course, if you want to move out, you can. No, sir, we are not moving out. That's up to you. So on the next day, Ling Susu and Shangguan Yaqing officially took office. Gao Yan has become more and more leisurely since the two women took on the role of stewards of the casino and the double building. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years have passed. Gao Yan brought up the system panel and looked at the revenue value. It was only more than 66 billion, which was not enough for even one lottery draw. In the past 10 years, he has made 51 billion by selling wild beast meat, and the net income from the double building and the casino is around 1 billion. However, the total number of immortal stones exceeded 1 trillion, reaching 1,086.6 billion. And Gao Yan's external cultivation level has also been improved by 1 level, reaching the 5th level of Earth Immortal, and he is finally no longer at the bottom among the Earth Immortal forces in Tianyao City. Of course, no one dares to underestimate him. After all, it has only been 10 years since Xing Baxiong and Bai Ziren died. On this day, Gao Yan was listening to newly composed music in the Xuanshou building. Because he, the boss, likes to listen to music, so in order to please him, the girl from Shuangxiela will naturally work hard to compose new songs. Of course, it also has something to do with Gao Yan's generosity. Whenever a new song is approved by him, Gao Yan will not hesitate to give him a little reward. Some will reward him with 1 or 2,000 immortal stones, while others will reward him with tens of thousands of immortal stones. Therefore, in just 10 years, Shuangxiela has released thousands of new songs, including more than 200 outstanding ones. A song is played. Gao Yan nodded with satisfaction. This new song is good. The composer will be rewarded 3,000, and each performer will be rewarded 500. The people waiting around him rushed to announce the good news. Suddenly, someone came to report that there was a 1st-level immortal downstairs who wanted to visit him, and said she was his old friend. Old friend? Gao Yan was stunned. Could it be that his own woman had ascended? But he immediately felt it was impossible. His women have puppets to protect them. As long as the puppets appear in the fairy world, he can sense them immediately. With a sweep of his spiritual thoughts, Gao Yan discovered who that old friend was. So, he ordered someone to invite her up. "Friend Tyene, please take a seat." Gao Yan smiled and invited the Tyene Empress to take a seat, and personally poured her a cup of fairy tea. "Thank you." Tyene Empress said a little cautiously, and then sat down opposite Gao Yan. "When did fellow Taoist ascend to heaven?" Gao Yan asked. "It's been 3 years." Tyene Empress said. "Then why did you come to me now?" Gao Yan said somewhat strangely that her disciple Gongsun Yaoyao was one of his wives, and the two of them could be considered relatives. A flash of embarrassment flashed in the eyes of the Tyene Empress. When she first ascended to the immortal world, she was not only ambitious, but also quite proud. But reality slapped her hard. Because it is not good to know the situation in the fairy world in advance. When she ascended to the fairy world, she also specially collected tens of thousands of fairy stones. But tens of thousands of immortal stones are nothing in the fairy world, and she is unwilling to treat herself badly. Therefore, tens of thousands of immortal stones are not spent at all. After paying the cultivation tax a few days ago, she has less than 500 immortal stones. Seeing that she could hardly afford to pay the hotel room fee, she had no choice but to look for Gao Yan, a fellow villager. In the sky world, Gao Yan uses the name Gao Yan. After arriving in the fairy world, he regained his original name. But when he ascended to the immortal realm as an earth immortal, he caused a lot of commotion in Tianyao City. Therefore, the world where he ascended to, the immortal realm, was not a secret and could be known by asking. So, this Gao Yan is Gao Yan, and Empress Tyene has known it for a long time. Moreover, she asked someone who had seen Gao Yan to draw a portrait, which made it even more certain. The reason why she didn't come to Gao Yan at the beginning was that she thought that Gao Yan could make a fortune in the fairy world. Even if she couldn't compare with Gao Yan, she should have no problem making it in the fairy world. But she overestimated herself and underestimated the cruelty of the fairy world to rookie fairies. She couldn't even find a job and could only live off her savings. She couldn't afford to buy a house and could only live in an expensive inn. "Fellow Taoist Gao, I came to you this time to borrow some fairy stones from you," Empress Tyene said awkwardly. "No problem, how much do you want to borrow?" Gao Yan agreed immediately. As for fairy stones, he had more than 1 trillion. "Is 200,000 okay?" The Queen Mother of Tyene said cautiously. She wanted to borrow 200,000 to buy an ordinary house in Tianyao City, and the remaining 100,000 would be used for expenses. After the 1,000-year rookie period, she could find a job and support herself. "Okay, but isn't 200,000 too little?" Gao Yan asked considerately. "Not a small amount, just 200,000 will do," the Queen Mother of Tyene said hurriedly. If she borrowed too much, she was worried that she couldn't pay it back. After 3 years in the fairy world, she also knew what the fairy world was like. It was worse than what she had learned at the beginning, especially it was extremely unfriendly to the newly ascended immortals. "That's fine." Gao Yan took out a storage fairy ring and handed it to the Queen Mother of Tyene. "There are exactly 200,000 fairy stones in it." "Then I'll write you an IOU." "No need for that." Gao Yan waved his hand. "Let's not talk about the fact that we are both from the world of the sky. Besides, you are my wife's master, so there is still some trust." "Thank you," the Queen Mother of Tyene said gratefully. "Fellow Taoist, Do you have time to tell me what happened after I ascended? Gao Yan said. Faced with this small request, the Taiyin Empress naturally would not refuse. So she slowly told what happened after Gao Yan ascended. In the years when he first ascended, no one dared to provoke his women because of his shocking strength. But gradually, some great emperors who were promoted to immortals through the origin of the world became greedy. Gao Yan and his women's strength improved too quickly. In the past, it would take at least tens of thousands of years to become a great emperor, or even hundreds of thousands of years at most. But as for Gao Yan, it only took a few hundred years from refining qi to ascending to the immortal world. Moreover, all of his women have achieved the status of great emperors. There is no secret in this, even ghosts would not believe it. Therefore, 2 emperors who became immortals wanted to capture his women through a sneak attack and force them to reveal the secret. As a result, he was killed by the sword immortal puppet with 1 sword. Since then, no one has dared to take advantage of his woman. Because Gao Yan worked hard to improve the level of his women's immortal bodies, not long after this incident happened, they were promoted to human immortals one after another. They all know what the fairy world is like. Therefore, after reaching human immortality, one does not directly ascend to the immortal world. Instead, they plan to stay in the Tsangqiang world and continue to improve their cultivation. When they are stronger, they can ascend to the immortal world. In this way, they will not become Gao Yan's dragnet. Knowing that his women have become immortals, Gao Yan also looks forward to it a little more. When he first ascended, he left a lot of elixirs for them. With these elixirs, they can quickly improve their cultivation in the lower realm. By the way, fellow Taoist, didn't I tell you before that the situation in the immortal world is very bad? How come you ascended to the first level of human immortality? Gao Yan looked at the Taiyin Empress and asked. She smiled bitterly and said, after I became an immortal, my cultivation almost stagnated, and I am passionate about cultivation, so I understand. Gao Yan nodded. Fellow Taoist has been in the immortal world for 3 years. You should know everything you need to know. If anything happens in the future, feel free to come to me and don't be embarrassed. After all, you are my wife's elder. Then I'm so rude. Taiyin Empress showed a smile. That's right. Gao Yan also showed a smile. By the way, we are also from the same place. Let's go to my house for a casual dinner tonight. You can identify the door as you like. Don't bother me? How could it be? So, Gao Yan took Empress Taiyin back to number 72 Xuanwu Street. Looking at this huge mansion, Empress Taiyin flashed a look of envy in her eyes. She couldn't even afford an ordinary house, but Gao Yan owned such a huge mansion. Master, you are back. Lu Bingyue came forward. Gao Yan nodded, pointed at the Taiyin Empress, and said, this is an elder from my lower realm. By the way, what is the name of my fellow Taoist? Gao Yan asked about the Taiyin Empress's name. It was not good to call her Taiyin Empress anymore. If she were still called Taiyin Empress in the fairy world, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. My name is Tsukiji, Taiyin Empress said. Bingyue has met Senior Yuji. Lu Bingyue said quickly. Fellow Taoist Bingyue, you don't have to be polite, just call me Yuji. Although she didn't know Lu Bingyue's specific cultivation level, she felt that this Lu Bingyue was much stronger than her. You are my elder, how dare Bingxue offend? Lu Bingyue said quickly. Okay, just listen to fellow Taoist Yuji, go and ask concubine Bai to prepare a banquet. Gao Yan waved his hand. Yes, sir. Lu Bingyue accepted the order, then smiled friendly at the Taiyin Empress. Then turned and left. Gao Yan, who is this Bingyue? Taiyin Empress asked, curiously. Her name is Lu Bingyue, my maid. Gao Yan answered as he led the Taiyin Empress forward. Her cultivation level is not low, right? First level of Earth Immortal. Gao Yan said. Hearing that Lu Bingyue was a master of the Earth Immortal, the Taiyin Empress looked a little dull. It was really hard for people to accept that an Earth Immortal actually worked as a maid for Gao Yan. You know, she was only at the level of human immortal. I have 4 maids, 2 second-level Earth Immortals who help me manage the casino and the dual cultivation building. The other 2 are first-level Earth Immortals whom Lu Bingyue has met. There is also one called Concubine Bai, who is mainly responsible for helping me. You must have heard of cooking. I like delicious food. With 4 earthly immortals acting as maids, the Taiyin Empress no longer knew what to say. For a moment, she even looked a little dazed. While talking, the 2 came to the living room. Lu Bingyue ran over again, carrying a plate of fairy fruit, and then helped the 2 of them make tea before retreating. More than half an hour later, Concubine Bai brought a sumptuous banquet. Gao Yan invites Empress Taiyin to the table for dinner. Originally, Lu Bingyue and Concubine Bai were going to wait for the 2 of them to eat, but Gao Yan drove them away, mainly because he was worried that the Taiyin Empress would be uncomfortable. This meal was the most satisfying meal the Taiyin Empress had after arriving in the fairy world. Feeling the abundant power in her body, she wished she could find a place to retreat immediately. Fellow Taoist Yu Ji, how about I arrange a room for you to retreat in? Gao Yan naturally saw the situation in Taiyin Empress' body, so he said. Isn't this bad? I'm safe here. After hearing what Gao Yan said, the Taiyin Empress no longer refused. More than 10 days passed. The Taiyin Empress has come out of seclusion. Although her realm has not broken through to the second level of human immortality, she has also reached the peak of the first level of human immortality. A breakthrough is not far away. Fellow Taoist Gao, I've been staying in your house for so long, it's time to say goodbye. Wait a minute, do you have the immortal scripture in your hand? Gao Yan asked. Yes, I bought a human immortal level immortal scripture after I arrived at Tianyao City. Taiyin Empress said. Let's do this. I have an earthly immortal level immortal sutra here. You can try it out. Gao Yan took out an immortal scripture and handed it to the Taiyin Empress. This? The other party showed hesitation. This immortal sutra was obtained by killing an Earth Immortal Queen, but I already have the immortal sutra for cultivation, so. Thanks. Empress Taiyin gratefully accepted this immortal sutra. By the way, if you want to buy a house, go to the Xianmin department and find a fairy named Wei Wei. Just tell her that I recommend her. She is my friend. With her help, you should be able to buy a nice house. Gao Yan reminded her when sending the Taiyin Empress out. Okay, I'll go. Taiyin Empress thanked her again. 2 days later, Empress Taiyin bought an ordinary house in Yunhua Street. This street is close to the city lord's palace, and most people don't dare to come here to act wild. Therefore, even ordinary houses are in short supply. Empress Taiyin can buy a house here. Obviously Vivian arranged it for Gao Yan Sake. After having her own house, Empress Taiyin felt quite happy. After 3 years in the fairy world, through my own efforts, I borrowed money. to buy a house. In order to thank Gao Yan and Wei Wei, she bought some food and wine and invited them to her home for dinner. Not to mention that the other party is a fellow villager, and he is also his wife's ancestor. This face must be given, so Gao Yan came to the home of the Taiyin Empress with gifts. She prepared 4 dishes, including 2 meat dishes, and bought 2 bottles of fairy wine. Although it cost more than 200 fairy stones, she didn't feel bad. After meal, Gao Yan and Wei Wei said goodbye and left. Empress Taiyin thought of the gifts brought by Gao Yan and Wei Wei. The gift Wei Wei sent was an ordinary elixir worth hundreds of immortal stones, while Gao Yan gave 3 one-turn elixirs. Master, I got a piece of news. Guanghan City, which is 3 cities away from us, was attacked by the immortal army from the southern Guangdong region. Do you think it will affect our Tianyao city? A few days later, Gao Yan was listening to music in a double building, and Ling Susu, who helped him manage the casino, brought news. The southern Guangdong area is connected with the Eastju area. Although Tianyao City is not a border city, it is only 4 cities away from the border between the 2 regions, and the Guanghan City that Ling Susu mentioned happens to be a border city. Do you know why the immortal army in southern Guangzhou captured Guanghan City? Gao Yan asked. Ling Susu shook her head. I don't know, but I can ask. Then go and find out. Gao Yan nodded. Ling Susu is more motivated. After taking over the casino, she intends to collect intelligence for Gao Yan. Okay, sir. After Ling Susu left and Gao Yan drove away the others, he condensed a twin and asked the other party to quickly go to Guanghan City to find out the news. It was less than an hour before the twins set off. Gao Yan received an invitation letter asking him to go to Dingxian Tower for a banquet tonight. There is also an aura of the 9th level of Earthly Immortal attached to this invitation letter. There is no 9th level Earth Immortal in Tianyao City today. Then, this 9th level Earth Immortal must be an outsider. Out of curiosity, Gao Yan decided to take a look. In the evening, Gao Yan appeared at Dingxian Tower. Then he was ushered into the box on the rooftop. After stepping into the box, he discovered that 8 gang leaders including Bai Yushuang, the leader of the Tianhu gang, and Qin Jiang, the leader of the Fairy Sword gang, had also been invited. Gao Yan nodded towards them and found a seat to sit down. Fellow Taoist Gao, do you know who is inviting us to this dinner party? Chen Jian asked. Have no idea. Gao Yan shook his head. Does gang leader Chen know? I have some guesses, but I can't be sure yet. Chen Jian said in a deep voice. The Immortal Sword Gang was in the escort business, so the news was naturally more widespread. Fellow Taoist Chen, why don't you reveal something? Gao Yan asked tentatively. Guanghan City. Chen Jian softly uttered 3 words. Upon hearing the name of Guanghan City, Gao Yan also looked thoughtful. In the next quarter of an hour, several more gang leaders came, except for the 2 gangs supported by Zhao Yuxian. For a moment, Gao Yan was a little more certain about the identity of the Real owner. Half an hour later, the rightful owner has finally arrived. The other party was a young man with a majestic appearance and exuding domineering power. He did not hide his cultivation level at the 9th level of the Earth Immortal. Behind him were 2 8th level Earth Immortals. I will meet all the gang leaders next week. The other party stepped into the box, glanced at everyone, and then cupped his fists. I've met fellow Taoist Zhou. Fellow Taoist Zhou is so polite. Everyone didn't dare to take it seriously and stood up to return the favor. Haha, you gang leaders, don't be polite, please take a seat. Zhou Yushan laughed and came to the main seat to sit down. Then, he ordered an 8th-level Earth Immortal behind him to quickly serve wine and food. During this period, everyone was chatting with Zhou Yushan, some were complimentary, and of course there were also tests. Soon, the food and wine were served. Zhou Yushan raised his glass to everyone. After 3 rounds of wine, 5 flavors of food. Zhou Yushan was the first to put down his chopsticks, and everyone also put down their chopsticks, because everyone knew that it was time to talk about business. I wonder if any of you gang leaders have heard about Guanghan City? Zhou Yushan said calmly. I've heard that the immortal army from the southern Guangdong region has conquered Guanghan City. Chen Jian said with a smile. It seems that gang leader Chen is quite well informed. Zhou Yushan praised, I came to Tianyao City today with only one purpose, which is to recruit all the gang leaders for my lord and join my lord. May I ask who Dao Yuzhou works for? Bai Yushuang spoke. She was a 7th-level Earth Immortal and 4 elders of the 6th-level Earth Immortal. Therefore, she was the strongest Earth Immortal force in Tianyao City. Zhou Yushan smiled and said, my lord is the new Golden Immortal in the southern Guangdong region. Now the Tianmu Prefecture in the southern Guangdong region has been assigned to my lord's name. However, Tianmu Prefecture is too small. Therefore, my lord plans to capture Hanbing State. Upon hearing this, shock appeared on everyone's faces, and even Gao Yan was surprised. But at the next moment, Bai Yushuang raised a question, fellow Daoist Zhou. Since your lord is a golden immortal, there are many people who want to serve him, right? Can a group of us Earth Immortals enter your lord's eyes? Ha ha. Zhou Yushan smiled again. If it were a normal period, my lord would naturally not recruit you, but now is a special period. My lord wants to capture all the cities in Hanbingju as quickly as possible, so we need the people in the cities. Earthly immortal forces or heavenly immortal forces cooperate. At this point, Zhou Yushan stopped, but everyone understood what he meant. Fellow Daoist Zhou, although your lord is a golden immortal, there are also many golden immortal families in Dongyue. Your lord alone may not be able to fight against those golden immortal families, right? Gao Yan spoke at this time. Your worries are justified. Zhou Yushan smiled proudly, but my master has received the support of several Jingxian families in South Guangzhou, and is not afraid of the Jingxian families here in Dongyue territory. Then what benefits can we gain by taking refuge in your lord? Gao Yan asked again. You still want benefits? Zhou Yushan looked at Gao Yan with a sneer. My master is a powerful Jingxian. If you can join his command, you should be grateful. In that case, I refuse to join. Gao Yan shook his head. If he joined the other side, there would be no benefit. If he succeeded. If he failed, the Golden Immortal family in Dongyue territory would definitely settle accounts with those who betrayed him. Besides, the benefits generated by a state are so huge. Take Tianyao City as an example. The city lord's mansion has to collect more than 1 billion in cultivation taxes a year. In addition, there are other incomes. There are thousands of cities of all sizes in Ninghanbing State. Even if one city only has 1 billion income, the thousands of cities will have at least trillions of immortal stones. With such a huge benefit, will the Golden Immortal family in Dongyue territory give up easily? What a joke. So, in his opinion, Zhou Yushan was just bragging there, using the Golden Immortal's tiger skin to fool them to work for him. And he was playing a trick of getting something for nothing. Seeing Gao Yan's statement, Zhou Yushan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Gao Yan. Are you sure you want to go against my master? Haha. Gao Yan sneered, your master is a golden immortal, what do you have to prove? It? Even if your master is a golden immortal, he wants us to take the risk of being traitors, but your master doesn't even want to pay half a piece of immortal stone. To be honest, I have never seen such a stingy golden immortal. When everyone heard this, they also showed a thoughtful look. Just now, they were all shocked by the golden immortal master in Zhou Yushan's mouth. Now, after hearing what Gao Yan said, isn't it the case? Just pulling the tiger skin of the golden immortal, they have to work hard. Which is too despising them. You are looking for death. Seeing that the eyes of the people present had changed, Zhou Yushan's eyes had a hint of murderous intent, and said to the earthly immortal eightfold beside him, take him down. Boom. The next moment, the momentum of the earthly immortal eightfold burst out and pressed down on Gao Yan. Immediately afterwards, an eighth-level earthly immortal stepped forward and reached out to Gao Yan's neck. Seeing this scene, the assistants present did not move, but their eyes were flickering. Gao Yan dared to directly confront Zhou Yushan, so he must have some trump card. I just don't know if his trump card can fight against the 8th level earthly immortal? Seeing that the palm full of immortal power was about to fall on his neck, Gao Yan didn't have any panic on his face. Suddenly, he raised his right arm and pointed it forward. Suddenly, a burst of cyan immortal power shot out from his fingertips. The moment this immortal power was emitted, the 8th level earth immortal felt a sense of impending disaster. He was so frightened that he immediately stopped his hand and retreated. At the same time, the immortal power in his body quickly formed a thick shield of immortal power on the surface of his body. At the same time, a middle-grade immortal sword appeared in his hand, with the fastest speed and greatest power slashed towards the immortal power. Bite. His sword did hit the immortal power shot by Gao Yan, but it made a sound of gold and iron clashing. Immediately afterwards, the 8th level earth immortal felt his arm shake violently, almost making him unable to hold the immortal sword in his hand. On the other hand, the immortal power was not affected and continued to shoot towards him. Damn it. The face of the 8th level earth immortal changed greatly, and he was about to dodge, but at this moment, his immortal power suddenly accelerated. Puff. The immortal power shot by Gao Yan successfully penetrated the immortal power shield on the 8th level of the earth immortal, and then penetrated into the center of his eyebrows. With a muffled groan, the opponent's body fell softly to the ground, and traces of soul power overflowed from his body. Spread out. Everyone didn't know that the immortal soul had been shattered and there was no way to save it. Immediately afterwards, everyone looked at Gao Yan with shocked eyes. He was an 8th level earth immortal, and he was actually killed by him with one move. Moreover, they could see that such an 8th level earth immortal couldn't even resist. Similarly, Zhou Yushan was also quite shocked at this moment, and at the same time, he felt a strong sense of fear in his heart. He had clearly found out that Gao Yan was only a 5th level earth immortal. Although the combat power is stronger, it is comparable to the 7th level earth immortal at best. But I never expected that it would reach such a terrifying level, probably not much different from him, the 9th level earth immortal. Gao Yan, how dare you kill him? The next moment, Zhou Yushan looked at Gao Yan coldly and said, how dare I, didn't you see it? Gao Yan said lightly, and then he split 2 soul seeds and submerged them into the immortal souls of Zhou Yushan and his men, and then read the memories. When he read some of Zhou Yushan's memories, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Because this Zhou Yushan is not a subordinate of the new golden immortal at all, he is a liar. He learned that Guanghan City had been breached by the immortal army from the southern Guang region. Being a liar, he immediately became interested. I made up an identity for myself and came to Tianyao City. His plan is simple. They were to pretend to be the subordinates of the newly promoted golden immortal, and then use the name of the newly promoted golden immortal to frighten the earthly immortal forces in Tianyao City, and then join forces with them to take down the city lord Zhao Yuxian. Then steal the position of city lord, take the opportunity to loot the whole city, and finally run away with the looted things. Very good, you actually dare to ruin my lord's important event. Have you never thought about the consequences of offending a golden immortal? Zhou Yushan shouted sharply, still acting. Okay. Now that he has learned the identity of the other party as a liar, Gao Yan is too lazy to deal with him. Zhou Yushan, you keep saying that your master is Jingxian, then you dare to ask your master's surname? You don't deserve to know my master's name. Zhou Yushan had an ominous premonition. Is it unworthy, or you simply can't tell? Gao Yan sneered, you are a liar. At all. There is no so-called new golden immortal behind you. Upon hearing this, everyone in the box was in an uproar. Boy, if you dare to ruin my important affairs, you will die. Seeing that he was exposed, Zhou Yushan was too lazy to act anymore. At the same time, he also had a huge murderous intention towards Gao Yan. He saw a high-grade fairy spear appearing in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, a few gun shadows suddenly hit Gao Yan. Gao Yan's body was shrouded. Zhou Yushan's combat power is much stronger than the 8th level Earth immortal just now. But it was still not enough in Gao Yan's eyes. With a flicker of his body, he disappeared from the spot and appeared behind Zhou Yushan. Then he pointed his finger, and the fairy power on his fingertips directly broke through Zhou Yushan's fairy power shield, and then a burst of fairy power rushed in like a little snake. Enter the opponent's sea of consciousness and strangle his immortal soul into pieces. He reached out and grabbed it, and a high-grade immortal weapon and a storage immortal ring fell into Gao Yan's hands. Another famous Jisanye was so frightened when he saw this scene that he subconsciously hit the wall nearest to him, intending to break through the wall and escape. But Gao Yan would never give him a chance. He raised his hand and pointed another finger, ending his life. Finally, Gao Yan waved his hand to summon 2 immortal storage rings and several middle-grade immortal weapons, and said to the other gang leaders in the room, fellow Taoists, I will take the first step. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Gao Daoist. The gang leaders present quickly stood up and sent each other off. Everyone, stay. Gao Yan smiled at them and left the Dingxian Tower in large strides. The gang leader Egon looked at the 3 corpses on the ground and was speechless for a long time. This lofty saying is hidden too deeply. Gang leader Bai, what level do you think fellow Taoist Gao has reached? Qin Jian looked at Bai Yushuang, because Bai Yushuang had the highest cultivation level present. It should be a fairy. Bai Yushuang thought for a while, that Zhou Yushan is a 9th level Earth immortal and has a high-grade immortal weapon, but he is still vulnerable in front of fellow Taoist Gao. This is not something ordinary 9th level Earth immortals can do. Oh heaven! Why is he, a majestic immortal, staying in Tianyao City? Some people were puzzled. What, you want to pry into the secrets of the immortals? No, don't get me wrong, I just said it casually. Okay, everyone had better keep quiet about what happened today. Bai Yu Shuang said again, otherwise, you will cause dissatisfaction with Taoist fellow Gao. And you will know the consequences yourself. Upon hearing this, everyone shuddered and said that they would not reveal even a word to others. Number 72, Xuanwu Street. Gao Yan, who returned to the mansion, was counting tonight's harvest. It has to be said that this week Yushin is quite capable. He has been cheating for many years and has accumulated a huge net worth. There are more than 34 billion immortal stones in his storage immortal ring. In addition, the other cultivation resources in his immortal storage ring are worth more than 20 billion together. His two followers were far behind. The immortal stones added together amount to almost tens of billions. As for other things, the combined value is about 5 billion. Tonight, I gained 44 billion in revenue, bringing the revenue to 110 billion. It's time to level up. As for the total number of fairy stones, it reached 13,506 trillion. System, upgrade it to a level. Gao Yan ordered that it now takes 100 billion to upgrade to one level. It is not easy to achieve consecutive upgrades. Ding, the system has started to upgrade. The upgrade time is 24 hours. Please wait patiently. Putting away the system interface, Gao Yan called the four maids over. This is for you, keep it. Gao Yan threw a second-turn golden elixir to the four women respectively. This old boy Zhou Yushin actually has 6 second-turn elixirs in his hand. He doesn't have any use for the second-turn elixir, so it's just for improving the cultivation of his 4 maids. Thank you, sir. The 4 girls who received the second-turn elixir were all happy and grateful. Gao Yan waved his hand and motioned for them to go back to practice. At this time, the twins who went to Guanghan City had already found out the reason why the southern Guangzhou Immortal Army attacked Guanghan City. Guanghan City is a border city, so its scale is naturally not too small. Therefore, Xie Yanmiao, the city lord of Guanghan City, is a powerful person. At the 5th level of immortality. The cause of the matter is simple. Xie Yanmiao's son, Xie Yan, took his men out hunting and chased a wild beast of the 9th level of the earth immortal into the southern Guangdong territory. The desolate beast at the 9th level of earth immortal was already seriously injured. In the end, he was taken advantage of by the legitimate son of a true immortal family in Nanguang region. Xie Yan spent a lot of effort to seriously injure the desolate beast of the 9th level of earth immortal. How could he take advantage of others? Therefore, for this desolate beast of the 9th level of earth immortal, there was a big conflict between the two sides, and in the end, Xie Yan even seriously injured the legitimate son of the true immortal family. Naturally, the legitimate son of the true immortal family would not give up. So, a few days later, the Jinxian family sent an immortal to Guanghan City to force Xie Yanmiao to hand over his son Xie Yan. If Xie Yanmiao was just an ordinary immortal, he would definitely not dare to offend the true immortal family. But the key is that he also has a backing, and his biological father is also a true immortal. Therefore, he decisively rejected the other party's unreasonable request. Unexpectedly, the true immortal family in the South Guangzhou area had a hot temper. After being rejected, they led tens of thousands of immortal troops to Guanghan City. Moreover, the leader is a master of the 7th level of the immortal. Finally, Guanghan City fell, and Xie Yanmiao escaped with his son Xie Yan. If there are no accidents, The scale of this war will not expand. Next, the two true immortal families should sit down and negotiate. However, Gao Yan still asked the twins to stay in Guanghan City temporarily and pay attention to the development of the situation. The next morning, Gao Yan appeared in a double building again. Listening to the beautiful music on the stage downstairs, he closed his eyes with an expression of enjoyment. Evening. Gao Yan returned to his mansion on Xuanwu Street. The four maids were all in retreat, and no one came to serve him. This made Gao Yan plan to buy a few more maids. After all, there were only 4 maids, so the mansion seemed a bit empty. Then he came directly outside the city. A large number of immortals dressed in tatters gathered outside the city. More than 99% of them were sluggish and their faces were sallow. If this scene were filmed and thrown into the lower world, no one would believe that it would be an immortal living such a miserable life. Insightful eyes open, Gao Yan began to sift through. 12 of you, come here. Putting away the insightful eyes, Gao Yan's voice sounded in the ears of the 12 female fairies. My lord, what are your orders? The 12 female fairies, who had experienced severe beatings from society, immediately stepped forward quickly, with a bit of uneasiness in their expressions. My name is Gao Yan. The casinos and double cultivators in the city are my property. I plan to recruit a few maids, with food and accommodation included. I can help you solve your identity problems, and help you pay your cultivation tax. The annual salary is 100 immortal stones. Would you like to work in my house? Among the 12 female immortals selected by Gao Yan, 7 are 8th level immortals, and 5 are 7th level immortals. As for why they didn't stand for election last time when the Divine Bird Immortal sect selected disciples, it's very simple. They are so poor that they can't even pay the entrance fee. How can they run for election? Sir, I do. Sir, I am willing to, please take me in. Faced with such a good offer, the 12 female fairies could not think of a reason to refuse, and they all fell to their knees and expressed their willingness. Okay, come with me. Gao Yan nodded, turned around and walked towards the city, and the 12 female fairies immediately followed him. Seeing this scene, other immortals showed envy. When entering the city, the guards all bent down and saluted. This is their entry fee. Gao Yan threw out 12 immortal stones. In fact, given his status, it was fine not to hand them over, and the guards did not dare to ask for them. But Gao Yan is not bad at all for the immortal stone, so naturally he won't take advantage of it. After bringing the 12 female fairies back to the mansion, Gao Yan settled them down personally. Then tell them that if they want to eat, they can go to the kitchen and cook it themselves. That night, the system upgrade was completed. Reach level 41. Reward 1 top draw and 80 evolution points. I wonder what I can get in this top draw. Gao Yan looked forward to it, and then ordered the system to start the lottery. Ding, start the top lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a 5th turn elixir. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. 5 turn elixir. Gao Yan felt happy and entered my world in a flash. Then take the 5th turn elixir and drink it, then give it to the practice badge for refining and absorption. The 5 turn elixir is much more powerful than Gao Yan imagined. In just one day, his cultivation level was promoted from the 5th level of true immortal to the 6th level. Moreover, the consumption is not large. In another 2 days, Gao Yan's cultivation reached the 7th level of the true immortal. In 3 days, Gao Yan's cultivation reached the 8th level of the true immortal. At this time, half of the medicine's power was consumed. After another 5 days, the power of the 5th level elixir was exhausted. And his cultivation level also reached the peak of the 9th level of true immortal. After checking the progress on the cultivation badge, it turns out that it only takes 3,000 years for his cultivation to reach the 1st level of Xianxian. This shows that his cultivation level is infinitely close to that of Xianxian. Good. Gao Yan was very satisfied with this. A small 5-turn elixir directly saved him at least millions of years of practice time. Wait for him to leave my world. It was already evening of the next day outside. Gao Yan gathered the 12 newly recruited maids. Compared with yesterday, they looked much better and cleaned up. Tell me your names. Gao Yan said. Master, my maid is Qin Ranran. Master, my maid's name is Zhu Baolian. Master, my maid's name is Kai Qiuyue. After listening to the introduction of the 12 new maids, Gao Yan assigned them work. Originally, these things were done by Lu Bingyue, but she was in seclusion, so he, the master, had to do it for her. Then, Gao Yan explained some rules and drove them away. The next day, Gao Yan came to the Xianmen division to find Wei Wei. Wei Wei was very happy to see Gao Yan coming. Then, Gao Yan entrusted Wei Wei to help his maid reapply for the identity token. Wei Wei naturally agreed to this request. According to the information provided by Gao Yan, he immediately helped the 12 maids to apply for identity tokens. Gao Yan also immediately helped them pay a year's cultivation tax. In a blink of an eye, a month passed. As he expected, the 2 true immortal families had no intention of expanding the war. After almost a month of negotiations, a settlement was finally reached. Immediately afterwards, the immortal army of the southern Guanyu true immortal family directly withdrew from Guanghan City. Gao Yan also called the twins back. However, during this period, the business of the Xuanshou building and the casino was quite good. It was all the gangs in the city who actively supported his business. Gao Yan knew that this group of people just wanted to please him. Ling Susu and the other 4 girls also came out of retreat one after another. During this month, and their realms were all improved by 1 level. At the same time, Gao Yan doubled the salaries of the 4 girls. At the same time, Lu Bingyue managed the 12 new female immortal servants. Dongyue Territory, Tianqiong State and Yuhuai City. After being transferred from Tianyao City, Chu Hoyang came here to serve as the city lord. Tianqiong State and Hanbing State are separated by several states, so he doesn't have to worry about the embarrassing news about him being blasted by Nanming Duo coming here. Although he didn't dare to argue with Nanming Duo. But he was not willing to let go of the person who had repeatedly stolen the immortal stones and cultivation resources from his immortal storage ring. Therefore, before he left Tianyao City, he secretly bribed the leader of a gang in Tianyao City and asked him to help him keep an eye on the gang to see if the other party had any clues when it was first stolen. He believed that the other party's cultivation was far superior to that of his guards. Later, he thought about it again and thought that the other party should not be as powerful as he thought. Otherwise, why would the other party dare not show his face? Isn't it because he is worried about his revenge? In addition, he also had many discussions with 2 immortal guards. He believes that the other party possesses a unique magical power that can make people temporarily absent-minded but has no lethality. Moreover, the other party only made them lose consciousness, but did not attack Chu Shiqi and Chu Shiba, so it should be impossible to break their body. Protecting immortal power. Even if an immortal level expert is in a state of absent-mindedness, once he is attacked, his immortal power will automatically protect his body. Do you think that guy is Gao Yan? After Chu Shiqi and Chu Shiba read the information sent from Tianyao City, Chu Hoyang asked in a deep voice. Sir, it's most likely this guy. Chu Shiqi said with great certainty. At first, this guy was the manager of the Hongye gang. Later, the Nye sisters were captured by Qing Lishan's men, but they were rescued during their imprisonment. Those jailers were absent-minded for a period of time. It was obvious that the person who used this magical power was one person. The Nye sisters did not have any special background. Otherwise, they would not have had to escape from Tianyao City. Therefore, I think Gao Yan, the biggest suspicion. Looks like it's really that guy. After confirming that it was Gao Yan, Chu Hoyang couldn't help but gnashed his teeth, and then looked at Chu Shiba and Chu Shiqi. Which of you two will go to Tianyao City to capture that guy back? If you dare to steal my son's things, I will let him live but not die. Sir, let me go. A look of resentment flashed in Chu Shiba's eyes. He had already decided that after capturing the other party, he must torture him first. After all the wealth he had accumulated over the years had been taken away by the other party. Remember, I want to live, not die. Chu Hoyang warned that in his opinion, killing Gao Yan was too cheap for him. After getting that guy back, he would take his time. As you command. Chu Shiba nodded, then disappeared from the spot. A few days later, Gao Yan, who was listening to music in Shuangshou building, felt like he was being spied on. He did not release his spiritual thoughts, but quietly opened his inside eye and found the person who was spying on him. It's actually him. Gao Yan was a little surprised, because he found that the person spying on him was actually Chu Shiba in disguise. Didn't this guy follow Chu Hoyangsu to take office elsewhere? How come he ran back to Tianyao City and came to spy on me? Could it be? Gao Yan immediately thought of a possibility. It was probably Chu Hoyang who still had an informant in Tianyao City after he left. More than a month ago, he killed Zhou Yushan and 3 others in front of various gang leaders in the city. Although this matter has not spread, these gang leaders will definitely doubt his true cultivation. That is to say, Chu Hoyang's spy is most likely one of these gang leaders. Think of this. Gao Yan split a soul seed and sneaked into Chu Shiba's immortal soul. Read the other party's memory. As he expected, Chu Hoyang's spy was none other than Ouyang Tianyang, the leader of the Tianyang gang. This Ouyang Tianyang possesses the 6th level of Earth immortal cultivation. In addition, there is also a deputy leader of the 4th level of Earth immortal in the gang. After he killed Zhou Yushan, Ouyang Tianyang sent the deputy gang leader to deliver a message to Chu Hoyang. However, the journey was too long, and it took a full month before he arrived at Yuhui City, where Chu Hoyang was located. Some people ask why not use the messenger talisman? The reason is simple. The messenger talisman can only be used for short-distance communication in the fairy world. The journey is too far, and it is impossible to reach it. In addition, the messenger talisman also has the risk of being intercepted. And this Chu Shiba came to capture him on Chu Hoyang's order. What's even more interesting is that Chu Hoyang and the others thought that his cultivation was not strong. They didn't kill Chu Shiqi and Chu Shiba at the beginning, not because they didn't dare, but because they couldn't do it. 3 great smarts. Knowing the analysis of the 3 of them from Chu Shiba's memory, Gao Yan felt a little funny. The great puppet technique. Now that he knew Chu Shiba was coming for him, Gao Yan had nothing to be polite about and just threw a big puppet technique at him. Then, under his control, Chu Shiba went straight to the 2nd floor. With a wave of his hand, Gao Yan brought Chu Shiba into my world. Later, under his control, Chu Shiba transferred all the items in the immortal storage ring. After arriving at Yuhui City, Chu Hoyang began to search everywhere again. As his guards, Chu Shiqi and Chu Shiba naturally had to share some profits. Yuhui City is not comparable to Tianyao City, so in just over 10 years, Chu Shiba has accumulated more than 500 million immortal stones, but now they are all at his advantage. In fact, Chu Shiba received more than 1 billion fairy stones, but as an immortal, it would take too much fairy stones for him to practice. Although the 500 million immortal stones are a bit short, Gao Yan doesn't mind it. This is already comparable to the net income of his casino and double building in 5 years. Next time, Gao Yan listened to the song and read Chu Shiba's memory. According to Chu Shiba's memory, Chu Hoyang's situation in the Chu family was not good. Transferring him to Yuhui City as the city lord was the last help his parents gave him. After all, the benefits generated by Yuhui City every year are still very considerable, and there are many people who want to be the city lord there. In order for him to become the lord of Yuhui City, his parents paid a huge price. If in the next 10,000 years, he is still as muddy as before, he will not be able to keep his status as the legitimate son. It's a pity that Chu Hoyang only cares about eating but not fighting. After arriving at Yuhui City, he still refused to change his mind. Chu Shiqi and Chu Shiba also tried to persuade him, but to no avail. It is worth mentioning that Chu Hoyang's father has been transferred away from the family, and instead went to the poorest state in the Dongyue territory to serve as the state leader. Therefore, Chu Hoyang has no backer in the Chu family. Gao Yan had no intention of killing Chu Shiba. That's because Chu Hoyang controls his soul card. As soon as Chu Shiba dies, his soul card will shatter. At the same time, Gao Yan also wanted to see if he could lure Chu Shiqi over and let him make a small profit. An hour later, Gao Yan left Xuanshou building and delayed for a while before returning to his mansion on Xuanwu Street. It didn't take long for the news of the death of Tianyang gang leader Ouyang Tianyang to spread. There were no injuries on his body, but his immortal soul was shattered. I didn't expect this guy to be richer than an immortal. After counting Ouyang Tianyang's storage fairy rings, Gao Yan's income increased by another 1.5 billion. Yes, Ouyang Tianyang was killed by himself, since the other party acted as an informant for Chu Hoyang. He must bear the corresponding consequences. Tianhu Gang. Bai Yushuang summoned 4 elders to discuss matters. What do the elders think of Ouyang Tianyang's death? Gang leader, Ouyang Tianyang's death is very similar to the death of Zheng Baxiong, the previous leader of the Giant Bear Gang. I suspect it was Gao Yan's fault, an elder analyzed. Yes, this Gao Yan is so unruly. Ouyang Tianyang has not offended him, right? Kill him if you ask. Another elder said with some dissatisfaction. At this time, Bai Yushuang said, Gao Yan probably wouldn't kill Ouyang Tianyang for no reason. There must be reasons we don't know. Also, please be more respectful to fellow Taoist Gao from now on. Gang leader, does Gao Yan have any profound background? An elder asked. Thoughtfully. More than a month ago, Bai Yushuang ordered them to take care of Gao Yan's business. This time, they were asked to be more respectful. Therefore, they were very suspicious that their gang leader had discovered Gao Yan's profound background. I'm right about this matter. As for the rest, I can't tell you yet. Bai Yushuang said firmly. Yes. The four elders nodded. In addition to the Tianhu gang, other gangs are also discussing this matter. These gang leaders actually guessed that Gao Yan should have killed Ouyang Tianyang, although they did not know why Gao Yan killed Ouyang Tianyang. But there was a bit of panic in my heart, so I held a meeting to ask the gang senior leaders to restrain the gang members and never go to the casino or Xuanshou building to look for trouble. In this way, more than 10 days passed. Yuhui City. Chu Hoyang called Chu Shiqi and complained a little. What's going on? Why? Hasn't Chu Shiba come back yet? This? Chu Shiqi didn't know what was going on, so he carefully speculated, is there an accident? Hearing this, Chu Hoyang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that they had guessed wrong? That Gao Yan was not a soft persimmon, but rather very powerful? Sir, how about I also take a trip to Tianyao City? Chu Shiqi tentatively said. Chu Hoyang pondered slightly, and then said, you can go, but be careful. If something goes wrong, come back immediately. The only people around him who can be used are Chu Shiqi and Chu Shiba. If they both fail, he won't be able to dominate in Yuhui City. After all, there are 5 immortal families in Yuhui City. Fortunately, the strongest third-level genius, his 2 guards, could completely suppress him. If something happens to both Chu Shiqi and Chu Shiba, he, the city lord, may not be able to sit still, and he may even have to look at the faces of those immortal families in the future. Don't worry, sir, I will be careful. Chu Shiqi nodded, and then quietly left Yuhui City. In a tea house near the city gate. Gao Yan will come here to drink tea these days. The reason why he came here to drink tea was not because Xuanshou Lu's music was not good to listen to, but because he planned to come here to wait and see if he could hold on to the 17th song. Coming. Suddenly, Gao Yan's eyes lit up. With a smile, he glanced at Chu Shiqi, who was disguised as the 9th level of Immortal and entered the city. The great puppet technique. With a thought in his mind, the magical runes in the sea of consciousness flickered, and then, a puppet rune quietly sank into Chu Shiqi's body. After throwing down a fairy stone, Gao Yan stood up and left the tea house. Soon, he came to an alley where the manipulated Chu Shiqi was already waiting for him. A wave of his hand. The other party was brought into his small world to keep Chu Shiba company. Returned to the mansion on Xuanwu Street. Gao Yan was reading Chu Shiqi's memory. Chu Shiqi's loss of contact made Chu Hoyang doubt his analysis, and then he sent Chu Shiqi to inquire about the news. As a result, I didn't expect Gao Yan to be such a thief, just waiting near the city gate, and he even had the unreasonable skill of insight. Therefore, they were controlled as soon as they arrived in Tianyao City. I don't know if Chu Hoyang can survive in Yuhui City after losing Chu Shiqi and Chu Shiba. Gao Yan thought with gloating. You must know that there are 5 immortal families in Yuhui City. Even if Chu Shiqi and Chu Shiba are suppressing them, they will not be bullied by Chu Hoyang. Now there are no Chu Shiqi and Chu Shiba. Maybe those 5 immortal families will have to teach Chu Hoyang some lessons. Under Gao Yan's control, Chu Shiqi released all the contents of the immortal Storage ring. There are actually 700 million fairy stones. Gao Yan was a little surprised. In a blink of an eye, 1 month passed. Chu Hoyang did not send anyone to Tianyao City again. In fact, he could not send anyone. At this moment, he was very angry, and at the same time, he was still a little uneasy inside. More than a month has passed, and neither Chu Shiqi nor Chu Shiba has returned. And not even the slightest news has been released. No matter how stupid he is, he understands that his previous guess was wrong. That Gao Yan is very likely to be a powerful immortal, or even a true immortal. It is estimated that Chu Shiqi and Chu Shiba will not be able to come back in the future. Damn it. At this moment, Chu Hoyang felt a sense of aggrievedness, like a tiger falling flat and being bullied by a dog. If he hadn't lost power in the family, even if Gao Yan was a true immortal, he would not be afraid at all. But it can't be done now. His father was transferred to a remote state to serve as the state leader because of him. It was far away from Yuhai City and almost impossible to contact him unless his father took the initiative to send someone to contact him. As for him sending people, the journey is so long, and if you don't reach the gods, the possibility of an accident on the road is extremely high. Think about it. Chu Hoyang invited Qing Lishan to take care of the affairs of the city lord's mansion, and he would be in seclusion for a long time. Chu Shiqi and Chu Shiba both had accidents. Without support, he could not suppress the 5 immortal families. Therefore, he could only use seclusion as an excuse to hide in the city lord's mansion and not go out, so as to ensure his safety and interests. As for Gao Yan, he did not plan to do anything to Chu Hoyang. Although this guy was basically abandoned by the Chu family, he still had the status of a legitimate son. If he was killed, the Chu family would definitely not give up. By then, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Besides, he still had an absolute upper hand in the fight with Chu Hoyang. At worst, when Chu Hoyang collected more immortal stones in Yuhai City, he would go there again and get all the immortal stones he collected. In short, it was to raise an experienced baby. This day, Gao Yan just came back from outside, but found that there were guests at home. The person who came was the Empress of Tyene, Yueji. She had already taken the 1st level immortal pill he gave her, and now she was already at the 4th level of human immortal. Compared with the newly ascended immortals, she was definitely an outstanding existence at the 4th level of human immortal. After dinner, Gao Yan invited Empress of Tyene to the study to chat. Fellow Taoist Yueji, do you have any idea of finding a job? Gao Yan asked. Is this possible? Isn't it said that newly ascended immortals cannot work for 1,000 years? Gao Yan smiled. Then Yueji also realized that her question was a bit idiotic. The rules are aimed at ordinary people. Is Gao Yan an ordinary person? He is the leader of more than a dozen earthly immortal forces in Tianyao City. You also know that my industries are the casino and the Xuanshou building. You can choose any of these 2 places. It's no problem to be a manager. Gao Yan said again. I'd better go to Xuanshou building. The Queen of Tyene thought for a while and said if she had just ascended to the fairyland, she would definitely be disgusted with working in Xuanshou building and the casino, but now, she has understood the situation in the fairyland, and it's good to have a job. If she is still picky, then she doesn't know what's good for her. The next day, the Tyene Empress officially reported to the Xuanshou building and became a financial manager. Gao Yan originally planned to give her a 1,000 years salary, but she refused and only asked for 500. In this regard, Gao Yan did not force it. After all, 500 years of salary was already a rare high salary for ordinary immortals, and it was enough to maintain her life and practice in the immortal world. In the blink of an eye, another 20 years have passed. Gao Yan brought up the system interface. The revenue value once again exceeded 100 billion, reaching more than 116.7 billion, and the total number of fairy stones reached more than 1,991 billion. The source of income mainly comes from the sale of wild beast meat. As for the casino and the Shuangshou building, the annual net income remains around 100 million. After ordering an upgrade, Gao Yan waited patiently. In the blink of an eye, 24 hours passed. After the system upgrade is completed, a top lottery draw and 80 evolution points will be awarded. I hope I can still win the 5th level elixir this time. Gao Yan secretly prayed that cultivation without elixirs was too slow. After 20 years, he could hardly feel the progress of his cultivation. System, start the top lottery. Ding, the top lottery is open. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a Xianxian puppet. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. The prize was not the 5th level elixir, which made Gao Yan quite disappointed. The next moment, his eyes fell on the system space. After learning about this mysterious puppet, he felt much better. Originally, he thought that this Xianxian puppet should be at the 3rd level of Xianxian, but he didn't expect that it was actually at the 6th level of Xianxian. With this Xianxian puppet, unless he meets the golden immortal, his life is already worry-free. Close the interface. Gao Yan thought of that guy Chu Hoyang. You haven't harvested each other for 20 years. Do you want to go to Yuhuai City? After thinking about it, he decided to go there. With his cultivation of the 9th level of the true immortal and combined with the Great Void technique, it only took him more than an hour to cross the long distance and appear in Yuhuai City. Split the soul seeds into the minds of several earthly immortals. After reading the memory, Gao Yan smiled. Ho Yang is a smart man. 20 years ago, he announced a long-term seclusion and hid in the city lord's mansion without ever showing up. All affairs of the city lord's mansion were left to Qing Lishan to take care of. The Tianxian family in the city did not know that something had happened to Chu Shiqi and Chu Shiba, so they did not cause trouble for Chu Hoyang. The city lord's mansion is shrouded in a formation. But he couldn't stop Gao Yan's Great Void technique. Gao Yan easily sneaked into the city lord's mansion and soon locked Chu Hoyang's location. Lurk over and do another big puppet technique. Chu Hoyang was controlled. Then, under Gao Yan's control, the other party took out all the contents of the immortal storage ring. Only 1.5 billion? When Gao Yan discovered that there were only 1.5 billion immortal stones, he immediately felt that the number was not right. This Yuhuai City is not comparable to Tianyao City. Chu Hoyang has stayed in Yuhuai City for decades. How could he get this fairy stone? But this is easy to handle. Split a soul seed into the opponent's immortal soul, and then read the memory. Hee hee. Gao Yan smiled. This Chu Hoyang is indeed very smart. He has indeed obtained more than just a few fairy stones in Yuhuai City over the past few decades. But he did it to prevent Gao Yan from taking away his fairy stones again. He put most of his income into another storage fairy ring and hid it in an inconspicuous place in the city lord's palace. The immortal stone in the storage immortal ring on his body is only used for daily practice. Glancing at Chu Hoyang, Gao Yan smiled and said, "You are so smart, you don't even know that I can read your memory." The next moment, Gao Yan disappeared in the training room. Appearing in a corner of the city lord's palace, he reached out and grabbed a magic storage ring that was buried in the soil. Return to the training room again. Control Chu Hoyang to take out the fairy stone inside again. Ding, congratulations to the host for earning 35 billion in revenue. Looking at the income value, it has reached more than 53.2 billion, and the total number of fairy stones has directly exceeded 2 trillion, reaching more than 2,200 billion. In order to thank Chu Hoyang, Gao Yan wrote 2 notes and asked Chu Hoyang to put back the 2 storage fairy rings. Moreover, he thoughtfully hid the fairy storage ring back. Leave. After Gao Yan left the city lord's mansion, Chu Hoyang regained consciousness. Chu Hoyang's expression suddenly changed as soon as he regained consciousness. He subconsciously checked his storage fairy ring and found that it was empty. "No, there's a note inside." I took it out and saw 3 words written on the note, "Thank you." "It's too much." The note shattered into pieces in Chu Hoyang's palm. Gao Yan not only stole his fairy stone, but also deliberately left a note to disgust him. However, he immediately smiled again. Although he lost 1.5 billion immortal stones, more immortal stones were hidden by him. Gao Yan didn't expect that. Think of this. He got up and walked out of the training room and came to the place where the immortal ring was hidden. Then take out the storage fairy ring. But when he discovered that all the 35 billion immortal stones he had hidden had disappeared, he almost roared in anger. What made him even more angry was that there was also a note inside this storage fairy ring. Taking out the note, there was a line on it. I didn't expect it, so I asked you if you were angry? Seeing this line of handwriting, Chu Hoyang had never wanted to kill Gao Yan so much. "Gao Yan, just wait for me. One day, I will make you look good." Soon, Gao Yan returned to Tianyao City. He was still in a good mood. Chu Hoyang, the experienced baby, has provided him with more than 50 billion in income, and he can upgrade again in 10 years at most. So, he came to a double building. "Boss, the music department has released a new song. Do you want to check it out?" The madam greeted him enthusiastically and asked. The music and arts department was established under Gao Yan's order. Anyone with talents in singing, playing, and arranging can join. Although the income is not as good as those female fairies who sell their bodies, but he can retain his dignity. After all, who wants to sell their body? Arrange it. Gao Yan nodded. Soon, new songs were scheduled to be performed. After listening to it, Gao Yan was very satisfied. This new song is definitely one of the most amazing songs he has heard in recent years. Who arranged the music? Gao Yan asked. Boss, it's by Yusi. The old bastard said quickly. It's her, no wonder. Gao Yan suddenly realized that this Bayusi joined this dual cultivation building 7 years ago, and before she became an immortal, she was a piano demon. Because she was an immortal from Qin, she had extremely high musical talent. Although I have only joined Xuanshou Lu for a few years, I have already composed several beautiful fairy songs. But today's song is her best work. Pass my order to reward her with 30,000 immortal stones. All the female fairies performing will be rewarded with 3,000 immortal stones. Gao Yan thought for a while and said. The old bastard said quickly, Thank you, boss. I would like to thank the boss. for the generous reward on Bayusi's behalf. By the way, your salary should also be increased by 10%. Gao Yan said to the old bastard again. Oh, thank you boss, thank you boss. The madam said excitedly that a salary increase is much more cost-effective than a direct reward. After all, the reward is only once. After the salary is increased, it will not be reduced as long as no mistakes are made. Even if it only increases by 100 immortal stones, you will earn 1,000 more in 10 years, 10,000 more in 100 years, and 100,000 more in 1,000 years. The most indispensable thing in the fairy world is time. Nothing to do today, just listen to music. Gao Yan heard this for more than 3 months. After all, no matter how good the delicacies are, you will get tired of them if you eat too much. Therefore, Gao Yan planned to listen to music again in a few days. After staying in the mansion for 2 days, he felt bored again, so he decided to take the 4 maids Ling Susu, Shengguan, Yaqing, Bai Fei, and Lu Bingyue to hunt outside the city. After killing Jing Baxiong, the leader of the giant bear gang, he seized several medium-grade fairy bows from him, and Gao Yan gave them to the 4 maids. And he controlled the fairy treasure to turn into an exquisite long bow. After leaving the city, walk some distance. Gao Yan waved his hand, and 5 earthly immortal beasts appeared. The 4 girls were startled when they saw the sudden appearance of the earthly immortal level desolate beast, but then they realized that it was released by their master. These 5 earthly immortal level desolate beasts look like horses, but unfortunately they have no wings and cannot fly. Gao Yan kept them because they looked like horses. Otherwise, he would have killed them and sold them for meat. He turned over and landed on the wild beast of the 6th level Earth Immortal, and then motioned to the 4 girls to choose one to get on. These 4 Earth Immortal wild beasts have all reached the 5th level of Earth Immortal, which is stronger than them. But out of trust in Gao Yan, they all chose one to sit on. Later, they discovered that the wild beasts beneath them were extremely docile. Of course, this is the result of being tamed by Gao Yan using the essential scripture of controlling beasts, otherwise, they would not be so docile. Drive. As soon as Gao Yan thought, the wild beast under him turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. Master, wait for us. When the 4 women saw this, they quickly controlled the wild beasts under them and chased Gao Yan. Call out. A ray of green arrow light shot from the left eye of a desolate beast of the 9th level of human immortality, directly shattering the opponent's beast soul. Then it passed out of its body and was nailed to a tree trunk as thick as a basin. It's so powerful. Gao Yan still maintained his archery posture and shook his head with a chuckle. My lord is mighty. Master is so awesome. The 4 maids clapped their hands and praised him like obsessed girls. Okay. Gao Yan glanced at them speechlessly. The one I shot to death was a 9th level human immortal beast, not a heaven level beast. Master, I'm embarrassed to be praised by us. Ling Susu chuckled. For a moment, the other 3 women were all laughing. Put away the prey and let's continue. Gao Yan controlled the horse-shaped wild beast under him and continued to move forward in search of other prey. In fact, with his ability, he can easily discover the location of wild beasts in the mountains. But he came to hunt today for entertainment, not specifically to hunt wild beasts. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 hours passed. Gao Yan personally hunted 12 wild beasts with arrows, only one of which was at the Earth Immortal level. The 4 maids also hunted and killed more than a dozen, and together, they Shot to death a first-level Earth Immortal wild beast. With full harvest, they rode the wild beast towards Tianyao City. But halfway through, the void suddenly opened, and a woman covered in blood fell out. Nanming Duo. Although the other person's face was covered in blood, Gao Yan still recognized who this person who fell from the void was at a glance. The other party was in a very bad state at the moment. Not only was he covered in blood, the immortal armor on his body was also cracked, and the wounds on his body were bleeding. In fact, these were just injuries on the immortal body. Her most serious injury came from the fairy soul. At this moment, her fairy soul is like a candle in the wind, which can be blown out by any breeze. Master, isn't she Chu Hoyang's fiancé? Ling Susu exclaimed. When Nanming Duo pulled Chu Hoyang out of the city lord's palace to blast the hammer, it could be said that all the immortals in the city were angry. Therefore, all the immortals in Tianyao City also knew her. Nanming Duo is the legitimate daughter of the Jingxian family. There are 2 immortal guards beside her. Now, she fell from the void either by using some kind of magical power, or by some means of traveling through the void to escape. With a wave of his hand, Gao Yan brought Nanming Duo into the small world. Then he quickly wiped away Nanming Duo's blood and breath, and said to the 4 maids, "Let's go back to the city." After Gao Yan took the 4 people away, one of Gao Yan's twins appeared. Today he and the 4 maids left a lot of aura in the mountains and forests. He, who was always cautious, would not leave such obvious flaws, so he had to let the twins clean up all the auras they left behind. After all, no one knows whether Nanming Duo's enemies will come looking for him. On the way back to the city, Gao Yan also erased all the auras left along the way. However, before returning to the city, he discovered that the injuries on Nanming Duo's fairy soul in my world were getting more and more serious. There are almost signs of collapse. The effects of many fairy medicines flashed through his mind, but he found that none of them could cure Nanming Duo's injuries. After thinking for a while, his mind fell into the elixir cultivation space. And then he said to King Xianji, "Give me a drop of your blood, I want to save people." After raising it for so many years, King Xianji has been raised by Gao Yan for a long time. So he cut his arm with his fingernail and took out a drop of fragrant sesame blood. After Gao Yan got the sesame blood, he penetrated it directly into Nanming Duo's fairy soul. The collapsed fairy soul was immediately stabilized, and immediately after, Zhixue began to repair the injuries on her fairy soul. Seeing this, Gao Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he became curious. Who hurt Nanming Duo so badly? It was not difficult to find out the truth. Just use the soul seed to read Nanming Duo's memory. He was not a pedantic person. So, he decisively split a soul seed and dropped it into Nanming Duo's immortal soul, and began to read her memory. After reading Nanming Duo's memory, Gao Yan's worries disappeared. She was indeed assassinated, but the assassin was only a 9th-level celestial being. However, when the opponent attacked her, he triggered the protective jade talisman on her body. This protective jade talisman blocked more than 99% of the damage for her, but the remaining damage still tore open her immortal armor and severely damaged her immortal body. What's more insidious is that the opponent's attack was mixed with soul damage. Therefore, her immortal soul was also severely damaged. Seeing that the attack did not kill Nanming Duo, the opponent wanted to launch a second attack, but was blocked by her 2 celestial guards. But the attack of the 9th level of the celestial immortal was not so easy to block. This caused the two celestial immortal guards to die on the spot. At this time, Nanming Duo activated a void immortal talisman on her body. This void immortal talisman can randomly teleport her to a place. Coincidentally, it teleported him to Gao Yan. It must be said that Nanming Duo was really lucky. If he hadn't felt bored today, he would have taken Ling Susu and the four maids to go hunting. With her injuries, even if she avoided the pursuit of the 9th level of the Celestial Immortal, she would have died in the mountains and forests. After all, the injuries on her immortal soul were too severe. After understanding the whole story, Gao Yan also took back the soul seed. Soon, Gao Yan returned to his mansion. Then he explained that Ling Susu and the other four had picked up Nanming Duo and pretended not to know. After placing Nanming Duo in a guest room and sending Lu Bingyue to serve her, Gao Yan didn't care anymore. The injuries on the other party's immortal soul had recovered almost completely, and she would wake up soon. As for the injuries on her immortal body, given her status, she would have no shortage of healing pills. When she wakes up, she will take them herself. Gao Yan doesn't need to worry about it. As expected, after just over an hour, Nanming Duo woke up. However, the awakened Nanming Duo took out the healing elixir and took it. She is currently refining the medicinal power and recovering from her injuries. 2 more hours passed. Nanming Duo walked out of the guest room. The injuries on her immortal soul had almost recovered, and the injuries on her immortal body had healed, but her breath looked a little weak. I didn't expect it was you who saved me, Nanming Duo said with a complicated mood. You are also lucky. You just happened to fall near me. Gao Yan smiled. Thank you, I owe you a favor, Nanming Duo said. Can the favor be converted into immortal stones? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Cash it in? Nanming Duo was stunned. She is the legitimate daughter of the Golden Immortal family, and her parents have a high status in the family. Therefore, her favor is not priceless, but the value is definitely quite high. You are an interesting person. Okay, since you want to cash it in, how much? Do you plan to discount? That depends on how much Miss Nanming thinks your favor is worth, Gao Yan said with a smile. I have 50 billion immortal stones on me, and I'll send you another 50 billion. When I return to the Nanming family. How about that? Nanming Duo said. Generously. She was not stupid, and naturally knew how serious her immortal soul injury was. But now, the injury on her immortal soul has almost healed. It is obvious that Gao Yan gave her extremely precious immortal medicine and elixir. There are not many treasures that can treat the immortal soul of a celestial being, even in the Nanming family. So, she didn't feel bad at all to give Gao Yan 100 billion immortal stones. You know, her parents love her very much. I don't know how many gifts they have given her since she was a child. She has dozens of immortal stone mines in her name alone, in addition to the part that she handed over to the family. These dozens of immortal stone mines can provide her with tens of billions of immortal stones every year. 100 billion is just 10 years of income. And this is without calculating other income. Haha, thank you very much, Miss Nanming, Gao Yan said happily, and then accepted the storage immortal ring handed over by Nanming Duo. As soon as the 50 billion immortal stones were in hand, Gao Yan's profit value exceeded 100 billion, reaching 103.2 billion. At the same time, the total number of immortal stones also reached more than 2.6 trillion. You're welcome, Nanming Duo said disapprovingly. She didn't take this immortal stone. Seriously. Gao Yan, do you still have the immortal medicine that treats the injuries of the immortal soul? I can buy it with immortal stones. Nanming Duo said. Again. No more. Gao Yan shook his head. That immortal medicine was also obtained by me by chance. The immortal Ganoderma King is not an ordinary immortal medicine. Nanming Duo was in a coma before, and she didn't know what it was when she used it. But now she is awake. If the immortal Ganoderma King is exposed, it may cause a lot of trouble. Okay then. Nanming Duo was a little disappointed, but she just asked casually and didn't have much expectation. Then, Nanming Duo asked to leave. Gao Yan didn't keep her. After all, in Nanming Duo's opinion, it is not safe to stay in Tianyao City. The assassin who assassinated him is a 9th-level celestial being. If he finds Tianyao City, not only will she die, but Gao Yan will also be implicated. Watching Nanming Duo leave, Gao Yan ordered the twins to secretly protect Nanming Duo. After all, she is his creditor. If she is killed, his 50 billion immortal stones will probably be gone. Then, Gao Yan returned to his room. Then he ordered the system to upgrade. Ding, the system starts to upgrade. The upgrade time is 24 hours. Please wait patiently. In a blink of an eye, a day passed. The system upgrade is complete. Reward top-level lottery once, and 80 evolution points. System, use top-level lottery. Ding, top-level lottery is open. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a 5th-turn immortal pill. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Finally here. Gao Yan was delighted and flashed into my world, then took out the 5th turn immortal pill and took it. It must be said that the medicinal power of the 5-turn immortal pill is huge. In just 2 days, Gao Yan's realm easily broke through to the Xianxian realm and even reached the peak of the 1st level of Xianxian. Judging from the progress of the practice badge, if you use the practice badge to practice, you can reach the 2nd level of Xianxian in just 3 years. After reaching the Xianxian realm, Gao Yan consumed a lot of evolution points and raised all the magical powers except the special magical powers by 1 level, and his overall strength has been greatly improved. About 10 days later, news came from the twins that Nanming Duo had successfully returned to Nanming's home. There was no attack along the way. 50 billion immortal stones are stable, Gao Yan said secretly, and then ordered the twins to return. For a period of time, Gao Yan resumed his previous life. However, unlike before, in addition to listening to music in the Shuangshou building, he also had an additional recreational project, which was to go out hunting with the 4 maids. On this day, an army entered Tianyao City, causing quite a stir. This army was not large, only 120 people, but all of them were earthly immortals, and the leader was a 3rd-level celestial immortal. How many earthly immortals were there in the entire Tianyao City? The sudden arrival of an army composed of earthly immortals naturally attracted special attention, so the earthly immortal forces in the city immediately sent people to inquire about the origins of this army. After entering the city, this army went straight to the city lord's mansion. At this moment, in the city lord's mansion, as the city lord, Zhao Yuxian, is carefully entertaining an immortal general. City Lord Zhao, this general is Xian He, the 100 horsemen of the Black Cloud Cavalry of Hanbing Prefecture. I am here this time to recruit new troops. Under the orders of the general. Xian, he said in a deep voice as he put down the teacup in his hand. Ah. Zhao Yuxian was a little surprised. General Xuanhe, you have come to the right place. All the Earth Immortals in Tianyao City together only have a few dozen people. Can they meet your requirements? This Black Cloud Cavalry is the famous elite immortal army in Hanbing State. Logically speaking, if you want to recruit new people, you should go to those large cities with a huge number of Earth Immortals. Why did you set your sights on a place like Tianyao City? Upon hearing this, dissatisfaction appeared on Xuanhe's face. How should I act? Do you still need your advice? Don't dare, don't dare. Zhao Yuxian said immediately. Okay, I will give you 3 days. Within 3 days, you must gather 20 Earth Immortals for me to take away. Xuanhe said coldly. He came to Tianyao City to recruit people and had no choice. He encountered difficulties from his immediate superior, General Qianqi. The cities assigned to him to recruit troops were all small cities, and he had to recruit 100 Earth Immortals, otherwise he would be subject to military law. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuxian couldn't help but look bitter. General Xuanhe, you are really making things difficult for me. I really can't do this. He is only one Earth Immortal confidant. In addition, he also supports the 2 Earth Immortal forces in the city. However, the 2 parties only have a cooperative relationship. If they want the other party to join the army, the other party will definitely not be willing. After all, how much is the salary for joining the army? How can one earn as much as an Earth Immortal? In fact, it doesn't matter if the salary is low, the key is that the risk is very high, and you will be subject to various constraints. Of course, joining the army does not have only disadvantages and no advantages. After becoming an immortal army, especially a state army, as long as you make meritorious deeds, you will be able to obtain powerful techniques and various powerful immortal techniques. Hearing that Zhao Yuxian dared to reject him, Xuanhe's eyes suddenly widened. And he even released the aura of the 3rd level of Heavenly Immortal to press against him. General Xuanhe, please calm down. Zhao Yuxian was dwarfed by the opponent's momentum and shouted quickly. Xuanhe calmed down his momentum and looked at Zhao Yuxian. Zhao Yuxian exhaled a breath and then said slowly, General Xuanhe, I'm not afraid of your jokes. I, the city lord, will be in a very embarrassed state. I am the 8th level Earth Immortal and cannot completely suppress the gangs in the city. Therefore, even if I order them to join the army, they won't pay attention, but I can invite them, and then you ask them to join the army, and I think they won't dare to refuse. Xuanhe glanced at Zhao Yuxian with disdain. He really looked down on the other person's cultivation, so he nodded. Okay, hurry up and make arrangements. I will have to leave Tianyao City in 3 days at most. Don't worry, General, I'll send someone to contact you right away. Soon. The leaders of the earthly immortal forces, including Gao Yan, all received invitations from the city lord's palace. Zhao Yuxian, the city master, is only at the 8th level of Earth Immortal. But he is at least the #1 master in Tianyao City. And it has been a pleasure getting along with everyone over the past few decades. Therefore, this face still has to be given. Therefore, that night, everyone rushed to the city lord's mansion for the banquet. However, combined with the Earth Immortal army entering the city today, everyone is still a little wary. After entering the city lord's mansion, everyone was placed in a hall. The other party has already prepared drinks and dishes in advance. About half an hour passed. A voice sounded, General Xuanhe has arrived, the lord of the city has arrived. Then, everyone stood up and looked towards the entrance of the hall, and then they saw a young man wearing black immortal armor, with a serious face and a breathtaking aura, stepping inside. Behind him was the city lord, Zhao Yuxian. After Xuanhe came in, he went straight to the main seat, and then sat down with a big sting. Dear gang leaders, I would like to introduce to you, this is General Xian Hechuan, the 100 cavalry officer of our Hanbing State Black Cloud Cavalry. Zhao Yuxian introduced with a smile. Everyone bowed and saluted. No need to be polite. Xuanhe glanced at everyone present, a touch of disappointment flashed in his eyes, the strongest Sidi Xian 7th level. After everyone sat down again, Zhao Yuxian invited everyone to eat and drink. After a while, the atmosphere became lively. Halfway through the wine, Zhao Yuxian suddenly changed the topic. Everyone. General Xuanhe came to Tianyao City this time to attend to military matters. I wonder if you are willing to lend some support. Upon hearing this, everyone thought they were asking for money. Everyone was used to this kind of thing, so they agreed one after another, as long as they were not as greedy as Chu Hoyang. Very good. At this time, Xuanhe showed a smile. I have been ordered to summon a new army. Since you are willing to support, then join the Black Cloud Cavalry. Upon hearing this, everyone present changed their expressions. Some people even glared at Zhao Yuxian angrily. At this time, they still didn't understand that they had been deceived by Zhao Yuxian's grandson. Zhao Yuxian, on the other hand, did not dare to look at everyone at all and looked down at the wine glass, as if there were some great laws on the wine glass. Why, you want to go back on your word? Seeing that everyone was silent, Xuanhe's eyes turned cold. Suddenly, everyone present except Gao Yan felt a huge pressure, which made their breathing become rapid. At this time, Gao Yan spoke, General Xuanhe, you are pushing someone hard. We all have our own industries in Tianyao City. If we join the army with you, wouldn't this industry be advantageous to others? Who will lose? Come to compensate? Presumptuous. Hearing Gao Yan's words, Xuanhe let out a scolding, and at the same time, a physical momentum rushed towards Gao Yan. But in the face of this momentum, Gao Yan remained calm. Then, a breath of the 4th level of immortality burst out from his body, and the roar directly shattered Xuanhe's momentum into pieces. 4th level of immortality. There was a look of surprise in Xuanhe's eyes. He didn't expect that there would be immortals in the small Tianyao city. When the other gang leaders felt Gao Yan's aura, they were both horrified and surprised. What was horrifying was that Gao Yan was hiding too deeply. What was surprising was that with Gao Yan, a 4th level immortal, coming forward, they didn't have to join the army. General Xuanhe, it is impossible to join the army, but how about we provide you with military expenses? Gao Yan calmed down and said with a smile. Gao Yan didn't want to completely fall out with Xuanhe. After all, the other party was from Haiyunki. Oh. But at this moment, Xuanhe showed a disdainful sneer. It is true that you are a 4th level heavenly immortal, but it is not enough for me to worry about. However, I will also give you face and hand over 3 earthly immortals. You don't join the army. As soon as he heard this, Gao Yan knew that this guy was eyeing his maid. It seemed that this old boy Zhao Yuxian had revealed a lot of information to Xuanhe. Originally he thought Zhao Yuxian was a good old boy, but now it seems that this old boy is not bad either. Who would benefit the most from taking away the leader of their group of earthly immortal forces? Naturally, he is the city lord. They went to join the army, and all their properties in the city would fall into Zhao Yuxian's hands. Why? Gao Yan sighed softly. General Xuanhe, why are you so aggressive? Somebody come. At this time, Xuanhe shouted coldly. Suddenly, 120 black cloud riders rushed into the hall and quickly formed a battle formation to surround Gao Yan and his party. As the battle formation was in operation, all the earthly immortals present were restrained. Gao Yan also felt a restraining and suppressing force, but he did not take it seriously. At this time, he spoke again. Gao Yan, this battle formation has killed 3 5th-level heavenly immortals before. Your strength is not enough. I wanted to give you a chance, but unfortunately, you are not tactful. Now, surrender and wait for your punishment. Upon hearing this, Gao Yan was speechless. He glanced at Shi, and then his body shook. The restraints and suppression on his body were broken, and then his aura rose again. 5th level heavenly immortal. 6th level heavenly immortal. 7th level heavenly immortal. He looked at Shi calmly. Your battle formation can kill a 5th level immortal, but can you kill a 7th level immortal? Why don't you try? Feeling the oppressive aura coming from Gao Yan, Shi's face turned red. The gang leaders who were bound by the battle formation were now in a daze. Close the formation. Finally, he gave in and decided to avoid the limelight for the time being. After a while, Gao Yan and his party walked out of the city lord's mansion. As soon as they left the city lord's mansion, the gang leaders all started to flatter, and all kinds of flattering words kept coming out. Okay, everyone, go back to your own homes and find your own mothers. Gao Yan waved his hand, and then disappeared from the spot. Back to the mansion. Gao Yan had a hunch that this matter would not end here. Alas, he just wanted to find a place to stay for a while. Why is it so difficult? But it's not a big problem. If Han Bingju insisted on getting involved, he would have to go to the state capital and expose his cultivation to shock the state lord. After all, the state lord was only at the level of a true immortal, while he was now a mysterious immortal. At this moment, inside the city lord's palace, although some time had passed, Xuanhe's face was still very gloomy. Finally, his eyes fell on the illustrious Zhao Yuxian. I'll give you 3 days to hand over the 5 Earth Immortals, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. General Xuanhe, this is too. Before he could finish speaking, Xuanhe glanced over again. There was a killing intent in his cold eyes, which made Zhao Yuxian's heart skip a beat. If he dared to refuse, his life would probably be at risk. After all, he is just a small city lord, and Xuanhe is an immortal general. Even if he is killed, he will only be punished at most, and he will definitely not have to pay for it with his life. So, he quickly changed his words. Don't worry, General Xuanhe, within 3 days, I will definitely find 5 earthly immortals for you. In fact, Zhao Yuxian did not use 3 days, but only 1 day, to help Xuanhe gather 5 Earth Immortals. In order to gather 5 Earth Immortals, he handed over all his cronies. After obtaining the 5 Earth Immortals, Xuanhe immediately led his army to leave Tianyao City. About half a month passed. A 2nd-level immortal came to Gao Yan. Are you Gao Yan? The other party looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Yes, I am. Who are you? Gao Yan asked. I'm from the Nanming family, the other party said with a rather arrogant expression, his hands behind his back. Miss Nanming sent you to deliver the fairy stone, right? Gao Yan suddenly reacted. Be bold. Suddenly, the face of this second-level immortal became cold, and he stared at Gao Yan with an unkind expression. Are you sick? Gao Yan looked at the other party angrily and yelled for no reason. Presumptuous. When the celestial immortal heard Gao Yan scolding him for being sick, he immediately released the second-level celestial immortal's aura to press on him. Crack. But at this moment, the other party only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and was slapped by Gao Yan and flew away. The second-level heavenly immortal who was whipped away couldn't help but fell into a daze. Didn't Miss Duo say that the other party was just an earthly immortal? How did you become a fairy? Are you sent by Nanming Duo to deliver the immortal stone? Gao Yan stepped forward and stared at the opponent condescendingly. At the same time, he also released the fifth level of immortal aura to envelope the opponent. Nanming Quishan was so oppressed that he almost cried without tears. Master. Don't get me wrong, in fact, I am the housekeeper of Mistwood's family. Stop talking nonsense, are you here to give me the fairy stone? Yes, yes. The other party nodded repeatedly. Since that's the case, just give me the fairy stone and get out. Gao Yan said angrily. Here you go. Nanming Quishan immediately took out a storage fairy ring and handed it to Gao Yan. After Gao Yan checked it, he found that there were indeed 50 billion fairy stones in it. Putting away his momentum, Gao Yan waved his hand and said, let's go. After the other party left, Gao Yan also realized that this guy probably wanted to get kickbacks, and he thought he was an immortal, so he deliberately found trouble. It's just that he never thought in his dreams that Gao Yan was not an earthly immortal at all, but a powerful mysterious immortal far superior to him. Nanming Quishan left Tianyao City as quickly as possible. But he secretly swore in his heart that when he got the chance, he would avenge that slap. After looking at the revenue value, it returned to 53.2 billion. We have to find a way to expand our business. After all, he has already exposed part of his cultivation. If he continues to defend the casino and the dual cultivation building like before, it will seem a bit unmotivated. In fact, the income from the double building and the casino is not high, only 100 million per year. On the other hand, the income from selling wild beast meat is relatively high. A full 5.1 billion a year. But the demand here in Tianyao City is also limited. If it is expanded rashly, the market will not be able to digest it. Why not try to go to Baidi City? Just in time to visit the Nye sisters, old friends. One twin was left behind to take charge. Gao Yan used the Great Void technique and disappeared in Tianyao City. In just half an hour, Gao Yan arrived at Baidi City. Old rules. Gao Yan split dozens of soul seeds, submerged them into the immortal souls of dozens of earthly immortals, and then read their memories. There were originally 3 immortal families in Baidi City. When that guy Chu Hoyang was the city lord here, he just ransacked and killed a family of immortals who were against him. Eventually, 2 other celestial clan families joined forces to kill him. If the Chu family's masters hadn't come in time, that guy Chu Hoyang would have been killed. Therefore, there are currently only 2 celestial immortal families in Baidi City, but there are more than 50 Earth immortal forces. As for the Nye sisters, they are outsiders, and they are not considered strong among the earthly immortals. Therefore, after arriving at Baidi City, he led a group of subordinates to join an Earth immortal force and became the elders of the gang. I can only say that I was doing okay, but I was definitely not as comfortable as I was in Tianyao City. After all, before Chu Hoyang came to Tianyao City, Shuangxi's annual income was 50 million. Now, the sisters have become elders, and their annual salary is worth tens of thousands of fairy stones. As for why not reopen the double building? Because Baidi City already has a double building. If they, as outsiders, dare to do this, they will probably be killed directly. The gang that the Nye sisters joined was called the Tianhe gang. Through the memories of several members of the Tianhe clan, Gao Yan found where the Nye sisters lived. After raising his hand and knocking on the door, the courtyard door opens from the inside. The moment he saw Gao Yan, a look of surprise appeared on Nye Hongshu's face. Gao Yan, why are you here? Don't you want me to come in and sit down? Gao Yan asked with a smile. Please come in quickly, Nye Hongshu said quickly. After a while, in the living room, Nye Hongshu personally poured a cup of tea for Gao Yan, and then asked curiously, did you come to Baidi City because you couldn't stand Chu Hoyang's bullying? Not really. Gao Yan shook his head. Chu Hoyang left Tianyao City decades ago. Ah, that's great, Nye Hongshu said happily. By the way, where is your sister? Nye Hongshu said, my sister was sent to do things by the gang leader. By the way, my sister and I have joined the Tianhe gang. We are both elders of the Tianhe gang. The two chatted for almost half an hour. Suddenly, Gao Yan's heart moved. Do you want to go back to Tianyao City? If you want to go back, I will return the Xuanzhou building and the casino too. You. These two industries only earn 100 million each year, and Gao Yan no longer thinks highly of them. I want to go back, Nye Hongshu said with a wry smile. The Tianhe gang doesn't advance when it wants to and retreat when it wants to. Not only is the leader of the Tianhe gang a 9th-level Earth Immortal, there are also 2 deputy gang leaders who are at the 9th level of Earth Immortal. In addition, there are 8 Earth Immortal elders, and their sisters are at the bottom among the elders. If you want to quit the gang, I can help you, Gao Yan said. Forget it. Nye Hongshu was a little moved, but she immediately suppressed it. When the sisters were captured and executed by Qing Lishan, it was Gao Yan who rescued them. Now what does it mean for them to go back to Tianyao City, to get back the Xuanzhou building and the casino? Wouldn't that be ungrateful? Gao Yan knew Nye Hongshu's scruples, so he nodded. Okay, if you want to withdraw from the gang and return to Tianyao City, you can tell me at any time. In this way, I want to do a business with the 2 Tianxian families in Baidi City. Please help me lead the way. Of course, no problem, come with me. Nye Hongshu agreed immediately. Now the 2 major celestial families in Baidi City are the Su family and the Ning family. The Su family originally had 3 celestials. When they were chasing Chu Hoyang, one of them was killed by the celestial master from the Chu family. The Ning family originally had only 2 celestials, and the celestial guards who were responsible for dealing with Chu Hoyang at that time were only injured, not dead. Soon, under the leadership of Nye Hongshu, Gao Yan came to the outside of the Su family's mansion. The Su family's mansion covers a large area. Gao Yan's mansion in Tianyao City is not as big as theirs, even if it is multiplied by 100. What are you doing? The 9th-level human immortal guarding the gate of the mansion shouted. Gao Yan directly released a trace of the 7th level aura of the celestial. Immortal. Suddenly, the faces of the two human immortal guards became extremely nervous. And there was a bit of fear in their eyes. Don't be afraid, I'm here to do business with the Su family, one of you go. And report. Gao Yan retracted his momentum and comforted. Nia Hongshu, who was standing next to Gao Yan, also felt Gao Yan's momentum. After Gao Yan sent them to Baidi City, the sisters had guessed Gao Yan's specific strength. Now after feeling his breath, she finally understood that Gao Yan was actually a 7th level celestial being. The strongest person in the Su family was only a 5th level celestial being. Now there was a 7th level celestial being outside the door. For a while, everyone in the Su family was a little nervous. The Su family ancestor, who was originally recovering from his injuries, immediately came out of retreat and brought people to the gate of the mansion to welcome Gao Yan. I am Su Haofeng, meet this Taoist friend. The Su family ancestor said politely. Hello, Taoist friend, Su, I am Gao Yan. I hope I didn't disturb you by visiting you without permission. Gao Yan said kindly, with a smile. Hearing Gao Yan's polite words, Su Haofeng felt relieved. He should not be looking for trouble. So, he enthusiastically invited Gao Yan in. After a while, in a side hall of the Su family mansion, Gao Yan and Su Haofeng had a good chat. Suddenly, Gao Yan changed the subject. Brother Su, to be honest, I have a team that specializes in hunting Earth Immortal level wild beasts. I originally wanted to open a store for retail, but I think it's too troublesome. I wonder if Brother Su is interested in cooperation? Hearing this, Su Haofeng was delighted. Although his Su family has a hunting team, Earth Immortal level wild beasts are not so easy to hunt, so it's not just the Su family that has a relatively large demand for Earth Immortal level wild beasts. As for Baidi City, the demand for Earth Immortal level wild beasts is even greater. Of course I'm interested, but I don't know how many Earth Immortal level wild beasts Brother Gao can provide? How about a transaction once a year, 10,000 Earth Immortal level wild beasts each time? Really? Su Haofeng was a little excited. Their Su family's hunting team could hunt hundreds of Earth Immortal level wild beasts every year, which was good enough. Gao Yan could provide them with 10,000 every year, so the Su family would definitely not lack Earth Immortal level wild beasts in the future. Gao Yan didn't say anything, and directly handed Su Haofeng a storage fairy ring, indicating that he should check it himself. When Su Haofeng saw 10,000 Earth-level wild beasts piled up in the storage ring, he smiled brightly. Brother Gao, name a price. 1 million per head. Gao Yan said. Okay. Su Haofeng agreed without thinking. Although the retail price of Earth-level wild beast meat is 10 immortal stones per catty, Gao Yan provided a complete body of an Earth-level wild beast. The value of the fur, horns, tendons, and bones on the body of an Earth-level wild beast is far more than the price of meat. So, if it is broken down and sold, the value of an Earth-level wild beast can reach at least 1.2 million. So, Su Haofeng happily paid 10 billion immortal stones. After completing the transaction, Gao Yan pointed at Nia Hongshu and said, Brother Su, let me introduce you. This is Nia Hongshu, my good friend, who is now an elder in the Tianhe gang. I don't live in Baidi City, so please help me take care of her. Haha, no problem, no problem. Su Haofeng immediately agreed. Miss Hongshu is Brother Gao's friend, so she is my friend, Su Haofeng. If you encounter any problems in the future, just Come to the Su family. My Su family still has some face in Baidi City. While speaking, Su Hafeng gave Nia Hongshu another token. With this token, you can enter the Su family mansion anytime and anywhere without obstruction. This? Nia Hongshu was a little embarrassed. Take it. Gao Yan nodded to Nia Hongshu. Thank you, Senior Su. Nia Hongshu took the token. You are too polite to call me senior. Just call me Brother Su. Afterwards, Su Haofeng ordered people to prepare a sumptuous banquet to entertain Gao Yan and Nia Hongshu. After they left the Su family, it was already more than an hour later. Gao Yan, thank you. After leaving the Su family, Nia Hongshu said to Gao Yan gratefully that with the care of the Su family, they sisters can definitely rest assured in Baidi City. No problem, it's just a little effort. Gao Yan smiled modestly. After sending Nia Hongshu back, Gao Yan used the Great Void technique to leave Baidi City. After opening a channel for selling Earth Fairy level wild beasts in Baidi City, his annual income can reach 15 billion. Calling up the system interface and taking a look, the income value has reached more than 63.2 billion, and it can be upgraded again in 3 years at most. On the other side, 2 hours after Gao Yan left, Nia Hongye also returned home. Sister, you're back. Nia Hongshu said happily, do you know who I met today? Who? Nia Hongye asked, curiously. I met Gao Yan. What about him? He's gone. Do you know what level of cultivation he has reached? He must be a celestial being. Nia Hongye said with certainty. Yes, he is a celestial being of the 7th level. A celestial being of the 7th level, so strong? Nia Hongye smacked her lips. That's right. Nia Hongshu said with some envy. By the way, what is he doing in Baidi City? Nia Hongye asked. So, Nia Hongshu told her about bringing Gao Yan to the Su family, and finally took out the token that Su Hafeng gave her. Hey, we owe Gao Yan too much. Looking at the token, Nia Hongye said with a complicated tone. Yes. Nia Hongshu nodded, if it weren't for him, we sisters would have been executed by Qing Lishan long ago. Now that we have this token, even the leader of the Tianhe gang will not dare to embarrass us. By the way, sister, you show this token to the leader tomorrow and see who dares to bully us. As the new elders with the lowest cultivation, almost all the hard work in the gang is done by them. The 2 girls also have complaints in their hearts. It's just that they could only endure the grievances in the past, but now, with the Su family's tiger skin, who dares to embarrass them in the Tianhe gang? In a military camp. Xian, he returned from the training ground, and the men he sent out to gather intelligence just returned. General, this is the information about Gao Yan. Xian, he took the jade slip and looked at the contents carefully. He couldn't help showing surprise. Gao Yan was actually an immortal who had just ascended to the immortal world for less than 1,000 years. He reached the 7th level of the celestial immortal in less than 1,000 years? How is this possible? For a moment, he looked at the subordinate, are you sure there is no mistake in this information? General, I dare to guarantee with my life that there is absolutely no mistake. The other party said firmly. If this is really the case. For a moment, Xian, he showed a thoughtful look. An immortal who has been ascended for less than 1,000 years has the cultivation level of a 7th level immortal. You don't need to guess to know that he has a big secret. If I can obtain his secret of quickly improving his cultivation, wouldn't it be possible to quickly reach the 9th level of immortality, or even break through to the level of true immortality? Xuanhe said secretly. However, as a 3rd-level immortal, he couldn't defeat Gao Yan. Therefore, we must rely on the strength of the family. But if he relies on the family, then once the secret is obtained, it may not be his turn to use it. Xuanhe comes from a family of true immortals, and it was his grandfather, Xuanba, who founded the family. His grandfather has more than 10 children. His father, Xian Xiao, is the 7th among more than 10 children. However, his father's cultivation talent was average, and his cultivation level was not as high as his, and he did not even reach the level of immortal. Therefore, he had almost no say in the family. On the other hand, his uncle Shanshan was already a master of the 9th level of immortality. In addition, there are his 3rd uncle, who is a 7th-level immortal, his 4th uncle who is a 6th-level immortal, and his sister-in-law, who is a 5th-level immortal. His uncle Shanshan was not only strong in cultivation, he also gave birth to children who were also up to par. The eldest son and the 2nd son have both entered the level of immortals, one at the 4th level and the other at the 2nd level. Even the youngest daughter has reached the 1st level of heavenly immortality. 3rd uncle and 4th uncle have children, but they have not yet become immortals. A family's cultivation resources are limited. In order to provide the best cultivation resources for his children, the uncle naturally didn't like his nephew very much. So, he was assigned to the Black Cloud Cavalry. Back to business. After some thinking, Xuanhe decided to go back to his family to find his grandfather. If he could seize the secret to improve his cultivation, even if he couldn't enjoy it, his grandfather would definitely reward him. So, he asked for leave from his boss. He rushed back to Xian's house as quickly as possible. More than 10 hours later, Xuanhe, who returned to the Xian family, met his grandfather, Xuanba. Xiaohe, haven't the Black Cloud Cavalry been expanding their army recently? How come you have time to come back? Although Xianba didn't want to see Xian his father, he still had a certain fondness for his grandson. As for the eldest son, suppressing Xuanhe, he couldn't say anything. The family resources are limited, so a group of clan members must be made stronger first before they can obtain more resources later. Otherwise, the resources will be equally divided and everyone will be at the same level, which will be detrimental to the development of the family. Grandpa, my grandson is back this time and has great news to report to you. While talking, Xuanhe put on the jade slip that recorded Gao Yan's information. After taking the jade slip and browsing it, Xianba also had a look of shock on his face. In less than 1,000 years of ascension, he actually reached the 7th level of immortality. How is this possible? Although Xianba has forgotten when he ascended to the immortal realm, he can still recall the things he experienced during the first 1,000 years of ascending to the immortal realm very clearly. You know, during the 1,000 years since he ascended to the immortal realm, his cultivation level has hardly made any progress, but he has suffered a lot. Grandpa, I suspect that this person has a big secret that can quickly improve his cultivation. If he is captured and his secrets are discovered, you might be able to be promoted to a mysterious immortal. Hearing the word Shanxian, Xuanba's old and withered heart instantly became hot. His qualifications are limited, and his ability to reach true immortality is already his limit. If you want to be promoted to Shanxian, it is basically impossible. Now, his grandson has brought him an opportunity, how could he not be excited? Then where is Gao Yan now? Xianba asked. He is in Tianyao City, Xuanhe said. Tianyao City. Xuanba recalled a little and knew where Tianyao City was. Xiaohe, you have done a good job. When Grandpa gets the other parties' secrets, he will not treat you badly. Thank you, Grandpa. In this way, you stay at home for a few days, and Grandpa wants to go to Tianyao City himself. The next moment, Xianba swayed, quietly left the Xin family, and rushed to Tianyao City as quickly as possible. Xuanba is the first level of true immortal. Extremely fast. In just half a day, we arrived at Tianyao City. After a little inquiry, he found out Gao Yan's whereabouts. After all, Gao Yan is considered a celebrity in Tianyao City, and his hobby of listening to music is well known to everyone. In a double building, Gao Yan squinted his eyes and listened to the music below. Suddenly, a middle-aged man approached. Insightful eyes open. The other party's information appeared in his mind. The opponent's name is Xian He, and he is also a first-level true immortal. Needless to say, he must be Xian He's elder. Are you here to avenge Xuanhe? But he didn't do anything to Xuanhe, right? Suddenly, Xianba made a move, and runes flew out from his body and quickly merged into the surrounding void. Follow closely. A separate void barrier was formed within a few meters of radius. Your Excellency, what is this? Gao Yan took a sip of tea and asked calmly. You are calm. Xianba said with some appreciation. Hey, I have strength and confidence, so I won't be afraid. Gao Yan said with a smile. Xianba sat down next to Gao Yan, looked at him and said, You are indeed good. You have reached the 7th level of immortality in less than 1,000 years of ascension. How about this? How about you hand over your secrets to me and then join the Xin family? In Xuanba's eyes, Gao Yan is already a fish on the iron plate, so he is not anxious at all. You have a beautiful thought. Gao Yan curled his lips. So you don't want to? Xianba frowned slightly. I don't want to. Xianba said again, Little friend, why bother? Compared with the secrets in you, I think it is more important to survive. After all, we immortals have endless lifespan. You have only ascended to the immortal world for less than 1,000 years and have a great future. For it's not worth losing your life for a secret. Are you sure you can defeat me? Gao Yan asked jokingly. That's natural. Xuanba nodded, then released the aura of the first level, true immortal and pressed towards Gao Yan. But facing his momentum, Gao Yan was not affected at all. Instead, he said, Happily, to be honest, I am very happy that you can come, because in my eyes, people like you are just money-giving boys. As soon as he finished speaking, the runes of the great puppet technique in Gao Yan's sea of consciousness flickered. Immediately afterwards, Xuanba was attacked without any resistance. TCH, you have so little strength to come and steal my secrets. Gao Yan said disdainfully, the upgraded big puppet technique is so powerful that he can control the real immortal easily. Erase the mark on your fairy storage ring and give it to me. Gao Yan ordered. Then Xuanba faithfully carried out Gao Yan's order. After getting the storage fairy ring and checking the number of fairy stones inside, Gao Yan couldn't help laughing. Because the opponent's storage fairy ring contains fairy stones worth 530 billion low-grade fairy stones. Immortal stones, like spirit stones, are also divided into low-grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. The exchange rate is also 1 to 100. Xuanba is a true immortal, and he usually uses middle-grade immortal stones and high-grade immortal stones for cultivation. Therefore, there are only Small amount of low-grade immortal stones in his storage immortal ring. Of course, in addition to immortal stones, other resources are worth hundreds of billions in total. It's a pity that when the system returns it, it only recognizes the immortal stone, otherwise it would have been a huge profit this time. Call up the system interface. Revenue value increased by 530 billion to 593.2 billion. There is only 6.8 billion left to upgrade to 6 levels in a row. After checking the income value, the total was 593.203 billion, and the total number of fairy stones reached 6.050 billion. With a thought, under Gao Yan's control, Xianbao lifted the void barrier. Just as he was about to leave the Shuangshou building, he suddenly saw the Taiyin Empress. For you. Gao Yan threw her a jade bottle and left without looking back. The Empress of Taiyin scanned the jade bottle with her spiritual thoughts and found that there were actually 5 first-turn elixirs in it. He really is. For a moment, Empress Taiyin felt a little complicated. I always feel that there is no sense of accomplishment like this. Soon, Gao Yan arrived at the Tianhu gang's headquarters. After letting people know, Bai Yushuang came to greet him personally with 4 elders. After some greetings, the two parties sat down, but Bai Yushuang was a little nervous and uneasy, and thoughts were flashing in her mind as she recalled whether she had offended the person in front of her. Don't be nervous, I'm not here to cause trouble, look at this. While talking, Gao Yan took out a jade bottle and placed it on the table, then motioned to Bai Yushuang to check it. Bai Yushuang used her spiritual thoughts to scan and found a golden elixir in the jade bottle. If she read it correctly, it was a 2nd-level elixir. Suddenly, her expression turned red. Sir, what are you doing? How much immortal stone do you think this 2nd-turn elixir is worth? The reason why Gao Yan asked this question is that there is no 2nd-turn elixir for sale on the market. He had a lot of this stuff on hand, and he just sold some of it to collect 6 draws. Hearing this, Bai Yushuang had some vague guesses, but she tried her best to stay calm. After a while, she said, Sir, I think this elixir is worth at least 1 billion immortal stones. Would you like to sell it to you? Gao Yan asks again. Want? Bai Yushuang said decisively that a 2nd-level elixir was enough for her to break through to the 8th level of Earth Immortal. Can you eat too? Gao Yan continued to ask. Be able to eat. Bai Yushuang became more and more excited. The Tianhu gang has been entrenched in Tianyao City for many years and is considered the richest gang in Tianyao City. Moreover, the Tianhu gang also controls several small mines, which is not comparable to other gangs. Here you go, take out the immortal stone. Gao Yan took out another jade bottle and placed it on the table. After a while, after Bai Yushuang respectfully sent Gao Yan out of the Tianhu gang station, she immediately announced that she was going to retreat to achieve a breakthrough. 2 2nd-level elixirs are enough to promote her to the 9th level of Earth Immortal. Afterwards, Gao Yan went to 5 other gangs, one after another, and sold 5 more 2nd-turn elixirs at a price of 1 billion each. The revenue value also exceeded 600 billion, reaching 600.203 billion. System, give me 6 consecutive leaders. Ding, the system has started to upgrade. The upgrade time is 24 hours. Please wait patiently. Gao Yan, who was in a happy mood, walked towards his family's mansion with relaxed steps. The master is back. Hello, sir. Gao Yan came to the hall amidst the greetings from the maids. Come on, call everyone here. After a while, a group of Ying Yen Yen appeared in Gao Yan's sight, and then bowed to Gao Yan one by one. After serving in Gao Yan's mansion for decades, these female fairies have long lost their original embarrassed look. After using the inside eye to check their friendliness, they all reached over 90. It seemed that there were no white-eyed wolves. Master is happy today. Everyone comes forward to receive a bottle of elixir. Thank you, sir. The girls were overjoyed, and then lined up one by one to receive the elixir. When they found out that what Gao Yan handed out was not an ordinary elixir, but a first-class elixir, they all immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Gao Yan to thank him. There are 10 pills in each bottle. With their qualifications, after taking them, they can reach the peak of the 9th level of human immortality. Okay, let's all go down and practice. After sending away the ordinary female fairy servants, only Concubine Bai and Lu Bingyue were left in the hall. As for Ling Susu and Sheng Guanyaching, they are taking care of his property. This is yours. Gao Yan threw a bottle of elixir to the 2 women, which contained the second turn elixir. By the way, these 2 bottles are for Susu and Yuqing. Bingyue, please give them to them. Then Gao Yan threw out 2 more bottles of pills. Soon, Gao Yan entered the small world. Then he took out a bottle of 3-turn elixir and started taking the medicine, and ordered the practice badge to be converted to the Huang Tian Immortal Sutra. This 3-turn elixir also comes from Xuanba, the boy who brings wealth. A few days later, Gao Yan's Huang Tianxian power successfully reached the 9th level of Tianxian. Then Gao Yan asked the practice badge to revise the Red Heaven Immortal Sutra. Unconsciously, Gao Yan stayed in the small world for more than 10 days. The other 4 immortal scriptures have all reached the 9th level of heavenly immortality. Unfortunately, Xuanba did not have the 4th turn elixir. The system has been upgraded and reached level 49. Rewards 6 top draws, and 480 evolution points. System, come on, 6 draws in a row. Ding, the top 6 consecutive draws are open. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a 5th turn elixir. The reward has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. In the 6 top draws, 3 5-turn elixirs were drawn. In addition, a junior elixir refining technique, a cultivation improvement card, and a mid-level immortal treasure were also prescribed. The 5th turn elixir needs no introduction. Let's talk about the primary elixir refining skill first. After fusion, you can master the refining ability of 1st turn elixir, 2nd turn elixir, and 3rd turn elixir. Gao Yan decisively integrated the elementary elixir refining technique. After a while, he had many more alchemy skills in his mind. Alchemists are high-level professions in the fairy world. Even the Golden Immortal family has to support a primary immortal pill. Alchemist. Then he introduced the cultivation level improvement card. After understanding the function of this card, Gao Yan was a little shocked, because this card can even improve the realm of the Golden Immortal level. Save it first, and use it when you reach the 9th level of Shenxian. Gao Yan secretly said that it was a waste to use it now. Gao Yan had drawn immortal treasures before, and more than one, but this time he drew a medium-grade immortal treasure. It didn't take much time for him to refine it, and his strength was improved by another level. Take the pill first. Afterwards, Gao Yan took 3 5th-turn immortal pills, and through the practice badge, his cultivation level was improved to the 5th level of Shanxian. That's right. Gao Yan suddenly thought of a question, whether this evolution point can Improve the primary immortal pill refining technique. After this idea came up, there was a plus sign behind this skill. Currently, his evolution points are 1021. After consuming 100 evolutionary points, the primary elixir refining technique was upgraded to the intermediate level, but this intermediate level can only refine the 4th turn elixir at most. Continue to add points. After consuming another 200 evolutionary points, it is still the intermediate level, but it can already refine the 5th turn elixir. After thinking about it, Gao Yan added another 400 points, and then he could refine the 6th turn elixir. So, he began to search for elixir materials in the storage ring. Finally, he was disappointed to find that he had plundered a lot of various elixirs, but at most he could gather enough materials for the first 3 turns of elixir, and some materials for the 4th turn of elixir. As for the 5th and 6th turns, there was nothing. Since there are materials, let's try it. Gao Yan felt a little itchy, and then transformed the middle grade elixir into an elixir furnace. An hour later, the fragrance of elixir began to spread. He began to cast a spell, and one by one, the 1st turn elixir flew out of the elixir furnace. With his current alchemy level, refining a 1st level immortal pill is like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. Therefore, he performed exceptionally well in this furnace and refined 120 1st level immortal pills. Come again. After Gao Yan put away the 121st turn elixirs, he continued to refine the 2nd furnace. But this time, what he was refining was no longer a 1st level elixir, but a 2nd level elixir. Xianba, the boy who gives money, is quite capable. The alchemy materials in his immortal storage ring are enough to refine more than 30 furnaces of 2nd level elixir. About an hour passed. The 2nd turn elixir was also successfully refined. However, the pill yield rate is no longer 100, but 10. Good. Gao Yan collected 10 2nd turn elixirs. One was worth 1 billion, and 10 pieces was worth 10 billion. It only took more than an hour. So, in the next few dozen hours, Gao Yan refined a total of 33 furnaces of 2nd turn elixirs, and obtained a total of 330 2nd turn elixirs worth 330 billion. Later, Gao Yan began to refine the 3rd turn elixir. The difficulty of the 3rd turn elixir is relatively high, and it takes more than 6 hours to refine one furnace. In fact, Gao Yan didn't know that the alchemy technology given to him by the system was far more efficient than that in the immortal world. An alchemist in the immortal world would have to refine a furnace of 3-turn elixir. Not to mention the elixir yield rate, the refining time would range from hundreds to thousands of years. After dozens of hours, Gao Yan refined a total of 7 furnaces of 3rd turn elixirs and obtained 70 3rd turn elixirs. I wonder how much the 3rd turn elixir can be sold for, Gao Yan said secretly. With a thought in his mind, Gao Yan left the small world and walked out of his room. Master. 2 fairy servants guarding outside greeted him. Go and notify the kitchen to prepare a table for me. Gao Yan gave a casual order and went to the side hall, where he made a pot of tea and drank it. Less than half an hour. Concubine Bai personally delivered the prepared banquet. After eating a delicious meal from the fairy world, Gao Yan used the Great Void technique to go to Baidi City and went directly to the Su family. Naturally, the Su family did not dare to neglect Gao Yan, a 7th level immortal, and immediately reported to their ancestor, Su Haofeng. Therefore, Gao Yan waited in the living room for less than half a quarter of An hour before, Su Hafeng hurried over and said apologetically, "Brother Gao. Please don't blame me for being late." "It doesn't matter." Gao Yan smiled, "I came here rashly and disturbed you." After a brief exchange of greetings, Gao Yan took out a bottle of elixir and placed it on the table. Then Gao Yan motioned to Su Hafeng to take a look. The other party picked up the medicine bottle and opened it. Smelling the medicinal fragrance wafting out of the bottle, he felt that the immortal power in his body was a little more active. Immediately, he exclaimed, "Three-turn elixir." "Yes, it's the third-turn elixir." Gao Yan nodded. "Brother Su, have you ever taken a liking to him? It's so impressive." "It's so impressive." Su Hafeng said excitedly, "Brother Gao, you make a price, I will never counteroffer." It has been more than 300,000 years since he entered the 5th level of immortality. It will take at least hundreds of thousands of years to break through to the 6th level. However, this pill in front of him can allow him to break through to the 6th level of immortality in a short time. Heavy. By then, he will become the #1 master in Baidi City, which will be of great benefit to himself and his family. It's up to you to make the price. Gao Yan shook his head. Su Hafeng thought seriously for a while, and finally said, "How about 50 billion? I'll go." "Is it so expensive?" Hearing Su Hafeng's quotation, Gao Yan was a little surprised. A 3-turn elixir could actually be sold for 50 billion. You know, it only took him a few hours to refine it. Damn it, this refining elixir is such a huge profit. Thank you, Brother Gao. Seeing Gao Yan agree, Su Hafeng immediately stood up and bowed to express his gratitude. After completing the transaction, Gao Yan took a look at the revenue column. Finally, it was no longer a single digit, but 50.2 billion, which was much more pleasing to the eye. Leave from Su's house. Gao Yan came to the courtyard where the Nye sisters lived and raised his hand to knock on the door. This time it was Nye Hongya who opened the door. "Gao Yan, you're here, come in quickly." After inviting Gao Yan into the house and making tea for him, Nye Hongya went to call for Nye Hongshu. "Gao Yan, you have come to Baidi City again. Are you going to discuss business with someone again?" Seeing Gao Yan, Nye Hongshu said happily. When she showed the Su family's token in the gang, everyone in the gang suddenly changed their expressions. Not only the elders, but also the gang leader became polite to the sisters. Not to mention their salaries were subsequently increased, and they no longer needed to do the dirty work. Now they are directly supported, and as long as they practice at home, they can get their salary for free. "Yes, I just came from the Su family." Gao Yan said, "I have negotiated another 50 billion business deal with the ancestor of the Su family." "Wow, so many!" Nye Hongshu exclaimed, "Are you selling an immortal level wild beast this time?" "No, I sold a 3-turn elixir to Su Hafeng." Gao Yan said, "By the way, I still have some 2nd-turn elixirs on hand. If you sisters need it, I can sell it to you cheaper." Second transformation elixir. The faces of the Nye sisters all changed, and then their breathing became a little rapid. "How many immortal stones are there?" Nye Hongshu asked after a while. 100 million, do you want it?" Gao Yan asked. Suddenly, the Nye sisters became embarrassed. "Gao Yan, our sisters understand your wishes, but we really can't afford it now," Nye Hongya said with a bitter smile. After they were captured by Qing Lishan, the other party took away the fairy storage rings from them. If Gao Yan hadn't given them 50 million immortal stones, it would have been difficult for them to gain a foothold in the city. So, Gao Yan thought for a while, I will give you 10 second level elixirs. As for the immortal stones, I owe them first. How about you give them to me when you earn them? This? After hearing Gao Yan's words, Nia Hongya was very entangled. To be honest, she was very moved, but she knew that if she agreed, the favor she owed would be too great. Even if their sisters lost their lives, it would not be enough to repay the favor. Seeing the hesitant sisters, Gao Yan said, 10 second level elixirs are enough for you sisters to reach the 9th level of Earth Immortal. 2 9th level of Earth Immortal are enough to form a gang in Baidi City. You will definitely earn more than you do now. Okay, we owe the pill fee first, but we can't calculate it as 100 million. Nia Hongye gritted his teeth and said, calculate it as 1 billion. Otherwise, we would rather not have it. Can. A quarter of an hour later, Gao Yan left again. The Nia sisters sent him out in person. After watching his back completely disappear, the two sisters turned back to the yard. Sweet potato, Gao Yan's kindness to us is so great that I don't even know how to repay it in the future. Nia Hongya sighed softly. Sister, you just think too much. Nia Hongshu has already figured it out, if we don't pay, then we can't pay. At worst, we can do whatever he asks us to do in the future. You. Nia Hongya rolled his eyes at his sister, but if he thought about it seriously, what his sister said might not be unreasonable. Gao Yan, who left Baidi City, did not return to Tianyao City. Instead, he used the Great Void technique to go to Blackbird City. This city is similar in size to Baidi City and has 3 immortal families. Originally, he planned to sell a 3rd turn elixir to the Ning family, but after thinking about it, he found that getting along with Su Haofeng was quite pleasant. If he also sold one to the Ning family, then Su Haofeng would not be able to become the most powerful person in Baidi City. In less than half an hour, Gao Yan had appeared in Suanio City. The old rule is to split dozens of soul seeds and sneak into the souls of dozens of earthly immortals to read their memories. After a while, he already had a general understanding of the 3 celestial immortal families in Blackbird City. The 3 major immortal families in the city are Huangpu, Zhong and Wu. Among them, the Huangpu family is the strongest. The head of the Huangpu family, Huangpu Jingjia, is at the peak of the 5th level of immortals. In addition, he also has a son of the 4th level of immortals and a great grandson of the 2nd level of immortals. Both the Zhong family and the Wu family only have 2 immortals. The strongest immortal of the Zhong family is also a 5th level immortal. No one knows her specific name. She is called the ancestor of the Zhong family because she is the Taoist companion of the founder of the Zhong family. After the founder of the Zhong family founded the Zhong family, he died during a treasure hunt. This was a fatal blow to the Zhong family. Later, the current ancestor stepped forward and supported the Zhong family. After so many years, the Zhong family has long established a firm foothold in Suanio City, but what is interesting is that the 2 immortals of the Zhong family are both women. One is naturally their ancestor, and the other is the granddaughter of the ancestor of the Zhong family, named Zhong Xuanqiu, who has cultivated to the 3rd level of immortality. Speaking of Wujia, there are also 2 immortals. One is a 5th level immortal. The other is the head and founder of Wujia, named Wu Shisan. As for the other immortal of Wujia, he is his Taoist companion. The specific name is Unknown because everyone call her Mrs. No. The Huangpu family has been entrenched in Suanio City for the longest time. Has the strongest comprehensive strength, and the deepest foundation. It is said that the Huangpu family has a deep relationship with a certain true immortal family. After some consideration, Gao Yan decided to go to the Zhong family to make a deal. Who is coming? The guard looked at Gao Yan and asked warily. After thinking about it, Gao Yan only revealed the aura of the third level of heavenly being. What if the Zhong family thinks that his cultivation level is low and wants to rob him by force? Then he will counter-robber him. This Zhong family is an immortal family after all, and must have at least hundreds of billions of assets. After feeling the breath on his body, the guard's expressions immediately became respectful, and then one of them went to report. Soon, the housekeeper of the Zhong family came to the door. I don't know what to call this lord, so what do you do? My name is Gao Yan, and I'm here to make a deal with your Zhong family. Gao Yan said with a smile. It turns out to be Mr. Gao, please come inside. The housekeeper of the Zhong family placed Gao Yan in a side hall. After a while, a woman in green clothes arrived. The other party was none other than Zhong Xuanqiu. However, when Gao Yan used his insight eye to check the other party's information, he discovered that Zhong Xuanqiu had hidden his cultivation level, and that the other party had reached the fourth level of immortality. I've met fellow Taoist Gao. My name is Zhong Xuanqiu. I heard from the housekeeper that you want to make a deal with our Zhong family. What do you want to trade? After a brief exchange of greetings, Zhong Xuanqiu asked directly. This. Gao Yan placed the medicine bottle containing a 3-turn elixir on the table, and motioned to Zhong Xuanqiu to check it himself. As he expected, Zhong Xianxian, who was relatively calm at first, lost his composure after seeing the 3rd-turn elixir. This 3rd-level elixir is enough for her to break through to the 5th level of the celestial immortal, and it is also enough for her ancestor to break through to the 6th level of the celestial immortal. Once the ancestor reaches the 6th level of the celestial immortal, she will be stronger than the Huangpu family and will no longer have to be suppressed by them. Our Zhong family wants this elixir. Fellow Taoist, please give me a price. Zhong Xuanqiu held the bottle and refused to let go. He was determined to win. 50 billion fairy stones. Gao Yan said. Good. Zhong Xuanqiu was overjoyed, then called the butler, threw him a token, and asked him to quickly go to the treasure house to get 50 billion immortal stones. The butler took the order and left. But not for a while. Another middle-aged fairy arrived. Shower, I heard Ah Fu say that you want to take away 50 billion fairy stones from the treasure house, so come and take a look. Greetings to our ancestors. Zhong Xuanqiu stood up and bowed, then handed the medicine bottle to her. I spent 50 billion to buy this 3-turn elixir. After passing the hand, the ancestor immediately recognized the elixir in the bottle, and his voice trembled for a moment. By the way, ancestors, this 3rd-turn elixir was brought to us by fellow Taoist Gao Yan for trade. Zhong Xuanqiu introduced Gao Yan to the ancestors of the Zhong family. I've met fellow Taoist Gao. Gao Yan also stood up and responded. Fellow Taoist Gao, I have a question. Why don't you take this 3-turn elixir yourself instead of selling it to our Zhong family? Suddenly, the ancestor of the Zhong family asked. After all, she is a mature person, so she will naturally produce some suspect. Because I have more than 1/3 turn elixir with me, If you have enough elixirs, I can sell you a few more, Gao Yan said with a smile. Really? The ancestor of the Zhong family said in disbelief. Gao Yan turned his palm over, and there were 2 more 3-turn elixirs on the clock in his palm. After seeing these 2 3-turn elixirs with their own eyes, the ancestors of the Zhong family and Zhong Xuanqiu naturally no longer doubted them, but they had some strange thoughts in their hearts. Because Gao Yan only revealed his cultivation level at the 3rd level of immortality. With the strength of the 2 of them, they can definitely defeat each other. But soon, the ancestor of the Zhong family suppressed this evil thought. Because Gao Yan's behavior was too abnormal. Although he was a 3rd level immortal, he dared to reveal 2 3rd-level elixirs in front of the 2 of them. This means that they believe in the 2 of them and are confident. Compared with the former, she thinks the latter is more likely. Fellow Daoist Gao, we all want 3 3-turn elixirs, but apart from the immortal stones, do you accept other payment methods? The ancestor of the Zhong family asked. As long as the fairy stone. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the Zhong family frowned. If that's the case, can you give us more time so that we can gather the immortal stones? Okay, I can give you 3 days. Gao Yan nodded. That's great, then please invite fellow Taoist Gao to stay at our Zhong family for a few days. Gao Yan still didn't refuse. Soon, the housekeeper brought 50 billion fairy stones. The 2 parties completed the first transaction. Later, Zhong Xuanqiu personally led Gao Yan to a courtyard to settle down. Call up the system interface. The revenue value exceeded 100 billion again. System upgrade. Ding, the system has started to upgrade. The upgrade time is 24 hours. Please wait patiently. This is the last 100 billion upgrade. After reaching level 50, it should take trillions to upgrade once. Other side. Zhong Xuanqiu came to the courtyard where his ancestors lived. Ancestor. Have you settled in yet? The ancestor of the Zhong family asked. Zhong Xuanqiu nodded, then stopped talking. Do you want to ask why I chose to trade with him instead of robbing him? The ancestor of the Zhong family asked with a smile. Yes. It's very simple. I suspect that the other party has a trump card. But what if he doesn't? Zhong Xuanqiu said unwillingly. But we can't take that risk. The ancestor of the Zhong family said, 150 billion immortal stones is indeed a large amount, but have you ever thought about it? If our Zhong family becomes the strongest force in Suanio City, the family's income will definitely increase a lot, and we only need to spend some time can be earned back. The most valuable thing in the fairy world is time. Since we can get what we want by just spending time, why take the risk? After hearing what the ancestor said, Zhong Xuanqiu also realized that she was blinded by the 3rd-turn elixir. Ancestor, I understand. As long as you understand, go and collect the fairy stones yourself. Sell all the family property you can. The ancestor of the Zhong family said again. Yes, I'll do it right away. Zhong Xuanqiu said. In the courtyard of the Zhong family, Gao Yan ate and drank while enjoying the fairies dancing to the beautiful music. For a trader like him, the Zhong family almost always responded to his requests. After all, the remaining 2 3rd-turn immortal pills were too important to their family. In a blink of an eye, a day passed. The system upgrade was completed. A top-level lottery and 80 evolution points were awarded. At the same time, the profit value required for the next upgrade increased to 1 trillion. System, use the top-level lottery. Ding, start the top-level lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a 5th turn immortal pill. The reward has been issued to the system space. Please check it yourself. In other people's territory, Gao Yan did not use the 5th turn immortal pill directly, and waited until he left the Zhong family to use it. The Zhong family is very efficient. In just 2 days, 100 billion immortal stones were collected. Gao Yan also completed the transaction with them. As a result, the profit value was restored to 100.203 billion. But it was unable to continue upgrading. My 2 Taoist friends, I'll take my leave now. After getting the immortal stone, Gao Yan performed the Great Void technique in front of the Zhong family's ancestors and Zhong Xuanqiu, and escaped into the air. Seeing this scene, Zhong Xuanqiu's face suddenly changed, and at the same time, he was a little relieved. Ancestor, you are right, this person does have a trump card. This 3-turn immortal pill is for you, hurry up and refine it, and strive to enter the 5th level of the Celestial Immortal as soon as possible. The Zhong family's ancestor smiled, and then handed Zhong Xuanqiu a 3-turn immortal pill. Thank you, ancestor, Zhong Xuanqiu said excitedly. After leaving Suenio City, Gao Yan escaped into my world. After taking the 5-turn immortal pill and handing it over to the practice badge, it didn't take long for his cultivation to be successfully promoted to the 6th level of the Xianxian. For a period of time in the next period of time, Gao Yan did not return to Tianyao City, but kept going to cities one by one, selling the 3-turn immortal pills in his hand to a certain celestial immortal family in the city. In fact, there is more than one celestial immortal family in each city. Why did he only choose one company to cooperate with? The reason is very simple. If he only chooses one company to cooperate with, he can make that family become the strongest family in the city, and thus be grateful to him. If he sells to every family, even if their celestial realm is improved, their status in the city will remain the same. Those families who buy pills will not only not be grateful to him, but may even hate him. Of course, during this period, he did not fail to encounter people who were blinded by interests and wanted to use their strength to rob him of the 3rd-turn immortal pill. Then, Gao Yan directly taught them a lesson. And he also plundered the wealth of their entire family. Therefore, although there were only 66 3rd-turn immortal pills, he got 4.1 trillion immortal stones, in addition to various resources worth more than 500 billion. For this reason, Gao Yan also collected 15 materials for the 2nd-turn immortal pill and 3 materials for the 3rd-turn immortal pill. At present, Gao Yan's income value is just over 4,200.2 billion, but the total number of immortal stones has reached 3,189.2 billion. Soon, Gao Yan returned to Tianyao City again. Everything in the city is as usual, basically no changes. System, I want 4 consecutive upgrades. Ding, open the 4 consecutive upgrades, the upgrade time is 24 hours. Please wait patiently. The upgrade reward this time should be a super lottery. If nothing unexpected happens, a golden fairy level prize will be opened. Maybe he will enter the golden fairy level. In the fairy world, once you enter the golden fairy, you will be a hegemon level figure. During the time he was away, the cultivation of his female fairy servants has improved a lot, especially the 4 female fairy servants, who have reached the 9th level of earthly immortals. As for the 12 ordinary female fairy servants, they have also reached the 9th level of human immortals. After letting Bai Fei make a delicious meal for him, he lay on a chair in the yard to bask in the sun. But at this moment, the Xian family was in a panic. Xian, he has been staying in the Xian family waiting for his grandfather to return. But now more than 10 days have passed, and Xian Ba has not returned yet. This made him feel a little uneasy. Will something happen to Grandpa? But then he felt that it was impossible. His grandpa Xuanba was a powerful person of the first level of the true immortal. Even if Gao Yan was a monster, he could not be stronger than the first level of the true immortal in less than 1,000 years. Could it be? Suddenly, Xian he thought of a possibility. Could it be that Grandpa had taken the secret from Gao Yan and was now secretly digesting it outside? He felt that this possibility was very high. So, he left the Xian family first and returned to the military camp. Continued to send that man to Tianyao City to inquire. The next day, Gao Yan, who was listening to music in the Shuangshou building, received a system prompt that the system upgrade was completed and a reward was also issued. As expected, the reward was 4 super draws and 400 evolution points. He left the Shuangshou building in a leisurely manner. Then asked the fairy maid to prepare the bath water. After burning incense and bathing, Gao Yan returned to his room. System, start the super lottery for consecutive draw. Ding, the super lottery for consecutive draw is started. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a bottle of 5th turn immortal pill. The prize has been distributed to the system space, please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a top-grade immortal treasure. The prize has been distributed to the system space, please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning an immortal body upgrade card. The prize has been distributed to the system space, please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a Law Origin Stone. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. With a thought, Gao Yan stepped into my world. The 5th turn elixir is an old friend, and this time I rewarded him with a bottle of 10 pills. Improve your cultivation first. So, Gao Yan took out one, drank it, and then let the practice badge be refined and improved. A few days later, Gao Yan, who had just reached the 6th level of Xianxian, was directly promoted to the 7th level of Xianxian. Keep taking your medicine. After consuming 3 5th level elixirs, Gao Yan's cultivation level also increased 3 levels in a row, reaching the 9th level of Xianxian. It's time for the cultivation upgrade card to come on stage. He took out the cultivation upgrade card and used it. Suddenly, a golden light penetrated his body, and then his realm quickly climbed up. Just 1 hour. His realm successfully surpassed the realm of Xianxian and entered the level of Golden Immortal. Isn't this too easy? Gao Yan couldn't help but grin. If people in the immortal world knew that they had become Golden Immortals so easily, they would probably be pissed to death. After all, if it were anyone else, it would take a long time to practice from human immortals to Golden Immortals. Tens of millions of years, even hundreds of millions of years. The next moment, Gao Yan walked out of my world. Then he clearly felt the wood attribute law in the void of the fairy world. Yes, after reaching the Golden Immortal, you can mobilize the laws of the immortal realm. However, he is a Golden Immortal who relies on the Blue Sky Immortal Sutra to achieve success. Therefore, he has the highest degree of compatibility with the wood attribute law. Other laws can also be mobilized, but they are far behind the wood attribute law. It can mobilize up to 1% of the wood attribute law. In addition, the immortal power in his body has also undergone major changes. The increase in quantity is not much, only a few times. However, the quality is 100 times stronger. It's no wonder that the Golden Immortal is so powerful. Right now, he can easily kill hundreds and thousands of 9th-level mysterious immortals. It is almost impossible to defeat the Golden Immortal with numbers. Of course, if you bring tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people to the 9th level of the mysterious immortal, you might be able to kill Jinxian, but Jinxian is not a fool. If he can't defeat him, why won't he run away? Therefore, in theory, no amount of mysterious immortals can kill the Golden Immortal. It took 3/5 turn immortal pills to reach the 9th level of Shenxian. And there were 7 left. The immortal power, cultivated by the other 4 immortal scriptures still remained at the 9th level of Tianxian. Thinking of this, Gao Yan stepped into my world again. He swallowed another 5th turn immortal pill and changed the practice badge to practice the Huangtian Immortal Sutra. The medicinal power of the 5th turn immortal pill was very strong, and Gao Yan's realm had reached the Golden Immortal, so the speed of immortal power transformation was very fast. In just over 2 hours, Huangtian Immortal Power reached the level of Shenxian. But the medicinal power of the 5th turn immortal pill was not consumed much. So he continued to improve. Shenxian 2nd level. Shenxian 3rd level. Shenxian 4th level. It was not until he was promoted to the 9th level of Shenxian that the medicinal power of the 5th turn immortal pill was exhausted. Afterwards, Gao Yan consumed 3 more 5th turn immortal pills and raised the Black Heaven Immortal Power, Red Heaven Immortal Power, and White Heaven Immortal Power to the 9th level of Shenxian. There were 3 5th turn immortal pills left. Should I continue to improve these 4 immortal powers? After thinking about it, Gao Yan decided not to improve. To be honest, if it weren't for the system's hint, he would have wanted to give up these 4 immortal scriptures directly, because until now, he has not discovered the mystery and connection between these 5 immortal scriptures. On the contrary, practicing the 5 scriptures together will consume a lot of resources. No wonder other immortals gave up after trying to practice the 5 immortal scriptures. Because this resource consumption is too huge. It's really not something that ordinary people can bear. With a thought, another immortal treasure appeared in Gao Yan's hand. This is a top-grade immortal treasure. After spending time refining it, Gao Yan transformed it into a green robe and wore it on his body. The defense of this top-grade immortal treasure is so strong that even ordinary golden immortals can't penetrate it. Let's talk about the 3rd prize, the Immortal Body Upgrade card. Now Gao Yan's immortal body is the 3rd grade, so he decisively used the Immortal Body Upgrade card. Not long after, his immortal body officially entered the 2nd grade. At the moment when his immortal body reached the 2nd level, he suddenly felt as if some shackles on his body were unlocked. Then he tried to move his body and mobilize his immortal power. There was no change in his cultivation, and his immortal power did not increase. But his combat power increased a lot. What's the reason? If he guessed correctly, the immortal world has a strong suppression on immortals. For example, if Gao Yan now has 10,000 gene of strength, but is suppressed by the immortal world, he can only exert 1 gene of strength. Now, the shackles are unlocked, and he can exert 10 gene of energy. In other words, he who has reached the 2nd level of immortal body is about 10 times stronger than the immortals of the same level. What about the 1st level of immortal body? Will it be 100 times stronger than ordinary immortals? Gao Yan thinks this possibility is very high. At the same time, he is also a little strange. Why does the immortal world suppress the energy of the immortals? Destructive power. If the immortal world does not suppress the power of the immortals, it will cause great damage to the immortal world. After understanding this, Gao Yan stopped worrying about it. He took out the fourth prize. The fourth prize was the Law Source Stone, which had two major functions. First, it increased the speed of absorbing the law, and second, it accelerated the refining of the law. After reaching the golden immortal, you have to absorb the law and integrate it into your own immortal power. With a thought, Gao Yan asked the practice badge to start practicing the golden immortal chapter of the Qing Tian immortal scripture. Sure enough, with the operation of the practice badge, the wood law between heaven and earth was absorbed into Gao Yan's body, and then it was refined and integrated into the immortal power. After thinking about it, Gao Yan took the Law Source Stone into his body. Suddenly, the speed of absorbing and refining the law increased by 3 times. TSK, I have a practice badge, which is already 10 times faster than other golden immortals. Now I have the Law Source Stone, so my practice speed is 30 times faster than that of ordinary golden immortals. Oh, no, I am a second-grade immortal body, and a second-grade immortal body also has auxiliary effects on practice. So, my practice speed is 70 to 80 times, or even 100 times faster than that of ordinary golden immortals. He checked the practice progress on the practice badge. Oh my God! Suddenly, Gao Yan exclaimed. He had opened so many cheats, but it would take 1.24 million years to advance from the first level of Golden Immortal to the second level of Golden Immortal. Thinking of this, Gao Yan read Xuanba's memory again. This guy is an old-fashioned true immortal, and he also has some understanding of the Golden Immortal families in Dongyue domain. There are 7 major Golden Immortal families in Dongyue domain. It is impossible to verify how long the oldest Golden Immortal family has existed, but it is at least hundreds of millions of years, or even billions of years. At present, there are 3 oldest Golden Immortal families in Dongyue domain. Namely Dongyun family, Wenren family, and Beiyang family. There are 2 Golden Immortals in each of the 3 Golden Immortal families. But the strongest Golden Immortal in these 3 Golden Immortal families is only the 3rd level of Golden Immortal, that is the ancestor of the Dongyun family, an old monster who has lived for who knows how many billions of years. As for the Golden Immortals of the Wenren family and the Beiyang family, they are only the 2nd level of Golden Immortal. There are also 4 other Golden Immortal families, such as the Chu family, where Chu Hoyang is located, and the Nanming family, where Nanming Duo is located, both of which have only 1 Golden Immortal, and it is only the 1st level of Golden Immortal. In this case, now I can basically sweep the 1st level of Golden Immortal. But I don't know if I can deal with the 2nd level of Golden Immortal. But Gao Yan will not easily provoke them. After all, they have lived for too long. Who knows how many cards these old monsters have? However, now they have reached the Golden Immortal. Although they still have to continue to live. But they still have to take bigger steps in earning immortal stones. Thinking of this, Gao Yan started to make pills again. After reaching the Golden Immortal, Gao Yan made pills faster. In less than 2 days, he made 15 furnaces of 2nd turn immortal pills and 3 furnaces of 3rd turn immortal pills. Unfortunately, the materials for alchemy are too difficult to collect. These alchemy materials were collected by him after he looted several celestial immortal families. No. Suddenly, Gao Yan thought of Xianba. So, he read the memories of the Xian family in his mind again. The main reason is that this old guy has too many memories, and Gao Yan can't read them all at once. He only selectively reads a part when he needs it. As he expected. The Xian family also has a treasure house. Xianba doesn't know how many things are in it, but it is certain that there are a lot of materials for alchemy. Thinking of this, Gao Yan can't sit still. He stepped out of my world, and then used the Great Void technique to rush towards the Xian family. The stronger the cultivation, the stronger the power of the magic. In less than half a quarter of an hour, he had already arrived at the Xian family. The Xian family's treasure house was guarded by immortals. But Gao Yan entered the treasure house in a flash. He was too lazy to distinguish the good and bad things, and just packed them all away. However, the Xian family was still quite cunning. There was only one treasure house in the open, but there were 7 hidden warehouses. In this regard, Gao Yan would naturally not be polite, and broke into one by one, and took away all the things in the 7 hidden warehouses. Since we are here, why not rob all the immortals of the Xian family? So, Gao Yan used the great puppet technique to control all the immortals of the Xian family, and then obediently moved all the things in their storage. Fairy rings out. Let's go. After robbing the Xian family, Gao Yan disappeared into the void in a chic manner. Back to Tianyao City. Gao Yan began to count the harvest. Haha. The Xian family is indeed an old-fashioned family of true immortals. In the 1 bright and 7 dark treasure houses, there are a total of 1.3 trillion immortals, and the private immortal stones of those celestial immortals add up to 200 billion. In other words, he got 1.5 trillion this time. In addition, there are various cultivation resources. The specific number is difficult to estimate, but it is worth at least 1 trillion. Among these cultivation resources, Gao Yan also collected 102 materials for the 3rd level immortal pills and more than 500 materials for the 2nd level immortal pills. I made a fortune, I made a fortune. Gao Yan couldn't help laughing again. After calming down, Gao Yan checked the income value. It was currently 1.7 trillion, and it was time to upgrade. As for the total number of fairy stones, it has reached more than 40 trillion. System upgrade. After deducting 1 trillion, the system enters the upgrade state. Later, Gao Yan entered my world again and started refining the elixir. Before I knew it, more than 10 days had passed in my world. Gao Yan refined a total of 102 furnaces of 3rd turn elixirs and obtained 1,020 3rd turn elixirs. Adding the 3 furnaces he refined previously, he now has a total of 1,050 3rd turn elixirs in his hand. Calculated based on 50 billion stones, if all were sold, more than 50 trillion immortal stones could be sold. At the same time, more than 500 furnaces of 2nd turn elixirs were refined. And a total of more than 5,000 2nd turn elixirs were obtained. Calculated at 1 billion each, it can be sold for more than 5 trillion. Damn it, it's so profitable to make alchemy. Thinking of this, Gao Yan went to read Xianba's memory about alchemy again. But after understanding this part of the memory, he was a little dumbfounded. It seems that the alchemists in the fairy world are a little exhausted. The reason why the Xian family has stored so many materials for 2nd level and 3rd level elixirs is because alchemists who refine elixirs are very rare. Moreover, their alchemy efficiency is very low. For example, the Xian family has an alchemist who they have cooperated with for a long time. This alchemist is also a heavenly immortal. It would take him at least 500 years to refine a second-turn elixir. In one furnace. Moreover, his elixir-making rate is not very good. He can refine 1 to 3 elixirs in one furnace, and this does not include failures. As for refining the third-turn elixir, it will take at least 1,000 years. To start, the elixir success rate is even lower, and the failure rate is also very high. Even though this alchemist is very exhausted, people who want to make alchemy from him still have to queue up. The Xian family has a relatively close relationship with the alchemist, so they asked him to help them refine 3 furnaces of elixirs for 10,000 years, even though there was no guarantee of success. Are the alchemists in the immortal world too rubbish, or is the alchemy, the system gave me too unnatural? Think of this. Gao Yan then read the memories of Chu Shiqi and Chu Shiba about the alchemist. These 2 guys are from the Jingxian family after all, so they should know better. It was just as he expected. Chu Shiqi and Chu Shiba do know something about the alchemist. It was indeed similar to what Xianba remembered. Not only was the alchemist's rate of making pills low, but the failure rate was quite high. Generally, those who can refining 2 furnaces of elixir to ensure the success of one furnace are considered to be very good alchemists. An excellent alchemist can make 1 furnace from 3 furnaces, and an ordinary alchemist can make 1 furnace from 10 furnaces. After obtaining the alchemy technology before, Gao Yan was still a little dissatisfied. Now it seems that the alchemy skills given by the system are ridiculously powerful. By the way, the system has been upgraded. A super draw and 100 evolution points were awarded, and the system reached level 55. System, start the super lottery. Ding, the super lottery is open. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a 6-turn elixir. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Nima. Seeing that the 6-turn elixir was being dispensed, Gao Yan couldn't help but wave his fist fiercely. Take out the 6-turn elixir and drink it, then let the practice badge absorb and refine it. About 5 days passed. The power of the medicine was completely refined, but Gao Yan's realm reached the 2nd level of Golden Immortal. What the hell, it took me hundreds of millions and billions of years to achieve this state. How many years did it take me? For a moment, Gao Yan felt a little dizzy. Fortunately, he calmed down quickly. Although Jingxian is strong, he is only the overlord of one side. Above Jingxian, there are Taixian, Daluoxian, and Wangxian. If he is too ostentatious, he might be defeated by Tai. The immortal is watching. Therefore, if you should be stubborn, you still have to continue to be stubborn. There is no need to learn like those long tyrant protagonists, who are driven away by others and hide in Tibet. Anyway, Gao Yan still likes to live his own life comfortably. A thought came to my mind. Gao Yan made a small world. He left the mansion amidst the greetings from the maids and came to the Shuangshu building. Boss, Bayusi has written a new song, and I want you to taste it. The old bastard greeted him warmly. Arrange. Gao Yan waved his hand and went to the private room on the 2nd floor. After a while, someone brought him drinks and delicious food. Next, a group of musicians, led by Bayusi, entered the box and played new music for Gao Yan. This piece lasts for 30 minutes and is divided into 3 chapters. Not only is it beautiful to listen to, it also has the effect of cleansing the fairy soul. He was sure that if a mortal listened to this song, his spiritual power would increase hundreds of times. Boss, does this music still sound good to you? Jasper asked with expectation in her eyes. Very good, better than the previous songs. Gao Yan praised, by Susi, the songs you write are getting better and better. I am not a stingy person, so I will reward you with 100,000 fairy stones and the musicians who played the music. Reward 10,000. Hearing Gao Yan give such a high reward, Bayusi quickly bent down to thank him, and the musicians also stood up to express their gratitude. In order to express my gratitude to Gao Yan. Under the guidance of Bayusi, the musicians played other songs. A few days later, the men sent by Xuanhe to Tianyao City to inquire about the news returned to the military camp again. How? Xuanhe asked impatiently. Sir, Gao Yan is doing fine as usual, nothing has changed. How is that possible? He frowned and pondered. His grandfather had gone to Tianyao City, so how could Gao Yan be fine? Could it be that Gao Yan's strength really surpassed that of a true immortal? Thinking of this, he became uneasy again. Then he asked for leave to return to the Xian family, and secretly came to the palace where the soul tablet of his family was kept. He looked at the soul tablet of his grandfather, Xian Ba, and everything was normal. Immediately, he breathed a sigh of relief. The soul tablet was fine, which meant that his grandfather Xian Ba was fine. It seemed that his grandfather had completely controlled Gao Yan and was hiding in the dark to digest the secret. Thinking of this, he was a little excited. When his grandfather completely digested the secret, his reward would definitely be indispensable. So, he hurried back to the barracks, waiting for his grandfather to contact him. That day, Gao Yan, who had stayed in the Shuangshou building for half a day, was ready to leave. But when he passed by the lobby on the first floor, his eyes swept over the two male immortals in the lobby. These two male immortals looked like other people, but they were full of murderous aura. So, he opened his inside eyes. The identities of the two male immortals emerged in his mind. Seeing the identities of the two men, Gao Yan was surprised, and then he split two soul seeds directly into their immortal souls. After reading their memories, Gao Yan fell into deep thought. The cultivation of these two male immortals was not outstanding, one was only the 9th level of human immortal, and the other was only the 8th level of human immortal. But they were not from this immortal world. Instead, they came from another immortal world. That immortal world was different from this one. Not only were the resources there quite barren, but the immortals also had a lifespan limit. Unlike this world, once you become an immortal, your lifespan is unlimited. And the immortals in that immortal world only have a lifespan of 100,000 years, which is even worse than the emperors in the lower world. However, although that immortal world did not have eternal lifespan, their cultivation speed was much faster than this one. Ordinary immortals can often improve a realm in a few decades. However, because resources are extremely scarce, immortals have to fight and kill to obtain resources for practice. By the way, that fairyland is called the War Realm. As for how these two immortals sneaked into this fairyland? Mainly through space cracks. There are many cracks between this fairyland and the War Realm. However, these space cracks will not exist forever, and they often disappear after a period of time. Therefore, the immortals who sneaked in must return to their own world before the space cracks disappear. To ask why they want to go back, isn't it better to stay here? Of course not. They are immortals from the War Realm, and they have been branded by the War Realm. Their lifespan will not increase if they stay here, and even there Cultivation speed will be suppressed by this world and become extremely slow. Therefore, after the immortals from the war realm sneaked in, they often chose to rob some cultivation resources, capture some immortals, and return to their world. As for why they want to capture the immortals from this fairyland, the reason is also relatively simple, because the immortals in this world have endless lifespans, and there is a law of longevity in their bodies. Because of this fairyland is called the immortal realm of longevity by the immortals in the war realm. After the immortals from the immortal world of immortality are captured and brought back to the war realm, their fate will be very miserable. The immortals in the war realm have a way to extract the immortality law in their bodies and use it to increase their own lifespan. After losing the immortality law, the immortals will no longer have endless lifespan and will soon die of old age. Generally speaking, the stronger the immortals are, the stronger the immortality law contained in their bodies. After the immortality law of ordinary immortals is extracted, at best, it can increase the lifespan of immortals in the war realm by thousands of years. The two guys in front of them have secretly captured tens of thousands of human immortals outside the city. As for coming to the city to capture people, they dare not. After all, they are only human immortals, and there are many Earth immortals in the city. Once they are discovered, they will definitely die without a burial place. Because the living environment in the war realm is too cruel, they want to come to the city to enjoy the corrupt life before leaving. The next moment, Gao Yan raised his foot and left the Shuangshou building. The two immortals from the war realm also disappeared. But the guests on the first floor didn't notice it at all, as if the two people had never appeared again. After leaving the Shuangshou building, Gao Yan used the Great Void technique to fly out of the city quickly. After a while, he came to a cave in a mountain forest. After entering the cave, he saw a space crack that was 1 person tall and half a meter wide. Interesting. Looking at this space crack, Gao Yan couldn't help but have a hint of curiosity in his eyes. At the same time, he was very suspicious whether this space crack was created by the will of the heaven in the war world. Soon, Gao Yan suppressed his curiosity. According to the memories of the two human immortals in the war world, the immortals in the opposite immortal world were quite cruel, and the cultivation resources were so poor that they were beyond imagination. Even an ordinary immortal medicine would be fought for by the immortals. The immortal world of longevity is simply a paradise for the immortals in the war world. Gao Yan stayed here and didn't leave. Then after a day, the space crack began to shrink. 2 days later, the space crack disappeared completely. In the past few days, Gao Yan also learned about the situation in the war realm through the memories of Xuanba, Chu Shiqi, and Chu Shiba. In fact, the existence of the war realm is not a secret. Many years ago, immortals from the war realm sneaked in through space cracks to rob resources and capture immortals. It is said that there was a Daluo immortal who sneaked in from the war realm and frantically robbed resources and captured immortals here. But he was killed by the thunder less than 10 breaths after he came. Obviously, it was the will of the heaven of the immortal world of longevity that took action. Later, several Daluo immortals came over one after another, and they all ended up being killed by thunder. Later, Tai immortal came over again. He was also struck by thunder, but he was not killed directly, but was seriously injured, and the other party was scared and fled back to the war realm immediately. Now, everyone knows that immortals from the war realm can come through space cracks, but their cultivation is not allowed to exceed that of the golden immortal, otherwise they will be struck by thunder. since the strongest can only come as the golden immortal. The immortals in this world don't care too much about this matter. After all, no matter how many golden immortals come, they can't pose any threat to this world. And the golden immortals coming from the war world are also afraid of being beaten up. They just want to steal some resources and capture some immortals. If they are too open and aboveboard, the strong people here will be enough to kill them without being struck by lightning. Return to the mansion of Tianyao City. Gao Yan flashed into my world. Then he took down the storage immortal rings of the two immortals. After erasing their marks, he checked them. Damn, too poor. In addition to some worthless sundries, the storage immortal ring of the 9th level of human immortals actually had only more than 400 immortal stones, and the 8th level of human immortals had even fewer, only more than 200. And Gao Yan suspected that these immortal stones were robbed from the human immortals they captured. Read their crime memories again. As Gao Yan expected, the immortal stones they obtained were indeed looted from the bodies of the captured immortals. Their real wealth is 11 immortal stones for the 9th level of human immortals, and 9 immortal stones for the 8th level. For a moment, Gao Yan felt a little sympathetic towards them. Then, Gao Yan reached out and grabbed thousands of ragged and unconscious human immortals from the two people's bodies. These two people opened up a space in their bodies. Those unlucky people who were captured were hidden in the space in their bodies. Kill them or not? Gao Yan looked at the two immortals in the war realm. After browsing their memories again, the 9th level of immortals still had 3,000 years of life, and the 8th level of immortals still had 10,000 life. Even if they were released, they would soon die of exhaustion without being able to return to the war realm. Forget it, let's just kill them. After thinking about it, Gao Yan raised his hand and smashed the two of them. These two guys were not good guys either. Their behavior was that of human traffickers. If he hadn't seen them, the more than 1,000 immortals who were brought to the war realm would not have had a good end. This group of immortals were so poor that they could only live outside the city, and it was unreasonable to want to take advantage of them. So, after Gao Yan walked out of my world, he sent this group of immortals back to the outside of the city, and then they woke up from their coma one after another. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. Before he knew about the war realm, Gao Yan thought that the immortals in this immortal world lived too miserably. But now it seems that the immortals in this world are still relatively lucky. Although they will be exploited, the means of the strong in this immortal world are relatively mild. They will exploit you, but will not kill you. It is not like in the war world. The safety of the newly ascended immortals is not guaranteed at all. Because there are many demon immortals in the war world, they directly use immortals as cultivation resources, and the newly ascended immortals are their best targets for capture. Moreover, the lifespan of human immortals is only 100,000 years. If they do not break through to Earth immortals, they will die. Therefore, it is impossible for ordinary immortals to rise. Unlike here, they can spend time to improve their cultivation. After resting for a while in Tianyao City, Gao Yan is ready to go out to earn immortal stones again. There are more than 100 states in Dongyue domain. Hanbing State is just one of them, but Hanbing State has thousands of cities of all sizes. And there are 307 large cities occupied by Tianxian families. Before, Gao Yan only ran to dozens of cities to sell the 3rd level immortal pill. Therefore, there are more than 200 large immortal cities with his trading partners. A quarter of an hour later, Gao Yan appeared in Longshan City. As usual, he first obtained specific information about the immortal families in the city through soul seeds. In the end, Gao Yan chose the Mo family. So, he went directly to the Mo family's mansion, and after showing off his third-level cultivation as an immortal, he was invited in. The Mo family is considered the weakest celestial immortal family in Longshan City, because there is only one celestial immortal in the entire Mo family. And it is the founder of the Mo family, Mo Wanchen, who is cultivated to the fourth level of celestial immortal. Mo Wanchen was still a little strange when he learned that a strange immortal came to his door. Please don't forget Chen. I wonder what you would call your friend. My name is Gao Yan, and I'm here to make a deal with fellow Daoist Mo. Gao Yan responded with a smile. Logically speaking, he had already done business with so many celestial immortal families, and his reputation had long been spread. But in fact, the celestial immortal families that he had traded with had blocked information about him. The reason is very simple. After they bought the third turn elixir from Gao Yan to improve their strength, their status in the city will be improved. Accordingly, if other families know Gao Yan's existence, they can also buy the third turn elixir from him. After the elixir, their advantage will be gone. Therefore, those immortal families tacitly blocked his news. Oh, so that's it. Mo Wanchen suddenly realized, fellow Taoist Gao, please sit down and invite me tea. Gao Yan picked up the tea and took a sip. Without showing off any mystery, he directly took out a 3-turn elixir and placed it on the table. He smiled and said, 50 billion won. Do you want to buy it, fellow Daoist Mo? Is this the third turn elixir? Mo Wanchen stared and asked. He had heard of the third turn elixir and had collected the materials to refine the third turn elixir, but he could not find an alchemist to help him refine it. Therefore, he had not seen the third turn elixir with his own eyes. Gao Yan nodded at him. Fellow Daoist Gao, I want this third turn elixir. Just one? Gao Yan said seductively, as far as I know, the strongest immortal in Longshan City has the 6th level of immortal cultivation. If you buy 3 pieces and reach the 7th level of immortal, you will be the number 1 expert in Longshan City. Upon hearing this, Mo Wanchen's eyes lit up and his heart was moved. But fellow Daoist Gao, I won't be able to get so many fairy stones in a while. It doesn't matter, you can sell the property in your name. Gao Yan continued. To confuse, you think, after you become the number 1 master in Longshan City, more people will come to curry favor with you and actively offer benefits. Are you still afraid that you won't have any industry in the future? Okay, fellow Taoist Gao, please give me a few days. Mo Wanchen nodded heavily. Gao Yan stayed at Mo's house for 5 days, and the other party collected 150 billion fairy stones for him. After getting the fairy stone, Gao Yan went to another fairy city. In the second fairy city, Gao Yan approached a fairy family named Tu and sold 2 3-turn elixirs. In the third fairy city, Gao Yan approached a fairy family named Yu and sold 4 3-turn elixirs, which surprised Gao Yan a little. This Yu family is really secretive. There is a saying that there are only 3 things you can do. When we were in the 4th fairy city, something unexpected happened. The family name of the celestial immortal that Gao Yan found was Yun. There were 2 celestial immortals in this Yun family, one a 5th level celestial immortal, and one a 3rd level celestial immortal. Fellow Taoist Gao, if you are wise, I will hand over all the 3rd turn elixirs you have, and we, father and son, will not embarrass you. How about You? Yun Zongding said threateningly. Now, the entire Yun family's mansion has been blocked by a large formation. Therefore, the Yun family father and son are extremely confident. In their eyes, Gao Yan has become a piece of meat. Why don't you do business with me honestly? You have to do all these things. Gao Yan said excitedly, it's not easy. Finally a fish took the bait. Just when the Yun family and his son were still wondering why Gao Yan was so confident, Gao Yan's breath changed. The 4th level of immortality. The 5th level of immortality. 6th level of immortality. 7th level of immortality. The powerful aura enveloped the father and son, forcing them to use their physical strength to support themselves. The next moment, Gao Yan calmed down and looked at the father and son jokingly. Now, you have 2 choices. First, you can resist and see if you can escape from me. Second, take all the fairy stones and resources of your Yun family. Hand it over and tell me, which one do you choose? The Yun family father and son were also bachelors, so they decisively chose the second one. If you run out of fairy stones and resources, you can earn them again. If your life is gone, there will be nothing left. In the end, Gao Yan obtained 86 billion fairy stones from the Yun family, as well as resources worth more than 50 billion. Looking at the column of income value, it has reached more than 1.2 trillion. And it can be upgraded to another level. However, there are still 1,043rd turn elixirs that have not been sold, and Gao Yan is not in a hurry to upgrade. As for the total number of fairy stones, it has soared to more than 44 trillion. After traveling to 4 fairy cities in a row and spending more than 10 days, Gao Yan felt it was too much trouble. After some thinking, Gao Yan decided to open an elixir pavilion in Tianyao City and wait for guests to come. So, Gao Yan used the Great Void technique and returned to Tianyao City. Then he entrusted Wei Wei from Xianmin Division to help him rent a 3-story shop. After several days of renovation, the store was opened. The name of the shop is Yu Jiandan Medicine Shop. The opening of the store was very low-key and did not carry out any publicity. The first floor of the elixir shop only sells the 1st-level elixir, the second floor sells the 2nd-level elixir, and the 3rd floor sells the 3rd-level elixir. The 1-turn elixir is priced at 1 million. In fact, this price is on the low side, but Gao Yan's alchemy skills are so powerful that he can refine 120 of the 1-turn elixir casually. Even if one sells for only 1 million, one furnace still has a profit of 120 million. As for the alchemy materials, they are all cost-free transactions. Apart from consuming a little time, they are almost all pure profits. The 2nd-turn elixir is priced at 1 billion, and the 3rd-turn elixir is priced at 50 billion. Shuechen is a gang leader who has cultivated to the 7th level of human immortality. On this day, he suddenly discovered that there was an elixir shop on the street. After going in with curiosity, he found that the elixir shop only sold one kind of elixir, and the price was extremely cheap, so he decisively bought 2 1-turn elixirs. But when he was checking out and leaving, he looked at the stairs leading to the 2nd floor and asked, "Is there someone selling elixirs upstairs?" Yes, the 2nd floor sells the 2nd-turn elixir, and the 3rd floor sells the 3rd-turn elixir. The clerk told the truth. Ah, there are also 2nd-turn elixir and 3rd-turn elixir? Shuechen said in shock, and then he was about to go up to the 2nd floor, but was blocked by the formation. Sorry fellow Taoist, only Earth immortals can enter the second floor. The clerk explained quickly. Although there was an elixir shop that did not do any publicity, its name soon spread throughout Tianyao City. Even the city lord, Zhao Yuxian, came to the store in person. He was the 8th level Earth immortal, so he decisively spent 1 billion immortal stones to purchase a second-level elixir. At the same time, he also sent someone to inquire about the owner of the elixir shop. When he learned that this elixir shop was opened by Gao Yan, he immediately put away all his little thoughts and couldn't afford to offend him. In a blink of an eye, 1 day passed. Gao Yan looked through the account book and found that in just 1 day, 524 first-turn elixirs were sold and 524 million were recorded, and 11 second-turn elixirs were sold and 11 billion were recorded. Those who buy the second-turn elixir are all the earthly immortal forces in the city. As for the third-turn elixir, not a single one has been sold, because no one in Tianyao City can afford it. However, Gao Yan believes that as time goes by, some immortals will learn the news and come to Tianyao City to buy it. On the first day of the opening of a pill shop, the turnover was 11.624 billion. But on the second day, the turnover directly decreased a lot, only 2 second-level immortal pills were sold, but 710 first-level immortal pills were sold. So the second-day turnover was only 2.71 billion. On the third day, not a single second-level immortal pill was sold, because all that should be bought in Tianyao City had been bought, and those who wanted to buy could not afford so many immortal stones. On the contrary, the sales of first-level immortal pills increased to a certain extent, and 920 pills were sold, so the sales on the third day were 920 million. In the next week, no second-level immortal pills were sold, but the sales of first-level immortal pills remained between 700 and 900. That night, Gao Yan was flipping through the account book in the mansion. A pill shop opened for 10 days and sold 13 second-level immortal pills and 8,200 first-level immortal pills, providing Gao Yan with a sales volume of 21.2 billion immortal stones, but with the system refund, his actual income reached 127.2 billion immortal stones. As for the cost, it can be ignored. After all, the rent for 1,000 years is only 8 million immortal stones. In terms of labor, the 2 maids in his house guard the first floor, and Ling Susu and Shangguanyaqing guard the second floor. Yes, Gao Yan transferred them from the Shuangshou building and the casino to the pill shop. The one guarding the third floor is the Tianxian puppet. Now that he is a golden immortal, the Tianxian puppet is no longer useful, so he simply reuses it and lets it sit in the pill shop. Closing the account book, Gao Yan secretly said, in 10 days, the news of the pill shop should be able to spread to the nearby cities, right? As he expected. On the morning of the next day, the head of the earthly immortal forces in the neighboring city came together and directly bought 30 second-turn immortal pills and 100 first-turn immortal pills. This increased the income of Gao Yan's shop by 30.1 billion. In the afternoon of the same day, a celestial immortal came and bought a third-turn immortal pill. Therefore, the sales volume of the medicine shop on that day reached the highest level since its opening, with a turnover of 81 billion. It was also from the 11th day after the opening of the medicine shop that the sales entered a period of explosive growth. On the 12th day of opening, the turnover was 121 billion. On the 13th day of opening, the turnover was 130.8 billion. On the 14th day of opening, the turnover was 211 billion. Half a month after opening, the turnover was 331 billion. Mainly because the news that Tianyao City had the third turn immortal pill for sale began to spread to the surrounding cities, attracting celestial immortal families to buy. Since then, Gao Yan's income value has exceeded 2 trillion, reaching 218.22 billion, and the system can be upgraded twice. As for the total number of immortal stones, it is close to 50 trillion. Also on this night, a private room in Dua Tower in Tianyao City gathered 15 celestial beings. And the strongest celestial being reached the 8th level of celestial beings. Some of these 15 celestial beings have purchased the 3rd level immortal pill, while others have not yet purchased it. The celestial being of the 8th level sitting in the first place is named Chao Tianpeng, the founder of the Chao family in Shanxi City. He slowly swept his eyes over the crowd, and then said, "I believe you all have already understood the identity and origin of Gao Yan, the owner of a pill shop?" A celestial being nodded 5 times. This boy has been in the immortal world for less than 1,000 years, but he has the cultivation of the 7th level of the celestial being. Before he opened his shop, he had sold the 3rd turn immortal pills in many cities. Everyone knows how difficult it is to refine the 3rd turn immortal pill. Even an extremely good alchemist can only refine one furnace in 1,000 years, but he has a large number of 3rd turn immortal pills. Therefore, I suspect that this boy has a very unique alchemy skill that can refine a large number of immortal pills in a short period of time, and it is precisely with these immortal pills that he can improve his cultivation to the 7th level of the celestial being. Hearing the analysis of this celestial being, the celestial beings present all had a greedy look in their eyes. If they could master this alchemy technique, their family would surely give birth to a large number of celestial beings. However, someone immediately questioned, since he has so many 3 turn immortal pills, why is his cultivation still at the 7th level of the celestial immortal? He can definitely reach the 9th level of the celestial immortal. Chao Tianpeng explained, I suspect that his immortal body is too low. It is very likely that he is only an 8th grade immortal body. He can reach the 7th level of the celestial immortal, mostly because of the 3 turn immortal pills. Makes sense. Everyone thought this guess was reasonable. After all, if there is no shortage of 3 turn immortal pills, there is no need not to improve his cultivation to the 7th level of the celestial immortal. Could it be that he has hidden his cultivation and has actually reached the 9th level of the celestial immortal? Another question was raised. Chao Tianpeng smiled disapprovingly. Even if he reaches the 9th level of the celestial immortal, so what? His cultivation is completely built up by pills. It is definitely far inferior to the real 9th level of the celestial immortal, even inferior to me. What's more, if I am not sure, I will not invite everyone to join in the fight. As he spoke, Chao Tianpeng had a long sword in his hand. Top-grade immortal weapon. Feeling the aura emanating from this long sword, everyone felt relieved. Celestial beings generally use top-grade immortal weapons, and top-grade immortal weapons are relatively rare among celestial beings. Next, 15 celestial beings began to discuss their plans. That night, Tianyao City was no longer as noisy as it was during the day, but became quiet. Xuanwu Realm, Mansion Number 72. Abruptly, 15 figures flashed by. 15 celestial beings, led by Chao Tianpeng, appeared here. The next moment, 3 celestial beings took out 3 array plates and activated them, and the mansion in front of them was covered by 3 arrays. Fellow Daoist Chao, the formation has been set up, should we go in? Go in. Chao Tianpeng waved his hand and led 14 immortals into Gao Yan's mansion. Fellow Taoists, are you here late at night? Do you have anything important to do? As soon as Chao Tianpeng and others entered the mansion, they saw Gao Yan already standing in the courtyard waiting for them. Fellow Taoist Gao, I have a question for you. Please answer it truthfully. Chao Tianpeng stared at Gao Yan and said. Speaking. Gao Yan nodded. Do you possess an extremely powerful alchemy technique? Chao Tianpeng asked. Again, but his eyes were full of heat. Good. Gao Yan nodded again. The alchemy technique I have mastered can refine a furnace of 3-turn elixir in just 1 or 2 hours. I can refine 10 elixirs in one furnace, and it will not fail. Hearing this, the breathing of the immortals present became rapid. If they could master this alchemy technology, their family could mass produce immortals. Is this true? Chao Tianpeng took a deep breath to regain his composure and confirmed again. Of course it's true. After all, you are already dead in my eyes, so why should I lie to you? Gao Yan had a smile on his face. Haha, you just relied on elixirs to force your way to the 9th level of the immortal. Are you too arrogant? Chao Tianpeng sneered, but there was a hint of temptation in his words. Who told you that I am a 9th level immortal? Gao Yan asked jokingly. Are you just a 7th level immortal? Chao Tianpeng asked with a frown. No. Gao Yan shook his head. Fellow Taoist Chao, why bother talking nonsense with him? Capture him first. And force him to learn the alchemy skills, a fairy urged. Don't be anxious, let you see my true cultivation first. As he spoke, the aura of Gao Yan began to rise. The 8th level of immortality. The 9th level of heavenly immortals. The 1st level of true immortality. The 2nd level of true immortality. The 3rd level of true immortality. Well, it's almost done. Gao Yan's swelling breath stopped, and then he asked. Calmly, are you afraid? Truly, the 3rd level of true immortality. Sensing Gao Yan's aura, all the immortals present fell into a daze, and the timid ones even turned pale with fear. If Gao Yan was only at the 9th level of the celestial immortal, they could still defeat the opponent with the help of their numbers and Chao Tianpeng's top-grade immortal weapon. But if the opponent reached the level of true immortal, even if they had more people, it would be for nothing, and they were still at the 3rd level of the true immortal. They don't even have the courage to take action. Fellow Taoist Gao, if I said that we were just joking with you, would you believe it? At this moment, Chao Tianpeng's expression was as ugly as it could be. He was also blinded by lard, and he dared to take advantage of a true immortal. He should have thought of it a long time ago. Since Gao Yan dares to sell the 3rd-turn elixir, he must have some confidence. Otherwise, selling the 3rd-turn elixir is courting death. Do you think I believe it or not? Gao Yan responded playfully. Plop. Suddenly, Chao Tianpeng knelt down on the ground. Sir, the villain is also greedy for profit. How about I ask you to spare my life? From now on, I will lead the Chao family to submit to you, and I will not hesitate to be a slave. The immortals in this immortal world all have eternal life, so they cherish their lives even more. Therefore, after discovering that Gao Yan was a 3rd-level true immortal, Chao Tianpeng was not thinking about how to fight desperately, but how to save his life. Plop. Plop. Seeing Chao Tianpeng kneel down, the other immortals who dared to neglect him also knelt down and begged for mercy, saying that they could lead their families to become Gao Yan slaves. Hey, you are really making things difficult for me. Gao Yan looked at these immortals kneeling in front of him with some speechlessness. At the same time, I was also thinking about whether to kill them and plunder their families, or accept them as slaves. Gao Yan was silent. Chao Tianpeng was extremely panicked, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, I am willing to dedicate all my property to you, just to save my life." With Chao Tianpeng taking the lead, the other 14 immortals also followed suit and offered their property. "Then tell me how much property you have?" Gao Yan seemed a little tempted. Chao Tianpeng said, "Sir, the villain's private property is worth a total of 120 billion, and the clan's fairy stones and resources combined are also worth 200 billion. In addition, there are many profitable industries, which can provide the family with an income of about 20 billion every year." Once Chao Tianpeng spoke, other immortals also lined up to report their wealth. After listening, Gao Yan thought for a while. "First give me the things in your immortal storage ring, and then I will give you 3 days to send over the family's assets. As for your property, I don't want it, but every year how about giving me 5 billion? Thank you for your kindness, sir. I am willing." Chao Tianpeng shouted excitedly, finally saving his life. At the same time, he was also somewhat grateful to Gao Yan for not taking over their property, and he was able to keep more than half of his annual income. More importantly, he also had a third-level true immortal as his backstage. The next moment, 15 immortals scrambled to transfer the contents of the immortal storage ring. "Okay, let's go." Gao Yan waved his hand and collected all the immortal stones and resources released by the 15 immortals. "Wait until these immortals leave." Gao Yan began to count the harvest. 15 celestial beings provided him with a total of 710 billion immortal stones, and the cultivation resources added together were worth 700 to 800 billion. What's more interesting is that there were 10 third-turn immortal pills, all of which were purchased from his medicine shop. He looked at the income value, and it reached 28922. It is estimated that after tomorrow, it will reach 3 trillion, and the requirement for 3 consecutive upgrades has been met. As for the total number of immortal stones, it reached more than 54 trillion. As expected, on the second day, for third-turn immortal pills, 22nd turn immortal pills and 1,000 first-turn immortal pills were sold. Gao Yan controlled the number of first-turn immortal pills and only sold 1,000 pills a day. He didn't want to become a pill-making slave. The sales volume reached 221 billion. The income value broke through 3 trillion and reached 311.32 billion. Chao Tianpeng and others still cared about their lives very much. That night, they all brought their family assets to visit Gao Yan. And Gao Yan also took the opportunity to check their friendship. What surprised Gao Yan was that the friendship of these people was quite high. Especially Chao Tianpeng, whose friendship reached 90 points, and the other 14 people also reached more than 80 points. Do these people have a tendency to be masochists? Gao Yan couldn't help thinking for a moment. After thinking about it, Gao Yan took out 15 third-level immortal pills and distributed them to them. Since he had already accepted them as slaves, he naturally had to give them some benefits so that they would be willing to build immortal stones for him. After all, each family had 5 billion a year, and 15 families had 75 billion. And in the future, he could also give them the materials for alchemy that he needed to collect for him. Sure enough, they were all very excited to get the third-level immortal pills. Everyone's friendship increased more or less, and Chao Tianping's increased by 3 points. After they expressed their loyalty, Gao Yan sent them away. After counting the harvest again, there are 1.25 trillion fairy stones alone. As for other cultivation resources, they are even more huge, and there is no shortage of materials for refining elixirs. Glancing at the income value, it has reached the requirements of 4 consecutive upgrades. In a few days, it should be able to reach the requirements of 5 consecutive upgrades. The next morning, after breakfast, Gao Yan walked leisurely towards the Shuangshou building. But before he finished listening to a song, a female fairy servant came to report that there was a guest at home and asked him to go back. With a sweep of his mind, Gao Yan found out who the visitor was. So, he appeared in the courtyard of the mansion in a flash and strode into the hall. Gao Yan, we meet again. Nanming Duo said with a smile. Hello, Miss Nanming. Gao Yan greeted with a smile. Nanming Duo did not come alone, but also brought 2 true immortal guards, and the cultivation of the 2 true immortal guards was not low, one true immortal 5th level, and the other true immortal 7th level. After a greeting, Nanming Duo got to the point. Gao Yan, to be honest, I came to you this time for the 3rd level immortal pill. Well, I guessed it, Gao Yan said. Then how many 3rd level immortal pills do you have? Our Nanming family wants them all, Nanming Duo said. As expected of a member of the Golden Immortal family, he speaks in a domineering manner. So, Gao Yan said, how about this, I can sell you 1,000 pills, 50 billion each, how about it? Okay, we want 1,000 pills, but can it be cheaper? After all, 50 trillion immortal stones is not a small amount. Nanming Duo looked at Gao Yan and asked. Gao Yan shook his head, the price cannot be less than 1 immortal stone. However, he sent a voice message, Miss Nanming, I can return 1 trillion immortal stones to you privately. Gao Yan has a system to return, so he can't give in on the price, but after the deal is reached, it is still no problem to give Nanming Duo 1 trillion, after all, the profit value has been calculated. After hearing Gao Yan's message, Nanming Duo agreed after a little hesitation. After all, the 50 trillion belonged to the family, and the 1 trillion returned by Gao Yan belonged to her personally. One hand pays the other hand. After receiving the 50 trillion immortal stones, the system's prompt sound rang twice in succession. Once, the income value increased by 50 trillion, reaching 54.3 trillion, and once, the system returned 5 times, directly returning him 250 trillion immortal stones. Adding the 50 trillion paid by Nanming Duo to him, the number of immortal stones increased by 300 trillion at once. The total number of immortal stones reached more than 362 trillion. Immediately afterwards, Gao Yan transferred another trillion immortal stones to a storage immortal ring and secretly gave it to Nanming Duo. This storage immortal ring did not have a mark, so Nanming Duo could see the number of immortal stones inside with a sweep of her mind. Although she was the daughter of the Golden Immortal family, her total assets were only a few 100 billion. Now Gao Yan directly returned her 1 trillion, which was more than twice her total assets, so she was still very happy. Thinking of this, she whispered to remind him, other Golden Immortal families have also noticed that you made the 3rd level immortal pill. You should be more careful in this regard. Okay, thank you for reminding me, I will pay attention. Gao Yan nodded. The strongest golden immortal in the Dongyue domain is only the 3rd level. Golden immortal. And he is now the 2nd level golden immortal. What's more, the system will be upgraded soon. After receiving the reward, maybe he can be promoted to the 3rd level golden immortal. After sending Nanming Duo away, Gao Yan directly ordered the system to upgrade 5 levels in a row. The income value was deducted by 5 trillion, and there were more than 49 trillion left. After selling 1,000 3rd-level immortal pills to the Nanming family, Gao Yan had very few 3rd-level immortal pills left. Fortunately, he recently obtained a lot of alchemy materials for the 3rd-level immortal pill. So, after returning to the room, he entered my world to make pills. And this time, he controlled the top-grade immortal treasure to turn into an immortal furnace. About half an hour passed. The aroma of medicine began to waft out of the furnace. He cast a pill formula, the lid of the furnace opened, 11 3rd level. Immortal pills flew out, and then fell into the pill bottle. It must be said that using the furnace made of top-grade immortal treasures, too. Refined pills not only shortened the time, but also increased the success rate of pills. After staying in my world for 7 or 8 days, he turned all the materials into pills. After leaving my world, he asked Bai Fei to prepare a table of food. While Gao Yan was enjoying the food, several major golden immortal families were discussing him. Dongyun family. Dong Yunzhou, a 1st-level golden immortal, was the head of the Dongyun family. At this moment, he was in the 1st place, and more than a dozen Xianxian elders sat below him. The discussion about Gao Yan had been discussed for a while, and 2 different opinions were formed. The first opinion was to directly capture Gao Yan and force him to reveal his alchemy skills. The opposite opinion was to win over Gao Yan and let him work for the Dongyun family. Half of the people held these 2 opinions, and they argued endlessly. No one could convince the other. In the end, the decision had to be made by Dong Yunzhou, the head of the family. In fact, Gao Yan's background had been investigated by the Dongyun family, and there were too many unreasonable things about him. Moreover, Dong Yunzhou suspected that the other party could not only refine the 3rd-level immortal pill, but might also refine the 4th-level immortal pill. So, after a moment of hesitation, Dong Yunzhou said, "First, try to win over this boy. If he is willing to accept the goodwill of my Dongyun family, you can choose a real immortal daughter to marry him and let him be used by my Dongyun family. If he is unwilling, take him down and force him to tell you his alchemy skills." At this point, his eyes fell on the Great Elder of the 9th level of Xianxian. "Great Elder, this matter is left to you." Hearing this, the Great Elder Dong Yunfeng was delighted and said quickly, "Please rest assured, head of the family, I will definitely not let you down. You know, he has a real immortal granddaughter." The head of the family handed this matter to him, which is not a good thing. After the meeting, Dong Yanfeng immediately took action, and 2 hours later, he took his granddaughter Dong Yunxianer and a group of followers to Tianyao City. At the same time, the Wenren family and the Beiyang family also made plans for Gao Yan. As for the Nanming family, although they also wanted to take down Gao Yan, they all knew that they could not compete with the other 3 families for talents like Gao Yan. However, they had already sent Nanming Duo to make a deal in advance. Even if Gao Yan was taken down by other families, they would not lose. As for the Chu family, they did not move at all, because they found that there was a lot of grievances between Chu Hoyang and Gao Yan. They could not compete with the other three families, and now there was a grievance, and they could not compete even more. This also made the Chu family more disappointed with Chu Hoyang. In addition, Chu Hoyang did not perform well in Yuhui City. So, an elder proposed to cancel Chu Hoyang's status as a legitimate son. This proposal was echoed by many elders. So, it was passed smoothly. Therefore, the Chu family has sent people to Yuhui City to inform Chu Hoyang of this matter. Ding, the system upgrade is complete, the rewards have been issued, please check it yourself. Hearing the system prompt sound, Gao Yan was delighted. This 5-time upgrade has rewarded 5 super draws and 500 evolution points. Also, the upgrade condition has been increased to 10 trillion income value. Currently, there are more than 49 trillion income value left, and it can be upgraded 4 times in a row. System, use 5 super draws. Gao Yan ordered. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a 6-turn immortal pill. The prize has been issued to the system space, please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a top-grade fairy treasure. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a bottle of 5-turn fairy pill. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the golden fairy level fairy art 9 Heavens Thunder art. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the body refining art golden fairy immortal body. The prize has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. Gao Yan was quite satisfied with the reward this time. Enter my world, take out the 6-turn fairy pill and take it, and then use the practice badge to refine and absorb it. In just 2 days, Gao Yan's cultivation reached the 3rd level of the golden fairy. TSK, even if I can't be invincible in the Dongyue domain, I can walk sideways. Feeling the surging and powerful fairy power in his body, Gao Yan couldn't help but feel complacent. The second prize was a top-grade fairy treasure, which was good, but not surprising. The third prize was a first-grade 5th-turn fairy pill. Gao Yan planned to keep it first. There were 3 left before, so he had 13 5th-turn fairy pills. Then, he received the 4th prize, 9 Heavens Thunder art, and after taking it out, he threw it directly to the practice badge for meditation and practice. As for the 5th prize, Golden Immortal Body, there are 9 layers. When it is practiced to perfection, it can almost ignore the attack of the Golden Immortal. It is also a good thing. After the practice badge has completed the 9 Heavens Thunder art, it will switch to the Golden Immortal Body. Get out of my world. Gao Yan ordered the system again to upgrade 4 levels in a row. Ding, the system has started to upgrade 4 levels in a row. The upgrade time is 24 hours. Please wait patiently. Then, Gao Yan came to the double cultivation building to listen to the music without hurrying. However, before he could listen for long, the female fairy servant at home came to report again, saying that there was a guest at the door.